Hello everyone and welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Email remains one of the most effective and highest ROI digital marketing channels. Despite the rise of social media, messaging apps, and AI-powered platforms, email continues to be the preferred medium for building customer relationships, nurturing leads, promoting products, and driving conversations. Businesses of all sizes use email marketing to engage audience, increase customer retention, and generate consistent revenue. However, successful email marketing is much more than sending newsletters. It involves developing a well-defined strategy that includes audience segmentation, personalization, automation, compelling content, A/B testing, performance analysis, and compliance with privacy regulations. A strong email marketing strategy ensures that the right message reaches the right person at the right time. In this complete email marketing strategy course, you will learn everything from the fundamentals of email marketing to advanced campaign planning and optimization. We will begin with list building and email marketing basics before exploring segmentation, personalization, automation, copywriting, design analytics, AI-powered email marketing, and lifecycle marketing strategies. You will also learn how to build subscriber lists, design high-converting emails, create automated workflows, measure campaign performance, improve deliverability, and develop email strategies that support long-term business growth. So by the end of this course, you will have the practical skills and confidence to create, manage, and optimize successful email marketing campaigns for business of any size. And that's it. If these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that subscribe button with the bell icon to get notified whenever we host. Also, just that you know, if you want to upskill yourself in digital marketing and land your dream job or grow in your career, then you must explore Simplilearn's cohort of various digital marketing, SEO, and social media marketing programs. Simplilearn offers a variety of master's, certifications, and postgraduate programs in collaboration with some of the world's leading universities and certification boards. Through our courses, you will gain knowledge and work-ready expertise in skills like SEO, SEM, email, social media, performance analytics, and over a couple of dozen others. That's not all. You also get the opportunity to work on multiple projects led by industry experts working in top-tier data and product companies. After completing these courses, thousands of learners have transitioned into a digital marketing role as a fresher or moved on to a higher-paying job and profile. So if you're passionate about making your career in this field, then make sure to check out the link in the pinned comments and description box to find a digital marketing program that fits your experience and areas of interest. So let's get started with our course with a small quiz. Which metric measures how many recipients opened an email? Your options are A. Bounce rate, B. Open rate, C. Conversion rate, and D. Unsubscribe rate. Please let us know your answers in the comment section below. Now over to our training experts.
So the email marketing and mobile marketing is the topic that we have that we're going to cover, and it's important topics, an interesting topic, email and mobile. They're two contradicting topics rather in that sense, and why I'll tell you why I'm saying so. Right, one being the latest in the trend, or the thing being mobile, and everything has been covered and done on mobile. The other we'll see about in as we'll address today, that how the in general feeling is, what people think about, what you as a what you guys think about it, which is called email marketing. Also contradicting in a sense that one being the most latest and advanced, or not advanced, rather say the most new form of marketing, which is mobile marketing, right? In mobile, everything has been now getting done, and of all the forms of different forms of marketing, as the marketing as a subject, as a topic, as a tool in corporate evolved, developed, of the most newest form of marketing is mobile. On the other hand, email is one of the oldest form of marketing when it comes to digital marketing. So that's where the shift you see. There are two different things, but very closely, two different but very closely knitted, close together, and you can't imagine in the world today either of it without of, right? Visible to you all. It's a very random presentation I have made for you all to. I was thinking that what would be the best way to explain email marketing? What would be the best way to, because how emailers are done, you all know, you all are writing emails every day in your life, to and fro, so many mails, and there'll be some part of practical approach that we will do, that how email marketing will be done. That could be like for me half an hour thing, or maybe 1 hour thing, right? But we need to understand this topic in detail, more developed way as a marketer, and that's why I thought what would be the right approach. So I think maybe from some numbers, from facts, some figures, and of course making a deep understanding about the topic will be a right approach. So in a very haste way, but very practical way, I've made this presentation for you all to see. Okay. So let go ahead. Now, as I said, email marketing in the digital domain is one of the oldest form of marketing As you can see on the slide itself, it says the timeless marketing method that's been captivating audience for decades, right? 70s were the age when the email marketing really evolved, developed. And that point in time, there was no Google of the world. There was no SEO of the world, search engine optimization. There was no website linking. There was no social media marketing. There was no Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, chat GPTs. For sure not there. None of it was there. And then that was the time when the digital marketing largely was dependent upon email marketing, right? And then the banner ads came into the play. But it's one of the oldest form of digital marketing, or form of marketing rather, you could say, right? And that, of course, for a long, it stood the test of time, continues to be there, the way business connect with their customers, trying to engage their audience, trying to leverage this form of marketing and all those things. Now here it says and is still relevant, which we will try to address that, whether it is still relevant or not, right? As I explained, of course, for a larger amount of people, the mindset is that it's spam, it's largely trash, nothing else, this and that, whatnot. And then, as I said again, that they are biggest of the brands. You talk about Royal Enfields, you talk about any car company, maybe Mercedes and BMWs of the world, Apple and Samsung, in food category, whatever app you are using, any category that you pick or any category you are into, you will find they all are doing email marketing, right? Of course, not to a level or not as glamorous as they could do the social media marketing, because there is a limitation and the use case is different. But the point is they do it, right? Then we need to understand that, okay, whether really it's relevant or it's just they are doing it for sake of it because it's available, and or does the customers or does the people who do not have a much understanding about email marketing are not aware the right value of it, or maybe doing it, some people are doing it wrong or doing it differently and hence not able to achieve the objective out of it. Yeah. So the question I have is that why do you think that, even today, with all the rise of the different tools, platforms, social media and everything else, even if today you go to you shop for anything, you subscribe for anything, or you, let's say for example, uh, you go to a store. Now they ask for mobile number as well, but you go to any store, maximum of the cases, if there's a lead generation form and you need to fill it, and as a customer, they as a brand, they want to fill in the details. Have you ever wondered that why in all of these things this become the common thing? That ever wondered why most businesses still ask for your email address on websites or in stores rather than your social media account or handle? With due respect of social media and social handles, of course, right? I'm not saying that just because I'm not teaching email marketing, I do not feel that social media is of any use. No, that's what I have taught you. So I value in that. But this particular question still persists, that why do you think most businesses even today, when you go for website checkouts or logins or a store or purchase or anything else, they will ask for your email ID? I believe that is something everyone might have gone through. First thing first, of course, that's where email marketing is not to build communities. Email marketing is not to create, let's say, sensation. Email marketing is not to create all those kind of larger reach. It is limited in reach because you are sending it to people who, who are maybe your customers or become a lead of yours. But the very important factor is that why every brand today want your email ID. They will connect with customers personally, as also a very relevant point and a very right point. So in that case, yes. So the point is, maybe if I'll ask this question to very that, how many of you might have changed your social media accounts, uh, change your social media preferences, moved from Facebook to Instagram, or if any one of you might have used Orkut to Facebook to Instagram and whatnot, right? And how many of you maybe not opening your social media accounts at times? How many of you just in want a social distance from social and want a mental nirvana or mental peace, Keep yourself away from social media every 6 months, like delete the account for 1 month or so, totally. There'll be few people, right? Of course, that they delete their Facebook, Instagram totally for like every 6 months for 15, 20 days, no social media at all, or just change the social media because of certain issues there. Change the platform, change the handle, change the username, change the account for all their personal reasons, right? As new platform comes out, the email ID or Gmail ID is not change over a time, not a once for a decade. And do you know the reason behind it, right? First, social media is based on is such a thing that you get bored out of it, since the excitement is high over there, and accordingly it's like inversely proportional to each, in that sense. So we moved from Facebook to Instagram. Then people, of course, was very crazy for TikTok till it didn't become a ban. It didn't get banned in India. But right now, globally, TikTok is a sensation, and I don't know from where what next. But amid all these things, one thing has not changed over the last few decades is that your email ID, the first email ID you guys have created, is still the same. That's one. Secondly, all these social media platforms that you move to, you use the same email account. So even if you're changing the social media platform, so your email account will remain the same. And then for a brand, it will be easier to even find you on the social media platforms. Come what may, where do you shift, because your email ID is constant, right? And that's bring to the very important point that I wanted to make, is that email marketing is a serious business, and hence it's serious business. Hence it's like not so much of powerful thing or a lot of creative things element you are seeing over there. People maybe find it irrelevant. You can say it a boring, but I can definitely not say irrelevant. I won't even say boring, but it's not as at a match of TVC or an outdoor or a Facebook campaign or an Instagram campaign, right? And that is this kind of those contrarian views that we have today. But it's definitely relevant. And the point here is it's a serious tool of communication or serious tool of marketing compared to the all other forms of marketing, wherein on social media campaigns, on Google campaigns, you can take a creative leverage. What I mean is that you can maybe make a creative leverage. You can say something, and then you can put those, you know, click on that, and then people will see the real product. Or you can showcase something in a more creative way, and nothing will be judged or nothing can be countered. Wherein in email, your flexibility to take that creative leverage is less, because whatever you speak on email or whatever you promise on email marketing or whatever you campaign on email marketing, you will have to deliver as it is, because email serves two purposes. As I said, I did use the word communication and marketing, right? Though the topic is email marketing, I have always said social media marketing, search engine optimizations. This is the only time I'm saying communications and marketing. Email marketing can be used as a proof in a court of law that the brand has promised something or communicated me something and then deliver it. All other forms is just an advertisement, and wherein the creative leverage will be taken. And that's why if you notice, most of the brands, whenever there's a for the record for you also, if you have a problem with the brand, do you use it? Okay, you create a social media to create the impact and to let people aware about it. But to complain, a registered complaint or to registered kind of a testimonial, or usually the brand also says that please sir write a mail to our this mail, right? Because the statement written on a mail is a proof and can be used as a legal proof, while the other campaigns, banners, social media posts are not a legal documentation and a proof, wherein the email is not only marketing but a tool of communication. And hence, since the brand communicate, it can be used as a tool of proof. And that's why they have to be very serious when it comes to email and deliver what they say. Yeah, now WhatsApp is also accepted, but WhatsApp is still what you call encrypted, and then there are a lot of privacy things that is coming into it. And yes, customer can challenge it, but email has its own validity in that case. And there's a reason why whenever you have a problem also, and when you connect with the brands or the spokesperson of the brand, they say, sir, please write a mail to us, because they want, so that they should also have a record of it. You also do the same. All right. And that's why I said email is a good tool of marketing and communications, because it's a serious business. And that's the reason that most businesses still ask for your email address on websites or in stores rather than your social media account or handle, because they know that once they have the email ID, it's given that they will be able to reach to you, reward you, retain you, know your social media accounts as well for their good for longer than a decade's period of time. Social media will be moved out. You will be bored. You will not be coming out of that. You may not. You may uh, delete it from your mobile, but email is something that you keep it. No matter you don't. The frequency is less maybe compared to number of times you check your Instagram than your email ID, but the security is there, the sincerity is there, and you gonna be there on email, right? And that's the reason that most brands still ask for it, do email marketing, and does it. Now let's talk about some numbers to establish the fact that we started upon right now, that yes, email marketing is relevant. There are other notions around the email marketing which we have to address, which we will address, of course, but there is another notion to it. uh, what does this number signifies? Number of emails sent every day, number emails over a globe, is the number of emails sent by brands to prospective customers, people with email. Okay, so this is this. There are over 4.3 billion email users worldwide. And by the way, this data is, I was not able to get the right of data, but my hunch is it's not published yet. This is quite an old data, 4.3 billion email users, of course, but this number is more. My hunch is it's roughly around 5.5 or something today, email users. Anyone who remember that what is the biggest social media platform and what is the size of that? How many active users are there? With around 3 billion users, yes. So, and what was the Facebook? Yes, so Facebook has roughly around 2.9 billion active users. 2.9 was right. The biggest social media platform, 2.9 billion active users. Here we are talking about emails, which is roughly around 4.3 billion email users worldwide. Almost not all double, but a big differentiate. Now, the question you should be asking on that is that, of course, the email size is much bigger, almost twice the size or little less than twice the size of a social media account, largest social media account, which was 2.9 billion active users. 2.9 billion active users on Facebook. Close second is YouTube, 2.7. And here we are talking about 4.3 billion email users worldwide, right? Now, the question you should ask, or you must come in your mind, or maybe in your mind, is that, of course, these are not all the individual emails. You might be counting the office emails, accounts, like, that people are also. So, as per a report, of course, this 4.3 million is not all used for personal use, which brand can reach out to. Of course, even the office mail IDs are used for communication and marketing. Like the official mail IDs get emailers and email campaigns from more B2B point of view. Like I do get it from more of software's point of view, SaaS point of view. I get emailers from all those softwares in digital marketing, maybe HubSpot and Kantar Analytics and whatnot, Zoho Social, and every other platform sent me an emailer campaign because my demographic is such, right? So even on office mail IDs or the working mail IDs, you do get emailers, but that is largely from B2B point of view, maybe not mostly not from B2C, like not a fast moving consumer durables, consumer goods brand send me a emailer on my office mail ID. Okay, they do get emailer, but for an account, for time being, let's not count that. Let's say 4.3 billion emailers worldwide. Again, this is not the the most recent, this is not the, this is quite a few year old data. Right now, the number could be anywhere between 5.1 to 5.3, 5.5. Okay. But keep this as the number we have, 4.3 billion. In this, let's say, of course, there will be some office mail IDs. As per the data, 20% of the overall mail size that we see today. How much? 20% is used for business related communications, business related mail IDs, which people use in the world today. 20% of 4.3 billion emails are being used for business related communication. Right now, who will, if somebody will do the calculation, what is 80% of 4.3 billion emails? I'm sticking with this number only, even though this is a old data. Right now, its number must be around 5.3, 1 billion more, right? But let's say 4.3, and 80% of that is personal used email IDs. What would be the 80% of 4.3 billion? Yeah, so 3.4 billion roughly around is active email users worldwide, which is still bigger than Facebook. And if you guys remember, in the very beginning of the session, I have mentioned a thing about marketing, that marketing follows a very particular thing. Marketing follows population, marketing follows where people go. And that's the reason email marketing is still relevant today, since 1970s till today, because people continuously keep on adding to it in different ways. Of course, the ways have changed to reach out to them, the ways have changed to communicate with them, but there is still the largest chunk of people there. And mind you, the serious chunk of people who are not changing it for over decades. And the guarantee is such that it will reach to their mailboxes. Once you, yeah, so once that's the idea. So that's why it's still relevant in the time today. And this, you guys have already seen it when I minimize the presentation. This is the size of number of mails being sent every day. 306 billion emails are sent and received every day. That's a huge number, right, guys? 306 billion emails being sent and received every day. Now, of course, that's not many mails are personal, but even a small percentage of that, if brand, and a huge percentage of that are used by the brands to reach out to the for communication and branding, that's a huge number, because 306 billion is a big number. And the idea is why email marketing still exists is that, let's say a brand does a search engine marketing campaign. With all due respect, guys, with all due respect of all the topics that we have covered, I'm not here to ridicule. Every platform has its own importance in marketing, and we have covered that in detail. But that point in time, what we are discussing, we have to see the negative and the positive of that. Now, a social media campaign or a search engine marketing campaign, if you do, right, it doesn't guarantee that it's largely dependent on the algorithm. Yes. So when you do if you remember, when you were doing the search engine marketing campaign or the social media campaign, as per the demographic you were choosing, it was changing numbers, that number of reach, potential reach it could be, that your ad will be visible to, and how many people it could reach to. So this potential, that's called potential reach. That is maximum reach that you could reach. Out of that, of course, based on your campaign quality, your budgets, everything else, you will be only able to reach some percentage of that overall reach, and hence communicate. And the entire reach on search engine marketing, search engine optimization, social media platforms is highly dependent upon what algorithm of those platforms. But if you generated, and if you, that's why I said that's the reason why brands take the email IDs when you go to store, when you register to their website, that once you registered, it's an opt-in, which you are opting in to register. Once you register your email ID, one thing is guaranteed, that you have not going to, usually 90% of the time people don't change their email IDs, right? Even the number could be higher. So this is guaranteed that this email, through this email, I will be able to reach to that customer. and it guarantees, it's not doesn't based or limited on algorithm. It guarantees that once a emailer will be sent, it will reach to their email box. Now the person sees it, doesn't sees it, a different story altogether. On one side we are on depending on algorithm and a hyperbola reach number, that this is would be the potential reach herein. If it's 1 lakh, it's guaranteed that in 1 lakh people, or some wrong mail IDs here and there, but let's say approximately 99% of that 1 lakh will be reached to their inbox. So the reach wise, it will settle and sit in their inbox. The chances are that they will see it, they will not see it as a different thing, but it will reach to that consumer. So the reach factor is, I have a calculation and I have a specific number. So that's why, and if you talk about this size, a very few percentage of that from, let's say, from promotional point of view, it's a huge number which guarantees, not depending on any algorithm, but an absolute number, and it will be reaching to their inbox. And if a very small percentage then get converted, that will still be, if you convert a very small percentage of this getting converted as a customer, getting you're getting a repeat order, you're able to reward them and they are coming back to you, will still be a huge number. And that's why people, okay, I'll come to that topic. Since the number is huge, even a very small success rate, right? Even a very small success rate will be a beneficial for the brands, those who are doing an email marketing, because the size of over there is huge, the big. And it's coming at almost no cost, because email marketing doesn't cost that much as the other forms of marketing. Does it now brings the loop together? Okay, so then brings we go back to the same question. In the era of social and digital marketing, is email marketing still a thing? Right, with all the traits and the techniques and the tricks that we have today, in email marketing we do not have much of the tricks and trades. Is that still a thing? And that, I believe, partially we are able to establish so far in many ways, and the rest we will do right now. So let's see why email marketing, why you should as a marketer consider email marketing in the entire pool of marketing things that you are doing. If you are a startup, if you are a business owner, of course not a very fancy or a glamorous form of marketing, as I've already said that. But why do you consider that? And I've said that we have to analyze this tool of marketing as a marketer, not as a customer or not as a brand owner. We will be neutral to it. We will see to it what it brings on the table, and then we will decide whether it's fruitful for me to include in the business plan or the marketing plan that I'm making, for the customer I'm making, for the brand that I'm working upon. Yeah. Okay. And to address all the questions that I have, that why we should be considering and what all we have discussed, the answer of that lies in this image. It's a kind of let's say activity for you all in that sense. All of that we have talked about is the answer to that why we should be doing email marketing is in this image. Can you all just try to, maybe, I know it's maybe not a very right way to ask that, but yeah, maybe just try your imagination. What does it mean to say? It helps you to segment your audience, as I said earlier, right? Jitendra, I could reach saying something else. And then let's suppose I have 20 lakh emailers or 20 lakh customers, 10 lakh customers, or whatever, 5 lakh customers. One thing is certain, that not all of those customers are same. And then I don't want to give rewards or recognitions or offers accordingly to them, right? So I will segment my audience, and that's where when we'll develop the emailer campaign, we will show that there's a big way of segmenting your audience available over there. You can personalize it to a level that each individual will be getting a different kind of emailer that you could do. Since we can segment, it's more personalized and tailor-made communication, and it doesn't cost much. In terms of other creative banners or something like that, if you're creating n number of creatives, it will gonna cost a lot. But over here, we will be having a very personalized experience. We will be able to provide a very personalized, trimmed down, very personalized tone of communication. Each layer of the customers that you have, based on how what kind of business orientation they have, what kind of customers they have been, and all those things. You can personalize their experience through the email. You can create personalized offers, you can create personalized upselling kind of campaign, you can do personalized rewards. To some customers, you can bring them on their for a kind of a dinner. To some customers, if it's a big ticket product, to few customers, you can just give some offers and discounts, and it varies then and there. And why relevance? Because it's the right, as Sheetal said, it's a right fit in the sense that you do not have to jump pole to poster to tap that customer. You don't have to figure it out that what they have purchased and accordingly shooting in the dark through emails. Since most of the brands today, whatever you purchase, send a invoice on your email. So they know what your journey have been with you. If you have bought a speaker or a phone, if you bought a refrigerator or something else, if you have ordered what food, because you have registered on Swiggy also through email IDs most of the time, on Zomato or any other food delivery app or any of those applications like Zepto and sort of things, right? And these days, even your email ID is linked with your phone number, so they know what they have ordered, and then it is more relevant for them that in longer go they will be able to know you as better as a customer, more better fit in terms of understanding you, your behavior, your use case, and then accordingly trying to communicate with you. But of all these two, these two things, the kind of segmentation of the audience that you could do through email marketing, layer by layer, and the kind of personalization you could provide while reaching to and addressing the concerns of each and every individual customer. It could be one-on-one basis as well. Like if Sheetal, you specifically want to only address Sheetal and want to communicate something with her and give some offers to her different than going out of the way, because as a customer she's been really amazing. You could do that. It's fairly possible, right? But of all these images, this particular part is still not addressed. Who will say what does this mean? And this gets the larger share on the entire screen compared to all of it. What does this mean? Right? Why email marketing? I believe this is the biggest answer to that. That each of the customers that you have, right, are different in terms of demographics, in terms of use case, in terms of whatever, and yet you own all of them. Now, what does it mean owning your audience? What does it mean owning your audience? I've addressed that a while back in shortly, and then we are going more in detail about that. The beauty of email marketing is that you own your audience. Knowing your customer could be on any other platform as well, Sarthak, right? But here it's not about only knowing, you own them. What does it mean is that on all other platforms, when you do marketing, you're to get the data of the audience, you are dependent. You are dependent on the cookies, you are dependent on the third-party applications, you are dependent on the platforms, their algorithm, and then accordingly you get the data, right, about the customers. And to reach them also, you are dependent on the platform and their algorithm. So if you want to reach to customers on Facebook or on Instagram, you are dependent. If you want to reach the customers through Gmail, you are dependent on the audience of Gmail and the queries that they will put in, the searches that they will do, and sort of things, right? Right, and you never own that audience in its complete totality, because it could change as the algorithm will change. It could change as the rules, as somebody will bid more money, somebody will pay more money, and everything else will change for you, right? And but and that's why, if you remember, at some topic during some of the topic discussion, I said it's called earned media and it's called owned media, right? You earn some of the media in the entire universe of the media or marketing. You earn that by paying something, and then you own the media, which means it's become yours. And email marketing is owned media. These people are not dependent on any algorithm. These people are not dependent on any kind of campaigns or the creative, and then they will be coming to you. However, you have an absolute right on these customers. Why? Because they have willingly provided the email address to you, and they know that they are giving the email address to you, which means they also expect in return that you will be writing it to them. Even if doesn't expect, they have the idea about it, and you exactly know that whether I have 10 lakh emails of the customers, or 20 lakh customers, or 10,000 customers, or 50,000 or 50 lakh, you know all of these email IDs. And then you certainly know that once you segment this 10 lakhs into different sections, you know that which segment, how many emails are there, how many customers are there, and then definitely it will give or take 5 to 6% or 1 to 2% here and there. Every one of these customers will receive my communication. It will be reaching to them, and you owe them. You have their address maintained on the Excel file or platforms like Salesforce or Zoho or Sales, the other cloud CRM based platforms wherein you store these email IDs, or you just manually maintain it over the Excel file and all those, or Google Sheet. But you own that. Make sense to all of you that how there is a dependency in others. However, the dependency over here is zero, because you have the right access. You can decide at what point in time what kind of campaign, different set of segments you could do, and what would be the number, and which customer will be getting what message or the communication. For example, like on search engine marketing, when we created the campaign, or when for the social media marketing, when we created the campaign, we created multiple properties, multiple headlines, descriptions, creative sort of thing, and then the best optimum campaign will be based on the algorithm, will be shown to the different individuals. But we may not get to know at that point in time that which creative what will be seen to which customer. Here we can create and design based on the customer and the other details that I have, that what they will see also in terms of campaign and in terms of communication. And that's the power of owning the customer. You own your customers. That's what this particular slide depicts. Makes sense? And combinedly, all these reasons is why email marketing is still being done by the biggest of the brands. First, of course, they can segment. It's personalized experience. Like I still receive emailers from some of big brands at times, right? On my personal email ID. Some of the good brands, not big brands, some of the brands on emailer ID, right? And so the reason, and that's the reason why brands still do it. So the question is, we started with, this is the reason. So one part is addressed, that is email is still a thing? Is email marketing is still a thing? Why email marketing? Does it relevant? So this part of the question, I believe, is largely addressed. Now the other part, that why this contrarian view, why there is still a larger, bigger feeling that it's still not relevant, or rather that is largely go to, it's a failure, it doesn't provide results, it's a spam and all those things, junk and all those things. That's still to be addressed, right? I believe that question still exists, and that we have to address that. And the other big reason, the reason for why email marketing, which I missed, is the data. In this case, you have the data, right? And the data is the gold mine. So even if it's one customer, or 10,000 customers, or 50,000 customers, or 1 million customers, you have the data of all the customers with you, not dependent on any other platform. With you, you have all this data, and then accordingly, how you could use that data to benefit your brand in terms of all good ways and legal ways and communication and marketing point of view only, you can do that. Now let's move on. So email marketing, your digital messenger, bridging distance with personalized messages, reaching far and wide to captivating hearts, and transform strangers into loyal customers. That's very poetic, but yeah, that's how it is. Now let's take an example that whether it's relevant, or why people largely feel it's a junk, a spam, or a failure, right? Now from this topic, from this slide rather, we would address that. We will address that particular query, which is, so let's say, of course it's not possible, but let's say you have a constant number of 2,000, right? You have a brand X, Y, and Z, whatever, and you have 2,000 email subscribers, you have 2000 Facebook fans, and you have 2000 Twitter followers, right? Now, what will be the number in terms of conversions, or in terms of getting your message or viewing your message organically? Right now, don't say emailers will be the highest because the topic today is email marketing. Don't say that. That might not be true also. I'm just asking this question with fair and square point of view, right? Don't keep that thing in that because email marketing is there, it must be higher on that. It could be mix and match, right? But what does your hunch says? What your gut feel says, that if you have 2000 fan base on all other platforms, right? Email subscribers 2000, 2000 Facebook fans, and 2000 X followers. What the number would be according to you? How many people will, if you, let's say, send a communication or send a campaign or send a kind of whatever ad or something, what will be the chances it will be reaching, where it will be the highest, and what will be the number? What will be the number it will be reach, like they will be able to read and see and sort of things? But okay, first email, Facebook, and third would be X followers. Any numbers you have in mind out of 2000? Say 1500, 200, just one on these platforms. But let's see. I said organically, they will read it, open it, and see to it, right? So still, 435 people will open your email out of 2000, and this is based on the numbers. 120 Facebook fans will see your message, and 40 X followers will see your message, right? So, of course, the chances of your messages being seen on email is much higher compared to, like, from here I can say 4 times almost, roughly around 3. It's not possible to have a constant email subscriber, similar amount of email subscriber than your Facebook fans, of course. But just to understanding point of view, that in a scenario, if you have a constant number of, or a same amount of email subscribers, Facebook fans, and the Twitter followers, where the chances of your mail or your message getting opened and read will be higher, right? This is the number on email, this is the number on Facebook, and this is the number on Twitter. Now, this is where we're going to address that why there's a strong feeling that most of the email goes into the, or email marketing is mostly about junk or the spam thing, right? The answer lies in the perception of it. The answer lies in how we change the yardstick of seeing a platform. 120 views on a Facebook out of 2000, and this is how the reporting being done, right? There's nothing called spam or because there's nothing called spam or what you call or trash or junk in the Facebook message that you do. Because it's a post, right? Even if it delivers, let's say 120, 200, and 300, you will say my conversion rate or the rate of opening will be like 2%, 3%, and on a Facebook, it's 2 to 3% of a conversion is a good number. So you say the conversion is above the average, and the 3% of the entire of audience whom I try to reach have clicked on it and see to it. Similarly on Twitter, similarly on the other platforms. So on this social media platform, you look for the success rate of the campaign or success rate of the messaging. It could change from the it will change for the different demographics, but it's largely remain in the same bracket. It won't change very drastically, Sheetal. Right? Yeah. The range could be here and there. Out of 435, it may not be 435, it may be 380, right? But the proportion in which it will be, if it will be 380, the similar decrease will be on Facebook or Instagram or on Twitter. The idea is to understand if there will be a constant number of people on these platforms, where will be the opening rate or the reading of a communication or the message will be higher. Now, why we are addressing it? What we're trying to address is that why we say on one platform which will deliver out of 2000, 120 read of the messages is considered successful, while on the other platform we get 435 number and it will still be called it's not relevant, or mostly it goes to the spam. The answer lies in the reporting mechanism. Since there is no spam rate or something like that when it comes to Facebook and sort of thing, You say 2% conversion have happened out of, let's say, 2% or 1.5% or 3%, whatever the number is from Facebook. And hence it's a successful organically reached campaign or organic campaign or a marketing campaign whatsoever in that sense, right? Because we look for the success rate, and it is, if around average or above average, it's a successful campaign. We never say that how many people it didn't reach to, because we in Facebook or on Twitter, we always have a potential reach number. In this, because we put a fix to it, like 2000 will be a fixed customer, hence we get to know that only 145 or whatever the number will be able to read to it. Rest 1800 will not read to it, but we will not talk about that because that is a potential set of customers. You're getting the point, the idea that why it's not failure or a success of one platform, it's the change in the way we see to these platforms, the change in the calculation point of view, it's change in the perspective point of view. Right? So on Facebook, you said potentially it could have been able to reach to 2000 customers. We reached 3% of that. That is good number, right? So 3% of that or 4% of that. And hence it's a successful campaign or successful reach. What about others? Are you guys able to understand the point I'm trying to make here? Yes. Wherein, when it comes to email marketing, even if it delivers more number of successful opening or successful reading of the message or reach of the messages, since the number is fixed, we can, because in email, the number will always be fixed, right? We can easily say, we can always say, oh, and then we can compare. Because since it's not a potential reach, it's a fixed reach, we say, we send it to 2000, only 400 have received, but the 600 people which could have and which must have received didn't open it or didn't read it. And that's why we say the spam, it must have went to the spam. And the larger, which is 1/3 of the message, 1/3 of the audience didn't reach the message because it went to the spam. So we see the negative side of the email, but the positive side of the social media campaign only. And that's where the difference lies in. We never say that it reached to the 400 customer. We see, oh, 600 more could have reached, and hence the spam rate is high. We don't focus upon the 400 people to whom it reached. And if you just compare with metric to metric, it's still a much successful or much delivered campaign. But within the platform, when you compare it, email marketing versus email marketing, that what is the spam and what is the number of people have opened it, the number of people who read it will be lesser than it reached the spam. And that's why it says it's a failure. On the other platform, you say 2% or 3% of the potential reach we have achieved, and hence it's a successful campaign. Yeah. So the data that we see for both email and the Facebook, and then we compare the two different platforms. The idea is not to. The idea is to see that if each platform in its own totality and in its own way of reaching to the or communicating with the customer. Right? On one side, the yardstick is different. On the other, the yardstick is different. And that's where the difference lies in. And that's why this notion right now, which is that Facebook, emailer is largely spam. Yes, if you send it to 2,000 customers, 1,600 will go to spam. But our focus is on that 1,600. Why not that 400 customers who have able to we could convert? That number is still high. And remember the size of email that people it could reach to. Even if it's 400 customers, it's reaching positively, and they were able to click and take action on the click to action button. It's a big number. 400 customers is a big number out of 200 people, and it's still bigger than the leads that you can convert from the other platforms. But since our focus is on the spam, we stick to it and we say it doesn't work. But the brands see it in a different way. They don't say why we see it, because for us, most of the emailers that we see in the spam folder, also the platform has been highly misused by because it's cheap. It's in terms of money, it doesn't cost much. Anybody or everybody can send an emailer without knowing it the right use case of it, and that's why they have access to our email IDs in a very easy way. They spam it. And that's why we, as a consumer, we think that we are getting so much of spam from so many brands, and hence email marketing is just for spam. And yet the point that why brands still do it, the good brands still do it in a right, possible, positive manner because of these numbers. For them, They are not focused on those 1600 not receiving, but the 400 who are able to receive, which is still a much bigger number compared to from anywhere else they are able to generate. Let's address it from that point of view. Let's say we talk about CTR, right? And by giving these examples, I'm not trying to say that, okay, from now tomorrow onwards, every campaign you work upon, every market that you have, or every brand that you work on, just start doing email marketing and leave everything else. No, every platform form is important and its own use case. Social media, when I was talking about, I said it's not a sales driven campaign. It is only to create engagement. Google, I've talked about especially what it does. SEO, I've specifically talked about what it does. Social media, many people push it as a sales tool, as I said, and then that's why they say that it failed, because it's not a sales platform, it's an engagement platform, and the sales will happen by virtue of the engagement that you'll be able to create it. So don't take it wrong that from tomorrow onwards, leave everything aside. Email marketing, let's do it because it's cheap. And Ali has told that, okay, you can do all those things. No, every platform and every brand or every form of marketing you do at a different stage differently. At some point in time, you will be needing to do SEO. At some point in time, you will be needing to do SEM, and it's a must. At some point in time, you will need to engage customers and create a larger pool of audience and the community building. That is the time you need to look for the social media marketing. There'll be a time when you need to retain the customers and then subsequently also reaching to the larger set of audience. There'll be a time when you need to reward their customers, then email marketing, and there'll be a time when you want to get the top of the recall, right? So every form of marketing or the platform has its own use case, and hence we have to have awareness, idea, and know-how of all these platforms, and then use our brain, which point in time, at what point in time, to which brand and the customer, what fits better and what should we do. And then after that, let's understand it from why I said that. Okay, from this point of view. So we talk about CTR rate, right? In most of the SEM and SMM campaign, we talk about CTR rate. Let's say in SEM and SMM and email, right? Let's say in all these, I'm trying to understand a different point of view, right? Different point of understanding. Let's say the conversion rate will remain same between all these platforms, 2 to 4% of converting the customer base. Yeah, converting of whatever communication you have sent, then they have read it, they find it interesting, and then they convert it into a customer. So that the rate of conversion, the final stage, from sending it to reaching, they found the interesting part, they opened it, read it, and everything else. They saw the communication, and then they convert it into buy the product or whatever the conversion is. That rate is 2 to 4% on an average. Okay. Now let's say the audience is again constant. Let's say 50,000, a constant we will keep, right? And why, I guess you know that why I'm keeping this number constant, because then only we'll be able to find some understanding out of it. So out of that, let's say on social media, 3% is the organic reach. So whatever you have posted, not a campaign, organically I'm talking about organic reach of social media marketing. For example, we'll say Facebook, right? So 3% of 50,000 will be what? 1,500, if I'm not wrong. So 1,500, it has reached to. Now, out of that 1,500, how many customers get converted? That's an average we have kept for common for all. So let's say 2% on the lower side. So 2% is the lead generation in the final stage. So 2% equals 2% of 1,500 will be 30 leads, right? So from this all way leads, or you can say conversion. So consider the similar way for SEM also. So I'll not repeat it. So lead generation maybe here and there, a few more over there, but our topic today. Now on email, before we go further, right? Before we go further for the calculation, any idea what is the conversion rate of email? When I'm saying conversion, the opening rate. There's something called opening rate, right? Whenever you send an email, how many email has been opened You send 1,000 emails and of, let's say, 500 emails has been opened and seen by the users. That's a 50% opening rate. But what is the general opening rate of average opening rate of email is around 21%, which is a good number. And that's, again, I will say that's the reason again that why people largely think of it as a failure, because they were focused more on the 80%, that out of 1,000, 80% it went to the spam, but 21% have seen it. You're not focusing on that. Your average conversion on the average reach on the social media platforms organic is just 3%. Right? Of course, the pool of audience is much bigger over there and we need it. But see the good side or the sunny side of the email marketing as well. 21% opening rate, which is a good number. Don't get focused on the 89%, 80% of the 79% which went to the spam. 21% of overall email base is good. Now, that depends that over the period of time, if you are able to maintain those emails and able to, get in more opt-ins. 21% of 100 will be 21 only. 21% of 1 lakh will be good number. 10 lakhs will be even better, right? So let's go 21%. And the average click-through rate of email marketing is 3.5%. And that's why in the Excel, in the sheet, I've mentioned 2 to 4%. All right. However, the average CTR rate on Facebook is 0.07%. And on Twitter is 0.03%. Remember these things we have talked about. On SEM, the average is around CTR is around 2%. On Facebook, it's even lesser when we did the social media marketing campaign. Guys, with me, you have to remember everything that we have discussed in the past, because everything will come back to each topic. And that's why it makes sense then for you to evolve and grow as a marketer. You have to remember, you have to revise things, whatever we discuss. The average CTR rate on Google ads or Google thing is 2%. The average campaign success rate on Facebook or the CTR rate, conversion rate is between 0.7% to 1.5%. But average comes around 1%. Lower side is 0.07, higher side is 1.5%. You see. But in this case, I have taken still 2% while I'll do the calculation. So email marketing 3.5%, Facebook 0.07%, and Twitter 0.03%. Now this number I have written Facebook largely represent Instagram as well, because why? Because you do the campaign through the Meta business platform itself. Both are Meta products, right? And the inventory through which you do the advertisement is the same platform, right? It's just the different inventories. It could be a little higher because Instagram has more audience. So it could be around, say, 1.2% here and there. So I've taken the average. So we know the opening rate of email is 21%. The average click-through rate, which is the conversion rate after opening, is 3.5%, wherein the conversion rate of Facebook is 0.07% and on Twitter is 0.03%, right? So in a study by McKinsey on how companies generate new customers, they found email marketing acquire 40 times more customers than Facebook and Twitter combined. So going back to the first question, that why brands still does it, even if with all the negativity around the email marketing, as per a survey. And the McKinsey, by the way, those of you who know, is a very big marketing and research firm, right? They have consulted with most of the brand managers and most of the sales heads sort of thing of all the big multinationals companies. And they did try to figure it out, that from where they acquire most number of their customers, right? And they figured out that most of the people, marketeers, and that's why I said in the beginning that we will try to address this animal as marketeer, not as a brand, not as a customer, as marketeer. And most of the marketers responded that they are able to acquire 40 times more customer than Facebook and X combined when it comes to acquiring customers or the lead generations. Make sense to all of you? Yeah. Okay, so now go back to the calculation. Since we have now over here, I am not saying that Facebook will convert 0.07%. I have taken a constant of 2%, let's say, for all, right? And the constant number of audience pool is 50,000, 3% organic reach in terms of Facebook. So it reach will be 1,500, and the conversion on a higher side 2%, so 30 leads. Now on email, as I said, it converts better in terms of opening rate to 21% opening rate. So the opening ratio will be, or opening ratio will be around 20% of 50,000 will be 10,000, and 1% will be around 500. So 10,500. Yeah, I believe that will be the number 10,500 as per my calculation. Yeah, and then over the presentation we have seen the conversion rate, the click-through rate after the opening rate on email is around 3.5%, which is closer to 4%. But I am not even saying that I'll go to the higher side. I'll take I'll take the average on the lower side, which is 2%. So the lead generation, which will be the CTR for email at 2% rate of 10,500, will be around, if I'm not wrong, 2% of this will be around 210. Let's see. 2% into 10,500, sorry. 210, I rightly guessed. So 210, right? So conservatively, email is able to convert bit more in terms of leads if the audience size is constant. And why I'm repeating it again and again, please focus on that. If we keep the audience size constant, the conversion on social media in terms of lead generation will be around 30, and on email it will be around 200, right? No, not 200, 210. Makes sense why the big brands still do that, why email marketing since 71 is still be able to navigate through the test of the times and is still being used by biggest of the brands or the newest of the brands, right? But a very persistent question then arises is that on social media you're able to generate 30 leads, on email marketing you're able to generate 210 leads. Does that mean from tomorrow onwards you'll stop doing social media marketing and only focus on email marketing? Yes. So why? No. If you're starting a business and if you do focus on only email marketing, the conversion will not be very much, because on email marketing also it needs to build, you should have a brand value to it, right? Email marketing doesn't help you to build brands. The reason is email marketing doesn't have a great visibility. Since it sits on individual inbox, it doesn't have a great brand visibility. Wherein the social media help you to create brand awareness and visibility. Email marketing won't help creating brand value and brand equity and brand awareness. It's a great way to conversion, but for that, your name should also be able to have that sellability into it, right? The question was that just because the numbers are good, can we just stop doing everything else and do the email marketing? The answer, and I previously answered, that everything has its own way and stage and the time frame to do it, right? Social media will be able to create a good brand presence and the brand value and recognition for you, right? Imagine if Uber launches like services like Uber, which got launched in India, they just started to do only email marketing. They have to build first, become the top of the mind. Everybody should talk about what is Uber, and then they may be sending personalized discounts and everything else to each one of us. But before that, if nobody knew it, nobody will open it, right? So the opening rate will decrease over here, over there. So the point being, social media helps in a great way to build and create visibility and good reach, right? A huge set of larger audience, which email marketing has limitations. It does great when you own the audience. Remember the point. When you get to own more and more audience, it does great. It brings value to you. Otherwise, there's a difficulties. The second very important point is if you guys have noticed, I have kept repeatedly said, when the audience is constant, and that's is a bigger catch. On social media or on Google, you can't keep the audience constant, right? So this 3%, if you talk about, is leads to 30 leads because the audience is 50,000. But by default, there are chances that you only have 50,000 email customers and the list of 50,000 customers. But on social media, that's not just 50,000. Your potential reach is 5 lakh and 50 lakhs, right? And then when you see the 2% of it, this number will increase with leaps and bounds, right? Because over here on social media, there is no limitation. On emailers, there is a limitation. We did it for the calculation point of view so that we can understand when it comes of percentage and the conversion from the percentage point of view is higher. But this, we forget that very important point is one side we are limiting on a platform which is not limited, which is social media platform, right? It's more of about more and more reach, and organically or campaign wise, the reach is huge over there. Wherein in email, even though 4.3 billion active email users, we do not access to all of these emails. Our limitation is maybe 10,000, 50,000, 1 lakh, 10 lakhs, 5 lakhs, whatever. But there's a definite figure over there, and right. So we, as I repeatedly said, remember that I'm saying if we will keep the constant, right, then it's of course. But if you want to generate more and more new customers, you have to keep this number bigger. And keeping this number bigger is a possibility only on platforms like this, not on this, because this you acquire over a period of time. The moment there are more zeros on this side, you will see, right? And if you remove the constant part, you keep the constant only to email 50,000, and for social media, you keep on increasing this, you will see the difference over here that even with the 2%, social media will be able to generate more and more number of leads because there's the limit. The one side is not limited over there on email. The one website, the principal side is limited, right? And that's the reason why we should not be just doing that, because to the limited set of audience, which access I have, it does great. But do we want to limit only with that number of customers? No. We definitely need more and more number of customers. We definitely need to keep on increasing the size of audience and the repeat orders and whatnot. For that, we need to bring very more new customers. For that, social media is the platform because the reach over there is not limited, is not bounded by anything. Yes, and hence the point being that each platform has its own beauty. Each marketing platform, each way of doing marketing has its own beauty, its own benefits. It's only the point that at what point in time, which one you will accelerate and in what manner. And try to reap the best, optimum, maximum potential output out of each of these platforms. That benefits you as a brand, that benefits your customers, that benefits the customer's brand or the product. The moment we will, let's say, increase this for social media marketing, let's say from 50,000, we did, sorry, just for understanding point of view how it works, right? So we add one more zero here over here maybe, and then the 3% of this, let's say 3% opening rate of this would be what? 15 and here. So 15,000, 15,000 if I'm not wrong. 3,000 of this will be 15,000, and then 2% of this we will become, if I am not wrong, is around 300, right? And then you see just a 1 0 added over here will change the entire view of seeing things. So now the lead generation over here is 300, but here the 210, which all depend on the principal amount. I hope it's interesting for a dry topic like email marketing, but I'm just hoping. And the idea always has been to, even if it's whatever the dry or the boring topic is, to bring some value of interest into it that will add value in the overall learning process. Okay, now there was a small note mentioned over here in this slide. If you see, opening rate is equal to email opened divided by email sent minus email bounced. That's how you calculate the open rate of an email, right? So whenever, of course, there are tools now on them, you can directly get the opening rate, but you should be knowing that how the opening rate is getting calculated. So opening rate of an email, when you do an emailer, it's called emailed opened, and you'll get all this data from the tools itself, whichever you use. That opening emailed open divided by total amount of email you sent minus email bounced. There are, as we mentioned about email bounced. What is bounce rate in email marketing? I'm sure you guys have heard of bounce rate when we are doing the analytics in terms of website and everything else. But what is bounce rate in email marketing? What is bounce rate in email marketing? You get all those error report. That's called bounce rate of email marketing. But the interesting point is there are two kinds of bounce. There are two kinds of bounce rates or bounces in email marketing. Right, and you might have not noticed the kind of messages whenever the message delivery fail, you get a message, and that signifies that what kind of bounce it is. There's something called hard bounce, and there's something called soft bounce. Soft bounce will be retired, retried, continue not received emails. Very easy, very rightly said. Hard bounce are the mails that you send when email cannot be delivered permanently. You get this message, the email you permanently disabled, or the recipient email has been maybe totally invalid, doesn't exist, or they have deleted the account, or the domain name itself, the domain, let's suppose it's a business mail ID and the domain name doesn't exist at all right now. All of these, which means immediately removed from mailing list. So you should remove these kind of emailers whenever you have to continuously keep on building. And the success of the emailer campaign uh, depends on how fresh and how actively you keep on maintaining the emailer list, which also means that you have to keep on removing the email addresses which is not in use and not working, right? So if there isn't any hard bounce, you have to remove it from your list, because these may cause problems to your campaigns, right? So hard bounce are permanent delivery failure. Now in this, I just want to say one thing in this calculation. If you really want to have even more accurate opening rate, right, we need to club this bounce rate as well. So this is a rough calculation that we have done in terms of opening rate. A further more refined calculation for your email campaign, that what was the opening rate of your campaign, is even if you, let's say, calculate it this way. Let's say number of emails sent equals 6,500. Number of emails opened equals 1,500. Just random numbers, right? So as per the previous calculation, the open rate would be around 23%, if I'm not wrong, because 1,500 divided by 6,600. Yeah, so it will be around open rate equals 23%. But you can stick with this as well. But if you need more accurate opening rate of your emailer campaign, all you need to do is exclude the bounce emails, because you already then and there get reports that how many messages has not been delivered on the mail. Also, if you are using a particular tool, there also you can get these details. So you have to exclude this from the total list. So let's say email bounce equal 600, or say for better ease of calculation 400. right? So then the open rate you have when you calculate equals 1500 divided by, so this minus this, which will be 6100 now. So 6100 multiplied by 100 equals, let's calculate this, but won't be much of a change that I'm sure about. 24% roughly, or 24.5% roughly around, let's say 24%, right? So that's a even more refined way of calculating opening rate of your emailer campaign. Just wanted to add because yesterday I missed it, right? Now there was a point came in that that email marketing acquires more customers and from compared to social media. Now, for any campaign, if you guys are aware of, I have spoke about the multiple stages, right? Can you all tell me what are the multiple stages? Pre-awareness, awareness, consideration, differences, sales, satisfaction, and then loyalty. Right? Yes, or if you guys have any different thoughts or opinion. Right? This is usually a journey in terms of any brand conversion or a customer conversion for a particular product or a brand. So from it starts from pre-awareness stage, then if you create the awareness stage, then the customer comes to the awareness stage because you promote, you do a lot of things, you do some activities, you do all other things. Then comes the consideration stage, wherein the customer start to consider your product among the others as well in the category. Then you begin to you reach the preferences stage wherein you prefer your the customer will prefer your brand compared to the other ones in the market. Then comes the sales, and then comes the satisfaction, and then once the customer is satisfied or delighted, uh, comes the loyalty stage. Yes, right. Now let's say, now this is every customer have to go through. This is where every customer or every brand have to go through when they need to acquire a customer, right? And we have heard of this term called cost of acquiring a customer. So if let's say for every customer to acquire, or for every time they have to acquire new customers, because see, if some of you run a business or any which way also, for a company every year, ideally the revenue should keep on increasing. Yes, right? And to increase that revenue, there are two things. First, those who are at this level, these set of customers, their ticket size should increase, the average purchase order should increase, and a brand should keep on adding more and more customers going through the entire journey of this, which were not able to translate it into a customer. They should go at this level, right? Start from this level. And the third stage is that the customer who have left the journey, so I would say this, yeah, there are three stages, wherein one way to convert a customer is to start from this journey and take the entire journey, complete the cycle of a customer and associate with the customer for a longer go. The other is for the next year to increase your revenue or increase your sales. You have to, of course, you have to increase the pool. One set of customer will be this, for whom you have to go to the entire journey, right? Uh, and the other is that those who have left at this stage, maybe you have to reach out to them and try to convert them as a customer. And the other set of customers will be these customers who have already bought the product, satisfied, and become a loyal customer. You need to nurture them and keep them along with you and try to increase, if in an ideal scenario, to increase the average ticket size or the purchase order. Yes, there is a catch. What happens is that every year, and this is not I am saying, it's director of marketing associations. There's an institution, there's an IIMA. They have found, and most of the brands also vouch for that. And you might have forget about all these big associations, big numbers. You might have heard of all these shows, which I always refer to you all. That usually not all the customers comes back to you, or you lose some of the customers who become your customer for this year may not be your customer next year, right? It's not possible for any brand to take the 100 set of customers that they've acquired today, and the same set of 100 customers will be there the next year as well. There'll always be a drop, no matter which brand. Best of the brands, you talk about, who have done everything right, everything perfect for the customer, even then they will lose. Some of the customers will not turn back to them. That's a given fact. Now, as per the reports, every year, be it any brand, the brand who are doing everything right, from creating the awareness, uh, to converting them into a loyal customer, or satisfy them with their services or the product and everything else. Come what may, even if they have done the best of the best, every brand at the end of the cycle at least loses. Any idea what percentage of the customers they lose every year, every brand, if they do everything right? If they're pathetic brands, like, I don't want to name some of the brands, you might be using it. Of course, the drop will be higher. But any idea? Okay, that's a very big number, by the way, guys. If 20% of the customer is you're losing every year, the end of a company is very near, right? Because you don't acquire customers at the rate of 20% every year, and not you don't have to acquire customers to even reach to the revenue what was last year at a 20%. You have to increase. If you're losing with 20%, then you have to increase the customer base at a rate of 30 to 35%. Why? Because if you lose it, then the principal base will be lower, right? So it's not like that. If you in a stock market, consider it that way. If you in a stock market, if you lost 20% of value of a particular share, and if you then next day it goes increases 20%, doesn't mean that you have come to the zero, right? You are still in the loss. I hope you know what I'm trying to say. Yes. So if the stock value is 100 rupees, you lost 20% of that, which goes down to 80 rupees. And then from 80 rupees, if it increases 20%, it will be only 16 rupees gain. So you're still in a loss of 4 rupees. Or from the yesterday's calculation, 4% of loss. Yes. So that's the tricky thing about the percentage. So imagine if any company is losing customer base from 20%, right? To be able to generate the same amount of revenue, keeping the ticket size, let's suppose, constant, to be able to increase, to do the same revenue which if they have done last year, they have to acquire new customers at a rate of 35%. To be even to be neutral, at least no loss, no gain from the last year, right? So 20% is a big number. As for the study, as for the overall industry trends, and this is average. I'm not saying this is fit for everyone. Some might be losing at 10%, also some might be 5%. But the average of every year, most companies loses the existing customers at a rate of 2 to 3%. Right now, this number may look small because we are when you do 2 to 3%, we think 2 out of 100. But customer base in a good company are in multi lakhs, right? Now, 2 to 3% of those multi lakhs customers, let's suppose I have 10 lakh customers or 50 lakh customers, the value of 2 to 3% in terms of absolute numbers increases. Yes. Yeah. Now, why I'm telling you all these things, these calculations, I'll come to that in a bit. Right. So if the average of losing customers at a rate of 2 to 3%, right, to increase their revenue next year. And this leads to the answer that why the marketeers yesterday when we started that why marketeers still do email marketing. This is the answer to that in a more number driven way. Now, to let's suppose if they have to increase the revenue from the last year to this year to show their balance sheet better, and they are already losing customers at a rate of 2 to 3%, what should be the ideal scenario that even if they want to, let's suppose, reach to the level they were last year, and if they want to surpass that number, they will have to bring new customers, and the new customers at a rate of 4 to 5% at least to surpass that number. Yes, to show that their revenue year on year basis, the revenue generation or the sales is increasing. They have to at least bring new customers. So I'll write it down. Come what may, whatever will happen, they have to bring new customers at rate of 4 to 5%. Now, in a real scenario, in a corporate world, there are a lot many things happen. I'm just using these fixed statistics to understand the point, right? 4 to percent. Now, the point is, and the second thing, what they should be doing is they should try to retain their existing customers, right? And that's what the gameplay comes into. Right? There are two things that they could do: bring new customers at the rate of 4 to 5%, and they should try to retain their existing customers. Bring new customers to increase the pool, of course, and cover up the loss that they are doing, and retain the new customers so that this drop or the churn will not be higher. In that case, what do you think? If now I'm saying 4 to 5% of the customer at a level of 50 lakhs, 1 crore customer base, if they have, if a brand have to go through every time to generate this new customer base 4 to 5% and have to go through this journey all together every time for each customer, which will fall into this 4 to 5% of the bracket, for each customer, if they have to go through that journey, what will happen? There are two things: to cover up this loss and keep on growing year on year basis, right? This is given, this will happen, this is bound to happen, you can't change it, right? Now, to cover this, a brand or a product need to acquire new customers or bring new customers at a rate of 4 to 5%, right? Now, the 4 to 5%, which is up at a base of 50 lakhs, 1 crore customer base, which means I have to acquire really good amount of or a huge number of customers to cover this loss. That's one. And the second is to try this, retain their existing customers and increase the ticket size. Now, over here, we can only go to a level, which means my bigger dependency is on over here to keep on bringing new customers at a rate of 4 to 5%. Now, if a brand every time have to go through this journey to acquire each customer that will fall under this bracket, like they are at this level, pre-awareness level, awareness and all those things, if any brand have to complete this entire cycle step by step every time to acquire every single customer to cover the loss, what will happen? To a level, cost of acquiring a customer becomes so high that no matter what you will do, your profit margin will always be less and your number will deplete, right? Because this 4 to 5% customers will be huge in number. And if I have to go through this stage, this is the stage wherein I have to spend a lot of money to acquire that customer. And that's where email marketing comes into a play, because this 4 to 5 customers, which I need to increase next year, I will not try to acquire all the customers from that entire stage 1, stage 2, wherein my focus will be over here to these customers. Now, to reach to these customers and chances of them getting converted into my loyal customer will, first, the proximity of that will be high. and I've already spent a lot of money to bring that customer from pre-awareness, awareness, and consideration stage, the chances of them getting converted will be high. And hence, if that happens, what my ideal scenario will be that I will try that most of customers that I need to cover up should come from this range. And to reach to this, email marketing is one of the best effective tool along with the social media and everything else that will reduce my cost of acquiring new customers. And if that happens, then the profitability will also increase. That will substantially will normalize this loss of 2 to 3%. Getting the point, everyone? Yeah. So email marketing helps in a great way to reduce the CAC, right? And that's the reason most of the biggest of the brands or smallest of the brands still do it, because it brings the balance in their advertising spends, right? And no matter, as I said, no matter what, every year brand will lose those 2 to 3%. They have to cover up that 2 to 3% and increase it and surpass it. So while I'm adding more pool of customers, of course, I need more and more customers to bring in, but I will try to target those whom I've already spent a lot of money to bring to a certain stage to reduce my acquiring cost and hence increase my ROAS or ROI that we have studied in the previous session. Yes. And hence, the reason that most companies or the corporates, wherever you might be working, will have this system called CIS, they do white. Now, they all are kind of emailers, white papers or emailers, news. Have you heard of these terms? I didn't use it earlier. I'm using it now because email sounds only that something comes to your email. Email marketing doesn't only mean that a mail comes to you from a particular brand, right? What is CIS? Anyone? Most companies will you find with different names. It's called customer information system. Most companies has it, use it. They call it different names. Usually they call it CIS, customer information system, wherein it's nothing to and it costs some amount to develop. It's a software, right? It's like software through which you can directly reach them, segment your audience, segment your customers, segment your different vendors, some segment your internal employees, everything to the CRM like. Yeah, very true, very true. Sumit, you can do the segmentation and you can do different kind of communication, newsletter, what you call, uh, discount offers, awards, rewards, whatever, you can send it to these customers. And the reason is email marketing still exists because companies spend on specific tools to do email marketing, which is called CIS, right? CIS, Customer Information System. White papers you already have heard of. Still, there are requirement of in any company that if you are a marketer, will you be able to create white papers? Will you be able to create newsletters? It's a big term, and that's the reason I said that marketers still do email marketing. We are not aware. Maybe some of us may not be aware of, or usually in general, people are not aware of that white papers, newsletters, CIS. They are all contributing to email marketing. And if companies is spending millions of dollars or some thousands of dollars creating system, particularly a specific system called CIS to send newsletters, to send the emailer, we can affirm that it does exist in a great way from the marketing or the product point of view. And why it does, why email marketing still is considered one of the big tool for all type of brands, big, short, small, because of these reasons. Yes, because that balances your cost of overall marketing. On one side, you spend a huge amount of marketing on the creative advertisement, email marketing, try to balance it. So that's why you keep that into your marketing mix. Second, it reduces your cost of acquiring customers. Okay, now this is one. This is the entire thing from the marketing point of view. What do you think is one of the biggest reason that email marketing, which was once in between considered being going down or dead or maybe irrelevant, has found its new life, and now it's been done more than ever by any brands. Email marketing is now been shout out thing, white papers, newsletters, or CIS. I have been shout out things, and every company has it. What do you think is one of the single biggest reason for that? See, email marketing also got a new life because earlier email was accessible only when you go to a certain place on a desk, put in your mail ID access or your office, not on the go, right? So email, there is a particular schedule. You open in the morning time or you open in the evening time. You have to go to a cafe to check your emails and everything else, right? But of 14 people, I believe over here, of that, two accounts are mine. One is your LSM. So let's say around 11 people are there, right? Is there anybody who doesn't have their email ID configured on their mobile phone? You have your Instagram, Snapchat, LinkedIn, whatsoever, but is it anybody along with these social media tools do not have your mail ID on it? The answer lies in the high proliferation of mobile phones, hence high accessibility, right? And I'm sure everybody, not in the same frequency, but will also be checking, as they will be checking their Instagram, they also will be checking their emails at least once or twice or thrice in the day. So high accessibility and the proliferation of mobile phones, which helped, which given a new rise to email marketing, and also because of this email config, and now people are configuring their emails on their phone. Like if you are using Android phone or be it any other phone, is it even possible to not provide your email ID and continue using the Android phones, preferably Gmail ID or something like that? No, even if you browse Google Chrome, they keep on asking sign in, right? Even if you go to Play Store, they ask you to sign in. You go to the Google search, they'll ask you to sign in. They keep on popping. You can continue to some extent anonymously, but there comes a stage that you will have to sign in. You download any app from Play Store, they will ask you to sync it with your mail ID and sign in. Can you all think now the importance of it, which usually people don't? Right? You can't even access to your phone today without signing in your email ID or Gmail ID or whatsoever uh, on your phone. And same is with the case with anybody else. So this rise of accessibility, which has been provided by the email thing, and sorry, where I was, yeah, mobile phones that give access to, along with the social media and everything else, given an access to email marketers as well, to have high accessibility, what kind of apps they are downloading, which apps, and suddenly you'll get the newsletters accordingly. So even the brand will have a direct access that what app you have downloaded, and that's why the email ID is required, and accordingly might be based on your pattern, you get emailers, right? And the second, then because of this happened, proliferation of mobile phones, what happened is email marketing has gone shift together and found something else, which is rise of responsive emailers, right? Because mobile, it became mobile friendly. Earlier, we all were opening emails only on the desktop, laptops, and sort of thing. Now, because we can open the mails on mobile and it's all on a vertical thing, we have seen rise of tools. At least those who are in the field of marketing, they've seen the rise of tools, technologies, which help develop responsive emailers, right? So emails are no more dull. They have proper, like if you have ever worked on any CIS, those who get configured on the phones, if you have ever got any kind of tools that work with, now emailers are more responsive. So there are interactions, there are better way to communicate and all sort of things through the emailer, and more leverage that were missing, you can still now take in the email marketing as well. Am I making sense to all of you here? Any guess what had happened because of the rise of responsive emailers? How it led to even better uh, acceptance among the marketers and the brands for the email marketing because of this. Miguel, what I said is high accessibility, and because of the proliferation of mobile phones, email marketing also got a new life, because now, because of the rise of new tools and technologies and new ways of creating emailers, we can now create responsive emailers or responsive emailer campaigns, right? And then I asked that, could you please, anybody can say that what happened because of this? Since we can now take more creative liberty, a bit of creative liberty rather, and this rise of responsive emailers has done what to email marketing? It has increased the opening rate. The acceptability has increased the opening rate. The more the opening rate, conservatively, if you take the conversion numbers, let's say even 2% or 1.5% in that case, even though the conversion rate of email marketing is around 3.7 or something, but we say take a conservative figure. Since the opening rate has increased because of the responsive emailers, the conversion rate will increase, and hence again coming back to the point, it will reduce the cost of acquisition or balance the cost of acquiring new customers, because here you are getting new customers or some customers at a very, without doing any activity, because emailers are still one of the, I won't say cheapest, because it's hardly cost anything in that sense. Yes, making sense to all of you? Yeah. So rise of responsive emailers, mobile friendly content. This is very important because earlier emailers were bulky, not very attractive, and not been able to use on mobile phones, like newsletters and white papers. People were not able to read, not able to find the click to action buttons, and it was bulky, right? Because now we can make better emailers which can open on your phone. You can check, and nice, detailed, good looking emailers with white papers, some image, graphics, and everything else. It has increased, and we can make mobile friendly content. It can increase the opening ratio and everything else in together. And this is where I said all the tools and all the platforms are important. The other reason for the rise of email marketing being significantly contributing to the success of a brand is that we can now integrate email campaigns with social media pages, accounts in emailer itself. And that has given the big boost, because even if somebody is not converting as a customer, they can find the integrated social media pages. They can go and be a kind of fan, followers, or whatsoever. And later on, it helps brand to keep, it helps an individual, or for a brand point of view, to keep the thought process at the top of the mind, and maybe the conversion happens later on. So all in all, it contributes in a big way. And then what happened was, because of these things, rise of tools and everything else, what the other thing happened is that through emailer, now this is, we can also do behavior targeting to track user behavior in real time. location-based mailers, and many a times you get, because of the behavioral targeting that we could do, and also the proliferation of mobile phones in a close proximity or anywhere you are going. If you are in a close association with a particular brand which is nearby, sort of things, you might get emailers, messages also you get, but also get emailers, some discount coupon or a newsletter right then and there. That's the high rise of email marketing, which has been provided because of this one thing called accessibility of emailer campaigns over your mobile phones. Cool, good so far. Any doubts, questions, anyone? And then, of course, as I said earlier also, segmentation is the biggest success of email marketing, because the kind of segmentation you can do at what cost is no match when it comes to mobile marketing. Okay, till this we have done. Next, let's see again if we have anything good or anything bad about email marketing, right? So now everything in business, as I've explained, the cost of acquisition to increase your to make your ROI better and to keep yourself profitable, reduce the cost of marketing, cost of acquiring new customers, and hence your overall balance is out, right? So everything in business is down to ROI and cost of opportunity, right? Your ROI should be positive in an ideal scenario, and you can get and capture all the opportunities that you have and what it costs to capture that opportunity, right? So let's understand it from email marketing point of view, that whether it contributes to the ROI overall or not, and what is the cost of implementing this opportunity to acquire a better ROI, right? So let's see. Now, what I am going to say right now are not my figures or the numbers. This is again by it's called, there are a few associations who have done research with brands, with customers, and these are the numbers that I'm able to pull it down from multiple sources, and I'm sharing it with you all, right? So, and these are from uh, marketing associations, DMA, all sort of institutions which keep on doing a lot of research in this area, try to figure it out to for different form of marketing, what is working, what is not working, and everything else, and hence they provide these numbers. Yeah. So as per the research, it says 99% of the consumers check their email on daily basis, which I believe is a fact, because everyone at least check their mobile phones, their email accounts at least once in a day, right? Why? Because email remains most frequently accessed communication channel for any kind of legal, serious, uh, interaction based, from brands or from any point of from any for anything, right? Unlike social media, right? Because social media, as I said, depend on algorithm. Google is also depend on algorithm. Emails land directly in the inbox, so given brands are guaranteed shot, at least in terms of visibility, for every single day. That's given that even if the conversion won't happen, the chances of visibility, I'll first explain this slide and then I will write it down. Will that be okay for everyone in the document sheet? Just few pointers. Yeah, let me first explain, because going through on and on back and forth will not be an ideal. So why? As I said, 99% of the consumers check their email on daily basis, which ensure what? Which ensures that even if the conversion will not happen, because it's not based on the algorithm, which I've said earlier also, even if, let's say, conversion won't happen, the mail will go and sit in the inbox of the consumers, which guarantee at least a shot of visibility, even if it's at, let's say, be cynical and say at a cost of you being irritated, but it ensures the visibility every single day, because 99% of consumers are checking their mail ID every day. Now, the second fact is very interesting. 90% of the marketers use email marketing, which going to be including you all as well. Now, when you say 90% of the marketers use email marketing, doesn't mean that every single day you sit and create emailers and send to the customers. No, what it means is that 90% of the marketers try to interact, engage, and convert their customers in some or the other form of email marketing they use, which includes interacting with the customers through their CIS, which includes interacting with the customer or informing the customer about their upcoming event or upcoming new product launch through their white papers or through their newsletters, which informing their stakeholders or the customers through their new launch or for their new launch or new acquire that they have done, and how it will affect the customer or the other third party vendors or stakeholders whatsoever. But 90% of the marketers use email marketing to keep abreast their customers, third party vendors, and everything else through multiple different channels, not necessarily writing mails to the customers, but through different channels which are available. Using email marketing, they get and interact with their customers and other partners, right? For example, and that is the reason, and I'll say whether it's a Fortune 500 company like Apple, Amazon, or whatever, or Samsung, or a small cafe near your street, they all send email newsletters, promotional letters, or update their marketing uh, activities, their sales, their rewards, discounting, coupon, everything else. They do use it and sell it through emails, right? So be it a big fortune company or a small time company, a startup, they all use email marketing, and hence 90% of the marketers use email marketing. If at any point in time you guys have to say anything for these numbers, for things, or any questions you have, please type your questions, or just let me know to unmute, and I'll do that so that you can speak. Yeah, that is given. That is we agree upon. Okay, the next is 88% of the marketers say email marketing bring them positive ROI. Now, this number is the biggest de facto thing. Why marketers, no matter how glam, sham, and all the fancy thing you do, at the end of the day, to balance it out, you have to consider this and keep it at some stage in your entire marketing activity. Why? Because other form of, you might have heard, like, we are acquiring customer at this rate, we have increased our revenue, have increased this much, but at ROI level or at a profitable level, we are negative right now, right? Which is very common in the startup world, right? From marketing point of view, email marketing, if you channelize all form of marketing, right? You do outdoors, you do TVs, you do digital marketing, social media marketing, and email marketing. The chances of email marketing being ROI positive is 90%, that it will be ROI positive from day one. The other channels may not be, they will bring you reach and everything else, may not be ROI positive from day one. Email marketing is the only form of marketing which ensures positive ROI from day one. Why? Of course, because it's the implementation of that is very low. To conduct or ensure email marketing is hardly cost anything. Or if you do a email marketing through CIS, it's a one-time investment, and then later on all you have to do is just keep using the tool to do the email marketing. So it's not a recurring cost every time and again and again. And even if it is, per mail cost you hardly anything, and hence the ROI, any conversion happens for email marketing, is always a positive in terms of ROI. Yeah. So which ensures 80% of the marketers says email marketing bringing them positive ROI, which means it delivers one of the highest returns on investment across all channels, right? Then 59% of the companies generate more than 10% of sales from email marketing. Now, 10% of sales. So these are the companies that they have interviewed or asked questions. So 88% of the marketers who says bring them positive email marketing. 59% of the companies out of which says through email marketing, they generate more than 10% of their overall sales that they generate. Now, imagine a sales of worth multiple crores, multi crores, 10 or 10 crores, 20 crores, or whatsoever. In a startup way. Otherwise, in a big company, it's in millions and billions, right? Of all the sales that they do, at least 10% of that sale comes from email marketing, and that has been established by 59% of the companies which operate in terms of doing marketing and sort of thing. Now, it's a huge number. 10% of sales of multi-billion companies, a huge number coming from email marketing, which actually doesn't cost them anything. And hence the reason why brands still use it and don't want to leave this form of marketing, even though it doesn't looks very fancy or sound very fancy, but it doesn't, there's no harm to do it. And if it brings in terms of positive ROI and bring a good amount of sales to the overall sales generation in the company, it's a success. Then 55% of businesses says email marketing is their most effective lead generation channel. And this I have told you, right, yesterday, that email marketing or compared to the other form of marketing, wherein one form of other forms of marketing are good for reach, to create brand equity, brand value and sort of things. When it comes to lead generation, email is still more successful. So it will not develop a brand equity. It may not create a lot of brand value, or not convert a product into a huge brand. But when it comes to lead generation, at least 55% of the businesses consider that email marketing is their most effective lead generation channel. Make sense to all of you? On this, any comments, anything anyone want to have? Okay. I hope you guys are not getting bored. Others are not very active today. So please let me know if there is anything you want from me. Okay. Then, so as per Direct Marketing Association, social media has an average ROI of 28%. So which means if you spend 100 rupees on social media, you'll get an ROI of 28%. That's an average ROI, right? This is from Direct Marketing Association. Now, this is where I want you all to let me know the ROI that you get from social media campaigns or sort of thing is 28%. Email marketing has an average ROI of what? Please take a guess. What is the percentage? 10, 20, minus 10, 15, 100? Everyone. So as per Direct Marketing Association, social media has an average ROI of 28%. So every $100 spent, you get $28 in return on investment. So for every $1 spent, you get $1.28 in that sense, right? Now, email marketing has an average ROI of what? Any guesses? Jitendra said 10%. Sheetal says 80%. Now remember, ROI is return on investment. How much you have to invest in return, how much of the cost, how much of the sales value or sales or whatever you have received. That is called ROI, return on investment. So 28% from social media, email marketing. Jiten has a number called 10%. Sheetal said 80%. Other can say right anything. Minus 10, 100, 50, 60, 5, 4, 3, 2, whatever. Please speak. 35% is what Sarda said. Meghal said 75%. Any more numbers or I'll just end the surprise? No. Okay. The average ROI that you receive from email marketing is now there are reasons, of course. $3,800%. How? That's an important question. Why? Because for social media, you need to spend good amount of money to get an ROI of 20%. Emailers are almost free. So if the same amount of good being sold here on social media and the same amount of good getting sold on through email marketing, getting converted, the chance, because the principal here is some significant amount, the principal here is negligible. And the conversion rate, as I said earlier, is always higher over here. Getting the point? So which means for every $1 that you spend on email marketing, because it's very cheap, for every one, if you spend $1, if you spend $1 through email marketing, because there's hardly much cost you have to spend, and you're generating $38 in return. Now, to generate that $38 over here, you have to spend a good amount of money. But to spend that $38 on email marketing, you only have to spend $1 of money. Hence, the spend is very less. The return is 3,800%. However, there's a catch. First, let me know this. Is this clear to everyone? And that's why the average ROI of email marketing is 3,800%. Yes, Meghal, as I said, since the cost itself to acquire or convert that customer through email marketing is negligible. So to get, let's suppose there's a customer, you need to get $38 of sales. Now to get that $38 of sales, if the conversion happens, since the opening rate is also high and the conversion rate is also high, to get that conversion, you might have spent only $1. In cases, even it's less than $1, it may be 50 cents, right? You only spend 50 cents to convert that customer and got a revenue of $38, and hence it will be 3,800%. To get that $38 through social media campaign, you have to spend some good amount of money. That could be, a significant money to get that $38, and hence the ROI over there is average ROI is 28%. So the beauty lies in the cost itself that is needed to set up a campaign, which is for email marketing and the social media marketing. And since you are not dependent on algorithm, since there is no commission to it, you can only do it on your own. You have your own systems. That's why the rise. But we can't compare it directly. This is I just told you to explain the terms that how effective email marketing is. This is actually, there is no apple to apple comparison. Why? Can anyone tell me? This I wanted to show you that the average ROI, the return on investment you get on through social media is 28%. The average ROI you get through email marketing is 3,800%, which is true in all sense. You can go and further read the reports from the Direct Marketing Association, IIMA, and all sort of things. In some cases, you will also find not 3,800, maybe 4,200. So the difference that for every dollar you spend on email marketing, some says you get $42 in return, some says you get $38 in return. So roughly around 38 to 4200% you will get the numbers whenever you do the research. But it's actually not likewise, it's not a very apple to apple comparison. Any reasons why? Now, if I will, and then the last, you guys have already read it, maybe, that average order value of email marketing compared to social media is 3 times. Yeah. This is just one figure, which this it was even surprising for me when I read this in a particular article, which was through about a marketing comparisons and sort of things. The average order value of email marketing compared to social media is 3 times. Now, guys, with all said and done here, I'm not trying to demean any form of marketing, because that I do more than email marketing, and I only have taught you all, right? But these are just some facts which we have to consider and we need to remember, because that will make us a better marketeer. And of course, we'll have to include also these forms of marketing into the overall marketing plan. So if I need to, let's say, create a chart for you that why email outperforms social, and that is purely on the basis of numbers and sales perspective, not from the intangible assets that the social media does for us, right? Now, but before this, I want to ask, who would have thought when we jumped into the topic of email marketing that we will be discussing a subject like why email outperforms social media? Was that even a thought which we surely can have established and seen in terms of numbers in the last 2 days? Right? I'm sure for most people, it would have been the other way around. So if I have to create, let's say now, this is just I'm creating for as a ready reckoner for you all to ever reach a few matrix. Let's say there is average ROI, right? And then for email, or rather, this would have been will be a better way. Or rather, I will create a sheet itself. 1 second. This won't be an ideal. So metric, just for you all, email social, right? Now metric would be average ROI. So email almost $36 to 42 per dollar spent. And this is around $3.825 per $1 spent. The other important metric is control audience high, because you own the audience here, and here it's low because that's platform owned. That's the reality. Then you have cost of reach or outreach, very low to none. Usually it's medium to high, ads and content both together. Then we have conversion rate. This is what we have studied. Conversion rate very high because the opening rate and all we have seen. This we can say medium. What else could be? Um, cost of reach, okay, then conversion rate is done. There's one more thing I have been in mind. Use for lead nurturing. Good. Over here we can say limited. And then last, which is not the least, is conversion rate. Building low to medium, very high. And lastly, I had one personalization, which is high because you can use individual name in the mail, your behavior and everything else. And in this surface level, yeah. Does it make sense to all of you? Is it like, okay, if I can copy it and paste it here? Great. So all the things, I mean, for this session, and don't say because this is not negative. As I explained, there are other most important things that you can get here, which you can never get from email matrix. But I'm just trying to put some of the matrix which goes in a certain direction. Yeah. Yeah. The high. Now I need points from you all. I have explained everything. The high return on email marketing. Let's see how well you can articulate this. Marketing is due to, give me the points, give me the reasons. One, let's say 2, 3, and 4. 4 points. Lower CAC, which means we can say lower cost. Yeah. Relatively inexpensive. To be very honest, when we'll do that, we'll find out expensive. The cost of tools, automation, and email list is is low to achievable. Yeah, so that's what it is. Lower, very lower cost to negligible. Second being, you said high personalization. Okay, so which means direct targeting. You can do one-on-one. Right. I will just explain it for later on to refer it. The reach is personalized, well segmented, and highly targeted. Yeah. Considering what level the customer is at in its journey with the brand. Yeah, so highly personalized considering at what stage the customer is, and accordingly you can send the emailers and whatnot. Third being easy to follow up because, and I will not detail it out. Wide reach without any algorithm interference, high personalization, easy to implement. Yes, so easy to follow up and easy to implement, being the same point. And so you can get to know what is the opening rate, what is the conversion, and everything else, and all sort of things. That's very important. In this, I have met the slide before. Yeah, in this slide, I forget to mention one metric. I'm not able to add it to this slide. It says 77% of customers prefer to receive marketing and services messages offers via email. I'll write on the chart. 77% of the customers. I'll just mention the percent. 77% of customers, as per the survey, when they were asked that which medium they would like to receive their services messages, marketing offers, and other rewards and offers, they said they prefer email compared to any other tool. Why? Any reasons? They can control what to see and when, and they can also use it at a later stage, because on social media usually do not go to see messages and that sort of thing. You only see the reels and whatnot activity, and you will lose it. It's a direct in inbox. You can, it's an assurity that this offer, this marketing offer, service offer, or message is for you, and you can it's, as I said, it's a serious communication, so you can consider it as 100% being there, and you can claim it later on. And there's no distraction, of course, on the emails and all sort of thing. Now with this, I would like to ask type of emailers that you could create. Any idea? What are the type of emailers that you can make? We're gonna make maybe in the third session, which is tomorrow. We'll use a tool to create some emailers and check how it's been done, how the segmentation, everything has been done, how to create emailers. I'll be doing it hands-on, but very dirty one I make for the learning purpose, but I'll show you the tool, some free tools or one free tool, and then we'll see to it. Right? But what are the different type of emailers that we could create or usually been used? I just want to hear from the experiences that you guys have. From your experience point of view, that what are the different type of emailers that you might have seen? Newsletters, discounts, memberships. Okay, so I'll start with writing of these. One being, let's say, first is welcome emailers. Usually you get these kind of emails whenever you buy a new product or you register anything new. you'll get welcome emails. Yeah, so rightly mentioned, Jitendra. Welcome emails are the first kind of emails. This is the journey of any brand that you get associated with. They send usually the welcome emails to you all. Then comes the second type of most used mailers are the newsletters, which is emails which comes in the form of sales offers, or sorry, which is purely for the engagement and keep you aware about the updates, how you have done your thing, and also other things. Abandonment card emails are very rightly mentioned, Jitin, so I'll mention that also. Third being, first I'll write promotional emails, all those sales offers and discounts that you get from your Swiggy and Zomato and everything else, right? This is the most common form of emailers that you get to see from your usual service providers, right? A very good type of emailers that we could create is emails to win the customers. And I'm sure you all have received such kind of emails offering special or exclusive incentives. Yes, which is not for everyone. In some ways, you get these kind of retargeting or re-engaged emails at this stage, right? You know, when the customer is in the consideration stage or preference stage, but not buying it or not getting converted later on, usually you get these kind of messages to retarget or re-engage with you in terms of bringing back to the kitty and converting you as a customer. So at that's the time when you get some different kind of customized offers for you, some kind of exclusive incentive for you, so that you get converted and buy the product, right? Because you're already at the border of being getting converted. Then fifth being announcement emails, abandonment, survey emails also. But there is one kind of mail which you get seasonal. Now, these kind of emails you'll usually get from all those malls and also automotives. Those who might be driving a bike or a car, usually you get kind of a emailer. The rainy season is here. There are 4 to 5 checkpoints, and these are like free mails, but a good way of integrating or creating brand recall in that sense, that it's a rainy season, tips and tricks to keep your vehicle healthy. And then at the bottom they write like, if you want to do a health checkup of your vehicle, please do click and book your appointment, something like that. Have you? Usually it happens in the automotive sector in a great way. Those are the seasonal ones because they reach you, they know that they reach you at the right time and create the awareness for them and also conversion for that brand. Now, the sixth being the most common, which I have received a lot of times, abandonment, which Jiten also mentioned earlier, card mailers, right? It's like a reminder or discount kind of thing. Like, hey, something like, hey, your shoes is waiting in the cart. You have not uh, purchased it. Something like that. Yes. Seventh being surveys and polls. This is where this is kind of a emailer which does a kind of brand building activity and try to engagement driven campaign wherein you want to engage largely with the customer. There's not sales in the agenda right now, but to create a brand awareness and then to know the customer more. Surveys and the poll kind of emailers that you get. And the last but not the least is, this is to my mind all the kind of um, invitation and at times, if you are a customer of a particular product, you get an invite for their product launch, exclusive product launch, or exclusive kind of treatment that you will get, some offers, or they will, what you say, they want to treat you special, something like that, and they invite you that please do come to our site or please do come to our store, and you'll be treated for that day, something like that. For they will give you free passes for certain activity which you are, and you have been a loyal customer for long. All those things, just and these are things which is to bring ensure loyalty from the customer. So the invitation and the exclusive emailers to make you feel good, feel different, you get these kind of emailers. So far, we understood in a great in sense of understanding about email marketing. Might have also some myths or some misfacts rather would also have been broken about, or the typical notions about the email marketing, right? And we understood in great ways in terms of different types of email marketing, what it covers, the numbers that we have. If you guys remember the presentation, the kind of deliveries, why it's important, why email marketing is still considered to be a thing, why it's been part of the entire marketing mix that we do. All brands or almost every brand, be it big or small or a startup, try to and gain success from email marketing. There are multiple reasons about it. A few we have discussed in the previous classes, that the opening rate and the success rate. The only thing is that it just the dynamics changes when it comes to email marketing, and of course, it's not the platform where we can take the utmost leverage or creative leverage, wherein on other mediums we could do. That's one limitations, but also in terms of and we understood that how also many of the marketeers in terms of percentages and numbers, what kind of leads it generate. We knew that 10 times of the entire sales revenue most companies have experienced that are getting generated via email marketing and sort of thing. So all those details we have tried to understand, more or less covered that. And then email marketing, we also, if you guys remember, of course, you guys must be remembering the presentation that we have shows that it's all about segmentation, and the beauty of email marketing is that it costs really almost negligible or nothing compared to the other form of marketing, and the results that you will get, the conversions are expected is high because it's also personalized and personal. The only thing, the name is bad because people see the downside of it, that after 2000, if 1200 or 1400 is not getting converted, we focus upon that, but we forget about that. How about 600 or 800 is getting converted, which is still a higher lead conversions in that sense. We knew that the opening rate of email marketing around 21%, and then even if we consider on a conservative figure of 2% of getting emails getting converted to the final goal, it's still a much higher number. And usually the conversion rate of email is around 3 to 4%, but we took the conservative figure in terms of understanding. We understood in terms of how the customer prefer email marketing and why they want that to be communicated over email, and also why the marketing or the marketeers of the brands still prefer it as a choice, because the kind of conversion it brings, the kind of sales revenue it adds to the overall revenue, and more importantly, the kind of lead conversions that it is able to deliver. We also know the do's and the don'ts, that what we should be doing when we creating an emailer for the customers, and what we should not be doing in terms of when we're making the emailers. And then we understood also few this is all that we have created in terms of calculations. So opening rate 10,500 and whatsoever it comes to, and then we did the calculation two ways, in terms of without adding the bounce, and once with the bounce rate, or the email that got bounces. Now there are two kind of bounces. One is called hard bounce and the soft bounces, and then we understood all of it in detail. Then we understood the importance of it. Why the email marketing in a great way marketing still does is because we understood the customer cycle, which is from pre-awareness to awareness to consideration to purchase to satisfaction, and then the becoming a loyal customer. Then there are phases that And it's given, it's a known fact that every year, come what may, even if you are the best of the brands or the worst of the brands, this is minimum at least. For the worst, it could be even higher, right? But every year, whatever happens or whatever you do, whatever good you do, at least 2 to 3% of the customer you will lose, which is the churn rate, which is an average and standard churn rate. 2 to 3% you will lose, come what may. Now, as a brand, if you continue on the succession journey, you have to cover this 2 to 3% and then add more customer to increase your revenue and look your balance sheet and everything else better, which means we have to add new customers at a rate of 4 to 5% extra than what we are losing. And also then we have to retain the customers who are with us. In that way, like there's one way that we can totally go for the new customers, which we will. But conversion over there will be again will be around 2%, and that will takes a lot of cost to bring in new customers, to bring in, I mean, to aware them, to make them into the consideration phase and all those things. However, it's easy to convert a customer who's already been considering us as a potential brand or a product to buy, and then we can reach out to them via personalized email campaign and convert that. Now, it does two things. One, of course, it brings added customer to cover up that the loss of 2 to 3%. And secondly, it manages or it balance out my CAC or customer acquisition cost. Because if every customer I have to acquire from like from a basic level to a huge advertising, it will increase my CAC, and the revenue that I'll be getting will the revenue from per customer I'll be getting will also be negative, right? So to balance that cost to acquire customer, that some of the customers should also come from a tool, from a platform wherein I'm not really spending much apart from some labor, not in terms of monetary expenses, right? And that's when the beauty shines out. Why email marketing is also be done. So this is what we have done. Bring new customers, it will increase the cost of acquisition. So, and that's why we understood that all brands today still have CIS, which is called Customer Information System, white papers, emailers, and newsletters they do. And this all has even become more and more flexible and more better because of the rise and of our penetration of mobile phones or the smartphones that people has. It has given ways to create more mobile friendly content and responsive emailer, and we can also integrate now social media, which people highly use on their mobile phones on the go. It helps to target users based on the behavior, and also location based emailer can be created and optimize it, which increases the chances of the conversions, right? The great benefit of email marketing is that the possibility of segmentation and reaching out to each customer with its own kind of campaign that you could create, and then very personalized. So why email outperforms social, in a sense that if for the average ROI is around 36 to 42 dollars per $1 spent, we understood that the average rate of interest on email marketing is around 3,800%. And the reason also I've explained that, right? So that's what we did. This is the chart that we have created where what signs out. The high return on email marketing is due to the low cost. Of course, it's very low cost or almost inexpensive, or there's hardly any money. And these days also there's a lot of automations and everything is getting managed, which is making the job easy. It also provide easy targeting, direct targeting, which is very personalized, very segmented and highly targeted that you could do, and also measurable performances. There are different type of emailers that we talk about, from welcome emails to newsletters, promotionals, surveys, invitations, and whatnot, seasonals, that we could, depending on the time, situation, and the customer need base, we can create such kind of emailers and send it. Of course, the do's and the don'ts that I talk about. And then, we talk about storytelling in email marketing is very important tool. Share unique stories, make it exclusive for the users, and make it readable for the users. And then we just tried some of the what you call, we understood the importance of subject line in the in the overall email marketing, why subject line matters. And it's the subject line mostly decides that whether the user will gonna open it or click on it or not click further going to click on it on the email that you're sending. Right. So this is what we have done so far. I don't think there is anything that is needed to be, there is, which has not been understood. It's very basic elements, but very important elements. Okay, now what we will do today is we will try to understand some practicality of email marketing, how to do it, how to set up. Of course, don't judge me basis on my creative element. I'll be doing only understanding point of view that how it works and what it works, what way it works rather. Right? Instead of getting more into designing part of the emailer, that is subjective and everyone can create on its own. Now, so what we will do is we'll try to set up an email campaign and see how it works from there are multiple platforms, by the way, using which we could do email marketing. Right. What we will understand is from one of the top, or rather the top in the email marketing, which is called which is the leader in that category in that sense. And this is called a platform called Mailchimp. You might have heard of this earlier. Yeah, this is the tool. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the Mailchimp, which is the platform we're going to use today to learn email marketing. There are many more platforms like Mailchimp, but Mailchimp is one of the leaders and one of the oldest also, easiest as well in terms of doing an emailer campaign. Of course, since it's a tool, it works on a freemium model. So the paid version has many more functions, which is there to utilize in like analytics or sort of things and everything that you can add. There are multiple of the factors, benefits that you will get. In the free version, we'll get some basic elements to do, but it's good for our learning. And then we can understand that if this is in the basic, what else you can get in the paid versions, right? And from basic plan or the free plan itself, you can do your emailer campaign. The only thing limitation over there are few limitations which we're going to talk about. So this is Mailchimp. If and by the way, this also with the uh, leap of technology and the rise of technology that is happening. Now everything is getting integrated with AI and making it much better and faster. Likewise, we have seen in terms of when we're setting up a social media campaign, when we were setting a search engine marketing campaign, when we were creating the website, there are a lot many AI integration have happened. Similarly, any other tool that you'll find today is getting integrated with more and more automations and integrations of AI. So Mailchimp is also now automated, and there is lot many AI integration which has happened, which they provide, I believe, mostly to the paid versions, right? It wasn't this way back in the days. Again, I repeat it because so that you understand that how blessed you people are that have the term things. Now most of the tools are getting integrated with AI and they do it on its own. Like for example, doing a SEM campaign, used to write headline subscriptions or hire somebody to write it for us. Now it's not like that. Everything is getting automated and things are much easier, right? So we go to this email tool called Mailchimp, and let's see. So this is Mailchimp as a campaign, and you will see over there that their tagline itself is turn emails into revenue. So they are purely hardcore focused upon email marketing. And imagine the huge number of brands they work with. There are a huge number of companies who use these services, and they have most of the companies have their own also. There are a lot many companies who use Mailchimp as their emailer campaign. So you understand that emailers are not dead. Mail campaigns are not dead. There are tools been defined, AI getting integrated into that, and it's getting even rising even more. And contributing a lot in the entire marketing mix, right? This tool mentioned this, they are totally purely into email marketing. Their tagline says turns email into revenue, win new customers with number one email marketing and automations, for platform that recommends way to get more open clicks and sales. And this is, if in short we can summarize, this is what we have learned in the last couple of sessions, why email marketing and what it does for us and what it can bring value to in that sense, right? So these are some of the services: convert email into automations, their AI integration refines with segmentation, and the very important thing that I have talked or spoken about, and I believe you guys also understood that the success of email marketing is that the kind of segmentation or the tagging it offers in terms of individually, in terms of a group, you can target and customer basis on the requirement and the detail that you want to share each customer to its own, right? And then the analysis and the reporting that it offers these things. And then see, this is last 22 years they are into the surveys, so which means almost this entire era of 2000 something, since then they are there. Then over 3.9 billion emails, blah blah blah, and whatever. And this is very important, up to 25x of ROI, right? So this is what I have also said, 23,800%, which is 25. They are 25x of the ROI, more or less on the same lines, and that's the beauty that we're gonna explore. Okay, now this is, you will find over here for the standard version, you will be able to add 500 contacts. You can send up to 6,000 emails each month, and it will cost around 1,150 rupees INR every month. You can convert that into dollars. If I take, let's say, 80 or 90 rupees a dollar, which will be around less than $100, if I'm not wrong, or less than $10. Yeah, so around $10 or $10 to $11. Yeah. Then these are the brands. They have bring in more data, drive more growth with our integration. So you can integrate these platforms in the paid version, of course, and sort of things. Now, to use this tool, we need to sign up. So those, yes. No, revised 600 mail, you mean you will get email IDs from Mailchimp? Is that what you mean? Sumit? They will not provide the customer data or the email data. That is supposed to be yours. I'm a bit confused otherwise. Okay, let's begin. So you need to sign up to this platform. Once you sign up, they will ask maybe your line of business, the kind of business you are into, and all those details. Your working mail ID, or the mail ID, right? And if you already have signed up, you can log in over here. So I have logged in the free version as a trial version or something. Let me see if it works. Right, and but it will be good for our learning for the day to day. So let's log in, right? And then maybe, yeah, so this is how this entire platform looks like. Now there are multiple tabs which we will evaluate one by one, what it does, how it is, and everything else. But this is the dashboard of the Mailchimp emailer campaign as it should be. Now this is the very free versions. The paid version will also look the same. It just once we begin to execute the platform into multiple settings and multiple requirements, that's when we need to upgrade. If you want to see the pricing of it, let me open, and what we will get, what not we will get. So if I'll go here, so there are multiple options. One right now, which I am over in, which is the free versions. Right. In the standard plan, you find out why customers see your 24x ROI using a standard plan. You will get this. It will cost you around this much money for up to 500 contacts that you could do. Generative AI features that you will get, which will not get in the free version. added advanced segmentation and reporting. You will get a bit of segmentation, but not the reporting part in the free version. Enhanced automation, and all those things. Now, customer coded email templates, free more templates in the free. Also, you'll get customizable pop-up forms and personalized onboarding, right? Once we go for the premium version, it will directly move from 500 to 10,000 customer base with almost 150,000 emails each month, going to 10,000 customers. Get our most comprehensive tool to engage your audience, which is more number of user base you can add and make a bigger emailer campaign, of course. Unlimited seats and audiences, data-driven optimized tools, migration support, phone support, dedicated onboarding, and customer success manager. All right. And some of the other things. So premium, standard, essential, and this is what we are right now using. So no rupees, but our limit is only 500 contacts, which is good because earlier it used to be only 100 customers that I could add in the free version, if I'm not wrong. Right. So this is what it does. And you can later on check based on the requirement. Basically, if you all forms who does email marketing, take some kind of plan with Mailchimp or similar other tools and do that. All right. Now, if we go to the platform itself, so I'll close this. Now, this is where we need to do all the, so there are multiple tabs you can see over here. One is, this is the home tab. This is the entire dashboard, which will summarize my previous data, if at all, that how the email has performed, what was the opening rate, what was a click per unique opens, and how many of them unsubscribed, the number of recipients who opted out of your emails using the unsubscribe link in an individual email, right? So how many of them have unsubscribed after the emailer and all those things. Then the audience, how many current contacts I have, all those in the summary version. Now, this is where you can see all your campaigns that you're running. Right now, there is no campaign, so you will not be able to see to it. We will see in some time, of course. This is the automation part wherein, so now this part is with the paid versions, right? So welcome new contacts, share exclusive content with new leads over social media platform, and other things that you will see later on, of course. So these are more of automation that has been included in the paid versions, which was not there, but for the last couple of years, it's there now. This is the audience section. This is where we will start. When you can see the audience dashboard, tags, and segmentations that you could create. So this is where the major work, or not major work rather, but the beauty of comes in there, wherein, as I said, the beauty of email marketing is largely about the tagging that you can do to the customer, that what every customer defines to you and what kind of campaign you need to do, how to do that, how to segment that, and everything else, right? And that's where the audience forum section in this is very, very important or critical. We will also understand that these are some of the dummy email IDs that I've added earlier, just to show. So all my email IDs with whom I can consider as a customer or anything are there. Right now you can see total 14 contacts, which is mostly dummy. A few my IDs also over there, and sort of things, right? Now, till this, everything is clear about the platform. Very basic thing I've covered so far, and then we're gonna use it now in terms of execution point of view. All good, everyone? Okay. So now when in this platform, we will see some of the terms like open rate and this rate and that rate. You will be able to figure it out what it is. And that's why we go from basics to from scratch to build up every topic, and then we do the practical, so that now things are very clear from practical and theoretical approach both, right? Now over here, what we need to do is, now there are multiple ways you can add context to the to this platform. And before I go any further, let me just give a disclaimer that in email marketing, come what may, there will be some kind of manual work which is needed because it's almost free to do, right? But you need to add some amount of time and some amount of your own labor, your own mind into it. So it bit of manual processing or manual thing need to be done when it comes to email marketing. Now, when it comes to add the audience to this platform, let's suppose I want to add a few of you to send my emailer. I'm running a digital marketing course kind of a website, and some of the leads I have getted, and I need to add to this platform so that directly all my audience are there on one platform instead of me maintaining a huge Excel file and trying to keep on checking who is there, what kind of doing all those things. I can totally put it in one place, which is my this platform, and then all my audience I can segment it and then send the mailers accordingly from this platform itself. So that's where the easy part comes into the play. So if you see over here at the top right now, let's say this audience I have categorized as student academy, right? And then I want to add a few more audience into this. So what I need to do is, all I need to do is I need to add contact, and let's say I have only one or two leads or one or two customers or leads or whatever I need to add, and I don't want to import it from anyone, any other platform. There are multiple ways, as I said, we'll learn each one by one. So I'll go over here and add a single contact, which is a manual process. So then all I need to do is I need to provide the details over here. Now at this stage, I need volunteer, some of you or just two of you can, if you can send me your mail IDs. I hope that is fine with everyone. Right. So Sarthak has already shared. So let's say I will add him as my entity. So right now I need only two. So let's say Sarthak dot Panik at the rate I will delete it these any which ways later on, so that you will remain assured that there will be no misuse of it. iCloud.com, sarthak.banik at the rate iCloud.com. Maybe this is not considered. I don't know why. Let me use the other one. Gmail.com. Enter out. This should not be the case. What is required once? Okay, I was adding a space, sorry. So Jitendra, then the last name Nathani. Now these are some important fields that I need to add. Now you can further also add the address and all those things if you want to. I mean, more details, and of course for a professional use, if you want to add all the details so that you know which region and everything the customer is, you can add that. For now, let's say I only add a country of residence for him as in India, and his phone number may be +9123467843. Okay, as maybe. You can add birth and birth month and date also, which I will recommend when you do for the real customer, because the tool will highlight you that these customers have their birthdays in this month. A few times you might have received a kind of emailer or messages during your birthdays and anniversaries, right? And all these brands send you to make you feel special and some kind of special special discount, or maybe just a congratulatory mail or something like that, right? Yes, you all have received it in your life. Yeah, so that's where it's important. If you want to add in real, of course, you should add it. I'm not adding it right now because we are doing a trial version. Also add the addresses if you get the details of that from your lead. If not, it's okay. Not in every lead you will get all the address and details. Sometimes you only get the city and the and the country, right? And that's why you see these fields are not also mandatory, because of course it's impossible to get all that, and impossible to get all these details from your audience or the customers, right? Now that's been done. You can, let's say I will put in, I remember Jiten said from Konkan, so Maharashtra, maybe Maharashtra region, and country India, right? And then this is the beauty comes in, wherein you can tag each of the customer. Okay, Mangaon, very nice. So tag each of the individual as what kind of person you want to tag it as. So let's say if I'll add a tag, now these are pre-created ones that I have created, right? Like a student, a vendor, a high network individual, customer, lead, staff, and all sort of things. If you accordingly, you can then, if I click as an student, now Jitendra will be added to the student list of mine. And whenever I want to do a campaign for the students itself, I can only select that tag, right? So let's say for now, I'll show you how to create it. So I will just click over there, and let's say I will name it as June 25 leads, maybe, right? And then I'll create it. So now this is a new category I have created, right? June 2025 leads, and now I'll tag it. So it's so easy for me now to, every time I don't have to go to the entire Excel file and do everything. Once it's done, I'll be able to filter it out, and from this platform itself I can choose the type of audience, or why this tagging is done. I hope you guys are able to remember. I've said in the earlier stage that different customers at a different stage, or maybe different type or different things. So I can do that now. Right. So this is what I have created. I have tagged him. Now all I have to do is, yes, this person gave me permission to email them. Yes. So I'll click on it. In most cases, these are the opt-ins, so there'll not be any problem. And then if this person is already my audience, no, so he's not my audience right now. And then I will add to contact. So please enter a complete address. Okay, 1 second. And down. Usually it's not asking, but I don't know why. Let me just randomly write something. No, it's okay. This is new development, it seems, because it never used to ask full. Yeah, just give me the pin code. I believe it's the pin code which is needed. 400 402 104. Let me check now and add to contact. Yeah, so now the contact with the email jitendra.nathani@gmail.com was successfully added to your audience. Now he has been added. Right now I can add just one more, which I believe Sarthak has given. So sarthak.panik@icloud.com. Yeah, so Sarthak Panik, Hillview 1 2 3 4, maybe city Kolkata, West Bengal, and pin code is 70092. Select country India. Birthdays we don't want. Phone number I just randomly use. +914565674322. Yeah. And then again, I have to go over here and tag him. No thanks. right? So now you can get all the list over here, which is the previous one is not here for some reason. 1 second. Okay, let me just add to him as a student, add tag, and then add content. Yeah, so now Sarthak is also added. Now what I'll do is I'll go to my audience, and you see earlier it was 14 contacts. Now it is as 16 contacts, and you can see over here Sarthak and Jitendra been added to my contact list. All I need to do is I need to click on this tag contact and then change it to June 2025 leads, and done. So now these two are tagged as June 2025 leads, which is the new customers that I have added. And if I need to go and check over here tags, I click on this and see only these two links will be here. So I can just select at any point in time what tag. So I can go to students and unclick this. So this, I will have to remove him from this tag. For now, for some reasons, is here. Anyways, bit of hiccup here, but usually it should not be. If I go to vendor, right? So there are this. So basically, the idea you got. Yeah, it's been added to two tags. I will later on filter it out. I will just clean it here, and then you can check all the details. So this is one way to add the list of customers. Now you can say that if it's manual, right? Right now I just had to add two, but if let's suppose there are 500 leads or 600 leads, it's going to take a lot of time. And that's why it says add a single contact. So whenever we have limited number of contacts, one or two at point in time, we could do that. Right, not a most efficient way of adding the audience or adding the list of customers to your to this platform, because it's a lot of laborious work otherwise. If I have, let's suppose, hundreds and thousands of leads that I need to put into this put into this tool, it will take a lot of time, right? That's when I am teaching all forms so that you know that whatever the possibilities are, whatever suits best, you can do that. Now, yeah. So now there are other forms. You can see this import context, which is also possible. Now importing is done multiple ways, which I'll also show you, from tools, integrated tools within, and also through other forms. So if I'll go over here, now if I'll add import context, now you see there are three options. The first one says import from another services. Now, what are those another services? Help ensure data between the Mailchimp and your third-party app automatically syncs. So third-party apps are like Salesforce. Out of this platform like Salesforce, Zoho, through which you can do the sales campaign. Yes, all these platforms are also having the flexibility to integrate with your Mailchimp kind of a thing. So whatever database or the lead base that you have ensured from the that you have covered, let's suppose you've done a lead based campaign and you're doing the lead sales campaign through Salesforce, right? Most companies does it. And all the leads got captured. Now you want to keep that leads right now, and later on you can use it for the email marketing. You can integrate, directly import all those emailers from this on this Mailchimp through importing through the tool. But that comes that you should have that kind of use that kind of tool, and also it comes with the paid versions, right? So if I just continue, see, these are the platforms: Zapier, Salesforce, what I mentioned, Shopify, Squarespace, QuickBooks, and sort of thing. All these platforms are okay to share the data and add the leads on this audience management platform. So you can see add Salesforce leads and contacts to an audience. Similarly, you can sync the audience leads from Woo or Zapier or Shopify also. So you can bring Shopify customer data into Mailchimp. So basically these days, most of the e-commerce website has been getting created by default on the Shopify platform. And later on, whatever the customer you are able to generate, like those who are purchasing with you to remarket, or those who have just logged in with you but not buying anything, and you want to later on target those customers using an emailer, or want to give exclusive kind of a reward thing on an emailer so that they can get converted from consideration phase to as a loyal customer or a satisfied customer. Remember, we talk about all of these things. That's when converting a lead to a potential customer into a customer, the email marketing comes into play. And that's why this integration is available over here. So we can it's like just a click base. If at all you have your Salesforce account or any of this platform account, all you need to do is add, and they will ask for the details over here, which I don't have right now, but I'll show you that. So just get integrated, right? So you just need to integrate Mailchimp integration app. You get it now, and then everything will be done, right? So that's an easy part. And then by default, it will pull all the data, all the leads that you have on this platform on its own basis, the matrix that you have set during the lead generation, and your leads will be captured in this Mailchimp platform. Make sense to all of you? Is it okay so far? Yes. Now the other form is, since we don't have any of this, we go back, right? We go back here. Now, apart from the third-party application, you can also upload. Let's suppose you are maintaining an Excel sheet initially, and you're having 150, 2,000 customer base, and now you want to do a mailer campaign. In most companies, remember, people during the events, earlier they used to have registers during the event, right? Like, every new customer coming in, they need to put in their details, mail ID, and all on a register. Then later on, there's at the reception or somebody sits where you can also drop the card, or with the person then in there keep on converting, scan the visiting cards, or at times manually filling the email Excel files and create the list of emails, right? Leads. Have you noticed that during the events? Yeah. Let's assume that you might have created a list of 100,000 customers, an Excel file, and then now you want to do an emailer campaign, or you want to send them a welcome emailer, right? And how would you do that? How do you receive usually after the event all these welcome emailers that thanks for you being part of the event, and you have come to our booth or come to our stall, and it was a nice interaction sort of things, and you have to send this to mass audience. Let's suppose you have captured 2,000 leads. Does it mean that you have to manually put all the mail ID, copy paste from the Excel file or not? No. So what easily you could do is that you have to upload that file over here, but there is a catch. You can't upload Excel file. You can only import data from CSV file, which is called comma separated value files, right? Only CSV file, which is very easy to convert any file into a CSV file also. That also we will learn now. So let me go to the Google Sheets, let's say, all right, and let me create a different sheet altogether. Now, so let's say I'm capturing first name, sorry, last name, email address, and phone number. Yeah, that's what I will capture. So I believe Sarthak, Sumit has also shared the mail ID. So I will use this time his Sumit, and then it's Gaikwad, okay, WAD, Gaikwad, email address is 8017@gmail.com, and then phone number is +9133267889. Yeah. Formula error. Yeah. Let's see. Anyone else would like to volunteer the one more mail ID so that at least it will be at least 2 or 3 over here. If there is anyone who's okay with. Any more mail IDs? If anyone, okay, so Nathani has given another mail ID. So let's say Jitendra. Nathani. Now you'll see one more thing out of it, right? So let's say J underscore Nathani. Com, right? And phone number is 1890765 okay. Now what I have to do is I've just have to keep this file as a CSV file. So I'll go over here, file, download, and you'll see this file, not PDF, not Excel, nothing, but comma separated value files, which is .csv file. So I'll download it, right? And then I go to my platform, I'll click over here, continue, and then select downloads over here, and then continue. Hopefully it will work. Now, this is where I have created the audience as Student Academy project. So yes. Now it will ask me update any existing contact. Now this is interesting. Let me see if it usually it does. If there is one matrix changes and everything else is same. Let's suppose Jitendra, his mail ID and everything is same, just the contact details have changed. So it will figure it out and it will update it. But in this case, we have changed two things, mail ID as well as the phone number. So let me show. Okay, and then continue. Right. Now we need to tag them again. So we can choose from here or we can create it on its different tagging altogether. I'll stick to June 2025. Right. And then continue. And you see here. So first name, what all it takes, it will show you. So what all I'm capturing, first name, yeah, over here. Why it's 1 second, this bit of change here. Sumit, Jitendra, yes, Sumit and Jitendra, last name Gaikwad Nathan. These are the two mail IDs and these are phone number. So all four fields that I have added over here in the CSV file, they have captured for the two customers, right? If at all any of these fields I don't want to add further later on, I can just uncheck it. But I need all of these four. So phone number, these two phone numbers, these two mail IDs, these two, the name and the surnames, and yes, and then continue. Select email markup status. So of course, I'll say they have subscribed my emailers, and then finalizing import. Right, complete import. Two new contacts were added, right? So now two more contacts have been added. Let me go and check to the audience. So yeah, it couldn't because it differentiate basically from the mail ID point of view, right? And that's been done. So now Jitendra, Sumit, Sarthak, and another mail ID of Jitendra has been added. And then if I go to tags also, you can check the 4 customers that I have added. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay, no problem. So I'll go back, cancel, exit. Yes. Right. Now there is another method. As I said, these 4 customers are there. Now, let's suppose I have a huge set of Excel file or something from which we cannot convert into CSV file. It's not from the third party. It's not into the CSV format. I have a PDF maybe or any other format, but I cannot convert into a CSV file, and manually putting each detail one by one will be very time taking and time consuming and laborious process. All I can do is I can copy paste. So there is a method for that as well, or facility for that as well. All you can do is in this method, you can go to copy and paste and then continue. Right now over here, what I have done is I have the existing 2 customers itself. What I have done is I will change the phone numbers and everything that they have shared me earlier. Right. I'm keeping the mail ID and other details same, just few changes here and there in the phone number. Right. And then I'll copy paste the details. Now it could be 2, it could be 100, whatever number I have, I can just easily copy paste. Right. So I'll copy paste from this platform. I go here on this and simply paste it. So first name, last name, email address and phone number. Let's see. And remember, these 2 customers are with these mail ID are already there in the list. I only change the phone number. So I'll continue. Or maybe I need just one more help from you all. Maybe one more mail ID, somebody, if anyone is willing to share one more detail, someone just Sarthak it again. So let's say Sarthak. And I'll keep the surname as B, Banik. And then Sarthak 692@gmail.com and phone number as 91456903905. Yeah, now 3 customers I have in this list. I will copy, go here, copy paste, continue, and I'm copy pasting. Now in this, 2 existing mail IDs I have and 1 new mail ID that I'm adding. Let's see. So I'll continue. Now again, the same audience segment. I will update any existing contacts if there are any and continue. I will tag them as June 2025 leads. Continue. Now these 4 out of 4 columns will be imported. First name, last name, email address, and phone number as I've just copy pasted, and then continue. Yes, and finalize the import. So now you'll say 3 contacts will be updated or added to your student academy. It doesn't say 3 contacts will be added. It says updated or added. Let me check. Right. Earlier we have 4 numbers. So you see it has detected basis on the mail ID that I have only 1 new contact, which is this new contact, and 2 existing customers. 2 existing contacts were updated, which is Sumit and Jitendra remain the same. Their phone number will get updated only. Nothing else will be updated. So there will not be any duplication. So I'll just do view new contact. Right. And you see, if I'll go to the tags already. Yeah. So you see, it should be earlier I had 4. This time I added 3. So 7, but it's just 1, 2, 3, 4. Whereas which one is missing? Okay, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so 5 customers are there. So it by default detected the duplications. Yes, the unique ID is because it's an emailer campaign, right? Without email, you can't do anything. So emailer is the primary thing. If email remains the same and you update a few changes here and there, let's suppose the customer has changed the phone number, you just want to update the list, right? You can do that. So by default, it will detect it. It will avoid the duplication of it and then keep on adding more customers. There are 3 to 4 ways which I have shown. One being you can add single, if there are less number of 5 to 10 contacts that you need to add, you can also add manually, or you can also copy paste, right? You can also importing via multiple means, which is for the third party services, uploading a CSV file, or you can copy paste, and that will be all your customers will be getting updated over here, and you will see by means of tags that which tag detects you have added to these leads or the customers, and you can find it. You can also see it over here at the dashboard, right? So I have 5 new contacts. This is the audience overall adding tool, wherein you can check each audience based on the tags and sort of thing. And then you can go to the dashboard where you can see recent growth. So I've added 5 new contacts, total 6 customers, 5 under this tag, 5 leads, and 1 staff, which is internal, and 1 vendor, right? So all these things that under which category, how many leads or the customers or the contacts I have, you can see to it. Good, interesting so far, everyone. I need confirmation from most of you because there are others being totally silent today. So let me know if it's going well, and if still now everything is clear and understood clearly, the tools and use case of it. Yes. So now all my leads, whichever whom I want to do, I have maintained the emailer list with whom I can now at any point in time do my emailer campaign, and they are categorized as per the requirements I have. So which, if I need to send an emailer to the customers, I'll choose these 6. If I have to choose this leads, I can choose this. And later on also, if let's say these leads, like June leads, have converted to the customer, I can edit it also. I don't know, there should be an edit section once again, right? So I can edit it at any point in time, right? And then I can add this customer. One second. Move to audience. Sorry. I can add to different tag, right? Or I can remove from a particular tag, and then I can add it to customer tag. So as I see that if there is a particular lead converted into a customer and later on it reflects, or it has already been purchasing from me, I can keep on managing this is very easily. So I can shift the audience from that way. More importantly, it's good to manage. Let's suppose you have vendors to whom you want to do a campaign. You have a HNI customers to whom you want to do a campaign, and then you have a mass campaign that you want to do for everybody, right? So you can just manage all of that together from here. Now, this is from the audience management point of view. From this tool itself, now we can also do send a emailer, right? So we can do a different campaign, right? And then we can do a campaign. So can we now get into the campaign mode? We can create a campaign. If so far all good, don't judge me based that how I'm creating it, right? Learn it from what needed to be done instead of how bad or good I am doing it. Yeah. So let's go here. And now at the top, you will see campaign, right? So I'll click on this. Now, if you have already multiple campaigns running, you will get the list of those campaigns over here along with some details, right? Right now, there is no campaign for me going on. So it's just like nothing else over here. Otherwise, you'll get the list of campaign that this campaign, whatever you named it, it will reflect over here. So now I'll go to the create mode. What I'll do is I'll create, right? And this is where you will find these three options, wherein a regular email, automation, and this we'll talk about later on. Right now, there are two automations. Of course, right now we do not have access because we are in the free version, and it will be more AI generated, more of like the things that we have learned about, that what will come with the premium packages, what all other features enabled, that will come. Right, so we do not have access to it because it's more AI integrated. It will do email automation that personalize your marketing and save your time. It creates more or less, it's create everything from the command and do it automation. So what we will do is we'll learn from the manual. Right. So now this is our regular email or emailer that you could also create. And that's the beauty of the tool, that you have the audience over here, and then you can also create the emailer from here and send it also from this tool itself. So everything at one platform, from managing your leads, keeping it updated, to creating an email campaign and then sending it to the different audience through for your emailer, right? So let's go for this. Now, in this, you will get options like you want to create it from scratch on your own, which is also free, right? You can get the basic layout and then you can use that layout to create your emailer. Like these are all free. These both are free. You can start from scratch if you have a creative instinct, and if you have a creative team who just want a plain canvas and they say everything I will put, and I don't need a placeholder. I want to create my own customized totally email. You can do that. The free basic template is wherein some guidelines will be there that what to be placed and how to place, but it will be very raw. You can use that template and create an emailer. And the third being that fully designed template, right? So this we will not get an access to because again, this comes with the free paid version, right? All we need to do in this is just change the name and some of the text and it's good to go, right? Or maybe let's check if this is available to us also. Yeah, so even this is available. Great, right? So we can use some of it, I believe, not all of it. Yeah, upgrade to use, upgrade to use. No, this we can't use. So let's go to all templates. Okay. Yeah, so we could use these ones, which has some template and basic guidelines, not all like start from scratch. So we could choose any of these. Let's say I'll choose this one since it's free, right? And now this is like your game now, that how you want to create the emailer and everything else. This is a drop, and we will create it right away. This is a drag and drop thing. You can put over here, and then you can create as you want to create. Right. So let's say I will let this be, and then I will add a divider here, or let's delete it. So these sites, guys, now this is the tool that you could use, right? These are the things that you could drag and drop whatever you need an emailer, and then you can create it over here. Now, most of these things you can use it in the free version, maybe a few things which we can't use, right, in the free versions, right? So let's say at the top, I'll just delete this one right now, and then I will add a logo. Let me say here, right? So now I need I want to add a logo as well as a headline over here parallel to each other, and accordingly I can do that, right? So let's say I have a food joint. Food fast food logo, right? Maybe this one. Now, guys, before I go ahead with this, a disclaimer. Never use Gmail images for emailers. As I've said this earlier also, wherever I use the image, I'm just using it right now to save time, easy access I have. And I'm not going to use it to send it to the customers. The maximum I can send it to you, this one is to you people as a trial. and I have a belief and hope that you won't sue me for the copyright using these images, right? So otherwise, there are multiple platforms through which you can access copyright-free images, or you can create your own. Or there are Canva templates which you can of course, these days Canva is advertising a lot. Also, you can create logos and everything else. I can also show that how to create the logo from Canva and all, but that will take a lot of time and unnecessarily killing of time. So the idea is that don't use any images from Google and sort of thing, because unnecessarily you don't want to ruin your campaign because of the copyright issue. Yeah, right. So then we have already a food. It's time, and we can now add a, let's say, a headline over here. So let me think of something, and then accordingly we will begin. So let's say taste the most delicious food in town. Now, please don't judge me based on the creativity that I am doing. I'm just doing it for learning purpose again. And then I can set the logo here, upload image, downloads, fast food. And that's it. Now we can, right, you can see how dirty it is looking or how ugly it is looking, because I've just randomly used an image, right? But how to beautify is something up to you, right? And then no, let's use this one for time being. Yeah, and then this is where I can add images. Yeah, so you see, I'm building it up, a kind of emailer. I can replace it. I can edit the image, how it should appear on my entire thing. Right, so I believe as a portrait, as a landscape, wide view, custom, square, whatever. I believe wide view looks better, so I can save it. And then I can also make it like full to the screen. So that's how the image will be. And I can also add alt text if you want to. Then here, let's say I don't want this thing, or rather I want maybe, let me check, delete this. For now, I'm deleting all of this. So I'm deleting this also. And now I need let's say a space bar here. Right, so I need let's say paragraph, right? And then I can talk about my emailer. So my logo has been at the top. Usually it's actually the logo doesn't look good over here, but you can understand the point. Now I want to write some copy thing into this. So let's say our roles the most shout out in the town, or maybe this is a promotional, so not like this. Maybe I want to write discount or maybe all bold discount up to 60% in the first 100 customers on this Sunday. Offer can be soon or on Sundays. Offer ending soon. Now this I want to make it bold. Let me check if I can do it. Okay, 1 second. As heading. Yeah, so I want to make this text bold like this, maybe. Yeah, and then I will maybe some details that I'm just showing how to basically make a basic roles. Most in town. Bit of details you need to add in the emailers. Fresh ingredients. I don't know the spelling. Else, yeah. And daily create more than 10,000 roles. Hence, in about opening outlet, something like that. Some catchphrases I'm using. Starting 7 p.m. Grab your point. This weekend. Yeah. Okay. Or maybe another catchphrase should be use the code below and we will serve you the best roles ever. Something like that. Just yeah. So this is, you can see a very basic email that I've created now. Bit of headline. Now this looks ugly, so maybe I'll just delete this for now, and I'll add the logo maybe at the top if it allows me. Here. Um, and then will be left aligned. I believe this is better compared to the earlier one. So I've got the logo, I've got the image. This I need to change. Yeah. And then all those things. Now beyond that, you need to, is there anyone who can tell me what is missing? Anyone? CTA is missing, yes. So we need to add the CTA into this, a clear call to action also. So this for call to action, what we will have to do is add a button. So you will find something like this. I need to bring this down. Right, and sorry. Let me just for now delete this button over here, right? And then I can use this button in terms of maybe phone number, and then you can add the phone number also. 9167896 343, and then edit. 1 second. Time. Then I can say, since the phone number is linked, call us now. Yeah, so this is, if you have a real number, it's by default linked with the phone number that you will add, and then I can change it to solid, however you want it, round, and maybe the color should be like this. Let's see. Button should be, let's say, like this. Yeah. And yeah, so there's one call to action over here. Now I need to add another button. Maybe let's suppose this is to call to book the table. And if I have online option, maybe I need another button. So I'll add the code. So code flat 60, right? So that both the things are there. Now I have to change this style also. I'll go here, I'll make it 1, I'll make it round, I'll make the button color with this, and that's it, right? So a very basic emailer that you can see is fine. Now in under this, if you also want people to, of course, find you on the social media, you go here, add the social media tags, and then you can add your Facebook link, your Instagram link, and your Twitter link. So the links or any other social media account that you want to add, you can add your email, you can TikTok, YouTube, whatever, you can add it from here. So let's say I want to add also WhatsApp, right? And that's it. So there are 4 social media icons also that people can check. Now these creative assistant, video, all those things you will be able to integrate in the automation version of the mailer, right? Because you don't have the automation in the free version, so we can't do that. But this is how, if you don't need to also this, delete this, and a basic emailer is ready. A very dirty one right now for sure, because of the lack of resources and the time that we have. You can do it much better in the once you have before the final paid versions and sort of things. But that's how the emailers get created. Make sense to all of you? Maybe we could just do this. I know this is not the best of the mailers. That what do you think? Because it says roles and it has photos. So maybe let's check tools, images. Yeah, or which one to use? Maybe this looks interesting. Sorry. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so a very basic emailer is good, is ready for me to. Yeah. Now, usual thing is people make the emailers and then send it. Don't do it. Always test the emailer. And the best way to test it is to yourself. Send it to yourself. See how it's appearing on the email. Because it should not be fragmented. It should not be the email look is not looking good. So always test the emailer. Also in this, you can see the review over here. So this is how it will look in the desktop. And this is how it will look in the email. So I believe it fits for both. On email also is looking pretty neat comparatively, considering the time and the elements that we have had to create. Right. So this is a mobile version. If somebody will find your emailer on the, if somebody will find your emailer on the mobile phone, this is how it will look like. On the desktop, this is how it will look like. Yeah. Now there are 2 things you could do. Either you can save it and exit right now for later on to send it, or the first thing what you have to do is you have to send it. So let's say I will do the send. Now you can see over here, by default, it is my mail ID using which I will be sending this emailer to others. I will first test this emailer on that email itself. So I will, let's say, I will send test, and your recipient should receive your test email untitled shortly. If recipients reply to your email, their feedback will be shown in the comment tab, right? And okay. And then let me go and check. So first, okay, this is here. Let me check if I have received. I don't know, it might be all mails also. Yeah, so you see, this is how it will appear in the emailer. So right now it's a live demo. I have sent the emailer and it will be appearing like this in the email. So now I am confirmed that the way I have created the emailer over here, similarly it will be appearing to the audience whomsoever it will go to. You can check that, right? So once I am sure, confirm, and like satisfied that okay, it's going the way it should be, right? I'm okay to send it to the all customers. So I'll go over here. Now you can do one thing, save and exit. One second. And so you can do finish later, or I can send it right away. Now, as I said, I can send it to all people or everything else. So this is how the emailer look like. You can have, we already have preview it. You can see this is how it's appearing. Right now, I can choose my audience over here. So I will go and I don't want to send it to all. One second. So I will have to all emailers instead of, I will go here and click on the tags and June 2025 leads, and yes, cancel it, right? One second. Send to tags June 2025 leads, and that's it. So now it will only be going to my June 2025 leads. Can you all see how I have, now I can check the audience. So my campaign name is Student Academy. June 2025 leads is what the audience I want to send it to, right? So only one category of audience I've selected, not all. And then personalize the send to field. So I will do it by first name and last name, right? And then I have to write the subject line, remember, which is very important. So why it's not allowing me? So guys, bit of, I believe it's stuck. Yeah. Now I can write the subject line. So let's say just random stuff and then save. Yeah, so this is my subject line. You can also review it, cancel. And then now this is where I can't schedule the sending. So in paid version, you can click over here and you can also schedule it. But for that, you can see you need to upgrade the plan, right? So in the free version, I can't schedule it like you can schedule your post. Like suppose I have to do it 1 month, 1 week later, like you schedule your post on LinkedIn and on Facebook and everything else. You can't do that in the free version. Right? So I have to send it now. And yeah. I can edit it also. Email link, Mailchimp. I don't know. Let's see. Randomly, I'll send it. just check if you guys will save. And since like Sarthak, Sumit, Jitendra, I believe you will receive, these are the 5 recipients with the duplication of IDs. So Sarthak, Jitendra, Sumit, and again, yeah, so all 5 of you are, 3 of you, but in total 5 customers with different mail IDs have been added. And if I'll send, just check your mail ID, respective mail ID, if you receive it. So if you guys give me permission, I'll send it to you. Since it will appear like this as I have sent it to myself, as you can see in the mail ID of mine, similarly. Can I send it to you all? Okay, so let's see. Yeah, and send. So, moment. Why am I also want to show send it, because I wanted to further, I wanted to show. So this is how the mail has been went. 5 subscribers in one segment from the audience, Student Academy. From Student Academy, welcome to the finest place of role. Sorry, there's a spelling mistake which I should have checked. Sorry for that. Of roles, and enjoy mouth-watering roles at 60% discount. Send time June 14th, and email link is this. Just check your mail IDs if you guys have received it. Maybe it had went to the all mails, because right now there's not much categorization has been done, and this account need to be more activated in terms of not appear as a junk mail, right? Which I have not done. That's the reason, not any other reason. Please check and let me know. Received? How about others? Okay. If not, let it be. Confirm if you guys are checking, Jitendra and Sumit. But that's how it is, right? So now, can you see how easy it was to send an emailer? To create an email campaign and send it, of course. So Jitendra also confirmed he has received it. So now I have already shared a discounted, like, this Sunday, a 60% discount for the roles. Please go and enjoy. Sarthak and Sumit, you already have it. Which restaurant, I don't know, though. So, but why I wanted you to why I wanted to send this and wanted you to check is, now if I go to this campaign again, since the emailer has done, if I go to this, let's say first the home section, right? So I have current 19 contacts, 5 recipients I have sent the email. And if I go to the campaign, you see, so this is where it will show me the details, that this is the campaign that I have created, the audience, number of recipients, and analysis as well then and there. So two mails got open, which is by Jitendra and Sarthak, and hence the 40% of opening rate it is showing me, right? So then in there, right then and there, as the campaign goes live, you can get these numbers, and it will keep on updating as the number improves or whatever will happen. Right now, it's just very smaller campaign, 5 audience, and that's why you can get these kind of numbers over here, right? So you can get the reports, and for more details, if we'll have a paid campaign, or sorry, a paid platform, we can go to this analytics section, and one second. Yeah. Now this is where we are not getting the right data. Why? Because we don't have the paid versions. So we are getting the data in terms of sample data, right? Not the real data. So we'll go here, and you will get all kind of reports. So 20% open rate to 0% click rate, delivers 100%. So there is no bounce, right? And you will get 24-hour performance snapshot. It will keep on updating over here. Click performance. This was the email that I have sent and all those things. And if I go to this tool, right, try mastering that. Right. So if I need to check more detailed analytics, we need to upgrade to the standard plan at least. But we can check with the sample data. Right now, this is a sample data that you have. So in sample data is not showing anything. So otherwise you'll get all the details, total number of mails sent, number of open rate, click rate, and also people who have unsubscribed, right? That also you will get. Then you will get the click rate each day, like how the campaign have done in the last couple of days. You can get the details. And this is where you can get the conversion funnel. So how many people are getting converted? Did they click on the CTA action and then bought your product or not? Everything you will get, and the funnel also over here. So delivered, opened, clicked, and orders. So how many got delivered? How many have opened it? How many have clicked on the call to action? And how many have ordered the final things or book or whatever the call was in terms of finally, right? And this is again, you will get abuse report rate in terms of how many get not bounces delivered but an unsubscribed and sort of thing that you will get. And 1 second, that's it. Yeah, so you will get then in their report, a live report, keep on updating on its own as the numbers will improve. You will get the entire funnel also, from opening to, from delivery to open to click to uh, order, and all the other reports that you want to check. In further analytics, you can get more detailed version of all the things, but that need to be paid to the standard plan. That's how you could do it here on this. Good. So far, interesting. Whew. So all the things that we have learned, right, you can get in the analysis here itself, so that you know also that what does open, what does, how this funnel is getting created, and why I'm getting this report, how many people it was sent to, what is the ROI and everything else that you can analyze on this. How about others? Meghal, Krishna, Ojas, Sheetal, Shivangi, Tarun, and everybody. All good? Great. Okay. Now there is 1 second. Yeah. One more thing. This has been done. One second. So this is where you can check who have opened it. So Jitendra Nathani from his Gmail ID, and I believe Sarthak from his iCloud ID has opened it. So you can check recipient activity 1 and 2. Two mailers have been opened. So this is where you can get all the details. Yeah. Cool. Till this, everything is clear. You can see order history here. If it's like an e-commerce platform that I've added, if this would have been like on order thing, I can get the e-commerce report also, that how many orders have been finalized, what is the average order value, and the total revenue I have generated. So that also you can get it from this report itself. So let's suppose if Jitendra and Sarthak would have ordered something, so 2 orders, average order value, let's say in 500 rupees or whatever dollars, and then total revenue, let's say in total they have ordered of 1500 or something, or yeah, so or 1200 or something. So total revenue would be that. That also you can get over here. But this is all will be in the paid version, I believe, for now. Cool. So one platform, multiple use case, and everything can be done. Now, there's one more thing I wanted to tell. If I go to campaign, let's say, and many a times what happen is that you are running a campaign. Let's suppose you're on the Gmail. Yeah, okay. You have not, maybe check in all mails, Sarthak. On Gmail, just check all mails. And maybe refresh it, because if you have received it in one mail ID, I'm sure you'll receive it on the other as well. Or might be there was some error from my side in terms of writing your Gmail ID. Could be the possibility. Yeah. Or server thing. It could happen. Yeah. Now, yeah. So I was saying that, let's say many times what happens is you create a lead-based campaign for your product, and you want to capture the lead. Now, what is most important thing to capture the lead or to bring the traffic? Anyone, if you're doing a lead-based campaign, what is the single important thing you need? Anyone? CTA will be there in the lead campaign or text. It is the landing page. Have you heard of that? The landing page is very important. Where if you're generating a lead-based campaign, where the customer will land to fill in the details. The landing page is most important thing to capture the leads, right? So that also, let's suppose you don't have a full-fledged website or something like that. You're running a campaign to create the database for your e-commerce platform or something like that, or you don't have that full-fledged website where you want to capture the data, and yet you are running a campaign with some basic functionalities. You want to create a microsite, a landing page where you can capture the data, and later on you can use that to do the marketing and sort of thing, but you need the database. So this tool also helps in that. What you have to do is, let's say you have to go to the campaign, you go to create, right? And the last one, which I have not explained, remember, this is the landing page. So create a landing page that lets people sign up to receive product promotions and discounts. Yeah, so you can also create a landing page that will be like a promotional, a newsletter or something like that, or they can sign up for that thing using this. So let's see this also. So let's say landing page name is maybe a different category. Digital marketing course. Okay. Student Academy, and I will begin. So that's why this is one of the most interesting and powerful tool when it comes to email marketing. Everything is at one place, and also you can create your own landing page. Now you can see this is a lead generation. This is promote product promotion. You can check based on the category you are into, right? And maybe some of them mostly looks like free. I'm not sure if this one is right. Let me check if this I can use it. Yeah, so I can use it for sure. Yeah, better. Right. So Now using which, this is where I can use a very simple basic landing page. Again, more of like the same thing, but we'll see the functionality of this also, how it works. Yeah. And you can drag and drop things over here. So this is the logo here. I can make it short. Right. This is the logo that, let's suppose, educational school, stay connected with the customer. So I can change the heading over here. Enroll for the best in category digital marketing classes, right? Then one second. So then where in we need maybe some details here. So I'll just write down. We'll just create it and then maybe this also need to change. It's too big. Master digital marketing. Something like that. Then I need to add some details here. So let's say get yourself equipped with skills like SEO, SEM, social media, management, email marketing, and landing page and web design, right? Perfect for beginners and professionals. Learn it by doing it. Get certified and stay ahead. Just a random thing, save and close. Now this is the header. Now this is where this is a opt-in, right? Or this is like a lead generation thing. So you can add multiple things. You can detail out about us and all those things later at the bottom. But before that, what you need is, let's say, here you need more fields. So what all fields you want from your customer? Like usually this is very important, right? So yeah, okay. Yeah. So by default, you can see over here email address, but I need more fields so I can check. I also want, let's say, first name, last name, and phone number. Now, phone number may be not mandatory, but I would keep it as like this and this at least, right? And this, then there'll be save and close. So now there are four fields: email address, first name, last name, and the phone number that I want to capture from my leads. Let's suppose Jitendra saw this any ad which I'm running. They saw this, they click on this, they will land to this page, read about me, and then they will provide the details over here, right? Later on, you can change all these things. Of course, by default, you can provide the social media link and everything else. Let's say I want to change the subscribe button. So subscribe or yeah, confirmation message will go, and then I can preview confirmation message. And so this will be the confirmation message. Once they will provide the lead, it will go success. You have been added to the audience, right? So if you want, yes, and save and close. Similarly, you can change the text details over here. You can add multiple things like text or box text, dividers, images, or you want to add multiple other images, you can change it, right? Like suppose I want to click over here and then I will column one and I need to change. Enter you can add your website URL, and by default it will take the images and the logos from there, right? So since I don't have or maybe email ID right now, I'm not entering to it, but it can pull the data from your email also. So you can take the logo, you can take the images and everything else by default. Let's leave the creative aspect and then we will save it and close it. Let's preview it, right? So on the desktop version, this is how it will look. I have not changed the about us section. I have kept it as it is, right? Otherwise, you can change a bit of about us, student academy and everything else. You can choose. Now mobile version, if somebody will find, so this is how it will appear on the mobile, and you can see and scroll that how it appears. And this is wrong over here again, so I'll change it, right? So I'll just close this and I'll maybe edit it. Here also there's an error. Now, yeah, and let's say save and close. Yeah. So now if I go here, now I can send this digital marketing course. It's ready to publish, right? So I've created social share preview also there, URL is there, audience tags. I can see student academy, and I can also personally send it to you all, or I can just do a random campaign. So if I'll just say this, I can also send it right now, right? And I can publish it. So once I will publish it, the problem is that this landing page will go live from my account and it will be there as a landing page, which I don't want to do because it's not full-fledged. Otherwise, we can do that. Also, I can, one second. What I can do is digital marketing course, save, This is the content. This is edit URL. Yeah. I can't use the custom because I don't have a paid account. I'll save it. Okay, cancel it. What I want to do is let me see. Yeah. So now just copy link address. I published it. I later on delete it, of course. Just check at your end if it's is my screen not visible? You guys didn't say on also. Now, yeah. So I'm just sending this link of the landing page. Just check it at your end and then try to fill in the details. Just check. Just check right away. Click on this and how it appears. Like if I click over here, you see this landing page will appear, and now I can't go without. So these pages are mandatory. Now this is not mandatory. These three fields are mandatory, I believe. Email address. And then once you put in the details, just subscribe. Use the same mail ID which I've added in this and just try to it. Let's say I typing gmail.com. There's a reason I didn't mention the phone number mandatory. And if I'll subscribe, see that it's working landing page I've created right now. So success, you have been added to the audience. If I go here, audience, you see over here, these are all my leads from June 20, because I've tagged that whichever the lead will come, where they will appear. So in this, I've done the tagging of the audience, that which section they will fall under. Now you can see Meghal Bhatt, Ojas, I believe has just now added. Was the time 8 right now? This timing looks different, but you see these two audience have come from digital marketing course landing page. So Ojas and Meghal have just now added to it. Why mine is not coming? Because I have used the same mail ID and I'm already as part of the audience, but my tagging has changed. Similarly, my tagging has changed. Similarly, if Jitendra and Sumit have done, their tagging was same, so it's not reflecting over here because they were already the part of the audience. Only the Ojas and Meghal is there as a new audience who appear to be here, right? And then yeah, so you see how it works. Now all these people are part of my. You see, this is where they have come from. So the lead, if I click on this is the page. It is. So it's a functional web. Yeah, Meghal, your details are already captured. So I can see it. You already done that. Ojas also has done that. Right. And you coming as a lead. What is the source of this lead is digital marketing course landing page. So it's a working full-fledged page, which I have to now go and delete it. So Did you guys get the idea? Right, so this is the page. If I'll delete it now, it will not work. I've got 8 clicks, 12 visits, and 7 signups again. So this is how, one second, I'll not check on this. I'll click over here and I'll send the reports of it. So right now I can get the reports. So in total, I've got 12 visits for the link and right, no unique visits, 8 clicks, 7 have subscribed the services, and conversion rate is not yet done. Right, so right then and there you can get the audience. I can also check the tags, which audience are that. I can always convert them into different audience, so sort of, if it's a lead report. So that's a landing page for your lead based campaign. You can also circulate it, link this, the way I have sent the link to you. If you're running a campaign, let's suppose through from Google or any other platform, and if you have remembered that in Google Ads or anywhere, they will ask for the landing page URL or the final URL. You can paste this URL over there. This link will finally get embedded with the image itself, and the campaign will run. Now, whomsoever will land to this page, you'll get all these reports, and when they fill in the details, you'll get these details by default in this platform over the audience section, like I am getting it. Just like from one platform, you are doing your emailer campaign, you're managing your leads, and every lead will be captured by default over here. You do not have to worry about where to go, what to do, and how to capture the leads and everything else. Right? I hope it was interesting, new to learn for you all, and something really added value to you. If everyone have tried the page, I'll go and delete the link. Why? Because it could lead to certain stupid things. By default, maybe by mistake, if this link gets shared, people can add up, and then I'm not providing these services, and by default, unnecessarily there'll be issues. Right? So I'll go right now. Also, you can delete it at any point in time, any of the campaign or any of the landing page. So I click over here and I will delete it. So all this data along with the data in the landing page will be deleted. So yeah. Landing page, you cannot run. Okay. I will do it later on. Maybe some issue over here. First, I can unpublish it. Once it's unpublished, then I can delete it. Yeah, so now I can delete it, right? So this is where you can unpublish it. I have unpublished it now, and now I can delete it. So I will delete this campaign. Yeah, now the entire landing page is gone, which I've created for the trial purpose. Okay, any questions, guys? If at all. I hope you have found the right balance of whatever we have learned and then executing it in principle in terms of practical and seeing everything that we have done. Then today, let's start with the other part of the topic, which is mobile marketing. We'll cover some basics today, and then we will see how the things will evolve in the next 2 sessions. And once again, it's really my bad, the situation today in terms of screens and everything. I don't know, for some reasons it's not working. Never happened earlier before, barring a few glitches here and there in the past. But today it's really a big trouble, right? So mobile marketing is what we're going to start with. Now, there are 2 topics which I really have to think a lot before I start the session. One is social media marketing, which we have already done. The other one is mobile marketing. And the reasons behind that is that because these two subjects usually, generally, everyone use in their life today. Like everyone uses mobile and everyone is using social media, some of the other platforms, right? And more or less people have idea also about it. Then it becomes for me to think that what extra or what added thing I could put into that. I believe we have delivered good in social media, and I'll try also to do for the mobile marketing as well. Let's see, right? But if I'll ask that what is the one single biggest what you call achievement of mobile marketing, right? In terms from the marketing point of view, right? That what it enables or enable the user in doing so, or enable the marketeer in terms of great understanding. What could be that? Deliver highly targeted messages directly to customers on their mobile devices, direct, instant access, and use anytime, anywhere, right? Which means it has impacted this, and then the topic we have already covered. This topic we have covered. It enables me. Users can buy instantly through mobile marketing. Yes, very right. The rise of mobile marketing, which is just not even 20 years from where we are. Of course, mobile marketing is one of the oldest form of marketing. Again, we used to have those push messages, simple messages, and which is still exists, like the message marketing or just plain SMS marketing is still exists. But from from there on to the leap that mobile marketing is taken is just very, very significant, right? The dynamics that it has brought into the picture in terms of marketing, advertising, and how brands could connect with the potential customers in terms of not only connecting, but precisely knowing their behavior, precisely knowing their what and how they do it, and then ensuring to get that traffic, create engagement, and get conversions, right? Is has changed totally. Now we say mobile marketing is not a different topic altogether, because we have learned social media marketing, we have learned email marketing, we have learned uh, what you call SEO. All of that can also be done on mobile phones. Like social media is largely through mobile phones, right? So it's topic which is related to each, and that's where the thin line is also, that what all topics that we're going to be covering into that. Just give me 2 to 5 minutes to figure it out, this, right? And the single biggest advantage it has gained is about the behavioral, to do the behavioral marketing, right? Now I was saying we can do, of course, the basic purpose of marketing or advertising is to get, of course, traffic, right? Make audience aware, engage, and convert, right? And at the end, of course, build SEO community. And all of this we do through SEO, SEM, SMM, email marketing, right? This is what we do. And today, in the time that we are living in, all of these can be done through mobile as well. So the proliferation of mobile phone has totally changed the dynamics. But the question I ask is AIDA's theory of selling. If you AIDA's theory, and how the mobile get synergized with that, or how the mobile helps in making it even more relevant in that time today. So as Jitendra has already mentioned, what does AIDA's theory means, right? Awareness or attention, getting attention. So now if you look at AIDA's theory, is one of the oldest form of doing marketing, theory of selling and understanding. But when mobile came into the picture, that has totally changed the game, of course, right? Why? Because now brand can have the attention. Let me just open the screen again, if it's work now, I hope. Now the brands can not only, when it comes to awareness or attention, you need have a multiple propositions to advertise. But today, because of the constant nagging or the constant use of mobile phones on all these multiple platforms through one device. Earlier SEO, you have to go for, you know, uh, Google and sort of thing. Email marketing, you have to go for a tool, and you have to open the email into a desktop. Social media marketing, Facebook and all those things have to go to desktop, login and all those things. Today, all of these things are compactly in your mobile phone, and because of rise of this, some point in time, but because you are using any of these services, any of these platforms, any of these activities, your behavior is at all point in time getting calculated, or you're sharing the data. Now, once you're sharing the data, it's easier for any brand to be at any of these places to get the attention and the awareness created. And that's why you get sometimes mailers, sometimes social media, or the same product will also WhatsApp you saying, Ali, your free voucher is about to expire, or hey, you have purchased this, it's waiting in your cart, right? So because of this, earlier it was campaign and then mobile also only by means of messages, right? All the SMSs that you used to get in terms of promotion messages used to be there and still exists. Now we are living in a mobile first world. Everything, be it social media marketing, be it search engine marketing, be it SEO, be it email marketing, is been designed by thinking mobile first approach. And I hope we have done that also. When we were doing SEO, we talk about mobile optimization. Remember, and also when we were doing SEO, if you remember this thing, right? That also the Google gives so much of importance that your mobile, your website also need to be for doing SEO. This is kind of a recap. Mobile marketing is kind of a recap of everything because this defines everything, right? So this is also, I'll analyze, right? If you remember this, right? Mobile and desktop. So mobile is to be thinking, you need to be thinking first. Similarly, we need, when we did the SEM campaign, or when we were creating the SEM campaign, remember we have said that there are previews for desktop, then there are preview for mobile also. That how your campaign will look on mobile, because in the current time, people search on the go instead of going to a desktop and then doing a keyword search. It's the penetration of mobile is so huge that every search they are doing is on mobile phone, and that's why your campaign should be mobile friendly, right? Social media marketing, there are applications who are primarily only for mobile, apart from Facebook and YouTube. If I'm not wrong, Instagram is primarily for mobile phone, TikTok is primarily for mobile phone, then your Snapchat is primarily for mobile phone, and so on and so forth, right? So and we have discussed these things. So mobile first approach, if a brand is not following mobile first approach, there's a trouble, right? And that's why this is different section altogether for today, for next couple of days, mobile marketing. That how not only mobile marketing itself is a great tool, but how it also give access to all the other form of marketing that we are doing. So awareness, of course, right? So in mobile, attention is all about how, what all platforms you are aware, and if it is able to stop the thumb of the user, right? Then comes interest. Now you talk about all the platforms, use carousels, story formats, Instagram shorts, reels, LinkedIn campaigns, whatever you do, you can create teasers, you can create a long video on YouTube, you can unlock a kind of a testimonials on different platforms. You need to optimize the it for mobile. Similarly, when we did the email marketing yesterday, we tried, when we created the landing page, we have to optimize that for the mobile phone also, because most of the leads will might be coming from the mobile phone itself, and then we have to optimize the landing page for that, right? So interest is one at multiple levels, when the user will feel it's relevant for them, basis on the targeting that we do through location, context, and the content on which platform they are using, and more importantly, the behavior of that. If we are not able to target that, the interest will not arise. And for to do so, mobile is the biggest or the single largest platform to bring in the interest, right? Third, if you talk about desire, right? Desire by personal relevance. Now, any personalization, as we're talking about personalization at so many things, right? Personalization can only be done through the mobile integration, because this is the device which sits with you 24 by 7 these days, right? And it opens the door for multiple brands to keep themselves at the top of your mind. For example, you keep on downloading app on, you have a app of Amazon. Now, by virtue of just because you're fiddling with your phone, you're going here and there, you'll see the Amazon logo. It's a brand recall. You'll see some other logo. It's a brand recall. Instead of you going to the website and then look for a particular shoe and type for Amazon, right? So that's when the desire get clicked, may get clicked. And action, of course, right? Action itself Today, you need anything, and the first thing you go is check your mobile phone and applications for all kind of needs and requirement, right? So that I don't have to talk about. And then satisfaction, of course, multiple ways to reach via mobile phones, your mailers, social media, and whatsoever, right? So the point is, the rise of mobile phone has bring this for the marketing more real time, and as we have talked about precise marketing and anything else that I should mention, anyone? Remember what was the single largest most important thing that we talk about while doing SEO and SEM and social media marketing? And that is only possible because of because we can approach it through mobile. Anyone? Personalization, but more importantly, that's the next topic. Sorry. Yes. How many you have experienced that you went to a mall, you pass by a particular shop, and then you get a message or a WhatsApp message or something like that on your mobile? Have you ever experienced that? Right? The geo targeted ads, that has opened the door for the marketing to reach the customer, at the right time. When intent based search is one thing, right? When the customer is already in the vicinity, not maybe searching for it, but already there, maybe make up a mind. So hitting that customer at the right time, at the right place. Right now, the place part was missing. You can hit the customer at the right time through Google Ads and search and everything else, but at the right place also, when it is there, your chances of conversion increases multifold. And I have personally experienced that many a times. Like, that when you have purchased something, you share the details and the contents with them, and then when you pass by very nearby in this vicinity, you go to a particular mall or a particular shop area, you get instant message, hey, save 30% in our new arrivals, only exclusive offer for you, or something like that. Now that is where you trigger the conversion. And I hope most people, yes, even they use Google search history and everything else, but that is when you trigger the conversion, and the chances of conversion of that happening is even faster. So earlier, when we're doing the SMM, social media marketing, SEO, and uh, SEO and SEM, we talk about intent based marketing, right? That is the benefit of those tools. When mobile come into a play, it is intent based marketing, basis geo targeting, and accurate and the real time basis. When where you are, accordingly you'll get the personalized messages or something like that. So I hope you guys are able to connect what I'm trying to make, right? So this has only been possible. More important, it is real time. Real time, right? And what had happened is, all of this because of the understanding and the learning of the behavior of the user at particular point of time, at particular geography. This has made for marketers like us, and this is one topic that I have kept on asking you, that today is the age of personalization. Make sense to everyone? And that is then, my dear friends, the reason If you download today any app or any service or any website you go, even in Google, if you open your mobile phone, what do you think the first or the most important thing they ask you? Just think over. You all are the users. Permission for what? Have you heard or seen this term? Yes. Any app you download today, they'll ask you first, allow us to use precise location. At times, if you're using an application, you will not be able to get a particular service because say your precise location services are not on. Please go to the settings and change it. Experience that. And that's why I said that, mobile marketing and social media marketing it's quite tough for me to teach because all of us go through these things every day. What value I can add, then I have to think, and then I have to go deep down to bring in these small elements and make you understand from the marketing point of view that why it's been done, right? The moment you do this now, and make it almost impossible for you. When I say they, marketeers and the app owners and everything else, like we do it, of course we want to do it when we'll be working for a brand, right? They almost make it impossible that if you will not use these services, there'll be few services, this setting, there'll be few things that you will not be able to do that, right? You get this message because this has opened the doors for brands. This has for brands to be in touch with. Make sense? Right? Today is not the age that you have done the awareness campaign, you have followed the AIDA story, you created the interest and anything else, and then move out. The brand needs to be constantly in touch with you 24/7 so that they can create that brand recall, because the clutter is also so much for every section, for everything. There's so many of possibilities that a customer has. Gone are the days when there is only when a Ford Motors, a company like Ford Motors can afford to say that I sell all colors till the color is black, right? If in today's time somebody will say that, forget about black, the customers will blacklist you, right? So it is in that clutter, every brands need to be in touch with you. Why do you think Swiggy keep on or Zomato keep on doing something or the other thing so that there'll be some notifications or something pop up keep on popping up on your application that you have on your phone? Because that is a reminder for you that as a constant reminder in your mind that this brand exists, this company exists, right? Any discount is going on, we receive the message from the shop, we can revisit the shop like Bata. Yes, right? So these are the precise location thing is one of the biggest tool, because that has opened one thing, that has opened the doors for the brand to be in touch, with their customers 24/7, and more importantly that has created top of the mind. And that's why I talk about AIDA's theory, the attention and the awareness. For that you need to be at the top of the mind, create huge recall, and then of course create a lot of brand awareness, right? And the other use case of that, of course, is today the brand awareness point of view. Let's suppose within a group you are discussing something and all of a sudden your friend says something and you say, let's check on Uber, let's check on Zomato, let's check on Amazon, let's try it on Swiggy, right? So this is nothing but a brand integration. This is nothing but a brand equity they have developed because of the mobile marketing. This one device have changed the dynamics of phone. Today are sleeping, getting up with those brands in your hand, in your mobile phone. The moment you open up, you go to the screens and you see their logo, there's a constant reminder, and that has made you to say these things. Let's check it on this thing and that thing, right? it has influenced not only the consumer, it has influenced the marketer, and it has influenced the users in a way in terms of their decision making. Today, the app in your mobile phone make the influence your decision making. Agree or disagree? Please let me know. Back in the days, there are other things that might be able to influence your decision making. Today, it is purely what you have in your mobile phone will help or will decide or influence the decision making of yours. That can. Right. So now you know why did I ask about AIDA's theory, because AIDA's theory said about interest, creating awareness, keep creating top of the top of where it is. Did I not mention that? Yeah, here. Right. And at the end of the day, it's about desire and decision making and actions. Now, your action today is largely decided, influenced, and inclined basis on the application and the things that mobile and everything that you use, right? And the impact of mobile marketing then is that, now correct me if I'm right or wrong, I don't know, this is my personal thought. The impact of mobile marketing today is, and purely marketing, purely mobile marketing, purely the influence of your decision making, purely because of the AIDA's theory and the implementation of that to a great extent in mobile marketing, that is constantly nagging, hitting in your head. The kind of brand lives in your head, not anymore just on the market or the plastered on the walls. It is living in your head. Is that today, if you feel hungry, you don't think of a food, you don't think of a particular dish, you don't think of a particular restaurant, but you think of an application. Your hunger is decided by that. Your hunger is now moved not for the food, for restaurant, or for a particular dish. The first thing you think of is an application, and then what you will want to eat or what you will find over there to eat. Please, what do you think on that thought? Right? Something as basic as food, shelter, and everything else. Food is been considered as the basic element. You don't think of food first, you think of an application first, that which application to go for, or which application will have a discount right now, or a delivery time, or whatever, or which application sits in your mobile phone. How about others? There are quite a few users. Make sense? Right? So it has penetrated to your life, mobile marketing, and the marketers have done that thanks to you guys also, right? That today some basic elements of life is being decided by, not because of the feeling of that, because of the application you have, and then the hunger, right? That's the impact of mobile marketing we are living it today in the world today in, right? So the impact, this is right. If you think you agree with that, let me know. If you don't, please correct me also. I'm very open for these subjects to learn always, because it's ever evolving subject. Today, whatever I say may be totally not relevant tomorrow, but so far it's relevant. I'll talk about it. And you all are using mobile phones, so I would like to hear that, right? Is that when you feel hungry? Now, this is doesn't mean that every time when you feel hungry, you feel of an application and not food. This, if you think as a larger perspective, that how the dynamics have changed, that is the entire point uh, of this particular point of context in this sense, which I don't know. Some of you have agreed, others didn't say anything. Yeah, you want to buy a cake, you want to buy a pastry, you want to buy anything, it's just an application away. And bringing to that point, what Geeta have mentioned, that right, it's just an application away, it's just a click away, right? And all these things what I've mentioned about top of the mind and recall and awareness, behavioral marketing, using precise locations. If you remember, this is one thing that I have always spoken about, be it any of the topic that I have mentioned, that always whatever you do, if you are a marketeer, know your audience. This I believe there's nothing else I've emphasized more than this, right? There's nothing more which I have emphasized more than this, right? Know your audience, right? Now connect all those things. Recall, right? Location, real time, personalization, and all those precise marketing, geo-targeting, real time, personalization, brand recall. It helps in doing what? It helps marketers and the brand to know their audience in and out, to an extent today that maybe your family member doesn't know more about you than a particular brand knows about you, that how you like to wear, how you like to eat, how you like to move, what's your timing, what time you go where. Maybe your partner, your family members, your siblings may not be having that kind of detailed analysis about you, about your life, about your daily life, and at what point in time, what to pitch you, than the brands and these applications know. And that's the reason I have been mentioning from day one, know your audience. And I'm now bringing it back today. So if you know the point of the way of my teaching is, every topic comes back at some point in time, and we try to build the connection, right? And the mobile marketing, knowing your audience, is gone to another level. It enhances you to not only know your audience, it enhances you to know your audience at the right time, at the right place, and at the right platform, right? That when, where, and at this point in time, the user must be in the use of which application or an application, so that they can advertise and target that, right? So you now know your audience about the perfect timing to pitch, the perfect place whenever, if you are you do geo targeting, and the perfect platform on which you can hit them to create and convert that the chances of conversions. Yeah. So it enhances you to know. When I'm saying you, means brand and the market here, right? No. Now, if you remember, during the social media marketing, and why I'm mentioning social media marketing, because largely mobile social media marketing is related to mobile marketing, right? It is it is the social platforms on which you see the advertisements, you get targeted by means of reels, stories, and whatnot, even the emailers, and you consume all of that on mobile marketing. When I talk about social media marketing, I've mentioned that from my own personal learnings, I've shared 3 C's of social media marketing. How many of you remember that? Guys, remember this? This why I teach these things, because of course you are great, you are, or you're gonna be great marketeers, you're gonna work on these applications, but these concepts help you to, at least if you're applying for a particular organization, in interviews also, right? In interviews, it makes sense that you're conceptually also clear that what you want to, right? So that's why I try to bring these personal elements to teach. Remember these things, right? Yeah. So content, community, and the campaign is what I mentioned when it comes to social media marketing, right? So if you remember, I'll just write it down over here. 3 C's of social media marketing, right? Which was content. Similarly, from my, now this is not anywhere in the books or something like that that I'm saying. It is just my personal understanding. There are 3 C's of mobile marketing that has made everything change and the dynamically change for the marketeers, right? And which I will mention, I'll not ask because I'm not taught yet. 3 C's of mobile marketing, right? Which is, of course, the content. It's not going to change for this also. The content that you read in terms of advertisements, in terms of what they have to offer, whatever is that. But the second, other 2 things, on social media, you build community. If this is more personal and individual. Mobile marketing, you do at an individual level, like one-on-one. And that's why what you communicate, what kind of offers, what kind of communication, and everything that you're offering. And the last but not least, the single point that has changed everything and moved the audience to mobile platforms and hence the marketer on the mobile platforms is, you guys have mentioned this, but I'm just writing it. Yes. What content to be communicated, how to communicate it, and at what point in time, at how easily you can make that content to be or convenient for the user to be consumed. When I'm saying content, it could be just the product, it could be service, it could be anything, but the content communicate because it has bring the communication. Now today you can go to any application and make it talk one-on-one. You can go to their app, you write it things, you just discard, cancel, return, reward, whatever through an application. So communication has become very easy and accessible with the brands, and everything is at a convenience, right? As Geeta mentioned, that everything is at a click away. Convenience of not only thinking of the end commodity, but to think of the platform from which you can consume that commodity, right? And that is going to be the future. Mobile is going to change everything. It is changing everything, and that's the reason. If you how many of you have heard of mobile? Is something called Google. Anyone heard of this? Now this is okay. So this is, as if you remember, I have mentioned about that, Google keep on changing as per the time changes, knowing the behavior, user, anything else. And in digital marketing, Google is a giant. Like Meta is also a giant. Google is also a giant, right? Whatever they do become a trendsetter. Google Mobile Gadon is a change they have made, one of the biggest change after uh, Panda, Penguin, and all those changes. There were 3 changes, major changes in the history of Google, 3 or 4, right? Panda, Penguin, there's one more, right? In 2015 or 16, Google have dynamically changed the algorithm. Everything they have changed just to ensure mobile friendliness of whatever the content or the website or the application or whatsoever that you go on via Google has to have a mobile friendliness into it. So if I just do a random survey or a search, you can read about this later on. Mobile Godon algorithm, right? So they have changed. Yeah, see, so 2015, the term was coined by Chuck Pease and blah, 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 whatever, you can read it, a complete guide to Google Mobile, right? So now a giant like Google were ready to kill their basic properties, which was on the desktop and the search and everything. And they transformed everything to make it to ensure it should be mobile. There has to be mobile friendliness element. That was the power of now the mobile marketing, that even the giants have changed the rules, right? And why they have done that? Because on an average, Google have found that, any idea what is the average time spent on mobile phone today? 4 hours, 3 hours. It's roughly around 4 to 5 hours on an average a day. Right? A few of us might not be getting sleep of that many hours every day. Not everyone. I mean, ideally it should be 6 to 8 hours. But I'm saying a few of us might not be getting, because the half the time of the sleep is going over here, right? So 4 to 5 hours in a day is the average time spent on mobile phones. And seeing that in 2015 only, Google has brought one of the biggest algorithm change called Google Mobile Gidon. it has totally changed the algorithm to ensure algorithm of Google on all platforms to ensure mobile friendliness. So I'll just mention it so that whenever you have time, you can read about it. And also one thing, because of this, what has happened is they changed their, Google has changed their right. So after this in 2015, Google has changed their platform preferences. Earlier it was desktop or laptop first. Now they've changed the preferences to mobile first approach, and hence they changed the algorithm also to suit that the search should be more feasible on mobile phones. Forget about the desktop. And the reason I've told you, because it's more precise, more targeted, more driven by the user intent, as well as the geo targeting, and at the right the three C's, right? The convenience of it, and also the real time basis that I talk about. Now, there's one more thing which has gained the momentum, and one of the biggest form of advertising in the time today, not even advertising, biggest form of creating user engagement or connecting with the users, which has become possible and popular and make the brands even closer with the users because of the mobile marketing or because of the rise of mobile. Any cases, what I'm hinting towards, that can create a premium experience and a very high level of engagement rate. In fact, it has increased the engagement rate with the brand and the customers to a great level. Okay, now before that, the impact of this is that earlier, I don't know if you guys have noticed it, if you guys have to analyze it or not, or you guys were in this field or not domain, so why would you? This mobile first approach has made how we see the websites today. I don't know. Even today, some of the websites you'll find is not very mobile first based or algorithm based, or not keeping this mobile get on approach maybe in their actions. But if you see, I'll give an example of a website, right? Like we go to this brand called Shutterfly, right? If you have ever, this is American photography company, which product ranging from all those things, right? If I just go to this, right, now this is a website. This is a change in the website creations, which has happened, and I'll show you. So this is a website of Shutterfly, right? It's a normal website, And because of the mobile friendliness approach, now every website is dynamically equipped to the mobile phones. How? So even if I just convert this desktop version of the website, let's suppose I minimize it, right? And I'll make it like this, you see. So everything get adjusted. Now, not every website still does that. If you go today, not every website is that friendly or that quickly equipped with this. But you see, even this is in the browser, it's getting cutting corners, not properly opening. Maybe some of the elements are missing. Of course, this now you see this website as I go to big one, and that has changed because of that particular mobile first approach. If I go minimize again, you see everything adjusts itself without there's a cursor added over here, right? All those things you can find in great detail as it is, as you can see any website on the desktop, without any glitch, without any clutter, without any what you call content to text CLS shift, with all those things that we have learned about, right? Everything as it should be ideally, and more importantly, by default, you find all these actions over here. All right, because now everything is they are designed on desktop, but they're designed keeping mobile first. So even the desktop version of the website should easily be getting converted into the mobile size. Right? The other very famous website is called, if I'm not wrong, let's see. Right? How many of you have bought or used this website at any point in time to purchase anything? Etsy.com. It's a very good website in terms of buying stuff, right? Like printed stuff and all those things. Very nice, customized products and good quality products also. So now this is a desktop version of the website. Now it's a very heavy website because it's a lot of content, lot of materials, lot of things, lot of articles over there. Okay, so Sarthak is not purchased, but no due to my profession. Okay, what profession you are into, Sarthak? If you don't mind sharing. Okay, into e-commerce, right? Sheetal have purchased it also. So how was the experience, Sheetal, for you using this website? Very good. Okay, great. Now you see, this is etsy.com. We have good high quality images and everything else over here. The moment I'll minimize it, right, you will see everything as it is. There's hardly any glitch you will find. It just adjusts itself as you go and see the goods. Everything as per the mobile screen. Now this may be a little bigger. I'll just maybe make it even smaller, but I can't make it more than this customizable. So you can understand that now you can download every buttons over here, all sort of thing, every product as it should be on the website, on the mobile phone. It just what changes is these text goes back over here and you will find again, I can click anything. I can click on films and things will get open, right? As it is. Yeah. So the point is that's the impact which mobile has created in the marketing. Like after 10-15 years, Google have to change itself to bring mobile first approach, and then websites and everything, most websites rather, have got through this change because they also know that not everybody, even if not everybody will be downloading my app. Like Etsy has an application also, if I'm not wrong, right? But not everybody is comfortable downloading an app, all sort of app. Maybe they just wanted to use one time or second time, and they are consuming that content on the mobile phone, right? So the website should also be looking like an application. This is called these websites convert into a moving or mobile application itself. It is not as good as application, but it converts themselves into an application which people can use through the browser itself, right? That's the difference. Your website should have like a app like feeling. So even today, tomorrow, even in the future, if you design a website for yourself, you make a website for your client, for your customer, or your own e-commerce website, please do consider these facts. Okay. Yeah. Now the point I was talking about, the other things that has been popularized and made marketers to open the doors, and not only to open the doors for that, there's a particular kind of a thing that got more accessible to bring premium experience, entertainment, as well as engagement at a very high rate, increase the engagement. And that has done us other ripple effect for the marketing, which is the rise of I'm sure everyone must have heard of AR realities and augmented realities or AR thing, right? Now, what it has done to the world of marketing or to bringing the engagement, that it has created a different world altogether. And all of that you can utilize today. All of that you can utilize today using mobile phone. Like you can try on features, you can experience things, and that in doing so, what had happened, brand have realized that people stay with the brands for a longer point of time. Even it creates a longer engagement time, like 15-20 minutes experiencing something, try on the features because it's exciting and everything else. And they can try on things on online devices and sort of thing. And let me see some examples maybe. BMW, sorry. Or lens card. Okay, let's lens card. Augmented reality. Right. Let me see if there's a video because we don't want to. Yeah. And you can do all of that through one second. Is it audible? Am I audible to you all? Yeah, okay. So I was saying the best one I have seen the use case and really getting more popularity, engagement, and conversions also is this one. So the IKEA one. Yeah, so this is really one of the most interesting use case of augmented reality. There are many more I've seen, but IKEA I really like it because it's really engaging, interesting, and make people also get engage and connect and find it. It's very smooth in terms of use as such. Then there is one more. I This is a B2B maybe. Uh, gel. I'm not able to. The one which is now I'm interested about is this. Korean AR glasses. It's very expensive, but yeah, let's click the shop. Yeah. So Ryan glasses is something I'm really interested in the future to see how it will change further the games. Uh, Augmented reality is going to change a lot many things. And from a marketing point of view, if I think of one thing that is going to happen, right? Of course, which is the rise of augmented reality is uh, if I talk about in short, it's creating, as I said, amazing and uh, premium experience, entertainment, and more importantly, high engagement rate. But Amazon once did some BTL activations at malls before Prime Day with AR glasses, where customers can check out different brands and deals and offers in a way where they are walking into brand stores. Very nice, yeah. So as I said, augmented reality and all of these things these days are now getting integrated with the mobile phone. You can do most of the things like scanning, like IKEA one. The lens card one, IKEA is more international, lens card is more domestic. VLCC somebody share, urban company also, yes, a lot many features now getting utilized or utilized on mobile phone by means of augmented reality, and that is creating a different kind of league when it comes to brand, when it comes to awareness, when it comes to creating the desire, when it comes to creating the satisfaction, and more importantly when it comes to creating a huge engagement. But even more than all of these things, according to me, I am I feel the age of this is going out because of the huge use case of mobile phone. The age of this is going out. This single-handedly will not be able to suffice things. Now the age which we are living in as a marketeer, you should also be ready, is this. Personalization is going to be a passe, and it's the age of hyper personalization, and that can only be happening, that can only be able to, the brands can only be able to facilitate, execute, entertain the customers because of, not because of the personalization, but because of the hyper personalization, and because of the points that I have mentioned. Because now it's going to that deep into a level that from day to evening, what you consume, how you consume, which app you use, what you do, and everything you're doing on a phone, right? For example, right now also, before coming to this class, you might have used 2 3 applications. Your data is so is there. What you're going to use after this class, right now in between this class, what all you have used, right? Accordingly, that collective data give access to the brands to make it very very hyper personalized communication. Personalization is passe, everyone can have done that, and will keep on doing it maybe, right? But because of the AR realities, or AR integration in the mobile phones, the app is now making it more personalized for you. It's the time of hyper personalization, wherein every details about you needed to create, communicate, and create a convenience for you, right? So create content, communicate, and the convenience that it can provide you, like these glasses, lens card glasses, or Meta Orient glasses, or the Amazon thing that you mentioned, or uh, IKEA. It's all about convenience, right? You can be at home, experience the entire feeling before you stepping out, or before you go and make your hands dirty. You can feel all of these things through your mobile phone, and then you execute. Then you go for planning and buying and everything else, right? So convenience single-handedly is going to play a very very bigger role, and that convenience by means is by when I say convenience is by mean is what I mean is hyper personalization. It's the age of hyper personalization in terms of communication, in terms of branding, in terms of marketing, in terms of brand engagement, and in terms of integrating all of those things into a device called mobile phone. With mobile marketing, rather, this is the topic that we've started now, right? So right now we are on this topic since last Sunday, and then we have learned quite a few things on this topic in terms of mobile marketing, what made the rise of mobile marketing, what has changed the dynamics of overall marketing, how you can see the ads and how brands can connect with the potential customer. All of that has happened and changed everything with the proliferation of this one device called mobile, right? We learned about that how it's largely about the behavioral change and targeting the behavior of a customer that get facilitated by means of mobile marketing that we do, and then we're going to learn about that also. We learned about how this one thing helps to not only get traffic to engage, to create awareness among the audience, but also to engage and convert, build community by various means of marketing that is now potentially be happening in terms of on your palm with a device called mobile, right? And that's the facilitation that has provided to us. We learned about AIDA's theory and how, in what way, in terms of AIDA's theory, mobile has played a very important role to even make it more than ever in terms of realization of that happening and execution of that. And the few features that we have to talk about is, of course, the real time precision, and along with that, the precision in marketing, the real time marketing, the geo targeted ads, where because now you can track, trace, and also trigger the what you call the conversion or interaction with the customer at any particular point in time, wherever the intensity to buy or purchase or to get in touch with the brand is higher. And then we talk about intent based marketing, of course, in the real time, and this has made everything more personalized because of the use of precise locations that every brand today asks for, and all those things, right? And also that has opened the door to have the brand continuously in touch with you 24/7, What it does is it creates a great amount of recall, top of mind, and the brand awareness among the customer. Because at any point in time, if on an average daily you are using your mobile phones 4 to 5 hours or even more than that, at least you're carrying it all the time. Whenever you open the phone, the, the first thing you get to see is few icons, few applications, few logos, and that creates a huge amount of brand recall in your mind itself, right? And that is also making habitually dependent on those brands or applications that is there available on your mobile phone. So you are habitually behaviorally changing. It has changed the entire way how a brand or how a customer get connected with the brand. And that's why, we understood that the impact of mobile marketing is such that today when you look for a food, or when you're hungry, you don't think of a particular food, but you think of an application and then search, depending on various factors, algorithms, and sort of thing, then you order what you want to eat. But it's definitely, in most cases, the application first approach, the food later approach kind of thing, right? And then I always have been emphasizing upon, and always will be emphasizing on the fact that about know your audience, right? uh, and in doing so, mobile marketing has facilitated even further things, like, as I said, that marketing is as good as uh, is only good when it's done on the right time for the right cause or the right purpose. And mobile have facilitated that to connect with the customer at the right time, at the right place, at the right platform, and everything else, right? So, like 3 C's of social media marketing: content, community, and campaigns. There are 3 C's of mobile marketing called content, communicate, and convenience. And this particular factor, of course, there's the content that can be communicated at the convenience of the customers or the convenience of the brand itself at any point in time, 24/7. That feature got uploaded. That has behaviorally changed a lot of many things for the people, right? And because of which, this reason, some of the giants like Meta, some of the giants like Google have shifted to mobile first approach. When Facebook started, Facebook was on a website or a microsite, and that's the reason it still work on a desktop. But now, largely the consumption or whatever consumption happens of Facebook is on mobile phones. Google have updated its entire algorithm, did a huge change in its entire algorithm just to bring mobile first approach. This is called Google Mobile Gadon, which launched in 2015, right? And since then, the game is totally focusing on mobile and mobile first approach. With this, there's another rise of technology that has existed for a long, but with mobile phone proliferation, with the smartphone entering into the play, right? That has changed the game for many brands to bring the shop at their home. Like, you can feel, you can connect, you can use, try online basis, and then buy it instead of without stepping out of your door, without going anywhere. Like a few examples that we talk about in the last session was of Lenskart, was of IKEA, and a few more maybe, right? So that has brought everything to a level that today the age is not also about personalization. It's the age of hyper personalization, wherein you can bring the brand, the entire experience at home using the mobile phone, the camera that you have, you can access, and then using this entire augmented reality, you can feel just like that you are in a shop, just like you are trying any particular garment or any particular shades or whatever, right? So that's the era that we are living in. It's called hyper personalization. Its use case I've explained. We have get to see in terms of examples. And now we would like to go from here on, and then let's see what are the topics that we need to address. But for that, if you guys have anything to share, anything that you have in mind, you want to speak about, talk about, share things, ask things, please feel free to do so. I'm more than happy, more than available for that. Anyway. If not, then we will continue the session. Okay. So, till this is what we have concluded. Now, today we'll start with some of the basic points that, a mobile marketing brought in our life, which everyone is aware of. So, we call it advantages of mobile marketing. That's what we're gonna do. right? So anyway, just mention a few. This is all talk about many a times, but yeah. From brand point of view, the very first advantage of mobile marketing is it helps building a stronger brand presence. Yeah, because as a marketeer, as a brand owner, we need to think about these lines first. It has helped to build a strong brand presence in a way that I have explained. Right today, you do not have to wait for a particular hoarding or a particular advertisement to maybe recognizing a particular brand or a product. It is as convenient, and that's why every brand focuses on to talk about or to speak about the please go to our application, because once you have downloaded, it's a constant reminder of a particular brand or a product or something like that, which is there in your phone, which is there in your hand, which is there by the at the corner of your bed when you go to sleep also. So 24/7, the constant reminder, and that helps a strong brand presence in the minds of the consumer, right? Second being, and a sub point of that would be it has definitely fastens the connection with customers, right? Now today, you do not have to wait for a next morning to happen, to go to the shop to comment or to put your points or to your dissatisfaction, satisfaction whatsoever, right? Also, the brand do not have to, like, don't know that what is happening at your end. If any delivery happened, if anything happens, anything that you have done, and you do not are you are happy or greatly excited about it, or are not happy. Now, as a brand, as a product, both do not have to wait. What the mobile thing has done is that it has eases and make the connection between the customer very fast, like within a fraction of seconds, by means of WhatsApp message, by means of applications, by means of anything on their website. You can connect with the customer and ensure that your voice has been heard by means of tweeting, everything, right? Anything that you want to do. But that can definitely make the brand and the consumer very much close to each other in terms of what, when should get communicated and get connected along. Now, Sarthak is a point to target advertisements as mobile helps in the customer profiling basis the apps they use, places they visit, things they purchase. Very rightly put. Services or product are based on the consumption history and preferences. Very rightly put. Thank you, Sarthak and Jitendra. Right. So, which brings to the third point, it provides, sorry, value and convenience to customers. Now, this is from the customer point of view. And the larger perspective, the larger thing that has happened because of mobile marketing or mobile app-based marketing, or whatever you call it, right? Is it has significantly, and this is not my, this is I'm not just quoting because I feel like this is a hardcore fact by the multiple surveys and everything else, that because of the rise of mobile use case and people started to consume the product, services, and the brand from mobile phones or using the mobile phone, it has significantly improved the customer loyalty among the consumers for a particular brand. Like here is a thing. Instead of going and searching things, right? You know that facility is already available on some of the applications, right? You have Uber, maybe Uber cabs installed in your phone for so many years, and today even the first preference you might be giving to go to anywhere locally is, let's check the application. So that's a kind of brand loyalty and the kind of connection you have developed with the brand without they pushing or marketing a lot, especially for you, right? And in the age today, if you are not in the mobile marketing, if you're not giving mobile marketing, then you will always be lacking, right? So it gives a lot of edge over competition. And at the end, what Sarthak and targeted advertisements and customized as per consumptions, and so it helps doing high customer engagement. That is the key genesis, that what has brought on table when from the rise of mobile marketing has happened. Yeah, and that is a game changer in terms of connecting, in terms of engagement, in terms of bringing communications or ease and convenience, everything else, right? And that's the reason I said in the previous session that 3 C's of mobile marketing is the content that is always available in terms of providing value, how easily it can get communicated because it has bring in everything together, and not the last but not the convenience. These all points are about the convenience point of view, right? Now, all of this has been happening or become possible because of this particular feature, right? Mobile app marketing. The app-based marketing that brand have explored, and the open doors for the brand and the consumers. Right now, mobile marketing is not new. Mobile marketing used to happen earlier as well. Remember those back in the days? I don't know if how many people have used those phones like Nokia N series and Nokia E series and whatnot, like the basic phones of so-called the smartphones, but with proper keypad. And they're not used to be application as such, but you have to go to the Internet Explorer or something on your mobile phone and visit the websites, right? The good form of marketing or a good form of promotions, advertisements used to happen via the SMS messaging. Remember those days? Yeah. And then what happened is in 2008-9, I believe, Apple opened the gateway of this smartphone without any keypads and app-based marketing, right? That for everything you should have an application, and that has nobody. That's all credit goes to a particular industry, for phone industry, not any other industry or not the brands or the product that you consume, because the mobile have taken a huge leap in terms of designing a different phone wherein you can, and then it has opened the gateway for a different industry altogether called application building. Right now there's a lot many youngsters, there's a lot many companies who build app for you using the technology, but that's when it started. And then it has opened the gateway for the brands to design app, get connected with the consumers, right? And everything is becoming on your mobile phone. So this application based mobile phone has totally changed the game of mobile marketing, which used to happen earlier largely by SMSs and then some other form of advertisement in that sense. But from the time this app-based marketing has evolved, which is largely after 2010, 11, 12, because 2008, 9, the smartphones came, and then most brands were not having an application. They realized the potential of it and then started slowly, everyone started to develop an application. Today, we live in a time that before a website, they might use or launch an application. Like, for example, Nike has multiple applications of its own. Now, does Nike started to advertise now? No. Is that Nike have done the mobile marketing only after that? No. But with the rise of applications, with the rise of app-based marketing or mobile phone smart becoming smarter, what Nike does is it has segmented its application itself. And since it's Nike, it's a global brand, and they have a multiple kind of user base who have different kind of requirement. It's tough for them to store everything on one app. They have currently running at least, I don't know the number, but there are multiple apps today in the world, right? So if I just go and check randomly. Okay, so 4 main apps, and there are other apps as well. Nike apps, Training Club, Nike Run Club. I also know there's something called Nike Shoes. There's Sneakers Heads. So at least 10 applications by and large, and 4 or 5 main applications that they have, which are most popular one among the globe, which is Nike Runners Club or Run Club, which is largely for those who are looking for a long run, marathon based kind of running. Then there's Nike shoes, then something called sneakerheads, Nike app for running, all those things. Now, what they have done is that since they are dealing into multiple kind of customer base, multiple kind of user base, multiple kind of shoes and the requirements, they have segmented the app itself. Now, they know if they have to promote something which is designed for marathon, they can go and run club and do some discounting. If they want to only look for sneakerheads, they can do airdrop or some kind of communication only on the Nike shoe app or the sneakerheads application, right? So that's how the big brand plays now. Instead of just being on one application, they are on multiple applications. They have designed their multiple applications based on the user base and segmentations that they have done. Yeah, once again. Yeah. Make sense to everyone? So while mobile phone was happening in a great way earlier as well, what do you think is one major change happened because of the application based, the brand and everything else? Okay, I spoke about that, brand continuation, brand presence, brand awareness, and everything else. But what is the major factor that has changed? Anyone? We know. Major advances in technology. Oh, that's of course it is. What happened is with this enhancement and the advancement of technology is that it has now, this is how the human psyche and the customers also play in and use, right? It has made this possible. Now, earlier, let's suppose you're using an N92 kind of a phone, like Nokia N92 or something like that, just to give a glimpse that how it used to be. Nokia N92, right? Now, this used to be the one of the smartest phone at that point in time, or N93. Yeah, these were some of the smartest phones that Nokia has launched back in the time, right? This was the so-called leap of the technology. But the point is, all of these phones, if I'm having a Nokia N93 or N92, or Jitendra is having a N93 N92, okay, I can change some covers or something like that, or even though I don't know whether the cover was there for these phones or not, right? But when you open the phone, barring the password, everything looks same. The placement of, like, there's the same kind of display. There's a setting tab, there's this and that, and everything is now in the storage. There might be different things, but the look and feel, it used to be the same. What mobile or app-based marketing or app-based phones have done is that it has given a great flexibility in terms of customization of phones to personal taste and requirement. Let's suppose if both of us use S24, Samsung S24, or Apple 15, 16, whatever is right now the series going on, right? If we, barring the look and color now, if we just open the phone will be totally different from my phone to Jitendra's phone, because the kind of application, the kind of use case he has, the kind of news application, travel app, food app, or whatsoever will be or the overall the kind of application that he might be using will be totally different from my phone, right? So it has given a huge flexibility to customize and make it a personalized phone. For a first time, users were able to make and decide that what they want in their phone and personalize it, right? And that is what the personalization has given a further detailing to the brands to segment the audience, because basis this, they know that what kind of a customer he is or Jitendra is. Change as per the need, a requirement, my understanding. I need more of an application that I use in the night, somebody use it in the morning days, somebody use for traveling, somebody use for anything else, and accordingly the use of those kind of applications. Somebody is more of like a hiker, or somebody is into trekking, somebody is into eating, somebody is into cooking, and then accordingly the apps you will find in their mobile. So a huge flexibility of or advantage over what needed to be there in their phone, which is called personalization. And again, I keep on saying personalization or hyper personalization has the single point of thing that has changed the game in more sense than anything else must have done that, right? So in terms of marketing, so what has changed is application based, that it has given customization of phones. Yeah, makes sense. And the example that I've given is today Nike has n number of applications today, because now Jitendra might have only an overall Nike app. I might be a sneakerhead. I will use the sneakerheads app. Sarthak might be using a Nike Run because he's into running. Somebody needs a workout training and they might be using a Nike Training Club. At the end of the day, all four of us are using same Nike brand, but now Nike knows that who is having which kind of application, right? So this personalization. Now, I am also a Nike customer. Sumit is also a Nike customer. Sarthak is also a Nike customer. Jitendra is also a Nike customer. But it has, I have customized my phone for the Nike also. For a single brand also, there's a customization of my phone basis of the requirement, right? So that's the level of personalization or hyper personalization. It helped a brand to get into, to know. Like even if it's the same application, right? Even if it's the same application, let's say we all use Amazon. Now Amazon knows significantly that what kind of product they need to push for me in terms of buying, or to convert, or to increase the rate of conversion from me as an individual, and what kind of things they need to push more for Jitendra, for Sumit, for Sarthak, or anybody else, right? Even if it's the same phone. Yes or no? Like in Nike case, there are multiple applications, but even if it's one application, the use case on that phone of four or five of us will be very, very different. And then accordingly, the promotions or the marketing will happen. So the as people start, because I have customized my Amazon maybe for a particular kind of search. Now when I'm saying customized, because of my history and everything, right? And accordingly, the brand will able to communicate with me. So this entire hyper personalization of smartphones basis on mobile application has changed the dynamics, that how the branding and customer connections and everything else needed to happen, right? So let's, for example, I just write Nike, for example point of view, multiple apps, sorry, as for the users. Yes, very rightly put, Sarthak. Amazon Bazaar. I believe I've mentioned about Amazon Bazaar at some of the sessions, if I'm not wrong, or maybe somewhere else I mentioned it, right? Okay. Now, so there's something called Run Club, Sneakerheads, but the point is that Nike uses multiple apps to know their customer and make it more and more personalized experience for them. Now the question arises, let's suppose tomorrow or even now you are a brand, you are a product owner, you are working for a particular brand, and if you need to design, or if you need to make a mobile application, let's suppose not a particular brand, but you're just starting something, and you're starting that, you know, and the very good example of this mobile based marketing or mobile first approach is today, if all of you just randomly visit your phone or just go and check the phone of yours, some of the brands that you might be using today do not even have a shop, do not even have a website in that case, right? And they are purely mobile based brand that has been built. For example, all those examples like maybe Swiggy also have a website. Maybe let's say for example Zepto, right? Or for example Blinkit, or for that matter any of these kind of brands, right? These brands are demands. Okay. Now these brands are out and out made because of the mobile first approach. Don't you think? For example, Uber maybe, right? For example, maybe any other tech brand that you can think of. Now these brands are not because of their any particular store or any particular even website. The first thing or the first place you heard about them is the mobile phone itself. For the first time you experienced any services of these from these brands are on the mobile phone, right? And that's why I said that mobile has changed the dynamics, especially the mobile application based marketing has changed the dynamics. It has opened the gateway for many brands who has existed. It opened a gateway for many customers to connect with multiple more services and brands which they were not able to connect earlier. And it has given a gateway to many product owners to develop a brand in itself by designing just a mobile first approach and application or something like that. It's today is one of the biggest market in the world today, right? It's one of the most rising sections in that sense. So while I'm saying that, the point is, yes, that's true. But the question I was asking is, if let's suppose today you want to make a mobile application, right? What are the things or what is the basic element that you should keep in mind? Now, I have a theory. I have my own theory. I call it some as an acronym. But what do you think? What could be the few things, few elements that you keep in mind? Let's suppose if you want to design a mobile application today, you want to make a mobile application, right? What should be the primary few things or the criteria, or why, what should be the ideal elements that you should keep in mind to start a mobile application? Why few of the applications got a hit? And what would you be doing? Anyone? To engage and excite customers. Okay. Any more? Color image similar way. Okay. You should know the customer buying patterns and interface should be easy to navigate. But Sheetal, if you know the customer buying patterns, let's suppose it's a Blinkit. Now you only get to know the buying pattern once you have the application, because since there is no other data that you have, okay, you can buy the third party data, but not your own data. You slowly and gradually gather the data. Like for example, now Reliance has started their own something called Reliance Smart or something. Right now they gather the data, or Linkit or Zepto. They have all over a period of time gather the data, and then they know the buying pattern and everything else, and then accordingly navigate, right? But because they put the mobile first approach, they launch the application and they gather the data. Reliance Fresh is also there. There's another app which they have started, Reliance, not only Fresh, there's something else also, Reliance Smart. Geomart. Geomart, this, yeah. Solve queries in short time, easily access, easily manage for customers, and customer care response. Right? This all comes later on. Like, this is to bring customers or connect with the customers more and then retain the customers. My question was that if you need to start a mobile application, and that's where I have a theory, right? And my theory says that once you start mobile application or build a mobile application, or you don't have a brand, you just want to have a startup and build an application based startup, you need to first ask that the application that you're going to work upon, if it is addressing PDF. I call it a PDF formula, right? This is what I call it. Just yeah, all these points is valid. A proper once you launch the application, all these points are very valid, because then you need to, based on the feedback, your interface, you have to keep on changing the interface. Like the Amazon you use today, it's totally different than the Amazon it started as the application. Like Zomato or Swiggy that you use today were very, very different from the point when they've started, right? So wallet shopping, integration of applications, all transactions, bringing in one application and everything else, structure, all those things are rightly put. Okay. But to begin with, let's suppose Sumit or Sarthak as a co-founder want to start something, right? The first thing they have to address before getting into making your hands dirty and paying some money and into that is that whether the application addresses the PDF or not. Now, what does PDF means is largely related to knowing your audience. I keep on saying that again and again, right? And when I say that, it means the PDF formula means first thing you should ask whether it should address any pain point or problem solving ability. Now, all these applications that we have mentioned, from Zepto to Big Basket to Blanket to Swago to Swiggy to Zomato and everything else, right? The first thing started is that what problem they are solving, and today that you will hear it. Even if you make an application, if you want to go for a funding or something like that, the first thing you will be asked is what problem it's solving, right? All these applications have reached to a success like Porter. How many of you have heard of an application called Porter? Anyone? Right? It has solved a great deal of problem for users, for customers to go down and look for a transporter and a truck. Like I have personally shifted locations from one to other, from cities to cities, and it used to be a huge amount of problem to look for, until unless this if you don't want to use this traditional Agarwal packers and movers, you have to go for a transporter guy, you have to find a truck, you have to find transportations and everything else, and then you have to bargain. The quality was not good, that all those things, and then they used to come. Even if, let's suppose, you have to send certain things within from one city to the other city, you have to, from one city to the same city, you need to courier it, and that will take its own sweet time. Now, Porter has solved the problem in such a great way that today you don't have to do anything. Even if you're shifting locations, even if you're shifting from uh, within the city, like your entire house, all you need to do is that just go to their application, put that how many equipments they have, how many sofas, TVs, tables, everything else that you have, and from which location to what location you have to shift. They will decide that what kind of a cargo or what kind of a vehicle you will need, how many workers will come, and everything will be done in a great efficient way, right? It's a kind of, so that's the problem solving for me. Like I have changed multiple places, and I know the pain I used to get into whenever I need to think of that, okay, I need to shift a place. The first thing is how all these things will happen, how to pack and pack, how to find a transporter, fix it, load it, and everything else. Today it's done. Number of workers, you can decide. You can decide that, okay, I am moving from 1 BHK or a 1 bedroom hall to the 2 bedroom hall, a flat. What all right now things I have two bedroom, I have 2 beds, 4 chairs, 1 table, one big washing machine, one fridge, refrigerator. What size? You just have to click, and then everything, they will get to know that what kind of a vehicle you will need, what kind of packaging you will need, how many labors you will need, and that's done. The guys will come, they'll pack it, wrap it, how many carton boxes you needed, right? You can add that, okay, I have some loose items for which I need 10 carton boxes, and things need to be filled, everything will be done. They will come, do it, put it, load it, unload it. That's problem solved. All you need to do is just transport yourself from location A to location B. Right? Yeah, very rightly put. Even if you need to send just one small parcel, one letter, one good, like just the other day, not the other day, it's been quite some time, right? A friend of mine needed a particular kind of a thing. And the place where he was, like, it's like 50-60 kilometers from Mumbai, which he was not getting, and I can get it from Mumbai, right? Now imagine if I have to deliver that thing to my friend, either I have to drive all the way 60 kilometers for that one thing, which would have costed more than the commodity itself plus my time, or he should have traveled 60 kilometers from here. All I have done is I went to a shop, bought it, did the porter, all it costed me 150 rupees. The guy traveled from my location to his location 60 kilometers, and within a one and a half hour time he has got the thing, right? So amazing stuff, and that's called problem ability thing. Yeah. So FAQs, desires, and pain points, largely this, and then followed up by these two things, which is called a PDF model, should be there in terms of starting an application, right? Okay. Now, as we know, and we all have done the session, like, we have done the session of SEO, right? We all have been part of that. We've done SEO in great deal. Why does SEO is needed? Anyone must be aware of over here that to optimize the ranking of the website by means of keyword research, by means of keyword integration, title tags, and whatnot thing we have learned about that, right? To ensure better SERP. Aware of that? Yes. Yes. And what it does is it brings awareness about a website organically in terms of organic ranking, and get better ranking so that it builds the traffic. So first, let me, of course, revise that to optimize the ranking of the website. Keyword research. What else we have learned is title tag. We learned alt text. We have learned description. Descriptions. We did learn about keyword integration, long tail, and whatnot that we have learned about. Right now, all of these things ensure what? Better SERP. All of that we have done is to ensure SERP, search engine result page, right? And that's how we can gain traction on the website, which was before the mobile and before the application also was primary source of information or getting connected for a brand with the customers, right? Uh, Now, since most of the website or the brand or the service that you consume today are also an application, right? Now, even if it's the same brand, the application and the website works in totally different ecosystems, right? So first thing is, does there any is there any similarities between mobile and website, or mobile applications or website, right? uh, are they same in all aspects, and does keyword play a role in mobile apps as well, right? Because you have to find, let's suppose it's not known application similar to website, you have to find the, there's and huge millions of applications on the stores, right? Which application will all organically appear at the top of the screen at the first few ways. There should be some science to it. There's algorithm, there should be some science to it as well, right? So the question is, does keyword or does SEO kind of a thing play a role in mobile applications and its installation? Who will tell? Okay, so the question is, does keywords There should be something similar to SEO for apps. Keyword are important. Okay. Okay. Right. So first thing is mobile website, mobile applications, and mobile applications and mobile sorry or and website, right? Mobile applications and website serves the same purpose. Yes, the purpose is to connect with the customers, to engage, to bring traffic, to have more conversions, to create brand loyalty, to bring traffic, to engage and convert and everything else, right? So the purpose remains the same, but are they same? No. Are they does they do it in the similar way? No. Right? Does then the second question is, does or do keyword play a role in mobile marketing, or does the entire something called search engine optimization or search optimization plays a role in applications also as they do in website? The big answer is, or the answer is a big yes. Yes, keywords do play an important role in the installations and everything else, and there's a significant role of it, right? But does it happen the same way as you do for the website? The answer is partially yes, partially no, right? And for that, there's something called, like we have SEO for website, we have something called ASO, which is called App Store Optimization, right? Have you guys heard of it, aware of it, and how it's done? Right? There's something called App Store Optimization, which by and large in the session today we will learn in the remaining one and a half hour, whatever is left with us, right? Right? Something called App Store Optimization. Now, the next question is there like in heard now? That's thanks, Jitendra. Yeah, I mean, logically it's right answer. Like, when I asked, have you heard of ASO, and you said heard now. Yeah, okay, great. But before that, what about others? App Store Optimization, heard of this concept and how to do that? Okay, so first thing, it's not as extensive as you do it for website, and it's not like a regularity over there, because largely people, and the difference is in this, the first like, you do not have to as extensively doing like ASO as you do for SEO. Any reasons for that? Not till 4:43 p.m. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Sarthak. Now, any reasons that why it will not be as extensive as you need to do for an SEO? Like SEO, you do on a regular basis. It's very extensive, very detailed, and you have to do a lot of things on regular basis, right? ASO, you have to do it. There's a similarity that you also have to do ASO, but maybe not as extensively as you have to do it for a website like an SEO. Any reasons, any thoughts that comes to your mind for that? Why is that so? Lesser competition. On the contrary, now the competition is even more, because people check mobile first, search mobile, app placed, and everything else. No, there is huge amount of applications in each category as well. Apps are different than websites. Yes, that in that sense, true. the answer lies in in the intent and the purpose. Now, what happens is, when you go to Google, when we used to go to Google, there is nothing called that you have a specific brand in mind and then you search for it, right? You look for best digital marketing classes, best this, and the list will happen. And that, to appear at that top link, you have to do extensive SEO to, so that you will be available and people will click on it. The difference in App Store Optimization is that mostly people already, mostly, I'm not saying like we have to do ASO, but the use case different, because people usually go and download an application once they have heard of it, aware of it. Okay, they do randomly as well for the category, but largely for the branded point of view. Like you have installed Swiggy because it's a brand itself. You install Zomato because it's a brand itself. So that's a very thin line difference, but that doesn't mean that ASO you don't have to. You have to do a lot many ways in terms of ASO. Let's go to Google Android apps on Google Play, right? Now this is your Google Play, which is like your Play Store for all the applications, and that you do it on your mobile, right? Now that's how you get all the applications from here, right? So one thing is, of course, you go over here and then you search for it. This is, I'm just trying to integrate using the mobile phone, using the desktop, showcasing that how this entire thing works, right? So you go over here and you look for Nike as a branded keyword, and you'll get all these, this Nike shoes and apparels and everything. This Nike app on your device, and which you can download it, right? That's one. So this is called branded keyword, and that's why you will see all the branded keywords must have this brand name in this in their title sort of thing. Now the other way is not every oh, okay. I'm saying you go to let's me start from where I mean it's right. So the point I was explaining is this entire ASO thing. That one thing is branded keyword, and the other thing is organic keyword or generic keywords on which you need to rank your application to ensure better optimization and appearance of that. Likewise, that you do for SEO, right? So let's go to this platform called uh, Google Play Android apps or Google Play, whatever. Now, this is a desktop version of Google Play Store or Google Play, whatever it is, Android App Store, which is on your mobile phones or Android phones, right? Now, this is a similar to that, just a bigger display of that. Now, there's one thing which you do, like usually how you download an application, you go and you name a specific brand or a specific application that you download. So let's example, for example, in this case, I go to this and I have downloaded, I have looked for Nike, and then I got this Nike app, right? That's one. Or I go to any other brand, like say Adidas, and I will get this Adidas uh, application link, and you can download it and install it. That's branded keyword. But not every category that you may be aware of a particular brand, or you want to explore further, you want to check multiple apps, right? Like for example, uh, and this is where the organic way of doing ASO or generic keyword, that how to recommend or how to put your app for a particular keyword to rank better in the entire app store or entire Android app store kind of a thing, rank better, and then people will get to know. Like for example, in this case, I have used Nike. So Nike is a branded keyword, but other keywords, which let's suppose you are a brand and you are not at up to a level of Nike and you want to appear on the Play stores or the app stores. So maybe a keyword like running app, or maybe a keyword like food calorie, right? You are not there's not a maybe specific brand which is very particular about this, or you are aware of a particular branded keyword, food calories calculator, and you want to keep an application which is good. Or maybe grocery app, you are randomly searching that which of the application is good, right? In that case, the search totally will change over here also, like on SEO. So let's me check running app, right? And then you'll see there are multiple, from branded ones like Adidas, Nike Run Club, to Map My Run, A6, Starva, and then there are other like treadmill, Google Fit, All Trails, and running app. There's so many other applications which has opened for me. Similarly, if I'll go to grocery apps, instead of just typing in Blinkit, I'll search for groceries, right? Let's see, groceries shopping app, right? And you'll get all these kind of, now deal share, I'm not aware of. Milk basket, I'm not aware of. Maybe City Mall, I'm not aware of. Blinkit, I was aware of. So if I would have searched Blinkit, only this would have appeared. But if I'll search for a particular generic keyword, there are more apps will appear. Now why these only applications? Now some of them like any list, right? This is called RD Click or RD Fresh, Ratandeep, something like that. Magic Pin. Right now, some of these are branded ones, and because since they are a brand and in that category they have appeared. But there are other links or the other apps which has appeared. Similarly, if you will do it on your mobile phone, you'll find if you go and put for a particular category, you'll get a list of applications. Some of them at the very top of it. Then you have to keep on scrolling and accordingly the ratings and everything else, right? So these are appearing. Their ranking appears based on the ASO or based on the optimization that users do it, right? The brand has done it for itself, right? Now, the earlier point which I'm mentioning, whether there is something called organic or inorganic thing or not. So let me show you. Let me send a screen of my, let's say, this, if it's visible to every one of you. I just put a random keyword grocery app, which is a generic keyword, right? So the keyword research for this category is also important. And then you'll see the first link you'll see over here is Instamart. Why? Because this is paid, and you see the ad logo written over the ad text. Like as you see on the SEO also, the first is this is called inorganic link. And then all the other ones which you will find at the bottom of it, right, will be organic links based on the generic keyword. So this is paid, this is unpaid. Okay, now if we go to this, now we understand from the generic keyword point of view, because not everybody will, when you build a brand or when you build an application, it should not become a branded, it will not become branded as such as it is, right? So let's say when we search for grocery shopping app, like in searches, we get links over here, all the links which is organic and everything else. App for grocery over here, right? And all these links over here. Accordingly, you will get all these links on the app store on your mobile phone. You can check. Now, this is where the difference happens when it comes to ASO and SEO. If you remember, I have spoken about what is the most important thing or the most important placeholder for SEO keyword integration, or a placeholder for keyword to put to ensure the crawler to notice your website at the very first go. Anyone remember that? What was it? Blogs. Okay. Anyone else? Hi, space up. We have done all of these things. Title tag. There are two things. No, title and description are two things. There is title tag and description, right? Title tag and description tag. Meta title, meta description. So the first most important thing to do an SEO, wherein you can strategically place the keyword, is called title tag. Where to do it? In the head section of the website, right? Similarly, and how the title appears, if I go to the Google search over here, and if I'll search for grocery as a key thing, right? And where is the title tag? This is the title tag, right? This clickable link over here on which appear on the search is called title tag. Remember, everyone? Yes. Similarly, on ASO, this part, this written part over here at the bottom of each of these applications, which is also clickable, like this entire thing is clickable over here in this case, but this thing is called title tag for application. So wherein on SEO, we need to optimize this and ensure the most important keyword or the most generic keyword with which your brand associate should be encrypted or should be integrated in the, not encrypted, sorry, should be integrated in the title tag. Similarly, in ASO, you need to ensure that the most important keyword along with the branded keyword, along with the brand name. So in ASO, in the title tag, you use the brand title, brand tag, as well as the most common, most generic, and the most used keyword in the title tag. And we'll see it how. Let's see. Right. So Instamart, there are two keywords which is there, which is primary keyword I'm searching for. One is called grocery and shopping. The two keywords over here. And in most of these applications, you will find either of these keywords mentioned in the title tag itself along with the brand name. So you'll see over here, Instamart 10 minutes grocery app, Big Basket 10-minute grocery app, JioMart online shopping app. Then you go over here, DMart online grocery app, Blinkit grocery, Zepto grocery, online shopping, grocery, grocery shopping, online and grocery delivery, all these things, right? So the first primary rule, as we have learned in SEO, is SEO similarly for ASO, always make good use of the title tag. In the case of Apple, in the case of app stores, the title tag is the name that you mentioned for the application. This is actually the name, bigbasket.com. This is the title, you see. This is actual name of the app, bigbasket.com, Swiggy, Geo Platforms, Zepto Marketplace, Blinkit. This is the name. This is the title, right? So that's very strategic play right over here. And then in the title, you could also write just Instamart, Big Basket, like the name, but you have two different placeholders. One is for the name. It could be anything. And your title tag, wherein you have to use your brand name, because on ASO, most of the searches happens after a significant point in time basis on the brand name. So ensure the keyword with which you associate your brand and the generic keyword. Make sense to everyone? That's the title tag in the ASO or while doing ASO. So whenever you make an application and when you list your application on either of the stores, you have to make sure that for a consumer point of view, this is where you search, right? On the application search window, you search for it, and then accordingly the app appears. Now, what is the second most important thing after the title tag or the meta title you do? What is the second most in SEO? We'll learn it with SEO and ASO together, and not together learn, but comparatively, that how as we do in, right? So in SEO, what we do is, this is the description, like anything that appears after the title tag written over here, and we have learned that how to also add this description for our website and everything else while doing the SEO session, right? So this is where the SEO title meta description appears, and this is where the ASO is totally different. In SEO, you write 2 lines or 180 characters or 150 characters of description, and that's it, because it should appear in the Google search. Since the description doesn't appear largely in terms of Play Store on over here, or you'll find some kind of description on the mobile when you search for it. Some bit of descriptions will be there or may not be there, right? Largely on Apple, it doesn't shows. On Android, maybe a bit of snapshot they do, right? But on Apple, definitely there's no description at all. And that's where the beauty of descriptions come into a play, and how totally it is different from SEO is that once you click on this, any of this app, let's say we will take an example of, let's say Instamart itself. Okay, we'll go to this link, all right? And we have all those things over here, some bit of, what do you think is on this particular app? What is the description? What is the meta description over here? Anyone on this entire screen? About this app, right? And this is the description, but this is not all. You can click on the description and read it. So this is where the description part of SEO and SEO differentiate from each other in a great way. Over there, there's not a limitation there as well, but you have a very specific space, and we try to finish it between 150, 180 characters. On app-based thing, the description have to have a huge, and you click on any of the applications, you go over there, I'll go to any of these applications, and that's how the about page must be. You get to Big Basket, and then you see, right, a huge description. Like look at the detailing, like huge. We'll get to that point as well, but let's understand from the multiple apps point of view. Go to Blinkit, right? And then you see over there a huge description. Can you all see that? The kind of description been put. Detailed, very detailed. Every minute point has been put, because on app, it's allowed and you can do that. and the description has to be long. Why is the case? Right now, we can learn about that whether this is important for both App Store and Android Store or not. I will come to that topic, right? Much that we will do definitely. Before you give me the answer that why there is a detailed description, much more detailed description for ASO, let me first write. By the time you think, let me know to get what we have learned, to get ranking on any app, store like SEO, we need to optimize the app on the store to ensure organic ranking. Page above the page appearance also first let it be here, right? Okay, yes, much more info on the compared to SEO, trust, more visibility to the keyword and description so that users get more information and are ready to order immediately without any doubts directly from their device. Brand can easily showcase on top of like due to more clear and accurate keywords. Okay, all the points valid. Now, the very basic understanding, the first thing is, we'll go back. Let's take this as an example and about. First thing first is that after the title tag, let's suppose you come to a particular application on a generic basis and you landed on an application. Now in SEO, you click, you consume the service and you move back. You don't keep the website on your desktop. The max you could do is you can bookmark it, right? Since the entire genesis and the nature of website consumption of website and the consumption of application is totally different. The first thing, right? As what you do is you will install the application on your mobile phone. So it sets in your mobile phone and it gets all the data after on, like from your location to how you use it and everything else, it gets captured, right? And if you are not aware of a brand of an application by its brand, for a user, it's very important. And that's why it's kind of a mandatory thing that for a user, it's very important. They know everything about an application before they decide to install that app on a very personal device. Going back to the point, customization, right? So because once you install it, it means it's going to sit in your screen, unlike the way you consume the website over here, right? And that's why a detailed description is needed. Secondly, in Android, there is no specific placeholder for the keyword, right? Like you go to any website and you can do, let's suppose you're looking for a job, right? And you can add a number, and the website asks for skill sets and you put multiple keywords that will become your skills, and then people will search you accordingly for their skills. On Play Store, there's nothing called any placeholder or it's definite placeholder for the keyword, right? And largely a app can utilize this place called description to ensure every kind of keyword which will help them to get a traffic will be mentioned over here, from all the generic keywords into the category to what the app is about, from delivery to the costing to to the pricing to the delivery to gifts or whatsoever, and whatever you do to the locations, all of that should be covered in the description so that there is nothing left for a brand or for a consumer. If consumer want to know which city you delivering, what kind of delivery you could do, where you can do, what is your payment patterns, what is there a payment gateway available, what are the cities, how till what time you're operational, everything else should be available in the description, because for a consumer there is no other place to read about it for the application, right? Once installed, if things will not be clear, the worst thing will happen is that you install it and then uninstall it, which no brands want to, right? For a brand point of view, since there's no specific placeholders, description is the single largest place where you can capture maximum. And since it's a one page kind of a thing, there's no multiple pages like website, which cumulatively will build the ranking better for a website, and then your website will appear. There's only one page for an app, not like 100 pages, and every page has its own ranking, and then that will make the website better. Since there is only one page, and that what you write on that will decide the fate of organic appearance of the application, the description has to be detailed, which covers summarizing multiple pages in one section. Getting the point, everyone? Okay. Is it the case for most of you, the audio thing? Okay. To some it's fine, to some it doesn't. So maybe, I don't know, could be an issue. So the journey, much like an SEO, sorry, keyword research to get the ranking, and on ASO, also, right? And the app must have the level of keyword optimization or keyword integration, right? The first thing that we have learned is brand plus most generic keyword in the title tag. Now, what works as a title tag, I have explained you. Now, the second point, the description plays a very important role. Now, this is, we will talk about in which of Apple Store or Play Store where it plays an important role. For now, let's say it plays a very important role to get the app appear Is it clear to everyone so far? All good, interesting, something new? Yes? Now, so it should be detailed because it should cover, this is one page where the, in case of application, unlike website, if I go to, let's say, any of the website, like I go to this website itself, multiple pages, and you can optimize each of the pages and get the ranking better. In case of application, there's only one page. So everything depends over here. And the other important thing is that from consumer and a brand point of view, and that is kind of not as a guideline, but every app owner should follow it, that your description should address these three components: what, why, how to do that. And now after that, any kind of application I will open for you, or you will open also, you can realize in some or the other way it has hinted these three elements in the description. And this is, I have done research on multiple applications, and I found these are the three basic components that have to address to ensure and build that trust and gain kind of a attention from the users, and then getting downloaded and getting installed, right? What is this? What, why, and how? And now let's understand some of the applications. So if you go over on Instamart, right, this is the what part, what they done, right? How they do it, what they do it, right? Low price, anything else, how they do it, and then the why part. Why? Because you get low prices, delivery amazing offers 24/7. So this is why you should do it. What you can, what they available and what they deliver to you, and how part is also that they're delivering in these cities. They can give you gifting, and you need to install the applications. So these three things you will find in any kind of application will be mentioned in the description part. Let's go to another app, for example, for learning purpose. Let's go to Blinkit. The tone will be different, but addressing these three elements. Let's go to Blinkit in this category, right? And then, so this is the what part, right? What they do. And then this is why you should be doing that. This will also have a payment. This is the how part, and the rest is how part, right? Ambulance they're delivering ambulance also now. Wow. In 20 plus cities, huge varieties, and all those things. Similarly, let's take another category, right? The usual category that people these days use is, let's say, video editing, right? And you see now all this, the first thing is all these applications, the title tag, if you see, will have these of the common or the generic keyword imbibed in the title tag. Now, in this case, let's say VN, the name of the application actually is Ubiquity Labs. This is the company name. But in the title tag, they have mentioned the brand keyword, which is VN, and then editing or video editor. And now this is in short video editor, and then the title tag, the brand name, Kindmaster, the brand name, and the title tag, Vita, the brand name. Now the name of the company is Snow Corporation, but in the title tag, video editor, and the name of the brand. And you can look for everything. So most of the title tag you will find in this category itself. Now, if I go to the detailed description over here, in this case, you see. So what is VN? Right? How they do it, and why you should be using it, because it's easy to use, trending, advanced, and everything else. So what, why, and how is what in every application detailed description you will find it. What the point is that whenever you make an application, please make sure you follow that. A huge detailed description comprising of what it is, how it is, and why it does. Why it is, right? And these are the reasons which gain traction, organic ranking on the app stores in some ways. Not, this is not the only thing. It brings in some ways some sense in terms of ranking, and also gain trust when it needs to be installed by the consumer when you are not a brand already. You getting my point, everyone? Till this, if anyone has any questions, thoughts, suggestions, or anything that you have in mind, please feel free to speak. So if you go, and how the keyword should be integrated in this, because since in Play Store, specifically in this Google Play Store, there's nothing called placeholder. So this is how, if I go to my previous category, grocery. Right, and we'll do the App Store. You will find there'll be many keywords well integrated in this. There are many keywords like home decor on purpose, like electronics, beauty products, home decor. Then there'll be like all these titles like this. These are what? What are these? Anyone? Any idea? Festive, perfect gifts. But what are these? What are these? Key phrases or the long tail keywords, right? So long tail keywords more than anything else. Like we have learned the importance of long tail keywords in SEO. Similarly, long tail keywords plays a very or long tail key phrases or long tail keywords, as you call it, short tail, medium tail, and long tail. Long tail keywords plays a great deal of role when you need to write the description, because long tail keywords in a great way can help the brand to get the ranking organically on the App Store. And that's why it's called App Store optimization, right? Makes sense. This is how you need to dissect, and this is how you need to learn that how the things have been placed. Now, there's nothing called rules are mandatory, but you need to learn more about your more about applications in a particular category, and then you get to know, okay, these are the long tail keywords. Electronic store with fast delivery. This is a long tail keyword, right? Some of the branded keywords you will find over here. Some of the very generic keywords like grocery deliveries, offers 24/7. Then you will find safe payments, right? Some generic keywords over here, like, you will find beauty products, groceries in 10 minutes. So all good mix of short tail, long tail keywords, medium tail keywords, and generic keywords, a huge way you should integrate, which is linkable with your category. That will in total help to boost your ranking. Safe payment options. Yeah. Multiple things. Got the point, everyone. Now, if I'll ask what was the third thing after the title and the meta description, what was the third thing that we have learned about when doing SEO? Or third or fourth thing, whatever, or the most other important things that we learn about to optimize the website. Any guesses? Quick, guys, quick. Headings, okay, and images and alt text. Very right. So headings and the content to image ratio or the image optimization. Now, this is where the SEO and ASO takes a different route in some cases. In SEO, images plays a role, and we need to, in some ways, and you need to provide it along with the content. In ASO, images takes a leap before the description because it's a more visual kind of a platform, right? On application, what you see, if you go to the mobile phone right now and search for anything, the first thing you will see is the name, and then they will like if I'll do grocery shopping, right? And you will also can do that, right? After the head, the first title, you will find some ratings or something like that, and then largely about the images which you can swap. Once you click on that app, you can swap those images to see. Can you all see that right now? Do it for anybody, and there are multiple images, right? Before the about section also, before the description section also. Like in this case, you do it on your mobile. I'll show you the laptop over here. Like if I go here, right, you see this is the entire thing, and then this is the screen, and then the description, right? Say yes, no, anything. Yeah. And this plays the most crucial role in terms of app installation, because on app, reading helps at the background for the algorithm point of view, and images works for the from the customer point of view. So before getting into any application, this works for the algorithm, or this works for the store itself. This works for the app store as well as for the customers to know and gain knowledge about the particular brand and application. So that's what, if you will see over here, if I click on this, all these images are clickable, and there's a good amount of keyword integration along with the quality images. So the image optimization plays a crucial role, because this explains as a story the images on the ASO, or the images that you use on App Store, works as a story. Instead of the write-up that you do, the images itself become the story that helps as a tutorial for the users. And that's why you see all the images in this will be saying about some of the services or the benefits. For example, groceries and more delivered in just 10 minutes. And that's one image. 3,000 products, 2,000 plus brands, delivery in just 3 minutes. And then the brand names integrated over here, right? So that's second. Third, Max Saver, Shop More, Playlist. Now, all of these images, if you'll see, are integrated with some important keywords of the category. Save more, 3,000 products, delivery in 10 minutes, right? So good headline management. Now the headline and the image in this comes together in terms of ASO. And all the images are integrated with some of the other headlines. Why? Because the image optimization or the headline optimization, which goes along with the images in terms of ASO, work as a tutorial for the customers. Now, the customer these days may not read the description in detail. That is there for the algorithm or for the store to decide what kind of services do, what kind of keywords they have put in the description, and may help the get the ranking better. It may help to get the ranking better. The image and the headline combination helps in the ranking as well as the conversions better. Can you all able to relate or understand what I'm trying to say? In both ways, yes, Sarthak, you can say that descriptions help in visibility in terms of organic ranking, images help in visibility as well as the conversion both. Very rightly put. Yes, and that's why you see over here, right? So move max saver. Now the other image you will see cash on delivery. Now all of these are some medium tail or some key phrases as a headline management. Like on the website, if you go, like if I go to Simplilearn, right? You see the tone you will see, get certified, get ahead. Now this is a headline. Similarly, explore our top program. This is a headline. Now similarly, you go down, real stories, incredible journeys. This is a headline. Now, why your program stand out? This is a headline, but it's called heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, heading 4 that we can decide on, right? But it's all in a heading format. Similarly, if you now relate, it's all in the heading format. Cash on delivery, then premium quality, grab great deals, right? Unlimited free deliveries, and all those 24/7 live tracking, blah blah blah. All these are headlines plus images. Similarly, if I go to the video tracking app, let's understand from two different categories that for better understanding. Video editor, right? And let's say this is what we have opened up. Now I go to open the images. A sleek mobile video editor. Enhance photo details and resolution. Text template and stickers. Speed curve. Easy to use music beats. Keyframe animation, right? So every category, after that, you can go and check for any of the applications. You will find these kind of integrations being done, right? So creative images tells a story. It works as a tutorial for the users. It brings good deal of uh, optimization and hence also the convergence. Okay, so any of the applications that you get to see, you'll get these kind of things. So in short, if I want to say, the description must have what, why, and how. Why I have explained it, and then the creative slash images along with the headlines optimization plays a crucial role, right? What images works as a story and as a tutorial for the users. Till this makes sense to everyone, all of it, and then I'll move further. Maybe I'll address one more small topic on this, and then tomorrow we will continue. But I have something else to address. Yes? Okay. Second. Good. Just a minute. Does engine reads the heading on the images for better result? Well, the engine, it's called Play Store, not the engine itself, but the Play Store recognize the images which has been used. I would say in that way, right? So they recognize these images in a great way. And as I said, this is from the customer point of view rather more in detail, as because this works as a tutorial. So that helps the conversion in great sense. Ojas. I hope that's a query. Yeah. Okay. Now the other thing is that this we understood it from one of the Play Store. Now the Apple and Google Play Store works in some ways similar, but in some ways also very differently, right? For example, so I will just explain that in what sense it's different. Whenever you're making an application, what to take care of, some of the facts, right? So let's say I will go here and I will insert Google Drawings, give a new one, right? Let's say Apple, Apple, it's called Apple Store, and then this App Store, or this will be called Google Android. What do you call it? Let's say Google. For better understanding, let's call it Google, right? Okay, and then so let's start with Google itself. So in Google, the title which we have talked about, the title tag, which is this, right? This is the title tag over here. This needs to be very specific in terms of informing users about the use case or the platform itself, right? So the title needs to be specific in terms of informing users about the use case, and hence the branded and the generic keyword to be implemented over here. In terms of Apple, and that's how if you'll see on the App Store also, it's good, but it's not like one necessary kind of a necessary thing over there, right? So if I'll go over here and if I'll write for the Apple, it is not the necessary thing, but it plays a role. But now it does play a role in terms of your ranking, but in Apple, and why I'll also tell you later on that why it's like a little different from Google. It not need to be necessarily very specific in terms of explanation of the title tag itself on the App Store compared to the Google Play, right? So that's one. And then The other point is, let's start with the Google itself. Short, this is how the difference is. A description, I am not having right now a short description. A description shows on the app, right? Whenever you do an application search or a generic search along with the title tag, you'll see a short description also there in the Google store in your mobile phone, right? However, here subtitles appears below the app title, right? Now, if you see that small font on mobile app of yours on Apple mobile phone, there'll be some subtitles written at the bottom of the title tag, something like fruits, vegetable, and groceries, something like 10-minute grocery delivery app, something like that will be written. Very small font, subtitle will be written, which is not the case. Maybe you get a short description here. Here you get a subtitles written over there, right? I'm telling you, this also plays a role. This also plays a role. I'm telling the further point also that how Apple largely dependent upon. Now, the very important point which I have mentioned is in terms of Google, the ranking algorithm is independent on of the keyword field, which what it means is that there is no specific field available for the Google Play Store, right? And that's why the description plays a role, because in subtly you have to add the keywords in the long term in the description, the detailed description that you do. There's nothing specific field over there. However, that's where the App Store differentiate. In App Store or Apple Store, the main ranking factor is the keyword itself, the keyword which are invisible to the users. Now, which means once you have to list your application on App Store, there is a field wherein like 4 or 5 keywords you can add as a meta keyword, not as a meta in the description. You have to list like 5-6 keywords like you do in the website, or there's meta title, meta description, and then meta keywords. In Apple, it is irrespective of how you write the description. You can write that in detail also. That helps. But there's another section which is categorically for the keyword, right? So you can mention that keywords over there, but will not be visible to the users. It's invisible to the users, but basis on that, it get defined, right? So the keyword in the long description doesn't play a very great role in terms of ranking, because there's a specific section for the keyword to place itself. However, in Google, the keyword in the long description plays a great role in terms of ranking. Getting the point, everyone? The difference, the major difference. So I could add a further point like keyword in the long description plays a great role in ranking. However, for this, just copy paste. Right, because there's a specific section for the keyword itself. However, we must write the description here as well, because it does, apart from the ranking, it, as I said, it also helps for the users to gain trust, right? And the last point is, let me check for my validation. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, as I thought. Suppose so in Google Store, allows up to 8 screenshots or image optimizations. However, in App Store, this goes up to 10 screenshots, right? So that's the difference in some ways between both the App Store, which is the major app stores in the world, that we either or we must be using it, either we'll be using it or either we'll be using it. This one, right? So this is the bit of difference. And also one more point which I have not mentioned, a long description or long tail keywords plays good use of long tail of keywords in this plays a role, because in this the description itself plays a role. So the long tail keywords plays a good role in terms of ranking when it comes to Google Play Store and how the App Store differentiates. Make sense to everyone so far? Yeah, this is the topic that we've started in terms of email and mobile marketing. We have covered a great deal of things. Today is the last day for this topic, or last session for this topic that we're going to cover. All right. So we have covered email marketing well before. I mean, much earlier in the week or in this month. Then right now we are talking about mobile marketing, which we started last weekend. Then some part we have covered on this yesterday, which was on Saturday, and then we are going to complete this topic today. We have covered many things in the last couple of sessions, starting from why the entire need of mobile marketing, and more than need, how and what ways it has opened the gateway for the customers and as well as for the brands in terms of content and its communication, right? And that's what we have talked about also. Content, communication, and convenience. This is what made the rise of entire mobile marketing. More than that, it also, because of this real-time basis connectivity that is being provided in terms of marketeers, and precise marketing based on the geo targeting that you could do. That has given a lot of boost for the marketeers in the brand. And then the behavioral changes that is happening in the time that we are living in, that I have talked about that in detail. So we're not going to cover that again. Then we talk about the age of hyper personalization and the advantages of that from yesterday. This I have explained with the rise of technology, mobile penetration, and also the use case of marketing in and around the what you call the applications, in and around the mobile phones, mobile applications, and so on and so forth, right? So all of this we have talked about, or we spoke about, and then we have talked about the advantages of or some of the great advantages that has come up with mobile marketing and the reasons behind it, right? So also that we have covered, that is as basic as to give an edge over the competition to the convenience and the customer engagement that it provides for the brand, and which is what we all need, right? In the times that we're living in, we need to bring it. We need to be closer to the customers, and mobile is the best possible way that in the time we are living in. Mobile in the in-app or the mobile optimizations and the app optimizations, rather, or the app connectivity with the customers, that has made us become more and more closer to the customers, and also increasing the customer engagement for sure in that series. Then we spoke about mobile app marketing, which is the defining moment for the entire marketing thing that we talk about today. And how the mobile app marketing has totally changed the game in terms of, because it brings a lot of customization, a lot of hyper personalization to the users, and also, as I said, keeping the brands as close as it could be with their customers. If you need to start your mobile application, we talk about some of the points, or some of the important requirements that you should be covering basis before starting your application, because otherwise there's cluttered of mobile applications, but only few make a mark, and all those things. Then we talk about in terms of understanding the synergy between SEO and also ASO. Is there any mechanism using which you can optimize the basic purpose of website as well as an application is same, that it brings convenience to the customers, bring to your port, bring traffic to your whatever app or the website, and then try to get engaged in the conversion. So the basic purpose remains the same, and hence since we do use SEO to optimize our website so that our visibility will be higher than the competition or the other applications in that category. Similarly, uh, other websites in that category. Similarly, we need to optimize application also so that in the app stores or in whatever our Google Play, our presence will be better than compared to the competition if anybody searches for anything. So that's how we have learned about. There are branded keywords and then there are generic keywords. Branded keyword, and both we need to include in terms of doing a app store optimization. That is in many ways very similar to SEO, which is search engine optimization, and in many ways also different from that. Like a website is huge with multiple pages, and all multiple pages cumulatively defines the overall ranking of a particular website. We do not have that kind of facility in application, and that's why there are basic elements that we need to take care while defining while trying to optimize the application on the stores that we have placed that, right, so that if the users are coming randomly or generic keyword they are using, they should our visibility, our chances of being viewed by the customers will be higher, and how to optimize that we have learned in detail. If you guys need kind of any detailing on that again needed to be repeated or summarized, that how the entire ASO works, please let me know. Otherwise, I have explained that how the title tagging and meta description, or how similarly that you do the website, there is something called title tag, but it's in a different way. Similarly, there is a description for the application, but it rather plays a much bigger role than how it plays a role in the website or doing SEO, because description is the only place wherein you can write about for an application, and it doesn't have a multiple pages. And every description should address what, why, and how, and all those things. I've explained that also in detail, that how to utilize that, how to implement long tail keywords, and the use case of long tail keywords and short tail keywords, everything in the application. And then the more importantly, this is the defining moment, or a lot of differentiation when it comes to SEO and ASO, wherein the creative images plays a great deal of role in terms of overall optimization of an application, and also the visibility. Because here the images works as a tutorial or as a guiding factor, that what users should be expecting in this application, and then how and what they need to download it, and why they should be downloading it. So it becomes a guiding factor. It's kind of tutorial, which creates all the difference. So that's where you have to emphasize on whenever you do the app store, or whenever you put any app on a particular store. We learned about a bit of differences between Apple and Google that I have explained yesterday. Few things here and there, but largely the point being that is needed or that is required is that we all need to optimize our applications as well on the stores to remain having a presence on the store, on any of this Play Store or the App Store, and having a good visibility. And both ways here also, here like on a website or like on Google, here also both things works. It is a good mix of organic and inorganic. You can also pay for your app to be on the top of any store, and the visibility will be high over there. But if you're not paying it, then organically also you have to do it. Organic is as good as SEO. So it's a good combination of SEM, SEO. Similarly, here the paid and free, both ways you can register, or you can try to optimize your app on the stores, right? That's all in detail we have covered. If anyone have any doubts or anything in mind regarding that, because this was a crucial and important topic, please feel free to ask or let me know. Till this. Yeah, so this is what I've shared yesterday, right? On any of the app store, whenever you go and you use any generic keyword to search for, you'll find sometimes the first and sometimes the first two also, you'll see this ad written over. Like as you go to any Google search and you look for any kind of website and any kind of service, the first three links is usually ads or sponsored ads, right? That's called inorganic, and then the rest over at the bottom, which you get it. So if you go to the Google search also, for let's say watches, right, and then Usually, so these are all organic links, which is just because of the SEO reasons, and some of the paid links that you get over there as a popular product or sponsored, which are the paid links, right? That's called inorganic. Similarly, over here, over here, these are the paid apps. You can see advertisement. These are advertised using, and it's called, uh, it's paid advertisement. So this is inorganic, and this is organically coming because of the optimization of the app on a particular store has been done, and that's called organic, Megan. Right. So the difference between is this is paid, this is free for this keyword. Yeah, it's as good as SEM and SEO that we have learned about earlier. Yeah. Okay. Now there's one more thing that I want to speak about, which I have left in this. So if I go to again this Play Store, which we have learned about yesterday, right, in detail, I'll go back over here and let's say the same keyword I'll search for. Right, and you'll find that all these links over here. Now in SEO, there's something also called there's something since we're trying to draw a synergy with SEO and ASO. In SEO, there's also something called off-page or backlinks. Right now over here, the backlinks is not possible as such that you can provide the links of your apps of your app installation at some of the websites and all those things. But more than that, backlinks, what more important over here is that if I'll go to, 1 second, sorry. Right, if I go to any of the store applications, right, and this is I've explained. So this is like an imagery, then the image comes before the description itself. This is the title tag as such, like this is the title wherein you have to use the generic keyword as well as the brand name, right, to ensure that a good visibility for that. These are the images, which is like up to 8 available on Google and up to 10 available on iOS or Apple, right? And then there is about app, which works as a description. So you can go over there, and this is where you need to smartly and strategically place all the keywords. Not only placing the keywords, but also talk about what, why, and how. That gives a lot of boost in terms of the visibility, right? So this is all we have covered in which ways. Then what matters is these reviews, right? Now, these reviews are very important, and that's why you see many a times the brand, not many a times, usually the brand respond back to them, right? Because you see over here, for this, in this case also the brand respond back to all the either all the or good or bad. So here it's a good review, and then still they've replied that thank you for your kind review, right? And then there is a bad review. Items are never cheaper than retail market, and they're closer, blah blah blah. And then there's a sorry message, right, for the hassle and all those things. But what Swiggy or Instamart is ensure that they're responding back. Now, reviews, why they are doing it, right? I mean, reviews is just a review usually for everything, and people do that. But but for App Store, it's not like Google review that could be people, that could be random also, that could be people doing for self also. But in this App Store, it's usually been considered one of the serious comments over here. And what it defines is, you can see all reviews. The more the reviews a brand get, or the more the reviews of a particular application get, it's considered as better. And this works as a also as you can say as an off-page SEO kind of a thing for the brand to get visibility, right? Now, good or bad, but it ensures that people are talking about your brand, they are rating and reviewing, and your interest and your reaction to it and your engagement with the users will also becomes very critical. So you see there's horrible return experience, and you'll see there a comment, we are sorry for the unpleasant experience. And then there's this is extremely worse, and then a comment more of negatives, and then there's usually a comment over there, let me find some good, and then so there's a full review of the product service, but along with the blah blah blah. We are thankful for your review and would like to get your feedback and take it to the next level, right? So in point is, see, this is all just for this year and for maybe probably for the last couple of months, the entire feedback and review that you can see. And Swiggy is very strategically, not strategically, but very swiftly commenting and responding back to each of those reviews. Now, this is very important. And as I said, this works as a off page as well as a good practice if you need to optimize your application on any of the stores, right? A good first user should write and review about you, which means it's also indicate that it's popular among the users. Remember the algorithm, the more the users will come on your website, it will work as a ripple effect more, and it will translate to more users and given a hint to the crawlers also that okay, there are users coming in and spending time, right? Similarly for the store algorithm, be it app store or be it a Google Play Store, right? Algorithm, the user should be able to find the app, and once the user is able to find the app, they are spending time on it. If they are going back, checking the details and writing the review, which means they're spending time on the application and also reviewing the app itself. Forget about the feedback on the app. They're reviewing the review feedback on the app for a particular product. They're coming to the app store and reviewing the app, which means there are a good amount of users. And then it also will taken into consideration for the algorithm of any of the stores, right? And that helps in a way that it gets good visibility, or it should get good visibility. And on top of it, if the brand respond back to the reviews and respond back and engage with the customers, it is taken in as a positive thing in terms of boosting the app what you call placement at a organically at a better position, right? Or maybe much above than the competition. So if I'll just go and check the others also, maybe there'll be reviews, there will be not. Let me check. I'm very sure. So let's go to the Blinkit, that the very best second competition, and then we will see their reviews and you see. So all these follow the same kind of practice. You will find all those good reviews and their thank you, maybe a bad review also. Right, it's a bad review and then the Blinkit. Extremely sorry for the kind of experience you had us with the Blinkit, right? And this is not reviews for the particular product. This is a review for the app itself. Now, their customers may be bringing their frustration coming on the application itself and all sort of things. But what it does is for the algorithm that okay, there are users who are interacting with the application, and then the app owner itself is engaging with the audiences, somewhat maybe good or bad, but they are responding back. And now this in a great, I'm not saying it's a direct use case of off-page SEO, but this is in app store optimization. This is considered one of the off-page activity wherein you go. This is nothing about technicality of the app. This is nothing about the keyword placement. This is nothing about the title tag or image optimization. This is purely reviews and then you commenting on it, right? And that will give kind of boost which is needed. Okay. Once that now, I have a quick question from all of you, and okay, so how many of you use or aware of and use Zomato and Swiggy? How many of you have both? How many of you have used just one of it, and vice versa, right? So please let me know. Okay. This is Zomato, as we all are aware of. Then by default, in the category, Swiggy is also there, right? This is Swiggy. Now, since I've got some views that some used both, didn't use none of it, right? But those who have used and those who have not used also, but must be aware of the app. Right? What do you think is the major difference between, or if you have noticed, is there any difference in both the apps? The basic difference is in the use case, or the basic difference in the genesis of the platform itself. Now, Zomato is a stand-alone app. So most of the apps is been made like that, which is called stand-alone app. So if you are aware of that, Blinkit, Dine Out, and there are so many other applications are part of Zomato. Like it's one company, and they have named the company now Signal or something like that. If I'm they have renamed the company now. It's no more called Zomato. It's something else, and under which is all the companies, which is Zomato, Blinkit, and all fall under, right? But Zomato, as a food delivery app, works as a standalone application in India, right? There's nothing else. It's just standalone application, and every customer they acquire for Zomato is for Zomato. That's one type of app largely being made, and this is one category of apps. Even though, and that's why I've taken an example of Swiggy and Zomato, because most of you must have used it or at least aware of it. Now, Swiggy being the similar app, you can take both the app and then order the food from the same kind of restaurants. There will be here and there pricing difference, but almost the same service, right? Eternal Limited is now, thank you, Jitendra. Eternal Limited is now the name of Zomato, right? So under Eternal comes Zomato, Blinkit, Dine Out, and Zomato Party, something like that, and so many more, right? The difference between Zomato, as I said, Zomato is a standalone app. So there is no connection between Zomato and Blinkit. Even though it's the same company, you have to download Blinkit separately. You have to download Zomato separately, right? So there will be two different apps, and both the applications work in isolation. There's no cross connection into it. However, Swiggy is like a super app. So there are always two kind of applications being made worldwide. Either a standalone application. I'm not very sure if you guys are aware of it. If it's something adding new to it, let me know. Now, the other kind of applications are made called super app. Swiggy, being in the same category, a direct competition of Zomato, is not an standalone app. Their approach is different. Now, Swiggy follows a super app strategy. So, which means in case of Swiggy, if you download either of the app or one application, it has cross connection, right? There's cross selling built-in approach over there. So if you in the Swiggy app itself, right now, also if you have a Swiggy app, if you go to, you can find the Instamart also over there in that app, right? So there's nothing called personalized app for different services. They believe in making a super app wherein the Eternal Limited, which is famously known as Zomato, believe in standalone applications. So for each services, there are different apps. You need a quick commerce, you need to download Blinkit. You need a food delivery app, you need to download Zomato. You need to something called Dine Out or Party, you need to have a different application from Zomato. In case of Swiggy, you just download Swiggy. You have by default, there is a tab for Instamart, which is a quick delivery, a quick commerce. Swiggy by default, the bigger app is of course doing the food delivery app and everything else, right? So it's a all-in-one kind of approach, wherein Zomato standalone approach. Getting the point, guys? Right? I hope you guys have noticed that so far by using the application itself. It's not, but that's the huge difference between both the apps. That's a big difference also, maybe from their revenue point of view, from the success point of view, and also these two apps defines overall how the app is being made. Now most of the apps fall under these two categories, either or. Some of the companies try to make a build, like Nike follow a built-in standalone approach. So they have Nike Run Club, they have Nike Sneakerheads, they have Nike this and that and everything else. But Adidas, I believe, is just only having one app, right? And that's how it follows. In China, for example, let's say WeChat, right? Now, WeChat is a super app. Can you name any other app in India? Yes, Jitendra, I'll unmute you in a while. Can you name any other app in India which is trying to be a super app? Swiggy is just a super app in one category, but an app which is trying to be a super app in a larger way, right? And Amazon is not a super app right now so far. They're building it in, not even Uber, because Uber it's failed. Uber it is not no more exist in India. There's just now a platform for transportations or like cab facility right now. Yet not Rapido. If you guys remember, that has failed once and now they are trying again. Amazon right now, not yet. I'll tell you the reason. The app is, as I said, it failed once and then they're trying it again in a bigger way, right? And that is a Reliance Jio. If you remember, the Jio app, inbuilt app used to come when you used to have a Reliance phone. If you guys remember that, right? Which is Reliance Music, Reliance TV, Reliance Cinema, Reliance Bill, everything inside the application. Now that at once failed because they were trying to be the chat GPT of I'm saying WeChat of India, right? But right now they are again trying in a different manner. They are accumulating everything and then gonna be building into one service. So it's going to be from your billing, from electricity, from your movie to your music to your phone, whatsoever. So your cinemas, everything to your grocery shopping, to your quick commerce, everything gonna be under one roof, right? So Geo is, I don't know how far they will succeed, but right now they are in making of it's an attempt to make a really super app. That's why I said Swiggy is not in a real sense a super app, but in for a particular category, it's a super app in that category. But in the real sense, a super app is called WeChat, which is in China, right? There's everything over there from news to any kind of utilization of services. And that is where the Reliance trying to build. Reliance, those who don't know or maybe not from India, is one of the conglomerate, and their Geo app, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, both are listed, I believe, right? Swiggy is right now down comparatively lower rating, lower than their IPO price, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. But it's just my hunch is they will make it. Yeah, because they are right now into losses because of huge investments they are doing. Let's see. Hope for the best for both, because they are a good economy driver right now in the Indian economy, because not only for the application but the kind of employment they generate. Now it's easy to talk about, but really they have generated a huge amount of employment in India. Imagine all those people who are now the delivery partners across the metros would not be doing anything, right? So they have a great contributors, both the companies, for the economy also. So both should succeed. Let's see who will win the battle for now. Yeah. Okay. Then we're gonna talk about mobile app marketing. So next time when you guys open the Zomato or Swiggy, you know these points for life, right? That there was a guy who just said something about these apps. Right. Now, mobile app marketing, in this, there's something called in-app monetization. What is in-app monetization? Anyone? Now, in-app monetization is nothing. It's all the money or the total income that you can generate from all the monetization points or the channels that you can generate revenue. Using the app for advertisement is just one. When I'm saying in-app monetization, everything. So there's something called total revenue under in-app monetization. Of course, advertisement is one part of it. There's something called total revenue, right? Now, the total in-app monetization means first thing is total revenue. So the total income or total in money or revenue that generated from all the touch points or all the monetization channels which is available in an application. That is your in-app purchases, like you do the purchase through an application, your subscriptions, your advertisements that you run on, allowed to run on your application, everything. That is called in-app monetizations, and the total revenue that you generate from your application. So the total, why I'm saying this, because if tomorrow you guys will make your own application, should be aware of total income generated from all monetization channels, which includes in-app purchases, advertisements, as Jitendra mentioned, also the subscription fees, if at all. Right. So all these mediums, which is total revenue. Now, in-app monetization is nothing. It's a very kind of a nice term, but it's all about the revenue that you can generate through the application while users are using it by multiple channels, by multiple means, which I just spoke about. Then we have something called, now there are a few metrics that you need to remember if you are having an application, if you work for an application, which I'm going to talk about. Few metrics that comes handy to understand for you that what is what are the things happening, why this is what, and everything else. A few very important metrics that we must be aware of as we deal with the applications, right? So the first thing is, this is a very easy one. I'm not going to spend much time on that, but it's called average revenue per users, right? Which is called ARPU. I believe this is self-explanatory. Anyone? What is average revenue per user? Very easy. Let's suppose the overall revenue that you generate, let's say overall revenue that you generate from a particular application is let's say 100 rupees, and you have total users on the user on a particular application is, let's say, X. So 100 divided by X is the average revenue that you generate from each user, right? That's very simple application, but that helps you to understand that why this metric is important. It helps you to understand that in terms of acquiring a customer, how much you're spending, and then in terms of revenue that you're generating from each customer, what is the amount. So it is your app right now profitable? Is your app right now at a break-even point, or is your app is right now negative in terms of per customer or the per user basis? Yeah, total money generated divided by the number of users. So that will help us to understand that right now, as a consumer or a customer basis or a user basis, per user basis, whether we are profitable or we are not profitable, because that will define that how much it costing me to have or to retain this customer, and how much I am able to generate a revenue out of this customer. Now, a sister metric of this one, or extension of this metric, is called average revenue per paying users, ARPPU. This is called ARPPU. Now, if all the users mostly see, there are applications which is only paying customers, right? So there are applications which works on the freemium model, right? Like, and also there'll be applications which people are just downloaded it but do not use it in terms of making any payments, in terms of subscriptions, or in terms of also uh, ordering any goods from that application, right? So that is covered under this, right? So that will say overall, is it profitable or not? Now, average revenue per paying user means, let's suppose you are a SaaS-based application, or maybe a freemium model. So how many of the users, of the total users, are free users? How many of the users have paid for it, right? Now, for example, a very good example of that could be Zomato itself again, or example of Spotify. Right now, Spotify is available for everybody, right? Largely, people are using the free model, but there are also users who use it in the paid version of it, wherein you have no advertisements, right? Excuse me. Similarly, for Zomato, right? Some people use Zomato Gold, I believe, and then the free version of the Zomato, right? So this says that what is the revenue that I'm generating per paying user basis, right? Forget about the free one, but how many of the paid users, and what is the average revenue I'm generating from the paid users, and then comparatively, is it making profitable or not for me? Because the paid users are what which brings money to it. Now, this metric is very also important to understand that transition of free users and the paid users, that how many of the users of the overall users are paid, and how many of that users who were earlier free users have now seeing the services have converted to paid users. For example, so Spotify. I was a free user. I'm not like really, but for example, right? If I was a free user and then 3 months down the line, I have taken the paid subscription, seeing the benefit of it. Similarly to Zomato and Swiggy, I've taken the gold membership because I've seen the benefits and the discounts that it offers, right? So it says that whether the effectivity of my campaign is good or not, right? Using which of the campaign or which of the feature this free user have converted to the paid user, and at what percentage a brand or an app is able to convert the free user to a paid user. You getting the point, everyone? So this metric is important to analyze that the shift, the movement, and also per paid user basis, how much money I am making and am I profitable or not. Then there are a few user engagement metrics which I believe I have covered this during the analytics session, but just to touch upon, because this is also for this topic, it's also important. So we will cover that engagement. Sorry, this. Now there's something called, which everyone or all of you must be aware of, called daily active users, right? Or you must be famously heard of this term. What is your DAO? And shows like Shark Tank and everything, you might have heard of what is your DAO and what is your MAO. Any remembrance of that if you watch these kind of shows? Yeah, DAO and MAO, they use these acronyms. So people might, those who have been part of digital marketing may not have heard of these terms and maybe scratch their head, right? So DAO is your daily active users, the number of unique users engaging with the app on a daily basis, not the customers who are there, daily active users, and the number of unique users engaging with the application on a daily basis is called DAO. So it helps to measure your retention and engagement and the new users coming to your application, right? Three things. It measures retention. It helps to understand the engagement, that how many of the daily active users are coming back, and then also the engagement along with that, and the unique users as well. Yeah, rightly put. Company spends advertising budget by analyzing apps, DAO and MAO. Yeah, right. So when we talk about, usually people say that why I'm talking about these points, these are easy stuff, but understand the importance of it, right? You have to have a hands-on experience if you're working for a brand, if you're working for your own product, right? Anybody, if you go to a business meet, people will ask you just randomly, what is your DAO and MAO? And if you're not heard of these things, if you just do the practical of how to run a Facebook advertisement, who will address these things, right? And that's why I always say, for a marketeer, you need to be 360 degree. You need to know how the execution happens. You should also know how the deck should be prepared, and you should also know what means what and what does it reflect in the system, right? That's what makes a smart marketer. So active users, which is the number of unique users engaging with the app on a daily basis, right? It helps to measure user retention, engagement, right? Now, in this, after daily active users, there are other few metrics which I believe Sumit has already addressed, called MAU, which is called monthly active users, which is famously known as MAU. Then there is something called session length and session frequency. I believe these are the self-explanatory terms from after DAU. I believe this is self-explanatory, and these two as well. But please let me know if you guys need more details on that. What is session length and session frequency? Do I need to explain these two terms? So this is, yeah, how much time user spend on an application. This is session length, that how much time at in one visit, how much time our user spend on a particular application, right? That's called session length. So the session frequency is in a day's time, or in a week's time or in a month time, how many times user come back to the application and use it. So how often, not how many times rather, but how often, at what interval, or how often a user come to use the application. Like maybe the session frequency for WhatsApp must be very, very high, because every 5 minutes people used to check, people used to check, or people check WhatsApp, right? So the session frequency is at what intervals, or how often people particularly go to an application and utilize the services for particular application. Yeah. Okay. Is it clear to everyone? Great. Now, few other important metrics. If you run an application, and since we have seen that how the optimization happens and how we can also do inorganic way of promoting your or paid promotion of your applications as well, right? So for that, there's something called acquisition matrix. Now there is largely called cost per installation, is called CPI, right? And that will be seen from this application art point of view that you say. So what is the cost of installation, or cost per installation? How much money a brand had to spend, or how much money a brand has spent for each installations being done on a particular device or a mobile phone, right? So this is called acquisition matrix, which is largely decide the money spent to acquire, and then the revenue, generated by the user, right? So this a comparison between this, like how much cost a brand has spent to acquire the customer, and then how much that user is spending after acquisition or after installation, how much money that user is spending, or revenue generation is being done by that user, a comparative analysis of that. So if this is higher and this is lower, which means that per user basis, a company is on a negative side, right? If this is high and this is comparatively low, which means per user basis, company is being profitable. Now, there are other structures or the other costs which might be making the company negative or positive, but user basis in terms of acquiring the customer and then utilization of and revenue generation by that customer is profitable or negative. That can be learned, or that can be analyzed through these metrics. Yeah. Okay, then in application, a very important factor is called retention matrix, right? Which is, I'll just quickly spend a few minutes on this to explain, and then we'll move further. Retention matrix is about, first thing in this is being measured called, and this we have, I believe I have done. This we have already done, so it's called retention rate. Right. This is, I believe, the easiest one, the percentage of users who continue to use the app for a specific period. Now, this is where it differs from company to company, maybe, right? So the retention rate is the percentage of users who continue to use the app over a specific period. Now, this specific period is what defines the difference. Now, for some company, it could be a week's time. For some company, it could be a month time. For some company, it would be a 6-month time. But it's in that specific period of time, if a customer been acquired 6 months ago, for X amount of customers been acquired or installed the app in say 6 months ago, how much of that are continue to use it after 6 months will be the retention period of that 6 month. Right now, I could measure it for 1 month basis, 6 month basis, and so on and so forth. Now, this I have also showed it to you during the funnel creation of in the session of analytics and ROI, if you guys remember, right, on Google. It's similar approach. Yeah, similar approach, but in app, it's just about the use case of application. They over there, it's a drop at each stage from which page to what page the drop happens. In app, in case of applications, it's just how many people continue to use the app and how many people have just removed the app or deleted the app and not using the app, right? Uh, that's what it defines or signifies. Then we have something called, this is again a repeat, I believe. You guys are already aware of churn rate. Please explain to me because I've explained this earlier as well. Now, this explains a lot many things. This is very important metric because it's also defined the satisfaction level of the consumer. If the churn rate is very high of an application, like suppose 100 users by the curiosity or by some curiosity have downloaded the app, but out of 100, if 80 people have just left after initial use case, which means my application is a major problem, or there is a satisfaction issue among the users, right? They're not getting satisfied with the application. There's some major UI UX or some issues that it's not smooth, it's not technologically enabled app and sort of thing, right? So churn rate becomes very important. That's why people usually ask this as well, that what is the churn rate of your application, right? Because it's very important metric that measures the percentage of users who have stopped using or cancel the subscription or discontinue to engage with the app after a certain period of time, right? So this largely explains that how many customers remained and how many customers did not remain with you, and that will speak about the level of overall satisfaction of among the consumers about your application, right? So first I'll write, so it's a very important that measures the percentage of users of using cancel subscription or the app, right? Now calculation of churn rate is very easy. Churn rate, not like for explanation point of view, it's very easy, right? Churn rate equals customer lost last month divided by total customers this is how you can measure the month on month churn rate. So let's suppose at the start of the month there were 10,000 customers, right? And by the end of the month, I have lost 500 customers. So 500 divided by 10,000, I believe that will comes down to, if I am not wrong, 5%. That's still yeah, 5%. Yeah, right. So the churn rate is around 5%. Now, who will tell me what should be the standard, or what is the ideal churn rate that any app should try to maintain? Anyone free to ask, free to speak, or free to share the data? Please. No one? How would I know if you guys will not respond? 4 to 7% depending on the industry, yeah, which I believe is the right range. Right. Okay. Of course, the churn rate differs from industry to industry and the kind of category you are into or the product type, right? But for SaaS-based companies, which are software-based, right, its ideal should be between 3 to 5%. So 5% is average, right? Subscription-based e-commerce kind of a platform, it can go a little more than 7 to 8%, 7 to 10%, right? For telecom sector, which is into application, let's suppose any of the telecom and you are having an application, it should not be much more. So it should be between 1 to 3% or not more than that. OTT platforms, ideally, their churn rate is between 5 to 6%, so which is also good. Ideally, they maintain it. What else is left? Yeah, freemium based applications, which is on the free version and the paid version, right? That's where the churn rate is really high. There are few applications like some video editing or like some something to create or some pic collage kind of applications or something about DIY sort of applications, right? Now that is where the churn rate is really high, uh, because for the reason, right? So we don't consider that as a standard because the churn rate over there can go up as high as 70 to 80%. People will use it till it's free, and then like try on a trial version, use it for 30 days, 7 days, 14 days, 90 days for free. And once the trial period is over, and the freemium model in terms of that you need to upgrade and pay for it, people uninstall it, right? And they look for the other alternative. So in that category, the churn rate is really high. 80% also is not considered very bad over there. But other overall, the churn rate should be between 5 to 7%, which is standard, and that's good. So if your application, apart from the freemium model, are into any other kind of category, it's good if you are able to maintain 5 to 7% of the churn rate. Yeah, cool, everyone. Okay, then the very important section we're going to touch upon is called technical performance matrix, right? So now, like on SEO, we have on page, off page, and then technical SEO. Similarly, we've talked about on page ASO, how to do that description and everything else. We have spoke about off page also in some ways, some matrix. And right now we're going to talk about technical ASO or tech performance matrix, right? So not direct replication of tech SEO, but in some ways it's called tech ASO or technical performance matrix for applications and everything else, right? Now this defines, like in SEO, the technical performance or technical SEO defines the health and the overall experience that it gives to the users, right? That's what the technical SEO is all about, from UI, UX to everything else. We have learned about FNP, CLS, and whatnot during the SEO. Similarly, there are terms, not like FNP or CLS, but there are different terms which is been used, which get used to measure the performance or overall experience or overall health of the application. So two things, like technical SEO defines the overall health of the website, overall experience that it gives, and there are parameters like INP, CLS, FNP, and all those things, or LCP and sort of thing, that is done to measure the performance of the website on the technical grounds and how great an experience it will create for the users technically, or how strong technically is. Similarly, for applications, technical performance metrics, there are few technical performance metrics that measures the health of the application and the overall or a platform on the overall experience it creates for the users, or how technologically strong an application is. Right now, they are under that. There are few matrix. This comes under technical performance matrix. Now, the first thing is called app load. Sorry. App load time. Now this is very easy, right? What is app load time? Anyone? This is easy. The time it takes for an application to launch from a company, from the time the time it takes for an application to start. Like you click on the icon and how much time it takes to load it and open it, right? That's called app load time. Now this is easy, but there is under, which is not, this is not, this is just a basic definition. Under that, there's something called, this measures the right, sorry, this measures the right performance. Cold start time and warm start time. Now, what is cold? This is what important is. This is not. Everyone know app load time, that amount of time it takes to load the, excuse me, application, right? What is cold start time and what is warm start time? That's what the difference creates. Cold start time. Yes, no, if you don't know at all, never heard of these things, please say no. That's also fine. But say something. It's good to hear that from you all. No? Right. Okay. So the closed start time is the time that it takes for the app to launch from a completely closed state. Right? From a completely closed state. What is closed state? You have totally closed the application. Like, in smartphones, you go and you close the app totally. Like you do not have just swiped it away and then you're using something else. You close the application so that when you have to start or check the application, you go and tap on it and then it starts from its scratch, from home page or something like that, right? So the time it takes for an application to launch from a completely closed state with no traces of it being active is called cold start time. Then the warm start time is nothing, but if you are already been using the app and then you go back to the other app and the app is running in the background, it's not completely closed. The app is refreshing, working in the backstage, right? You might have checked in these settings also, right? So the app is continuously working in the at the background, but not being used by you. And once you go back to it, it starts from where you have left it, kind of thing, or very quickly it's loaded. That's called warm start time. Right. So the cold start time is very important for the first impression. The warm start time is very important to engage the users. Right. Now, so I will write this one and the other one you'll get to know by default. The time it takes to usually the timing is between 1 to 3 seconds. If beyond that, your application is taking more time to get started from a closed state, it is considered a bad timing and people will get frustrated and maybe delete your application or go out of it. Right now, the app warm start time, I've explained, so I'm not writing it, is ideal time is between from 0.5 to maximum 1 seconds. If your app is able to achieve these kind of numbers, it is good. If not, yeah. Then there is something called API. Remember, all similar kind of metrics we have learned during the SEO. The names are different though. For in this, the app load time, warm start and cold start, we had FNP, we have LCP and FCP, right? Here we call it cold start and the warm start. Now there's something called API response time. What is API response time? Anyone? Okay, there's a hint then. Hint is it works similar to how FTTP or time to first byte, something like that was in there in SEO, right? This is similar replica of that in SEO. A replica of that is there in the app. It's called API response time. Now, API response time is nothing but the amount of time. First, API is what? Application Programming Interface. So I'll write it down also. Application Programming Interface, right? So because application programming is because it's an application, so the programming language and the application programming and the overall interface of it's called API, right? And application programming interface response time is called, sorry, yeah, API response time. Now, this is nothing but the amount of time, hear me out, the amount of time it takes for an API or application programming to respond to a request from the moment it was sent to the moment it was received, which means if let's suppose you have clicked a menu item on Zomato, or if you have clicked any of the item on the Zomato, like or Swiggy, or let's say Book My Show or Uber, right? User login, location, menu item, or whatsoever. So you put a request on the application, it goes to the application base is been received, then the application respond back to the request that you have done, and the amount of overall time that it takes, right? The time that has taken between the request that you have put in and the responses that app gives to you is called API response time. Now, the API usually is between milliseconds, right? It's like very milliseconds, like, because that's how you want from an app, right? That's why you use an app. You click on it, the tab open. Now, many a times what happens is in some of the app, you click on a tab, it takes time, which means that API response time is low. If the app works smoothly and you click on a particular tab on an application and it quickly happens in like fraction of seconds, it's the API response time of an application is good, right? Then there is another term called crash rate. This I'm sure everyone of you must be aware of. What is crash rate? Everyone. Yeah, it is how many times the app crashes or get the rate at which the app hangs or doesn't respond very much. It's called when, and you know, you many times within the while using the app itself, they'll ask you send the crash report last time, or you get a notification that last time we have not. Did you have ever received that? Like for few of the apps, I've received this message that last time while you're using, we get to know that your app froze, right, or crashed, which is nothing but at a particular frame your app, yes, right. So at a particular frame or something, your app get frozen. You couldn't do anything. You tapping on it, but nothing is happening. You move and you have then you have to forcefully kill that application, right, to restart again. That's called crash rate. So how many times uh, application get crashed or get froze to a particular screen is called crash rate, right? So this is very interesting, right? How to measure that? So the crash report or crash rate is measured like number of crashes divided by total app sessions. So total app sessions, remember there are app sessions over here I've mentioned somewhere, right? App length, session length, and session frequency. So total app sessions that a user has gone to, and the number of crashes in its history the app has done, right? Like user basis point of view, and then you take an average from all the users, right? So that's why they ask for the crash report. So let's say I have used a particular app, or I have in total, or let's say for the larger understanding, in total a particular app has around, from all the audience, has around, let's say 5,000 sessions, right? Or 50,000 sessions for that example. For the ease of calculation, the bigger the number, 50,000 calculations or 50,000 sessions overall, right? And of which, let's say 100 times the app crashed. Right? So the crash rate would be what? 100 divided by 50,000, which will be around, let me do the math. So 0.2%, right? So this is roughly around 0.2%. 0.2% is the crash rate. What is the industry benchmark? Anyone? So please let me know two things. What should be the standard? What do you think will be should be the standard? And why does the crash report or the crash rate matters? Anyone? Zero point 0.1% is ideal. Okay. Well, that's very much, that's very much to the graded height, like 0.1%. If it's less than 1%, it's good. Your crash report is good. Your crash rate is good. If it's below 0.5%, you are able to maintain, you are doing great. You are among the best, and it's like excellent work done by the application. 0.5% is something that is below 0.5% is something acceptable, right? So if it's less than 0.5%, excellent. If it's anywhere below 1% of crash report or the crash rate, it's still good. Maybe need of bit improvement, but more or less it's fine, right? So that's one. Now the importance of that is, apart from that, it's user engagement and the user frustration that it will create, right? The people will definitely remove the application, will be frustrated, will write bad reviews and all sort of thing. But more than that, your app might get penalized and be removed from the store itself. So Apple is very strict in this case. Google is also, but in Apple, it's in iOS, it's even more stringent. So if you have a huge crash reports being noticed and customer complaints about the crash, application getting crashed again and again, then your app might get removed totally from the store itself, because at the end of the day, it's the store choice that which application they will keep and which application they will not keep, right? So that's like earlier, there was few applications which have complained to Apple because Apple have totally say no to keeping those applications on their store, which was little annoying though. Apple also at times play a kind of a nosy boss. But yeah, so they can do that. If there's a crash report on a higher side and the customer complaints are on higher side, both Google Play Store and Apple can totally penalize your application by removing it totally and not allowing to list on your on their platform at all. Right. So that's not a very good sign for any company, or not a very good thing for any company to be app being removed, right? Yeah. Till this, all okay? Everyone all fine? Yeah. Then there is another term which is called API latency time. API, you know, application programming interface. What is API latency time? Anyone? No idea. Okay. Um, so API latency time is defined by two ways, right? One is the interface of an application takes time to connect with the server internally, like for the app itself, any request, and then connect to the server and then comes back, right? And the second is the time it takes for an application to connect with the other app. Let's suppose you are many times, no, within the payment, within an application, you have a you have an other uh, app integrated for the payment. Like for example, if you go to um, platforms like where you have to pay. Let's suppose you buy something and you have to pay. And then inbuilt, you have a payment gateway of UPI or a payment gateway of Cred app, right? Cred app is also an application. You can also pay through Cred. So once you click on that pay via Cred. So the time it takes for this application to connect with the server and with that application to make the entire journey smooth and the entire interconnectivity that will happen, or and then respond back to you based on the response is called API latency time. Yes. Clear, everyone? So time it takes to communicate with a server, right? That's a easy understanding and example of that. Overall, what I explained. Make sense to all of you? Now, next. Yes, no, anything, all good so far? Now, what we're going to learn now is that how, now we have learned about, right, that how to organically try to boost your app in terms of stores, how to optimize it on an organic basis and everything else. But how about how to optimize your app organically? Yes, we can do some part over here. That apart from that, how to do the competition analysis, how to do the keyword research and boost to ensure better app ranking, or how to make an advertisement that you can do directly through the app, through these stores. But apart from that, are there any tools? So this, the next part, we'll learn about a tool for which you guys eagerly always wait, right? For to learn about some tools or something like. So, you know, what we have learned is how to optimize your app or organically, organically, and then how to do competitor analysis, how to do also keyword research for app store. Now, keyword research is common in SEO and ASO both, but how to do it is different because maybe the same keyword, the keyword, not maybe, the keyword which has been used to derive for website ranking or to do the SEO is not relevant for ASO because both the platforms, both the use case and the entire algorithm system is put a different track. So the keyword research, how to boost and ensure better app ranking. And also we learn that if that application allows to advertise as well, right? So better app ranking. Now, this is what we're gonna do. Largely, we did the organic part directly, how to optimize it on the Play stores or on the app stores. We have done that. Let's see the other part. So for that, there's an application called. Now, before we go into the application, of course, much like the other applications or the tools that we have learned, it works on a freemium model. This free version, like limited free days trial, and then there are paid versions, right? I'm going to try to open the application right now, but I'm not sure whether my free trial still exists because I've used it long back, only to teach some in some of the batches of the college. But I'm not sure whether I'll be able to use it right now. If not, I'll try to figure it out something else. But let's see, right? Now that this tool called simply called ASO Desk. Have you heard of this tool called ASO Desk? Right now, this says increase your app's visibility and rating, right? So it defines itself in the beginning itself, free ASO tools about app visibility and how to increase that visibility and rating itself, right? So those who have heard about it, great. Those who have not heard about it, even greater, because then we are going to learn about it, right? Now, if you see over here, it starts with 40 days trial. So I'm very certain that my trial period is over because I have logged into it long back, right? But let's see. Now, if you go and see this application itself, it says App Store optimization. Remember this we have learned about in detail. So this is the reason I go to the tool in the end, because then everything is relevant. Whatever we have learned, every phrase, keyword, term that you'll hear will be then now similar, apart from the jumping on a gun and without talking about how the gun to be loaded, we just go to the shoot. So right now the shoot time. Okay, so it says caution. Okay, right. So it's replies and reviews. It also use App Store optimization. It helps to boost our keyword, which I have mentioned over here, how to boost, how to do the keyword research to boost and ensure better app ranking, right? So this is what it does. It does the competition research that also I've mentioned, competition analysis. And then it also give you a lot of internal analysis, some tools and all sort of thing, right? So get 1,000 keywords for free from us in terms of App Store optimization and so on and so forth. So this is the tool. It has roughly around 18 million data insights, 34 million, 18 million apps worked with them, 34 million keywords they're used, enabling app to get better and in available in 100 countries. So very great inclusive platform and all sort of thing, right? You can learn about it later on. Now let's try, if you have not used this application ever, you can use this free trial version, log into it and then try the free trial version, but ensure if you not have any commitment to use it further, do not forget to delete it, right? Now, if I go to this login section, let me see if it can get logged in. Hopefully it does. Okay. Yeah. So in the free version, if you see, I have already registered Spotify to learning, and that's why you see in the free version, you can only have one app, right? In the paid versions, you can have multiple apps uh, registered over there to do the entire analysis, competition analysis, and promotion of that. Right, guys, I'm audible, right? Is it clear? My screen visible? Things are clear. No confusion so far. Yeah, right. But in the free version, you can only do one application, which sadly, 1 second. Yeah. So in the free version, you can only do, which sadly I have utilized it, but we will learn it from this data point also. At the end of the day, all you need to do is just add more applications in the paid version, right? So this is right now the app which is registered. Now, country, you can change it here from, let's say, United States to move to India, and favorites, all apps. Okay, my apps, nothing is working here, so use. Okay, fine. Now let's see. This is a very interesting tool. Birthday sale up to 40% off. So I believe ASO has completed some number of years, because of which they are giving discounts. Now you see all these on the left hand side. You'll see all these referral points, which will help us to do the App Store optimization in a great way. Some of them will be available to us in the free version. Some of them will not be. We'll see to it. Right over here, as I said, in the My App section, once you'll go over there and register it, you'll get a tab like a Google search button over here, right? And all you need to do is, like, it will be a button like this, like something like this you will get over there. And all you need to do is type in the name of the particular app that you want to register, and then you put it and then add it. So like this, I'll just change the country. Let's stay with United States for some time. Let's go back. Right? So right now this has been listed over here. Now, if I go to all apps, I have only one. I'll go to App Store, Google Play. This is, I have registered in Google Play Android, not an App Store, for learning purpose and all sort of things. Now you go to ASO tools, and you'll render the data, right? It will give all the details to me about the application. I have used just a random any app application or any app which was there for learning purpose, because I don't have any of my own application, right? But you will only do it for your own app because it needs a verification. So you will only, whenever you make your own app, you have to add your application, and then it will show you all the details, like how it is, right? It will give you the, so if you go over here and Spotify, Spotify, right? And I'll click on this over here. See, Spotify. You mostly similar kind of, with Spotify on TV, you can enjoy all the music and podcast. It takes all the data from the App Store itself, right? And put it all the descriptions as it is. So it integrate, or it render the data from the App Stores itself, all the data about the application. And then you will see the breakdown per day in terms of negative and the positive ratings that you have received. So this is the first level of analysis that you could do right away, which is missing on the App Store itself. So it will be available in terms of how much on a daily basis. Like this is from 31st March till June of 2021st June, something like that, right? So every day, how many positive reviews, how many negative reviews for this application that you are getting, right? So this is on, let's say, on this day, which was April 16th, I have almost equal number of negative and the positive reviews. Otherwise, largely it's positive reviews and then the negative reviews, right? So this is one data. How much of estimated total views that I have this application has is roughly around 2,45,000 to 245,636 and all those things. Now it will also give you similar apps or the same apps of this category, either or the same app or some other apps by the same company. So you will get the list of that as well over here. You can also do the competition analysis. Let me see if it allows me. Right now it doesn't, right? So all you need to do is you have to add a competition over here. Like right now Spotify is there. You click on this tab called add a competitor, and let's say you add Apple Music to it, right? Or what, Link Music or something else, or Google Music, whatever. You add to it over here, and similarly it will give the data in two windows for both, that what is the negative and the positive breakdown of both the applications, which will give me what? Share of voice. If you remember, share of voice in the app space, what is the share of voice, my share of voice, how much is positive sentiment, how much is negative sentiment, and similarly what is the share of voice of the competition, and what is the positive and the negative sentiment for them. Make sense to all of you so far? Yeah. Now this is where you go to analytics and you will look for, this is not working. Oof. Yeah, back here. Then you go to ASO tools. You are on the profile page. It's taking a little slow today for some reasons. I don't know, maybe a lot of traffic on it because of their birthday special offers. I don't know, but it's usually work very smooth. Otherwise, one second, guys. So yes, you can also add competition here, and then we went to analytics, which is where it's stopped working. Here, so right, you need to upgrade the plan for full ASO comparative reports. Once we upgrade the plan, we'll get it, but an indicative idea in terms of keyword ranking distribution. So which keyword, it will not show you right away right now, but which keyword provided what. This is a demo data like for Nike training club, right? So it will give all those data that which keyword is able to bring what amount of ranking for my application, using which keyword, which how I was positioned and something like that, right? So it will give all those charts available over here. So like if I go down here, you will see app for Nike training programs. You can see previous daily impressions. I was getting 95 impressions. Now you all are aware of what is impression means, current impressions, and the ranking that is secured for me. Since it's all branded keywords, of course, the Nike app comes first, and then I've scored first ranking. The worst ranking for any of the keyword, like for this one, fitness blender, I've scored as rank 4, right, so far, and so on. So for this keyword, let's say futon, right, the best ranking I've scored is around ranking 2, and the worst was uh, also ranking 2. Similarly, you can give all detailed analysis that which keyword is performing what, and for which keyword you are getting what kind of impressions, and what is your current ranking or the previous ranking, and how the movement have been, whether it has changed or it didn't change at all. So like for this keyword NTC, earlier I had no ranking at all, but now I'm getting ranked 1. If I use in this, if somebody will use this keyword in United States of America, and the Nike app will appear. This app, Nike Training Club app, will appear, right? And then you'll see the movements also, the top one, which keyword performed how, and everything else. In this, there's a very good, let's say I want to explore this keyword, right? So I'll explore this, and then it will further give me more details. Let it open. It's taking some time, otherwise you'll get the price details. Yeah, you see over here. So for this keyword, Nike fit in, which all as per the data released on June 9, right? Or so far June 9 and June 17 and everything else for each. For a keyword called, which was the keyword? Nike fit. What all applications appear and in what series or what ranking they achieve. So Nike fit, Nike training club get the first ranking, Nike run club gets the second ranking, Nike shoes get third, Nike sneakers had like fourth, and then the fifth best ranking is achieved by Google Fit, MyFitnessPal, Home Workout, Fit On, Star Wars, Samsung Health, Adidas Running, and so on and so forth accordingly, right? So for a particular keyword, apart from me, which all competition is getting what ranking is also you can see, and you can see over here. If there'll be any movements, you'll see over there as well, that if for a particular keyword, excuse me, how my brand has moved in terms of ranking. So current, you can see over here, it achieves ranking 6, then went to 7, then 6, then 7, then 6, then 7, and all. If there'll be huge jump, you will see. So like fit on, you will see a significant change keep on happening on a regular basis from, on these applications. And after that, this is quite old data for fit on. After that, I believe it's not more optimized on that particular keyword. Similarly, Samsung Health, this is very recent. You can see till May 28th, the last noticed was, this is the movement, and the best ranking they could achieve was around rank 12, so which was a better ranking compared to the past rank 14 or something, right? So +2 moved on. For this keyword, for this brand, say heavy gym logout, you see right now it has worse than the previous recording, maybe -2 it's moved. You can click on this also. It's not working right now. Yeah, so on and so forth. So it's a very good tool for any specific keyword that you want to see, which other brands and how the movement is and where do I stand. You can get all that details over here. Let's say for this one, if I'll say fit on again, it will open fast. I guess you get the idea anyways. Till the time it will load, you don't have to, and you get full results over here further also. Now there's something called live. If I click on the live section, I'll show you if it works. Close this in the live data. There's some glitch happening. Otherwise, it shows the live data for a particular keyword and everything else. I will request you all to go and later on check this platform. It's as fancy it looks as in terms of the presentation and everything else you'll see over here is as interesting to also work on. You can also export the data in the paid versions. All this data you can export as well in Excel file, right? And I believe there's some glitch on this. See, this is not working. Yeah, that's why some of the clicks. Let me check again. No, that's not you expect from a tool to be so lagging on the day when you need it most to work properly, right? Okay, so I go here. This should come back to report. That comes. Let's say here. So you see the correct. This is the live keyword Nike Fitness in Play Market, which is Google Play, because I've registered on Google Play. If you see over there the logo, the Google Android Play, right? So this is the live reporting right now how the ranking is been for a particular keyword. So as if somebody in US will search in their Google Play Store using this keyword, this is exactly they will get to see, right? And then you can compare also. So of course there's no comparison right now, but that's how you can add the competition in this is a dummy data that I'm getting right now, right? But you can also see compared to this brand how my brand is doing, and you can just add competition and you will see if it render the data. So competition is already in the list. So okay, let's say look for fit on live data, and you will see the ranking changes over here. So Oof. We'll see to it if it works better, and you all also check it. Right now, if I go to this, I'll go to let's say favorite keywords. So this will give a huge amount of analytics, and also it will help you to boost like which keyword to pick, which keyword to then utilize and optimize my application and everything else. Yeah, just hope it works a little faster than what it is right now. It's really slow today for some reasons. Doing all possible ways to make it work. Because I need to explain it to you all. Whatever works for us to learn, right? Now, this is where you can let it open. You can add keywords, right? So this is where you can add keywords for whatever brand that you have added. You can add keywords. Once it will open, I'll show you. You can just type in the keyword over here. Let's say music, and then say lifestyle. You can say sports, uh, entertainment, whatever, and then you can save these 4 keywords, right? So I have added 4 keywords, and it should show me the data here, but it's not showing right now. So I've added 4 keywords to the brand over here, which I need to optimize upon on the Google Play Store. Right now over here, it will show me the history of these 4 keywords for the category. Yeah, so let me will happen when you add over here, and we'll see further that in United States, some suggestions also over here, like Spotify for artists, Spotify for kids. You can get the related keywords. So this is how you can do the keyword research, suggestions for Spotify's related keywords, and then the overall impressions that you can get from these keywords in terms of app stores or in terms of Play Store, right? So you can get what impressions and everything else over here, and which keyword is relevant, which keyword is not relevant. Then close this. Uh, right now in the pre version, it's closed in terms of daily impressions, difficulty level. Much like, if you remember how what is the difficulty level for SEO or SEO difficulty over here, it's called ASO difficulty. So you can get to see that, and the overall ranking on different keywords for my brand, whatever your brand is. So Spotify, Chai, GarageBand, Pandora, music, and different rankings that right now I am available of. So it will give a great analysis that on which keyword where I am right now, and if on a particular keyword, let's say if on this keyword, let's see on a keyword of SoundCloud, my ranking is at 6, right? And then you can also see, you can see the history over here, that how the data have been, how the overall performance for me have been for this keyword in the paid version. Then you can also, where is close this, and in the sound bound you can also explore, much like the previous session that I've shown about, right? So you can explore the date, what is the price point, what is the category, what is the rank history for all these, for particular this keyword, my brand is able to secure, or the brand that I'm working has been able to secure. The data is not rendering, but you get the idea once it's open. So you have the keyword results with the price point, you'll get the category, tough, medium, or whatsoever, and the rank history I have achieved so far. And then you can also check the live one, is as I've shown you earlier. If I click on this, let's say SoundCloud itself, live search, it's getting hanged so much for some reasons, guys. Okay. But more importantly, if you see these sections like boost, which we have heard in during the social media sessions, so let's say SoundCloud, and if I click on the boost, I hope it works. Yeah, come on. So if I'll go to explore, this is how it will be. Yeah, see. So if I explore on SoundCloud, right, this is the keyword, and on which keyword, what platform or ranking, how we will get the idea. So the category and the rank history and everything else. So swipe CP5 for Spotify, SoundCloud, One World Radio, and all those things. The kind of ranking, these are the applications which are ranking comparatively, and in what category they are into, right? Music, entertainment, sort of thing, that you get to see. And then if you want to see, let's say Shazam, the live thing, right now in the play market in United States, you can get all the data as I've shown earlier. Let it load. Leave it. And then let's say for Apple Music, I want to rank my brand Spotify, right? So this is where, and I want to advertise also, or I want to boost. So this is when I click on the boost, and this is the important part, right? Now this is where you can create campaign. So the image that I've shown, like how this ad is appearing on, let's on iOS store or Apple store, right? The advertisement, and for a particular Marriott Bonvoy, this keyword, this advertisement at the top rank or inorganically achieving the first link. Similarly, for the other one which I have shared for like Instamart or something like that, right? So to do so, you can also advertise from here on. So you can add number of how many installs you want. Let's say I want to have 1,000 installs, right? Starting from 23rd of this month, and let's say I want 1,000 installations. So for which the amount that I need to spend is around $450. Incentive install price is around $4.5, right? And now this is on Apple Play, Android Play Store. What all the keywords I want to optimize upon? These are the keywords. Of course, we can change that. You can add more keywords or change that. You can go to the keywords chart and then change it. Right now, these are the random keywords which this application is suggesting. So note, Google Play apps rank would change in 4 to 5 days after campaign start date due to the Google Play search algorithm. So now this is different from Google search. This is called Google Play search algorithm. Remember, I spoke about that Google algorithm and everything on the Play Store. Yes. So that's how once you go over there, in 4 to 5 days, your ranking will get improved, and you will get overall organic ranking will also get improved, and you get such kind of positioning also over here, right? In terms of advertisements and the top ranking. So then if you are finalized with everything that you are here with, in terms of pricing and everything, you're okay. They will indicatively tell you that for 1,000 installs, you'll get 450, what you call, dollars you need to spend. Since my campaign is running in United States, you can also reduce the number of, let's say I only want 100 installs, and then this is the amount you need to pay. You can go to the keyword chart, but only thing is you have to pay for the campaign in advance over here, right? So it's not like that. So ensure your app has no active A/B test or App Store ads campaigns running. Do not update the app icon or test metadata while the keyword boost campaign is in progress. So this is keyword boost campaign or the keyword campaign, much like SEM that you will do or you do for on Google Ads. Similarly, you do from ASO desk, you can advertise on the stores to pay for a particular campaign to boost your ranking of application on that store, right? Right now, this is the keyword that I'm bidding upon. I can also add more. So like this, you can keep on adding. I'll delete, and I can add this also, and then I can add, let's say, YouTube music also, and then total cost will keep on increasing. And let's say I only want 10 10 10, right? Sort of things. And yeah, and you can add a number of days over here, keep on adding the multiple keywords over here. You can add also go to the keyword chart and get more keywords, whatever you want to as per the researcher. You can add more keywords over there, right? And then you can ensure how much installation you want from each keyword as such, and your cost will keep on adding to it. So 45 here, 408 here. I can say, let's say I only want 80 installations from here, and then keep on adding, right? So let's say delete this, and yeah, okay. And let's say I only want 7, and then something like that. So 10, right? So 9. So overall, I'll get 180 plus 20, which is 200 installations at a cost of 45, and this overall $90. Got the point? And then you all have to go for pay the campaign using the credit card or details. You can pay for the campaign, and then yeah, job is done. You can also do similarly Apple search ads, right? So that you have to do 2 different campaigns. Since both the platforms are different, you can't do one campaign. Yes, it will only charge for the installation of the application since it's installation based, right? And on App Store, not usually, you only have to pay for the installations, because that's why you're advertising on the apps or on the stores, right? So once the user will install the application, you'll have to pay for it. So then okay, what else was there? So this is how you make the payment, and then you go to this. There's a different platform for that, using which you can advertise. All the process remain the same. It's just you need to do the App Store optimization. This is their own extension. You can do the App Store optimization or Apple search ad that you could do. So this is for here you can do for Android, there you can do for App Store, right? Same process, nothing changes there. You just go to the keyword or go to the ASO tools. This I've explained. This you can, let's say, review analytics. Yeah. So remember all these reviews which I'm talking about. Right now, individually, it will be very tough to check on a daily basis that how and who have commented and go and other brand need to respond back, right? So for that, you go over there and you just check all the details. You can just put all the filters over there, that what is the newest at first, and then you will check all the reviews which is there on this application for this country. You can check the date also, that let's say last week I have checked already, so I only want to check between say from 16th till today to 23rd. So 1 week, in the last 1 week, how many reviews have appeared on my application integrated by Google Play Console, right? So you can see this is only for Google, right? There's no reviews as such, it's showing, right? And then if there be any reviews, you can also respond it back using this platform itself. So you don't have to go back to this Play Store, scroll back and check and everything else. All the reviews and ratings, you will find it over here itself. Maybe let's say change the dates. So last many months, right? And it will show you how many ratings in the last, let's say, last 22 days, what all ratings I have received. So I have received 5 ratings, 8,000 customers from 8,171 customers gave me 5 ratings. So entire summary analysis of that also in terms of rating and reviews. And I already explained that why it's important, right? So in last 1 week or 1 month, these are the ratings breakup. On 4,000 customers gave me 1 rating, which is really bad. And then this. Now over here, you'll see in the last 22 days, I've selected the date. In the market of US, I have got total 16,000 responses or 16,000 reviews people have wrote about me. I have not responded to 13,421. So then I can go back and to reply over here if needed or if I feel like that. So I just do so. So these are all real ratings which has been done for this brand in the US in the last 22 days. You'll find over there, and if you think that something needed to be responded, just click the reply button here and then respond back. So it's like one platform for your reviews, to your keyword research. Unlike SEO, you don't have to go to multiple applications. Then you need, in terms of live scoring of the particular keyword, how to boost that, boost the particular keyword in terms of paid campaign, and then get better ranking and sort of things. You can do the review and rating analysis and much more in the paid versions, right? So this is how you can do you can read the reviews and replies and respond back. Also, again, there's another tab for keyword boost, which is similar to what we have done earlier. I just wanted to see you can do from two sides, from here as well, and then from at the top also. All right. So that's how you need to analyze things, keywords, explore things, see the live tracking for your for a particular category of keyword. What are applications are ranking better? Where do you stand? Which keyword you want to add your application to make it better? How you are competing with the competition for a keyword? How the movement have been for your keyword? Do you think that any specific keyword which you want to boost and do a campaign? Then you can do a campaign. How many installation you want? How many reviews, what are the negative, what are the positive, everything on one platform you can get it. So it's like from promotion to optimization to research and report, everything under one umbrella that you can get. Clear, everyone? Right? I would urge that later on, please go and explore this platform even better, because there's one thing me explaining and then there's one thing you executing. Right? So please go try it on the free version, check it in detail, add any app over here, like go to my apps and add an application, and then you get try all these tabs, see what is there, what is not there, how it works, how it operates, explore it, since you have nothing to lose in terms of exploring any which ways, because it's just a trial version and you're not using your own real application to learn it, right? So always be that inquisitive to learn and explore that. And with that, thankfully and happily, it's an end of email and mobile marketing sessions.
You can choose what kind of result you want from digital marketing. Okay, we will go more in depth about all this, but these are some basic role of digital marketing that one should know about. Now, uh, the structure of digital marketing, guys, it is called something as rise. Again, I mean, there are full form of this. So first one is reach. I stand for interact, C stands for convert, and your E stands for engage. Okay, now we'll just understand this in a very layman term. Okay, let's say, um okay, I have launched electronic brand who tend to sell, let's say, speakers. Okay. Now, as I'm a new brand in the market, what is the first thing that I would want to do? I would want to reach out to as many consumer as possible. Hence, the first stage of digital marketing structure is reach, where you want to reach out to the mass audience. Why? Because you want those people to let them know about your brand. Okay. Then, when it comes to interact, now interact is more of at a consideration stage, where now, okay, people got to know about your brand. Now you would want them to interact with your brand. You would want people to go to your website and check your product, have some understanding of your product. Okay. The third stage goes into conversion, where okay, now they have checked the product, you would want them to buy your product as well. That is what we call as convert. And the last thing is called as engage. Engage is, yes, the customer has converted, but now you want that customer to be there with your brand, because you can't miss out that customer with your competition, right? You can't let it go to your competitor. So you'll have to make sure that person or that customer stay hooked with your brand. Okay, you want that brand loyalty, that your customer should have that brand loyalty with your brand, right? And that is what we call as engage as well. Okay. Now, this is like, again, there are different terminologies, but this is like a basic framework that one should know about. See that structure, again, if you guys would have you guys ever heard about this terminology called as sales funnel? Sales funnel looks like this. Okay. Like a V shape. Okay. At start, you have something called as awareness. You want to reach out to as many people as possible, for let them know about your brand. Then you take the user to a consideration stage, where you want them to engage with your brand, check your different kind of product and services. Then you have a purchase stage, where you want the consumer to buy your product. And lastly, then you have something called as a retention or an engage stage, where you want people to be hooked with your brand. Again, all these four stages are very important, and you can do all these four stages, like you can do marketing for all these four stages with the help of digital marketing, and it will be very cost effective as well. Let's go to the next part. Now, types of digital marketing. This is very interesting, and this is where I would want to give my personal, how should I say, experience, because I've worked with all this domain that you could see on your screen. Okay. Now, these are all different departments of digital marketing, you can say. Okay. You have content marketing, social media marketing, search engine marketing, email marketing, and pay per click. Okay. um, Let me just explain each of this department in a layman term. Okay. We will start with um, content marketing. Now, content marketing is something you all would have checked. Any brand that you follow on social media, guys, follow, and you have to see what good brands are doing when it comes to their social media game, because you get a lot of inspiration, you get a lot of ideas from there. Okay. Now, I'll tell you one of my favorite social media pages, brand pages. Okay, I'm not talking about influencer. Zomato, Swiggy. Trust me, their content is top notch. You check Zepto, you check Blinkit. Okay, now these are all food, but there are other pages as well. You have Cred. Okay, you have you can follow some D2C brand like Mokobara. There are a lot of brands. Okay, now why do I really follow them? Because try to understand. I want to know, me as a digital marketer, I should really know what all these top brands are trying to do in the market, what kind of content they are posting, what kind of ideas they are generating. Okay. And as a digital marketer, you should be on your toes when it comes to stalking your competitor, even if they are not your competitor. Okay. You should at least know what they are doing. Coming back to my point of content marketing is nothing but those reels, those posts that you see. The idea behind that is been done by a content marketer. Okay. So if you see any reel on, you see any brand reel on social media, the concept, the ideation part is done by a content marketer. I hope you understood now what exactly a content marketer does. Yes, basically they are the one who create this idea, who think, okay, what kind of content we should post, who think about the concept, who think about at what platform we should post, whom should we collab with. The whole ideation part is done by a content marketer. Okay. Now I'll give you two pages that I want you guys to follow. Now from now onwards, okay? There's something called as mad over marketing, guys. Okay. And then there's something called as social samosa. Okay. You have to swear by to two of these pages. They have their website as well. They are there on Instagram as well. They are there on LinkedIn as well. Now, why I'm asking you guys to follow these two pages? See, you can't follow each and every brand on social media, right? I mean, it will be very difficult. Like, imagine on your Instagram feed, you are just seeing some content by brands. Now, if you don't have that kind of time that I'll follow all this 10, 20 brands on social media to see what they're doing, if you follow Mado marketing and social media, social samosa, even that is okay. What exactly these two companies do? They try to feature brands who have created some really good content, who have created some really good commercial, who have created some really good campaigns out there. So you have social samosa, they have their website as well, okay guys. And if you go, they have, like, if you see, their page is all about marketing and how brands are trying to create different content related to marketing, okay. And they only feature some top brands out there, so it's not that you are seeing some very bad content. This is like your Times of India for digital marketing, I would say. Okay, you will see all the industry update, you will see some good campaign features. When they say campaign, they mean some good commercial, some good video, some good content that a brand has published. Okay, you will see some case studies if they have some event. Again, platform update. So now, why platform update, guys? Try to understand. In digital marketing, things would keep on changing, it won't remain the same. When I say it won't remain the same today, what you are saying on Meta, next 2 years we'll see the Meta UI UX might be changed, there would be a lot of features added. So they also have a section where, though I teach you today, but I won't, again, you have to do some self learning as well, right? You should go and check what are some different updates on the platform, and that's where such kind of portals comes into picture. I hope you are able to understand. Similarly, you have a same page called as Mad Over Marketing. Okay, either if you are not on Instagram, you can follow their website as well, even that would work. So we all are clear what exactly do I mean by content marketing. Now, what does a social media marketer do this? So people get, there's a lot of confusion between a content marketer and a social media marketer, guys. Okay, uh, see, a content marketer, imagine, okay, I'm a content marketer, and let's take example of Mahalakshmi, she's a social media marketer. Now, how our roles are different. Me as a content marketer, I'll do a lot of brainstorming on what kind of content needs to be posted. Okay, what are different ideas, what are different kind of formats that we can post on. Mahalakshmi as a social media marketer would do a lot of execution over there. Okay, she's the one who would find out, okay, in which month we should do this, what platform we should publish. She's the one probably who will publish that content on the platform. She would analyze how did that content perform. So let's say me and Mahalakshmi are working for Zomato, okay, and for this month, for the month of September, I have planned, okay guys, we have Navratri for 9 days. I want my, now this is the idea that I am pitching as a content marketer, that all 9 days we will create reels on uh, you know what does the day stand for and what kind of food you should consume. Okay, now this is my content idea. Who would execute it and who would help with the execution part? It's the social media marketing team. So now Mahalakshmi will have to talk to a content writer who will write that content. She'll have to talk to a video creator who will create that video. Once she gets the content, she's the one who will publish it. She'll see how this content has performed over the time period, right? I hope you're able to understand. Sometimes it's getting it the content marketer job and the social media marketer got social marketing people's job overlaps a little bit, because they both are working probably on the on the same thing, that posting content, creating content. But yes, the jobs description are a bit different. You won't just look after the content which is there on social media, you have to look after the content which is there everywhere. When I say everywhere, you have to look after blogs, you have to look after article, the webinars, like everything. Social media person will only look after the social media part, but you as a content marketer, it is not. When I say we want to put across content, it is not just there on social media. You have blogs, you have article, you have newsletters, you have email, you have 10 other things where you put content. So as a content marketer, your job is to look after all the platforms. I hope now you understood the key difference between both of them. And This two departments, social media and content marketers, again the social media person will have to do a lot of influencer how should I say, coordination as well. See, the social media person will have to find out who are the right influencer we should collab with. Okay, they are the one who will reach out to them, do the dealing, how we should pay them, if it's a barter deal or are we paying them something, right? So there are other roles and responsibilities as well. But as a content marketer, as a social media marketer, one thing that you should have is you should be creative enough. You should be a creative person as well. Okay, you need a lot of creativity if you're part of this department. It is not something you read it and you copy paste. If you have to be successful, okay, you want to just become, you want to do an average job, you can do an average job in any department. But when I say you should have this skill, I mean you want to go to that level as well. You want to become the director of a brand in future. You should have that creativity within you. Now how do you get that creativity? When you see what other brands are doing, creativity there's one that it comes instinct, you have that instinct, you have that knowledge. But you when how do you get that knowledge? When you see what other brands are doing, when you're doing a lot of research, right? I was never a creative person. Creativity didn't came to me as say, like I used to do a lot of research. I used to see what other brands are doing. I used to follow them. I used to understand the concept. So we are clear with content and social. Now you have search engine marketing. Now search engine marketing is, okay, I'll just show you what do I mean by SCM. Okay, now SCM has ideally two part. One is your SEO section. Now what exactly is SEO? See this. Right now I'll search for a query. Okay, imagine guys, I want to buy a health insurance. You go to Google. Whenever you want to do a research, you go to Google or any other search engine, right? What are search engine, like unlike Google is the most popular search engine that we all are aware about. But you have other search engine as well, like you have Yahoo, you have Microsoft Bing. If you're in China, you might be using Baidu. Okay, these are some of the popular search engines that we have, but the most popular one, Google over here, hence I'm referring to Google. Now whenever I search for any query on my Google, okay, you would see two kind of results. Can you see the sponsored results? These are nothing but your ads. Okay, all this HDFC Argo, ICICI Lombard, Care Health Insurance, and Policy Bazaar. All this website are being shown by running some ads. These are not appearing organically. Okay. And if you see below that, Policy Bazaar, now below your hide sponsored result section, which is this one, these are all your organic ranking of a website, which we call as SEO. Okay, so basically on a search engine, now please, kind of you'll have to mug up some terminologies. This page is called as search engine result page, first thing. Okay, there are two kind of results that we all could see. One is organic, one is sponsored. Right now sponsored is this, I have tried to hide it, and the below part is organic, right? So the organic part is called as SEO. When I say organic, Policy Bazaar basically is not paying any money to Google to show their website over here. Okay, uh, basically then on what basis Google is trying to show Bazaar's website over here? They have created a really good website, the content is great, and hence Google is trying to give preference to them. No money has been paid by Policy Bazaar to Google to show their website at this first place. But in the sponsored result part, HDFC, ICICI Lombard, Care, they all have paid money to Google to show their website at the top. SEO now, so your search engine result page has two kind of result. One is organic, one is paid. Paid means you are paying money to Google. This is not just on Google, this is there on Yahoo as well, on Bing as well. You will, no matter what search engine you guys are using, you will see two kind of results, guys. For paid, you are paying money to that platform to show your website, and in organic you are not paying any money to that platform to show their website. Okay, now um what what about this department? So SEO, if you want to work in SEO, okay, it's a very slow process. Okay, it's a very, how should I say, you can consider SEO is one of the department in digital marketing where the job is bit chill. because it takes time for your website ranking to improve. Let's say um, uh, Jonas thought of, okay, I'm starting a brand. Jonas created a website of electronics, let's say. Okay, he's trying to sell electronics. Now automatically Jonas website won't rank organically high on any of the search engine result page. He'll have to do a lot of work on his website to make sure his website ranking improves, and that takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. So SEO as a process is a very slow process, and hence if you work in this department, it's a chill job because it takes time for the website to rank. The client also understand that thing, right? But it is very important because you would want your website to be seen on the search engine result page. This department won't go anywhere, right? Whereas the ad part, where a brand is paying money to the platform to show their website at the top, okay, that happens overnight. Let's say, how does that work is, there's a platform called as Google Ads. Let's say if I want to show my ads on Google, there's a platform called as Google Ads where I pay amount to Google and they show my website at the top, and I can instantly see what kind of results I've got. So the ad the ad part of digital marketing is a very how should I say, a demand job, a very high demand, high growth job. Why I would tell you this? So all the forms of digital marketing that we have, guys, right now in the market, all of social media takes time to grow, right? SEO takes time to grow. The only department which can give you some quick results is the ads department, which we call as pay per click or performance marketing. Now again, there are different terminologies. Nowadays we call this as performance marketing. If you ever heard this term called as performance marketing, basically in performance marketing you run ads on different platforms. You might have seen so many ads on YouTube, right? When you see a video, you see an ad to skip or not skip. That is run by a performance marketer. When you are scrolling on your Instagram, you see so many ads coming up. That is run by a performance marketer. Right now, when I searched on Google about health insurance, the starting ads that I could see, that is also run by a performance marketer, right? I hope you are able to understand this, guys. So as a performance marketing, one of the department, the most high growing department in digital marketing right now is performance marketing, because every brand really want to quickly grow their business, and the only way for them to do it quickly is with the help of performance marketing. SEO will take time, social media organically will take time, right? What are you left with? You're left with the ads part. Basically you're paying money to Google Ads, Meta Ad, whatever platform you want to run ads on. You have to pay money to that platform, show your ad and get quick results. But now when it comes to performance marketing, one thing that you should be good with is numbers. You should, why numbers? Because daily you will see numbers only. You're running ads, you will see how it's performing. It's all about a number game. When it comes to performance marketing, guys, you should have that business mindsets within you. Okay, you should know what product will do well, what product we should push. It's all number game. So if you're good with numbers or you're comfortable with numbers, performance marketing is a department that one should go ahead with. A high demanding job, so it is a high paying job, but with a lot of how should I say, lot of work as well. This department pays you really well, but you have to do that kind of work as well. So that's where your pay per click and search engine marketing like part comes into. Email marketing, you all would know, uh, in a layman term, all the emails that you see coming into your Gmail section, that is email marketing. But nowadays, okay, earlier back in the days, guys, we used to have a separate department of email marketers. Nowadays, a performance marketing person only does this job. You will rarely find any organization who would just ask you to do email marketing, because there's a lot of automation that came into picture into email marketing. Few years back, yes, there was a specific department for this, but because of automation, because of lot of tool integration, email marketing is something that a performance marketer also does that work. Okay, so I'll just try to summarize to all of you guys. Let me open my Excel and I can put it over there, so you can use both. See the major departments, okay? You have your social media marketing. When I say social media marketing, guys, this is all organic, okay? Because on social media also you see some organic content and you see ads. Organic, for organic, there's a different department. They don't look after the ads part. So all the content that you see posted on any page, that is a part of social media marketing, organic. But when you're scrolling and you see some ads coming between that, there's a separate department for that. Okay. Then you have a performance marketing department, guys, who look after the ads part. Now when I say ads, they look after ads of every platform. So that includes your search engine, that includes your social platform. I'll give an example over here. So when I say search engine, I mean Google, Bing, etc. When I say social media, I'm trying to say you have Meta, Snapchat, Pinterest, right? Apart from that, you also see ads on the e-commerce platform, right? Have I hope you guys would have seen some ads on Amazon, Flipkart, Mintra. Let's say I want to search for I don't know. Yeah, let's say I want to buy a backpack. Right now, I can't see a sponsored ad. Okay. There are times when I can't see the ads, but in like when you're scrolling to the product, somewhere in the middle you might see sponsored mentioned. Okay. Right now, again, I'll have to scroll. This one. Can you see this one? Now, can you see how difficult it is to understand which is a sponsored and which is an organic ad? But this is your sponsored. It will mention wherever you see words like sponsored, promoted ad, that means it's an ad. They are paying money to the platform to show their product or service. Okay. So you have your Amazon, Flipkart. Again, guys, not just this, you run ads on Paytm. Again, there are many, like you have Google Pay. I can keep on taking the platform name. OTTs, guys, all those ads that you can see running on your Hotstar, Z5, these are also been handled by a performance marketer only. Now in performance marketing, sometime, okay, you can call, like, there is a different department of this, but we also have something called as programmatic advertising. Okay, now what is programmatic advertising? Basically, you run ads. Okay, you in this as well, sometime you as a performance marketer would also do some programmatic advertising, or sometime you'll have a different department. Here you run ads, but through, I could call them as a premium platform, but there are a lot of um now why do I call them as a premium platform? I'll talk about it. I don't know, TTD. There are many. Let's take an example of Google Ads. Okay, Google Ads is a platform which is available for all the marketers. If you're a small business, big business, medium sized business, everyone can run an ad with the help of Google Ads platform. Now, what Google did is, yes, this platform is for everyone, but now Google also know that there are many big brands in the market who can really pay well, right? So they created some premium platform for them. So now the name that I mentioned over here, which is DV360, SC360, these two platforms are, by the way, created by Google itself. Google is the one who owns this platform. Okay, DV360, SA360. But who can use this platform? Those brand. Now Google Ads pay, let's say, guys, if even if you have 50 rupees, you can run an ad. But with 50 rupees, you can't run ads on DV360 and SA360. So basically, Google what did? Yes, Google Ads is a mass platform. Any other business can use, small, mid, big. But if you're a big brand, a premium brand, and you have that kind of money, and you want to show your ad on some premium inventories, okay, premium website, premium apps, you can use DV360, SA360 and all. Okay. So programmatic advertising is more catering towards for the premium brands, I would say. Let me give an example. Okay, we'll talk about DV360 and Google Ads. Okay, so you have Google Ads, okay, and then you have DV360. Okay, both the platforms are owned by Google. Okay, this both of them are owned by Google. But then what makes them different then? Okay, this is for all kind of advertiser, and your ad would be shown on some common website, common apps. When I say common website, common app, I mean Truecaller. Let's say if you want to show ad on Truecaller, you can do it with Google Ads. You want to show your ads on any normal website, you can do it with Google Ads. But now let's say you want to show your ad on Z5, any OTT. You can do only with DV360. Google Ad doesn't allow you to do that. I hope you understood what I'm trying to say. So programmatic advertising के platforms are more towards the premium inventory that we have in the market. When I say premium inventory, the OTT apps, some premium websites, right? All of them that you can't do with the help of Google Ads. A good growing department, and the good thing about this department is, guys, there's a lot of demand, but there's less supply. Okay, there's a lot of demand, but there is less supply. Why is that so? Because the platform that I've mentioned over here in performance marketing, you guys can access it. You can access Google Ads, you can access Bing Ads, you can access Meta Ads, you can learn, you can do practical work over there, and you can learn it. But you can never access this platform as an individual. Let's say when I learned, like if I want to learn DV360, SA360, I could only learn this when I'm working with a brand, or I'm working with a big agency. So that's why there's a lot of demand, but the supply is less, because this is a premium platform. It is not available to single learners out there, right? So a very, how should I say, a unique department. Unique more than unique, this is a growing department that would never, you would never see this department depreciating, because there are a lot of premium brands, and the good thing is you get an opportunity to work with big brands, right? Like right now I work for Adobe. Because I work for Adobe, I can use all this programmatic platform, because they had kind of money to show their ads on. Let's say if you work with a small Indian brand, okay, I don't know any small Indian brand that you would want to think of. They can't afford programmatic advertising because the inventory is so premium, so you can't even learn the platform. Now, because I've worked with Adobe and some premium brands out there, I could learn this platform. If I would have been working with small brands, even I would have never got an opportunity. And this platform you can only learn when you work with big brands or with a bigger agency. Make sense? And it's a very, I mean, in lakhs, I would say. So it is in India also, guys. If you check, we have a lot of digital marketing agencies in India. If you know, oh, I'll just tell you what is digital marketing agency. So see, digital marketing is a very big department. As a brand, you can't work entirely on digital marketing, so all the brand, they outsource their work to a digital marketing agency. Now in India there are a lot of digital marketing agency, but not every agency would have access to this premium platform. I can take probably max 10 name of agency who would have access to this platform, right? So again, a good I mean, if your vision is to work with big brands, um you want that exposure, and you want to learn this platform, this, even for me, if I want to teach you this platform, guys, I can only teach you the theory part. I can't teach you the practical part. Why? Because the platform accesses of Adobe, I can't show you the Adobe access platform, right? It is unethical to show any client's platform. So I can teach you the theory part of programmatic advertising, but I can't teach you the program practical part of it, because the problem is with the inventory and the premium feature of the platform, which is only available for some agencies and some brands out there in India. I hope you understood this. So a very good department. I kind of vouch for this, because good, lot of demand but supply is less. Okay. Then you have your SEO, which I've already talked about. Okay. Then you have your content marketing team separately. Content marketing team will again do this content ideation part and all of that. By the way, for email marketing, you don't have any, rarely you'll see a department. So hence I'll write email marketing as part of performance marketing only. And you have a team of analytics. Basically, because digital marketing is all about numbers, guys, you are getting all the data online, right? It is the promotion is online, the date, there's a lot of data. So there's a specific team of analytics who use different analytical platform to analyze how your website is performing, how your brand is growing. Okay. Again, this is also number heavy. So if you are really want get into number business analytics, this is also number related department. This is also number related department. This is more towards the creative side of the business. SEO is mix of both. Content marketing is also creative. This is like creative plus number, I would say. Now here you use a lot of analytical tool. You have Google Analytics, you have Adobe Analytics. There are a lot of tools in digital marketing that you guys would be learning. You would have, I don't know, you have Microsoft Clarity, many tools that we have in picture. Okay, so these are your major departments. Apart from this, you won't find any other department. Nowadays we also have one more department again, but not, you can't find it everywhere, something called as retention marketing department. So they work on very specific tools which are used for retention marketing, but again, you won't find it everywhere. Some of big brands would have this department, otherwise again, retention marketing is done by a performance marketer, right? So if you see, performance marketing and programmatic advertising is where you're working on every platform. And this is one of the department, um how should I say, you get off, if you're someone who gets really bored by doing one thing, you would never get bored if you're into performance marketing or programmatic advertising, because every other day you're learning a new platform. Like, it's been 7 years, but I'm still not able to cover all the platforms that are there in the market. There are one or two platforms that I still have to learn, because there's so many platforms to get used to it, right? You work with different brand, different targeting, so it's a very, how should I say, new adventure every day if you're in this department. SEO, as I said, a chill job. Social media, content marketing, creative. You get to talk with influencer. You also get involved with the shooting part and all. There would be times if you are working with a big brand, guys, you would be taken to those outdoor shoots as well. So if you're someone who's more interested toward that side of marketing, then the social media and content marketing is for you. Like, you really like that influencer thing, those events, right? Brand shoot. So that's where the social media and the content marketing team would get involved into. um let's go to the next part. We'll talk about what are the skills needed. As I said, competency in data research, because you are doing promotion online, you should be good with data analysis, number crunching. A daily job, like my day starts with number, ends with number. Okay, when I say number, you are seeing business number, you are not saying some random figures. You are seeing actually how your marketing efforts are growing that business, and that is very interesting. Okay, you should have a knowledge of social media, I mean, very obvious. Effective communication, very important, because on daily basis you will talk to your client. Do you know this? In digital marketing, if you work on an agency side, there is specific department who just looks into client communication. Their work is only to talk with so this is only not on the brand side but on an agency side. Okay, try to understand. I'm a performance marketer, I'm so much busy with my dashboard work and all. I really don't have that kind of time to go and talk to my brand, the brand that I'm looking after, every time to talk to my client on daily basis. So in agencies, we have a department who only looks into, if you go and work with bigger agencies, they will have a specific department just for the communication people who would talk on your behalf to the client, because daily basis your client would ask you for update. There will be a lot of client communication, I mean, and not just client communication, you have to talk from one department to another department as well. For example, let's say one of you is working for a social media marketing department. Now you'll have to talk to a video editor to edit that video. You'll have to talk to a video shooting person to shoot that video. You'll have to talk to a content writer who will write that script for you. So you're also working cross department as well, so obviously effective communication is very important, right? um Now, steps involved in digital marketing, these are very basic steps, guys. Obviously it has a lot of how should I say, in depth meaning to it, which we will cover in the upcoming session. But whenever you do digital marketing, the first thing is you should know who is your TG, basically your target audience or target group, whom you want to show your advertisement. Okay, then you have to work on your strategy, because you have to strategize. It is not that okay, today I'll come and I'll say I'll shoot this reel. No, I do my planning 1 month before. All those social media marketer and content marketer, they do, let's say now we have October month coming, right? The entire month of October, the entire planning of October month is done in the month of September only. So there's a lot of strategy involved. Okay, you should also be good with analyzing and examining your customers and your competitors. Okay, you should be good with content strategy. You should know what are correct channel where I should do advertising, because right now I told you, right, there are so many channels to advertise on. You should find the best channel for your brand, right? Because you are paying money, right? Imagine I give you 1,000 rupees and I want you to give me the best result. So you should choose, should you do that advertising on Google or Meta or Snap or Pinterest. So you should know which are the right channels, right? And you should keep on adjusting and changing your campaign. So for example, guys, let's say right now I decided, as per my experience, that we will do our advertisement on Google Ads. There's a good chance it won't perform well. Okay, in digital marketing, there's no, how should I say, even with so much of years of experience, things keeps on changing. So you have to be someone who's very quickly adaptable as well. Okay, you can't be a stubborn person who will say, okay, what I've decided it should work, because platforms keeps on changing. Today I start running my ads on Google and I see it's not performing. I should be quick enough and I should be adaptable enough to change it to Meta, right? So you have to be adaptable. You should keep on adapting. You should keep on changing. You have to keep your eye. You have to be on your, how should I say, you have to be on your toes, right? You can't just see that, okay, this is what I've strategized. Trust me, 100% of your strategy, probably 70 would work, 20 would fail, and that you have to sit and fix that 20% as well, right? And it takes a lot of time, it takes experience to work on it. Even like with 7 years of experience, I also have not what I've decided would work the way I would want it to work, right? So the one thing that will save me over here is I'm adaptable. I know if not this, I have a backup plan. I have B, C, D, E out there. So the last slide for with respect to this lesson is related to how do you build a digital marketing strategy. Okay. So as I think I've clearly mentioned what exactly you have to look after. Who is your TG? Who's your audience whom you want to show your advertisement to? You have to measure your goal. Basically track, are you able to achieve the results that you want? Okay. For example, I'll just take an example. Let's say Mamta owns a e-commerce brand. Now for her, she know who's her TG, but she'll also have to measure once she shows her advertisement to the target group. Is she able to get those numbers that she wants? So for example, for her, her goal could be asking as many people as possible to purchase the product. So can she see that kind of purchase? Can she see that kind of revenue? Is it increasing or not? Right? So that is what I mean by goals. Okay, you have to decide, you have to work on your funnel. When I say funnel, that the right thing that we discuss: reach, awareness, engagement, right? So basically you decide at what stage of journey you are as a brand: awareness, consideration, purchase, or retention. And then find out the right channel where you would want to do your advertisement, because this is very important. Imagine your brand is Gen Z brand, okay, but you're showing your ads on Facebook. Would that work? It won't, right? So you have to find out right channel as well, right? That makes your digital marketing strategy well constructed. Okay, now in lesson number 2, guys, we would discuss how your digital marketing is different than your traditional marketing. Okay, uh, so we will understand some concepts of traditional marketing, the pros and cons of traditional marketing. We'll understand some strategies which can help a company to promote their service and build a network, and then we'll evaluate some right marketing strategy for a brand. Okay, starting with traditional marketing. So we all might have heard about traditional marketing, but it is nothing but you try to it's more of like the offline marketing thing that you do. Okay, it is a strategy which has a lot of different kind of approaches, but it is nothing but you are trying to offer some personalized service to your customer, where you want to transform the consumers into a marketer. But again, here the, how should I say, the marketing that you are trying to do is offline, it is not online. What do I mean by offline, right? It is nothing but your television commercial, the ads that you see. okay, in your TV, the cold calling that you do, the celebrity endorsement that you try to do, the word of mouth that you try to do, is all the billboard that you see, the advertising on newspaper that you try to see, radio, all of these are part of your traditional marketing. Okay, back in the days, traditional marketing used to be very that was the only marketing way. But now if you see any brand and the amount of money that they spend in marketing, 70%, and this is the minimum that I'm trying to say, 70 to 60% of their budget is into traditional, and they might give 20, 10, 30, depends on how much budget they have, to the traditional marketing part. So nowadays when we talk marketing, it is your digital only. Okay, I mean traditional would be rarely be done, and if it would be done, it would be done by a bigger brand because the costing differs a lot. Okay, so let's try to discuss what are some advantages and disadvantages of your traditional marketing, guys. Advantages: you reach out to a wider audience. Yes, you do, because let's say if I put a billboard on the most I reside in Pune, so the most busy area in Pune, if I put a billboard, there'll be a lot of people who might see that billboard. If I put my advertisement on newspaper, yes, it will reach out to a lot of audience. Traditional marketing, great way to do some brand awareness activity. You can only focus on brand awareness because ideally you can't track how many people have purchased after doing your traditional marketing, ideally. So that's why I just mentioned brand awareness. It gives you some credibility. Okay, credibility is more of like, vouching for your brand. And then it also helps you to attract customer. Obviously it will help you to attract customer if you are doing some brand awareness. But the disadvantages are a lot. Now again, whatever disadvantage that you listen about traditional marketing, those are the advantages of digital marketing, ideally. Okay, first one, high investment cost. It is like, if I have to put a billboard, God knows it will be in lakhs, probably in crores, depends on which area I want to put my billboard. But as I said, I want to run an ad on Meta. I can start with as low as 500 rupees per day or 100 rupees per day. Okay, even 50 rupees per day if I would want to, if I want to run ad on Google Ads, right? So digital marketing doesn't have that high investment cost the way we have for traditional marketing. Okay, that's first thing. The ROI measurement is difficult. I clearly told you, right, when I was talking about the advantages. Like, how can you actually track that how many people have checked my billboard? Let's say if I put a billboard of a real estate company, how would you understand that the person has converted after seeing that billboard? You can't track that, right? How can you track that after seeing your TV, newspaper commercial, a person is able to went and bought your product? You can't track that. But digitally I can track all of this. Okay, and how do we track this? Let me tell you. Okay, very very fascinating part of digital. uh have you heard about cookies, everyone? And if you go to any website, it also asks you, we will track your data. So that is one way we can track what exactly, correct, the website cookies out there, right, Jonas? Again, that helps you with tracking. Apart from that, guys, apart from that, all the platform that I was discussing, Google Ads, Meta Ads, whatever ads that we run, all this platform have their codes. Okay, basically codes, you know what is code, right? To create a website you do coding. So all this Google Ads, let's take an example of Meta, or let's talk about Instagram. Okay, if you're running ad on Instagram and then you want to track what did the user do after seeing your ad, let's say the user saw the ad, they went to the website, what exactly did they do? How would you track that? So all this platform like Meta, Google, they have their codes, and those codes are something that a brand will place on a website to track what you guys are doing. Okay, example of this is, let's say, have you guys ever experienced this? When you, so imagine Mahalakshmi right now, she goes to Mintra's website, she really liked a bag, she add that product to the cart, but she didn't purchase it because she's waiting to get more discount. Right after that, wherever Mahalakshmi would go, whether she's going to Truecaller, any news website, she would see that same bag ad being shown to her wherever she go online. Let's say right now you see any product on Amazon, you add to cart, but you don't buy it, and now wherever you go, you'll see that same product has been bombarded to you. right? You might have experienced that. Everyone should have experienced that. That is what I mean by tracking. Okay, so all this platform, Amazon, Flipkart, you talk about whatever platform you would want to, this platform have their specific codes that a brand tend to place on the website, and now those code exactly track what you guys are doing. Okay, uh why exactly? Okay, can anybody tell me why a brand would want to track you guys? What's the point of tracking you guys on? So let's say why I want to track what Mahalakshmi is doing once she goes on my website. See, the main part of tracking is to, if the person doesn't end up buying, we would want to track where did the person stop, and we'll try to show them the product again. Yes, also to understand the user behavior. I All this brand Zepto and all the brand that you guys know, they tend to track that, at what stage of user journey you guys are. Again, it helps you to do remarketing as well. Remarketing is nothing but that you experience every day. You see a product, you add to cart, you don't buy it, you see those ads being shown to you wherever you go, that is called as remarketing. Okay, that why one of the reason to put the code on the website is to do remarketing, to keep you guys pushing to add the product, you to buy the product, to see your behavior. Okay, let's say, imagine, what do I mean by behavior? Imagine guys, Mahalakshmi is someone who usually goes to Amazon, but she's someone who really buy products which are high in price, right? She doesn't buy cheap products, she always buy a product which are higher in price. So the remarketing or the next product that I'll try to push to Mahalakshmi would be something which has higher price, right? So this is what I mean by user behavior. When we say user behavior, I'm trying to track and understand what is the purchasing way of that particular consumer. Do they buy low end product or do they buy high end product? Okay, what kind of product do they buy? Because accordingly I'll strategize for them. I hope you're able to understand. So everything that you do once you go to a website is getting tracked with the help of a lot of codes that have been placed. We will discuss about this later. But this terminology in future, uh, that you see, it's called as remarketing. Okay, now because you're a digital marketer, you should know this is called as remarketing. If you see that same product being pushed to you wherever you go, it's called as remarketing. Why are they trying to do it? Because they want you to buy the product. And they'll do one more thing over there. Have you ever seen, whenever you see that same product being shown to you, it will show some discount, 10% discount, 5% discount, the price has decreased a little bit. Have you ever even observed this? Like, next time when you see that ad, you won't see the same price, there'll be some difference with the pricing as well. Why? Because again, they want you to buy the product, so they'll do whatever they could. So as I said, we were talking about ROI measurement difficulty. Now that's not the case with digital. You can track everything. Try to understand guys, I can also track. So let's say when you hover on a website, okay, you do hover on a website, and I can exactly track where Rahul is spending his time on the website. I can track that as well. So let's say I observe that Rahul, when he's scrolling, he usually spend a lot of time in the middle section. I can track that as well. Don't you think it is fascinating that you can track at that deeper level? Correct. So I mean, don't you think it's very interesting that I can really find out where you're spending, and accordingly I'll make changes to my website. That is what our thinking process is, right? Why I want to track where Mahalakshmi, it's a page, right? How does it matter where Mahalakshmi is spending his time? Because accordingly I'll understand her pattern, right? Not just on what page she's visiting. On one page also, if she's spending her time in on one banner, I can understand her behavior over there, right? So that's the minute level of tracking that we do. We go as minute as possible. Great. So that is not possible in traditional. How would I understand in traditional that, okay, on the billboard, what is that one part where I'm paying attention to? You can't do that, right? So hence I've mentioned that ROI measurement difficulties, limited interaction. Again, it is not a two-way interaction as well in most of the cases, the way we have two-way interaction in digital marketing, right? Lack of timely update. Again, it is a standard way of doing advertising. And God knows who nowadays read a newspaper or listen to audio advertisement out there, or not audio but the radio advertisement out there, right? And again, difficulty in targeting specific audience. This is very important. Okay, in digital marketing, guys. Okay, imagine if I just want to show ad to people who are residing in my pin code, I can do that. Leave city, we can do country, city, state targeting as well, but I'm talking about the area. Let's say I just want to show ad to those people who are residing in my area, my pin code, I can do that with digital marketing. So when I run ad, and I've done this, okay, I'm just not just saying this verbally, I'll give you one of the example. So I used to work with a brand who was into medical manufacturing devices. Okay, so they were manufacturer who used to create they used to manufacture medical devices. Now medical devices, do you guys agree, who are the buyers of medical devices? The hospital. Do you guys agree with me on this? Now I can't show ad to the entire city, right? I can do is it does it make sense if I show ad to the entire city? No. What I did on Meta was, so in India, all the tier one cities that we have, so the brand just wanted to target the tier one cities like Bangalore, Mumbai, Pune. You know what we did was, we we find out the cities, we found out what are the prime hospitals in those cities, and we found out the pin code of those prime hospitals, and we just targeted those pin codes. That's it. I'll tell you one more thing that we did over there. Now again, okay, I targeted the pin code of that area where that hospital reside, but again, in that pin code as well, there'll be some general audience also who would see my ad, right? Not everyone is a doctor, not everyone is the owner of that hospital. So we did one more filter where I just targeted people who are doctors, surgeons, MDs and all. That is the level of targeting that we can do in digital. I can target people based on their profession as well. I can target people based on where they work as well. I hope you are able to understand. So my targeting was that niche because my product was that niche. It was not a mass product that I have to show it to everyone. Right? I hope you're able to understood. So my targeting was those pin code plus people who are there in that pin code with the designation of doctor, MDs, or the owner of that hospital, so on and so forth. Like whoever is a decision maker, ideally I don't want to show ad to someone who can't take that decision, because someone, if someone has to buy a medical device, I should show up my ad to a decision maker, right guys? Would I show it to every other person who's there in that hospital? I hope you're able to understand from what concept I'm coming from. Do you guys agree when I say this, that I don't want to show my advertisement to everyone who's there in that hospital? They are patient as well. What would they do by seeing that ad? So I just want to show my ad to a decision maker. Hence, I had added a filter people based on their job titles. Yeah, so that's how niche that you guys can go. So, and you have to pay only that much. You are not paying to show. So basically, you are just paying your money, or you are just doing advertisement to showing the ads to those TG who really matters, not every other person out there. Like we can also target HNI audience with digital marketing. HNI is high net worth individual. Let's say my product is premium. It is not made for masses. I can do that as well, because again, it's digital. Everything gets tracked. The kind of pages you visit, the kind of content you watch, everything gets tracked, so your behavior is been segregated. And based on that, I can target who are HNI audience, who are non HNI audience. I can also target people who use iPhone or Android. You're understanding this, everyone? So that's the level of targeting that we do in digital, which you can never do in traditional. Make sense? Now the difference between your digital and traditional, I think whatever negative point I spoke about traditional marketing, those are all, how should I say, pros of your digital marketing. Okay, as I said, the target audience, it's very in depth. You can do a lot of tracking. You can just optimize your campaign for what you want. You want engagement, you can get engagement. You want leads, you can get leads. You want sales, you can get sales. Whatever sales funnel the user is into, you can track them accordingly. You can target them accordingly. And the good thing, I mean, the audience is there. You choose what platform you would want. Okay, so whatever negative point I spoke about traditional marketing. That is your positive point for digital marketing, ideally. Okay. Now, but with traditional marketing, again, as I said, now one thing about traditional marketing that many people vouch for is you can target some mature audience or local market. I can do that with digital as well. I have done this. Okay. So there was a brand which was a massy brand. Okay, now I'll give an example. Now people say local market, right? We can do that as well. Let's say you have a massy brand, and if you know, I'm now right now I'm talking with respect to India as a location. In India, if everyone knows and if doesn't know, every state has a different language that we communicate. Do you guys agree? Right? Every state has their own language. Everyone, yes. Now, don't you think if it's a mass product, the communication, you should also use your local communication? And you can do that as well through digital. So, what I did was, there's a brand called as Bank of Baroda. Okay, it's a bank, it's a banking brand. And for this brand, because the bank is available everywhere in India, right? We were promoting our ads in 4 states. Okay, what we did was, and this was an ad on YouTube. So we just not did we created our video content not just in English, but also the regional language that is being used in that particular state. So we created a commercial in Marathi, let's say if I'm doing promotion in Maharashtra, for example, or in Hindi for that matter, right? And this is not just for India, you can do for other countries as well. If you are a country where region by region the location or the language keeps on changing, you can show your ad in that regional language as well. So that is a fascinating thing again. And trust me, most of the time the regional language performs better than English because people can relate to it. I hope you're understanding. Guys, do you guys agree that you relate more to your regional language compared to, let's say, obviously if your language is English, that would work. But let's say you have another, your main language, your mother tongue is anything apart from English, and if I show you an advertisement in that mother tongue, don't you think you'll be able to relate to it more? And that's what we can do in digital as well. I've done it so many times, it has always outperformed English. Correct. So that's the granularity that I can do. Which, can you do it on traditional? Yes, you can, but the tracking part will be difficult. So the thing that you can do in traditional, we are anyways able to do it in digital as well, is what I'm trying to say. So the local market thing, yes, it's there in traditional, but they're in digital as well, right? You rely again on local magazine, TV, radio ads, right? You try to influence some certain segments of society, but that can be done now in digital as well. It requires some significant investment of time. Yes, it does. Digital also needs time, well, because you have to do a lot of research, you have to create content, you have to find TG, whatever kind of marketing that you guys do, it needs time. Okay, but when I say time to launch that particular advertisement or to launch that particular marketing, you'll have to do a research. It won't happen overnight. Okay, so digital also needs a preparation, but I would say traditional needs more preparation than digital out there. Okay. And one thing that in traditional, the two-way communication is very difficult, which is possible in our digital way. Okay, so whatever I've just discussed right now, it's the same thing used in the slide. I don't think there's point of me repeating that same line again and again and again. But did you understood the difference between both? As I said, digital is cost effective, but traditional is expensive. Digital, you have a large number of audience. In traditional, there's a limited audience. Digital, you can measure your result. In traditional, you can't. Digital, you can create some immediate communication. In traditional, you can't do that. Makes sense, everyone? So I hope you understood the pros and cons between the both. Right? And this is the fact. If you work with a bigger brand, guys, 70 to 80% of their marketing spend is digital now. 20 to 30 might be into traditional. Okay. So you can clearly see the stats, and I can see probably in the upcoming future it might go to 100 as well. I know many small, and so see, a bigger brand can afford traditional marketing, hence they spend whatever 20-30% they would want to. But imagine you're a small business brand, right? Let's say, imagine again one of you, Megha or someone. has started a small business brand, can she ideally afford traditional? No. So her 100% spend will go to digital only. So if I talk about the small or the mid-sized brand, for them their spend is digital, 100% digital. For a bigger brands, yes, they will focus on their some part into traditional advertisement. Makes sense, everyone? So now when I talk about marketing strategies, digital and traditional marketing strategies are more effective when combined. Yes, it does. But it is, as I said, practically when you'll try to do this, let's say you're working with a mid-sized brand, you will say we have a 5 lakh monthly budget. Uh, the brand would focus they might only spend entire 5 lakh on digital, and because first traditional is expensive, probably they might not get anything for that 5 lakh in traditional too, because a mid size and a small size company are very ROI focused. They want to spend that money accordingly, right? So then the picture would not come into picture. But yes, you have a budget of crores, million and all, again I don't know, billion, million, then yes, you can probably integrate this. So how do you spend and how much money you have, that comes into picture with this particular strategy. Tracking, as I said, in digital, you have to track the campaign. You can track the campaign ROI very easily. Traditional, you can't do that. You have to wait for some negative feedback and you have to pay to get to do that research. But in digital, you'll quickly know what how did it perform. Let's say you post one reel today, you will clearly see the way people are commenting. You'll understand how good reel you have created. Okay, I ask you guys, go create a poster for a brand and post it. There and there you'll understand by how people are commenting, reacting, engaging. You'll understand did it perform well or not, right? Does it take time? No, not at all. Email marketing, guys, as I spoke, email marketing is good because I'll tell you few things that are really good about email marketing apart from what's wrote in the slide. It goes to users DM. If you know, unlike normal marketing, let's say, imagine guys, you are just seeing some ads when you're scrolling. It is ideally not personalized, but email marketing can be personalized, right? Don't you think so? Have you got, you might have got a lot of personalized email from brands, right guys? I get a lot of personalized email from a lot of brands. That is only possible with email marketing, not possible with any other way of digital side. Yes, you can do personalization, but not at that scale the way we can do it in email marketing. In email marketing, my email will start with personalizing with your name, right? Last thing that you did, a special offer for you. There's a lot of personalization that we do in email marketing, which is not possible in any other way of digital side, I would say. It is, but not to that level. I hope you're able to understand. And email marketing is really great to keep your customer engaged with your brand, because you can send them notifications, email about some new product launch, new offer that you have created for them specifically. Right? Lot of personalization that you can keep on doing and keep on sending them across to keep them hooked with your brand. I can probably so if I go to my Gmail, can you see I get so many promotion thing over here? Now there is some personalization that this people, can you see this Guruji thing, dear Jigisha, again Tata Click, there are so many brands. These are all very personalized email that they are trying to send it across to me. Okay, I mean Perplexity, Loom, Master Union, Delft Online. There's so many, Indigo. They send all those personalized email to me. Like Indigo keep on sending, because I'm the customer who have used their how should I say, to do flight booking and all of that. You can do all this kind of personalization, not possible with other brands, other platforms, right? Like I do get a lot of Canva is trying to do this with me, Meta, again there's so many brands. So this is not possible in any other form of digital, I would say. That is the USP of your email marketing. Okay, we'll go to lesson number 3, guys, now. 4 P's of marketing. Okay, right, which is nothing but product, place, price and promotion. This is basic of marketing, not just digital, but this is basic of your marketing overall. Okay, so let me cover some part over here. Okay, 4 P's of marketing or digital in general. We all know place, promotion, price and product, very important. Okay, starting with product and place. Okay, you should know what product you are promoting, but you should also know a place where would you promote the product. Okay, so first thing, now how do you decide the place? It depends on who's your TG. As I told you, I gave you a classic example. If you are a brand is Gen Z brand, but you are showing your advertisement, sorry, one second, but if you're showing your advertisement on Facebook, it won't work. So to find out the place, you should know the TG, right? So first thing, to find your place, recognize who is your customer, exam try to examine your customer's requirement, right? You have to fulfill. Now once you understand who's your TG, where they are, you can find out the place. Now you'll also understand what they need, and based on that, you'll pick up the product as well, right? So when you examine your customer's requirement, you can understand what they need, and similarly you'll push the product, right? The alignment should be there, right? And then you'll choose the platform as well, where would you want to market, correct? So this both things are again interlinked to each other. Then then it comes to your price and promotion, right? Again, a very important role, because you have to find out, how should I say, you have to do some pricing strategy as well, which can help you to maximize your profit and reduce your cost. And you have to do some promotion as well, which will help you to attract your customer. I'll give you a very classic example of pricing. Okay, um have you has anyone experienced this? Okay, all of you might have used Amazon. Okay, let's say right now, I'm not sure if I can do this right now on Amazon, or if I'm able to find it, but let me try doing this and I can show it to you rather than saying this verbally. I don't know, what do I need? It's, I want an iPhone. Okay, let's see if we could see that. I'm not sure right now, but I can quickly check. Okay, yeah, can you see this, guys? I hope you're able to see this. So I think the product that I tried opening was Apple iPhone 15 128 GB. When I scroll down, what they're trying to do? They're trying to show me the upgraded version of iPhone. Yes, everyone. You might have seen this everywhere, whether what e-commerce website you are on, right? You buy, you see one product, but when you scroll down, they will show you plus 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 additional product. This is what a pricing strategy I mean. This is what we call as cross selling and upselling. What right now Amazon is trying to do is do upsell. Upsell is nothing but, if you are buying, like, they'll try to sell you the premium version of the same product. Right now I'm trying to buy iPhone 15, but they're also trying to push iPhone 16 to me, the premium version. This is what we call as upselling. Now imagine, instead of iPhone 16, if they would have shown me to buy a AirPod or a iPhone case, that would have been cross selling. Basically, you are trying to ask your consumer to buy the complementary products along with your original product. Make sense? Now this is a pricing strategy, don't you think so? Make sense? Again, promotion, every brand does that with promotion. You don't buy the product, you go further for remarketing, 5% off, 10% off. um and when I say promotion, guys, promotion is not only about price. Okay, mind you guys, this promotion also means the freebies that they give you. Have you ever got a freebie whenever you buy a product? You might have seen a brand giving you some free minis and all. Nowadays there are many skincare brand who does that. Anyone who has experienced that? So let's say if I'm trying to buy a face wash of, let's say, a big brand, I don't know, any, it could be anything. They'll try to give me some freebies with it. Okay, have you ever experienced that, everyone? So when I say promotion, I don't only mean that pricing would be less, they'll give you 500 off or 50% off. I also mean, in promotion, it's also giving freebies, also promotion that they're trying to do, right? Now, how that would help? Why they give you freebies, guys? Correct, Mamath also give you. Okay, AliExpress. I've never used AliExpress, Jonas, but as if you're saying, I'll agree with what you're saying. Now, why do they do that? Can anybody tell me why a brand give you freebies? What's the point of giving you freebies? So you have to now start noticing. If you know this is what you notice, you get all these insights when you notice all this. And I want you guys to notice each and every nitty gritty from today onwards at least. Okay, whatever brand you are using, see how do they do it, what do they do it to make you keep on buying that product. Okay. Now, again, the use of this 4P is: first one, you are trying to produce your product and service to be sold on any platform. It helps you to determine the correct price of a product or the service, and which will obviously impact your consumer. And you can showcase and promote the product or service on online or the offline platform. Now, these 4Ps have evolved now. Now that 4Ps has become 7Ps. Okay. This is more of like an extended marketing mix which will help the marketer design some good strategies. Okay. Now, what are those new P's that we have? So you have people, you have process, you have physical evidence. Okay. But we will, at least you should know now that apart from 4 P's, now we have 7 P's. Okay. And what are the remaining 3 P's? People, process, and physical evidence. Okay. Um, because again, human behavior will impact your campaign, right? Hence these 3 P's are been involved. This will help you to understand the human behavior. Okay. Now let's just quickly go to some significance and significance of your 4 P's of marketing, guys. um Try to understand. Your 4 P's of marketing will really help you to create some good effective marketing strategies. As I told you, all the strategies that I told you was because of the 4 P's that I knew, right? Whether you are trying to identify a product or a service, this 4 P's, if you think, you brainstorm, you can clearly create a good unique marketing strategy that no one would have ever thought of. Okay. Again, this 4 P's will help you to find out who's your TG, where are they, basically where are they located, and how do you segment them, how do you divide your users. Because user to user, your promotion would also differ, right? The communication that you will use for an HNI audience might not be used for a mass audience out there. Okay. Now we have the new 4 P's in marketing that we were discussing. So in this particular lesson, we'll just go to what are those new 4 P's and what exactly do they mean. Okay. Now the new 4 P's of digital marketings, again, it is more about some fresh approach to address, to kind of address what your customer would need, and you're trying to just personalize your messaging to your audience. So what are those 4 P's, new 4 P's? It is nothing but your process, the platform, the people, and the performance. Okay. Now again, the terminologies have changed, guys. Honestly, this is more towards a theory, but when you practically apply it, the theory would also help you out. Okay. Now, it is this 4 P's are more of like a component of your traditional and the new marketing mix, which will interact with one another, and will go one by one. Okay. So your 4 P's, the new 4 P's that we spoke right now, they kind of focus more on, the product aspect that you have, some specification, rather than just focusing on some differentiators and the value you are trying to deliver. Okay. Now, what exactly do we mean by that? Okay. Again, your framework, the new 4 P, the no, the new 4 P's framework that we have, or the new 4 P's that we have, it is more advanced and it is very customer centric. Why customer centric? Because as I told you, there's a lot of competition in the market. Whatever marketing approach that you create has to be customer centric. You can't create now, you can't follow what was following back in the days, right? So this new 4 P's will help you to attract some prospects, convert your prospects into your customer. When I say prospect, they are the people who are at the stage to buy your product or service, not necessarily they have bought it. Okay. So it it will really help you to produce some valuable and some shareable content which is more aligned with the customer journey. Okay. Now this particular framework that we have, okay, it is clearly related to the current marketing environment, and the full form of save goes to, you ideally you don't have to mug up this. No one, I don't think no one would ask you save full form and all of that, but basic you should know. Okay. So save stand for solution, access, value, and education. Okay. When I say solution, you are trying to solve your customer's problem. Access is nothing but where your product is available. Value And so value and education are very related to each other, because see nowadays, um if you would have seen a social media page of any brand, now this is where I'll give you an example. They they create a lot of content which is more towards educating you guys. Have you ever observed this? For example, okay, imagine guys, there's a skincare brand. Okay, I'll go back to a skincare, a men's specific skincare brand. um Now let's say if you're launching a very a new age skincare brand, don't you think, because nowadays the market, there are so many options, it is very important for you to educate your customer? Do you guys agree with me on this when I say this? You have range of products, right? I'll give you a classic example when I say educate your customer. Okay, see this. I'll So there is this, I'm not sure if Amazon is writing any blogs, but again, there's this brand called as um, Nika. Okay, so Nika is like your Sephora and all who sell beauty products, skincare. They have ideally everything now. Now they have a section of blog, and in this blog they educate customer all about skincare, makeup, clothing, and 10 other things. Why do they do that? What's the point of doing this? Right, they're just the point is not educate. See, because the customer has so much option, they are confused. If I ask you guys right now, okay, right now I'll tell you, I want to, let's say, I've just discovered, I need a sunscreen because I'm getting tan, and I go on Google and I see there are 20, 50 sunscreens in the market. Which one should I buy? How would I understand? That's when a brand has to educate the customer. Right, I hope you're able to understand. And if you would see this happening, you go and check the social media pages of brands out there. They create so much content just related to educate their customer, right? Because now there's so many options. Back in the days where you just had 2 or 3 brands in the market to use a sunscreen, I didn't had to worry so much. I could have just picked any one, but now I have 20 options. Which one should I use? 50 plus, 40 plus, I don't know, 10 other ingredients. How would we know? Do you guys agree with me when I say this? So education is very important when we talk about, that's where the safe framework came into picture, because that E of education is very important. And this is not just to skincare and cosmetic. This is applicable for education, this is applicable for real estate, this is applicable for, I don't know, any other industry out there. Because there are so many options, the customers right now are very much confused compared to what they were in back in the days. You guys agree with me on this? Yes? I hope you're able to understand with what I'm trying to say. So the safe framework mein education is very important. Content creation mein education is a kind of content type that we have. Educational content. It is part of a content type that we have as a content marketers now. Right? So as I said, solution, product that a consumer would select, and they should get satisfied, and they should be satisfied by getting that solution. Access, basically you have to emphasize your access to reach a broader customer base. Basically it should be available in the remote area as well. That's what I mean by access, right? Not just tier 1, probably tier 2, tier 3, whatever cities that you have or the locations you have. Value, are you able to create a high value product? And education, because you have to create a bond with your consumer when you're trying to promote a product, or brand, or a product for that matter. Okay, I hope we all are clear over here. So when you do your marketing, it should be solution based marketing. This is your consumer, guys. Your marketing strategy always focuses on your consumer, the end user benefit, and the product sector. You have to create your marketing in a way where you're providing that solution as well. I'll give you one more example, okay? Something that you will be able to relate to. So there is this company called as Hostel, okay? They are basically a chain of hostel for backpackers, and they have some really good properties. Right now they also have a blog section. Now what do they create a blog on? Very interesting, they create blogs on different locations, places. Now they're only there in India, but They talk about place. Again, Airbnb might be doing this. I guess Airbnb might also have blogs and all. I'm not sure though. They have tech blog. They have host blog and all. So similar, like this brand is not exactly Airbnb, but they write blogs on places I should visit in India. If you could see, can you see the soul of South India? And they are talking about so many places over here. Now, why? What is the catch over here? There's a very big catch what they're trying to do, and it is very difficult for a normal person to understand this. I mean, person who doesn't. When I say normal person, a non-digital marketer to understand this. Okay, see this. Let's say if I read this blog about Thailand. Okay, let's talk about Thailand. I'm not sure if they're there. Okay, here they are. Okay, here they are purely trying to educate you guys. Okay, I can't see that they're trying to ask you to buy the product or service. They might have done some, so they might have done some, collab, or might have got paid by all this destination to promote and all. Otherwise, they might not give. They would never give link to such kind of websites and all. They might have got. They might have done some dealing. Okay, but see this. Mm-mm. Okay, I'll talk about Himachal Pradesh. Which one? Okay, we'll talk about Himachal Pradesh. Now, see this. They are trying to tell me where should I go in Shimla, so and so thing. Okay. And can you see this? In middle of now, anyone who's reading this blog, let's say I'm reading this blog, there's a good chance I'm planning to visit this place. When I'm planning to visit this place, stay is a very important thing. Whenever you travel, stay plays a very important role. That's where these people are trying to promote their properties in middle of that. See this. Can you see? So they're trying to say if you're visiting this place called as Mashada Ground and Lake, around 4 kilometer, there's a place of this particular company's property where you guys can go and stay. You understood this? So that's where your solution based marketing. I just gave you an example right now of a blog, right? Similarly, you can do it with the help of brochures, some white papers, put some social media channels and all. Okay, in social media also channel they would do it. There are many brand, all this traveling brand, they create a video places to visit in US. Let's say the it could be Airbnb, could be Airbnb. Let's say I'll talk about Airbnb. I'm not sure if they're doing that, but they'll create a video places to visit in Europe, and then they'll promote the property within that. Right, a person might see it in a way that, oh, they're trying to just talk about the places I should visit in Europe, but the residing place that they're trying to promote could be an Airbnb property. So they're putting the product within that educational content as well. They're not just blindly educating you. No brand would blindly educate you. There will be some promotion within that. Now, what should you focus on? So, as per your 4 P's, and now we are replacing it. Now, instead of place, guys, you should always focus on access. Okay. Now, I'll quickly again, I'll make you understand what exactly do I mean by this. Right. So, when I say focus on access instead of place, what I'm trying to say is many business would depend on some uninterrupted fast internet connectivity. Okay, it is very important for your brand to be accessible, so you have to make sure you are doing cross channel integration in nowadays. What do I mean by cross channel integration is what I'm trying to say, you as a brand needs to be there everywhere. Okay, you have to be accessible when, where, and how the consumer would prefer, rather than focusing on one specific channel. You can't say I'm there on WhatsApp, that's enough. No, you have to be everywhere, or at least you have to be there. You have to be in those platforms where your consumers are there, right? So that's where your cross channel integration comes into picture. Cross channel integration is you are there on search engine, you are there on social media, you are there on OTTs, you are there on e-commerce platform, you are there on all the payment platforms out there, because that's where your consumers are. So hence you have to be there everywhere nowadays, right? You can't just say I'm there on one platform and that's it. No, won't work. It will, but not to that extent that you have thought of. So as I said, you have to be accessible when, where, and how the consumer would prefer, rather than you choosing it. Okay, so you have to do a lot of reorientation of your delivery system. You have to do a lot of after sale guidance, where it will be very essential in addressing some new markets out there. So as per your safe framework, where A stand for access, here is the centerpiece of some new solution selling strategies, right? Like, it's not that once the person has bought your product you leave it. No, you have to give some after sale guidance as well to your consumer. Now, instead of price, you should always focus on value. So we have talked about the place. Instead of place, you'll focus on access. Now, instead of price, so I'm just trying to tell you, these are the new 4 P's. The 4 P's that we discussed, the safe framework is a new thing that you should focus on. So product, so place has replaced by access, price has been replaced by value. Okay, you have to make sure your product value is reflected in the price. When I say value, it the person should feel it is it worth buying or not, right? You might have felt this, or this product is, that this product is not worth buying. Correct. So you have to know who's your competitor, what are their advantage, what is your product, and who's your target market, because your pricing should also be something that is justifiable. You should justify that product pricing, why this is a price. Is it actually adding the value or not? So, because that price will break or make a product. Price will define the value of the brand and the product. So it is very difficult, uh, you know um like, if you would see that, okay, I'll put the pricing so high, I'll see if they buy or not, there's a good chance later on, if you even depreciate the pricing, the customer might judge your brand. Don't you think? Again, I have experienced it, that I've seen the product price been so high, after some year I've seen the price has been changed. I Sometimes it comes into my mind thinking that, is the product value depreciated, or the quality has depreciated? Is it because of that the pricing has depreciated, right? So you can't even do the strategy that I'll increase the price then I'll depreciate, because you don't know how the consumer would think, right? I hope you're able to understand what I'm trying to say. So when you fix the pricing, that time only you sit and think, is can is it can someone justify this pricing or not? Okay, is it worth buying? You can't play around, I'll increase the price and then I'll depreciate. The the brand perception would change for sure, and people will question the quality then, right? So you have to find the right pricing. Yes, if it's expensive, great, but is it expensive because of the value? Because nowadays customer also look after the experience, right? So if you're giving that experience, if you're giving that value, person would buy high product pricing product as well. Okay, they won't think the prices, so I won't buy. No, if the product is can justify the value, yes, then the person won't think that this should be cheaper and all. Do you guys agree with me on this? Right? Again, I mean, I'm seeing this trend everywhere, not just in India. I've seen this trend, because I worked for other global market as well. I've worked for UK, I've worked for right now I work for the Japan market. So I've seen the trend over there as well, being the same thing. If my product is able to justify the pricing, the people would buy the product. You might have heard about this brand called as Crocs, right? Everyone might have heard, right? So I've worked for Crocs few months back. Do you guys agree that people are buying Crocs? Why? Because the product quality is so good, right? Because the product quality is so good. At least I'll talk about in India. Okay, uh, so in India the pricing stands for what, 3,000, 2,000, right? People are still buying it because they feel, okay, the product quality is good, it's comfortable. Same goes with Birkenstock, right? Yeah, clock is durable, comfortable, 10 other things out there, I mean. Great. So that's what I mean by value, okay? And again, you should show that value proposition, that why the pricing of your product is so high. What is the reason behind it? What exactly are you providing that the value has been increased? Right? The quality, there are people, now you have 10 other justification you'll give, because I'm sourcing from this location, hence the value has increased. It is premium, there's no adulteration, I don't know, there's no mixing, it's pure. So you will have to also tell that why the pricing is so high, right? Now cost cutting, again, like, try avoiding cost cutting in your product. Again, it depends what kind of audience you're catering to, but the pricing should be just like the pricing should justify itself, right? Like why I should buy the product. Now, instead of promotion, as I said, now promotion is getting replaced by education, and I've exactly told you why. Nowadays, you can't just show an advertisement. See, this is my Crocs, buy it for 50% off. No, it won't work. But if you create an educational content that your leg needs some proper spacing, a good padding, right, will which will help you to support your leg properly, you can walk for a longer duration. See, I create two commercial would be what, 50% off on your Crocs. It's a promotional thing, right? But imagine I create a video where I say why one should buy a Croc, or I create a video what things you should look after whenever you're buying a footwear. What do you think? What will work more? That's the later one, right? Because now education is very important. So hence, your promotion is getting replaced by education. Makes sense, right? So you have to focus on learning. Your customer would respond to content that will teach them something new. Understand this. So your focus should be on idea of education, not of idea of promotion. Your organization all should always prioritize it over the promotion, because education will help you to build some trust and loyalty and give you some better result for sure. Right? So hence promotion is getting replaced by education. In promotion, you are just trying to succeed when people are interested. But in education, you are trying to provide knowledge, you are giving demonstration, webinar, right? You are creating that state of mind as well. Because when you educate, you are trying to convince them, right? You are trying to demonstrate them, you are trying to give them a right that okay, this is how your experience would be. Education, so promotion got replaced by education, right? Your price got replaced by value, and your place got replaced by access. Now we can't replace a product, for sure we can't replace a product, but even if you're creating a product, create a solution oriented product. Okay, clear? How your 4 P's are different now. Now your 4 P's are more of like a same framework. So it has replaced because the user have replaced, the channels have replaced, the options have replaced. So some real life example of your same framework, guys. You have Red Bull. So if you all know, Red Bull is a consumer, it's a very energy widely used energy drink, which started in 1987, right? So they have very popular energy drink. They have might have sold 100 billion cans, right? They held almost 43% of the market share. Now what is their strategy? So they use their product as solution, right? So they have a product which says sugar free, zero, right? So they have a different kind of energizing beverages. So their product is more of like a solution. Their place is access. How? Because it is easily accessible to customer in so many countries, in so many demographic, in so many geographic. So it's accessible. Place is replaced by accessible now, right? Price is replaced by value because they have quality. I mean, that's what they cater. They say they have quality, they have dominant market share, hence 43% is that they have, right? And they also call them sometimes a premium pricing strategy, right? And promotion wise, yes, they educate. They have a tagline which says Red Bull gives you wing. Now again, this will educate the customer about how do they use it. It has high risk or energy activities which will make you feel more young mind, thinking it like from a young mind, you got that energy. So that the tagline also says in that way, right? Red Bull gives you wing. Correct. Similarly, you have Airbnb. Now again, we all know what is Airbnb. It will help the travelers find some lodging. We all know the valuation of Airbnb, which is again around 100 billion dollars. Now for them, what is the solution? The product is their solution. They are giving you private and shared rooms, entire place, or probably a house as well. They are accessible everywhere in India, other countries out there, right? Because they host around 4 million hosts, right? No one would have ever thought that how hosting would work. Like, had anyone have thought in their wildest dream, we have thought okay, hotels would be there, but Airbnb was something different altogether, right? So they have made themselves accessible everywhere. They are across more than 1 lakh cities, and you can with an internet connection can get a Airbnb listing, right? So you can be available from both the side, as a customer, as a seller as well, right? Again, they show value, because if you're a homeowner, you can establish your prices based on seasonality, what are the lead, the local, how popular that location is. And they do promote, they do lot of education. At least Airbnb does that a lot. They are there on social media, TV commercial. They get some hosts. They give some uh, incentives for travelers who are looking out for accommodation. If you're a travel vlogger, they do a lot of influencer marketing connect as well. So ideally, that's where, now if you could understand how your 4 P's got replaced by the same framework. Clear? So I hope you understood what are this new four this are like how your 4 P's have got replaced by safe framework, and how exactly brand are able to utilize it. Now, here the lesson number 5 is all about the strategies, the 5 P's of strategies. Okay, and there are some strategies that we would be discussing: the Mintzberg strategy, then you have Porter's 5-4 analysis, pestle analysis. Again, all this analysis are ideally done when you do a research. Okay, so this usually helps in your research stage. Okay, um, now you have the Mintzberg 5 P's strategy. um, now this stands for ploy, pattern, position, perspective, and plan. Okay, this is more of like a perspective and a method based approach. Again, this will help you to understand some vulnerabilities and strength of your brand. So you have something called as a pestle analysis. Now again, all this analysis or all the strategies that I'm talking are more towards the research stage. This is where you do your research. Okay, now in this strategy or in this framework, you understand what are some environmental factor, macro environmental factor, which which will help you understand what are your company's strength, weakness, and forces which will affect your business in general. Okay, these are more towards the environmental, macro environmental factors. Okay, to understand where does your business stands and what are the factors that can ideally affect your brand. So P stands for political, E stand for economical, L stand for legal, S stand for social, E stand for environmental, and T stand for technological. Okay, now ideally, see, you have to find out, okay, what are the factors, are there any political factor that will impact my business. When I say political factor, let's say that could be, again, I'm giving a random idea, your product might not work well for a specific location because of they might have boycotted it, they don't use that product. So understand what is the political factor. Economical is more about the pricing side of your product. Would you face is does your business or does your product will face some legal problems in future, right? Social is more towards your people out there to, or the TGs out there. Environmental is how does your brand impact the environment, like the packaging, right? Let's say your brand packaging is something which is not eco-friendly. So if again, I'm just giving you one example, there could be other environmental factors as well. And technologically, where does your brand stands, or what is this a strength of your company or is it a weakness? So again, as I said, all this analysis are usually done when you are at a research stage. So in marketing, you have a topic, not digital marketing, but in general in marketing, you have a topic called as market research. That's where you do all this analysis. This is where you apply this analysis to find out what are your strength, what are your weakness of your company. Okay, and what are some things that can affect your business. Okay, so I'm not saying this is something that you'll apply directly when you are doing into digital marketing. This is basic for all the marketing efforts out there. Okay, and usually used for the research stage. So pestle analysis is, as I said, it's more about the macro environmental factors that makes you understand how it impacts your brand or a business. SWOT analysis is something that you all would have heard of, right? I'm pretty sure SWOT analysis is something we all would have heard of. Now, SWOT: strength, weakness, strength, and opportunity. Have you ever, have you guys ever heard about SWOT analysis? Have you heard this word for the very first time, SWOT analysis? So basically, you find out what are the strength, you list down what are the strength of your brand, what are the weakness of your brand, what could be a threat, and what are the opportunity. For example, I'll take an example of I don't know, Coca-Cola. Okay, let's say Coca-Cola strength is they have wide distribution, it's available everywhere. Their weakness could be that because nowadays consumers are getting so health conscious and they don't have that kind of healthy beverages to provide, so could be their weakness, right? Threat could be now there are so many new entrant who call themselves healthy, right, who are trying to add some different variants, so they could be their threat, basically their competition. And opportunities where they could grow, so they can grow with their packaging, they can grow with their healthier alternatives. So that is what we mean by SWOT analysis. You just try to put where what are the strength, weakness, threat, and opportunities of your brand. Okay, so let me, and there's one more analysis, so I'll just take you through that analysis. You have something called as Potter's five force model. Again, these are three analysis, guys. Again, this three analysis, all the three analysis that I'm just mentioning right now. Now, the Potter's five force model is also something on those lines. It will help you to understand or support the computer analysis and help you to get some better result for your business. For example, in the Potter's 5-4 analysis model, you have to find out who are your existing rival. Okay, what are the threat of new entrants, like do you have any threat of new entrants or not, new companies, new competitor? Do you have some bargaining power as a supplier or not, like can you bargain as a supplier? Can you do some negotiability to your buyers? And what are some threats for your proxies? So again, this framework will help you to understand, do you have some threat with your competitors or a new competitor, right? Or you as a buyer, or sorry, basically you as a supplier, can you make sure that there can be some, do you have some bargaining powers? Or to your consumer, um, can do they have that negotiating ability or not? So again, this is part of the research stage of your marketing. This is not something the execution stage, this is more part of your research stage. Make sense? Porters, pestle, and SWOT analysis, guys. Again, ideally you should just know what exactly this are and what do they mean. In let's say, if I talk from interview perspective, people would just want to know what are the full form of SWOT, pestle, and porters, and what exactly do they mean, and at what stage of marketing do you use this analysis. So now, guys, when I talk about video marketing, okay, I will take you through what are different kind of video ads we run on YouTube. Okay, I'll show you the dashboard as well, ideally, that how exactly do we work on the setup part and all. Okay, and then we'll discuss, what video ads are run for, what kind of objectives, so on and so forth. Okay, so now starting with video marketing, again, we know that when I talk about video marketing, I'm not only talking about ads, guys. It also has some organic relation to it. When I say organic, basically you have a YouTube channel where you post your video, or you have an Instagram channel where you post your video. So when I say video marketing, I'm talking about the organic plus the ad part of it. Okay, now before going, I mean, rather than going to the PPT, we'll directly go to YouTube to understand this. Okay, let me just quickly open my YouTube where we all can go through it together. Okay, so this is my YouTube. Now, try to understand, guys, on YouTube. Okay, we have different kind of ads that keep that that you will see. Okay, so what exactly does this talk about? So this will help you out to understand what are different kind of video ads that we have, which are run on YouTube. Because when I talk about video marketing, the one of the most popular platform is YouTube. Okay, now, let's try to understand each of those ad format one by one, and let's try to see them. Okay, so in total, guys, you have all this six ad formats. Okay, something that you might have to mug up for your future interviews and all. But you have skippable in-stream ad, you have non-skippable in-stream ad, you have in-feed ad, you have bumper, masthead, and you have YouTube short ad. Okay, apart from that, we also have one more thing called as outstream ad. Okay, I'll talk about outstream later. Now, how do this ad look like? We'll go one by one. Skippable in-stream ad is the most common ad that you might all have. Have you ever seen a ad that comes when you're playing a video, and within that you can skip that ad in 5 seconds? Have you ever experienced that? So right now, I'm not sure if I play a video, I'll see any skippable ad or not. But let me see right now if there's any. This one. So this is, yeah, I could skip it in 5 seconds, right? Could you see it was like it hardly lasts for 5 seconds and I have an option to skip. So this is my skippable ad. Okay, the first one that I talked about, this one, skippable Instagram ad. You all have seen such kind of ad. Now, this is one of the most used ad format, and one of the reason behind it is the cost per view. Okay, basically, do you agree that whenever you watch a video, you will watch a, if you, let's say you have 10 videos to watch, you will probably watch that video which has a good amount of views on it. Okay, so now what many brands tend to do is, and I have done this personally, so there was a company who was into mutual fund. Okay, and they had lot of youtube on youtube, they have created lot of playlists about how to invest in different mutual fund. But the problem with their video was the video was very boring. Okay, like hardly they were able to get those organic views. Now what did the client do was, the client came to us and they gave us 1 lakh INR, okay, for each video. So they asked us to spend 1 lakh INR on each video and increase that view count. Now when we run a skippable ad, so that's where skippable ads have been used. Skippable ads are usually used to increase the views on your organic video. Let's say Ramya is planning, she has a YouTube channel and she has posted a lot of videos, but she's not getting that kind of views. She can take that video and run that as a skippable ad, and that will help her to increase her views. Now, in India, the cost per view, okay, ranges from 0.50 paisa to 1 rupee. So don't you think it's dirt cheap? Like imagine if I spend 1 lakh INR, I can get 1 lakh, or if the cost per view is around 50 paisa, then I'll get 2 lakh views. I hope you are able to understand this. Yes, so this is damn cheap, and this is one of the most favorite, how should I say, ad amongst the advertiser out there. Like there was one news in between. Okay, I believe last to last year. There's this one very popular singer in India called as Badshah. Okay, now it was told that this person has bought subscribers on YouTube. He has bought those views on YouTube. But ideally, what this guy did was he ran a skippable ad, and which helped him to increase his view count and subscriber and all of that. I hope you understood. Right, so it is damn cheap. You can increase your view count, and whatever view count that you see below the video, it is not just organic, it has the paid promotion view count as well within it. So it is very difficult for any normal consumer to differentiate, okay, was it an organic view or was it a paid view. I hope I'm clear. Then you have something called as a non-skippable in-stream and bumper. Okay, now try to understand. By the way, the skippable in stream, the non skippable in stream, and the bumper, all these three ads are played within the video. If you could see the screenshot as well, the screenshot says that this is played within the video, right? This one. Like when you're seeing a video, between that, this ad would appear. Now, the non skippable in stream and bumper ad, both of this ad, you can't skip. So you might have come across a lot of video ads that you can't skip at all, right? Like you have to watch the entire ad. You won't get that option to skip. That is what these two ad are. But then how do you differentiate that which is non-skippable and which is bumper? That is based on the duration of that ad. So your non-skippable ad will last for somewhere around 15 seconds. Okay. And the bumper ad will only last for 6 seconds. So let's say if you see a ad which is very short in duration and you can't skip, that is your bumper ad. But if you see a longer ad which you can't skip, that is your non-skippable in-stream ad. I hope I'm clear. Now we usually use a bumper ad when we have a very short video. Like 6 seconds is a very short time duration, right? So if the video length is, you want to just give a short message, you run a bumper ad. And bumper ad usually perform better than the non-skippable ad, because see, a user can bear that 6 second ad, but if I ask someone to watch a 15-second ad, they might get annoyed, if and especially if the video is also not great, right? So if you are running bumper ad or non-skippable ad, you have to make sure the video is really great, right? The customer should enjoy watching that ad, they shouldn't feel bored about it. I hope I'm clear. Now the bumper and non-skippable ad will also help you to increase the view count, but the view count, the way skippable ad can increase, you can't see that kind of growth with non-skippable and bumper, because the you have simple answer in front of you, right? In skippable, the person gets an option to skip the ad in 5 seconds. Quickly you can garner the view, but in non-skippable and bumper, the person has to watch the video, right? So there's a good chance a person might go back again, right? They won't play the video, they might go back if they're annoyed, and so forth, right? So no, the first, the best ad is skippable ad, then the bumper, and then the non-skippable one. I hope I'm clear. Okay, then you have something called as, now, in feed ad is something that will appear on your feed. Like, this won't appear within the video. It will appear when you're scrolling on your feed. So right now, I'm not sure. Okay, by the way, this is not your in feed ad. Okay, so what happens, people tend to get confused. Like, if you see any ad on YouTube which doesn't have a video, that means it is not a video marketing ad. This is also run through Google Ads, but the ad format is not video, it is something else. This is called as a discover ad. Okay, I will show you how does the in feed ad look like. Let me see if if on my YouTube I have that, if it plays somewhere. Oh, by the way, see this one. Can you see this? Okay, let's talk about this one. This ad is called as masthead ad. Okay, guys, very very important ad on YouTube. Okay, this will always appear at the top, and it will cover, if you like, because right now it's on desktop. This covers the entire, this particular line. Even on mobile, if you see any um at the first ad that you see on your mobile, that is also your mastered ad. Okay, now can anybody guess, guys, if I want to run this mastered ad for one entire day, how much I might have to pay YouTube? So I want to run a mastered ad for Simplilearn for one entire day. Can you guys guess how much I might have to pay to YouTube for India location, let's say? So imagine how much YouTube is earning out of it. If you guys know, Google's 70% of revenue is through ads. Okay. Now try to understand what YouTube does over here. Okay. So there are two situations. See this. For a mastered ad, okay, either you have one entire day slot, okay, for which you might have to pay some crores. Okay, now the price keeps on changing, so I don't want to specify the number, but let's say Rahul want to run this ad, but Rahul doesn't have 1 crore. Then what he can do, so you have one more option where um you can run ad on masthead, and YouTube will commit you around 1 crore impression. Okay, impression is, as I told you, number of time your ad has been shown to a consumer. Okay, now for this they might charge you around 10 lakhs or probably 10 point something. Okay, like it is not that expensive, so 10 lakh 50,000, something on those line. Okay, now the price keeps on changing, so I'm giving you a ballpark figure. Now what YouTube does is, okay, first thing, you let's say you can't run this ad through Google Ads. Okay, like other video ad like skippable, non-skippable, bumper, all those ads we can run through Google Ads. But if I want to run a mastered ad, I can't run it through Google Ads. Okay, what are the two options? Either you will have to reach out to Google team 30 days prior, okay, to do the booking. It is not something that I'll go to Google team right now and I'll tell them that tomorrow I want to run a master ad. No, I have to do the 30 days prior booking, because there are many brands who are in line to run this particular ad. Okay, or you can run it through DV360. I told you, right? DV360 is the programmatic platform, premium platform to show ads on premium inventory. So mastered is ideally a premium inventory ad. I hope you're able to understand now. So this is where Google Ads and DV360 are different. Both of these platforms are owned by Google only. Google owns Google Ads, Google owns DV360. But in DV360, as I told you, premium inventory, premium ad. So master ad is a premium ad. Hence, a user can run it through DV360, or they have to reach out to Google directly. They can't run it through Google Ads. I hope you're able to understand what I'm trying to say over here, right? So now let's say if I go and do a 30 days prior booking, what Google does is, and Google is very smart on those lines. uh let's say, okay, so we have Mahalakshmi. So I'll write Lakshmi. Ignore the spelling error, guys. And she's working for, let's say, Amazon. Okay, Amazon is a brand, and she want one entire day slot. Okay, so obviously YouTube will give her one entire day slot. But now we have Rahul, it's me, we have Jonas. But imagine, and 10 plus six more people. Okay, so six more brands over here who can only afford that 10 lakh slot. So what YouTube does is, YouTube is very smart. YouTube will give one day slot to all of them. So basically in one day, YouTube will run ad of all these 10 brands together. And again, YouTube will end up earning 1 crore. So people like me, Rahul, Jonas, Ramya, who don't have 1 crore to spend, and we have taken that 10 lakh package or whatever it is, what YouTube will do, YouTube will give one entire day to all, for all this brands like me and Rahul, like who only can spend 10 lakhs. And probably in a day they will allot such kind of brands, like in a day 10 brands would be allocated. And again, YouTube would end up earning 1 crore, or probably more than 1 crore. And the only commitment, so what will happen, at start Rahul brand's ad would be shown, then later on my brand's ad would be shown. It's not that continuously my brand's ad would be shown. Like in the entire day, sometime like after every 1 or 2 hour, the brand would keep on changing. And YouTube is just committing you impression, that in like if you're spending around 10 lakh or something, will give you like around 1 crore of impression. They are not even committing you that they'll give you sales, or they're not even committing you that they will help you to increase the view count. It is just for impression, just to show the ad. So it's a very expensive ad, not every other brand can afford. And ideally, if you ask me, is it a good ad to run? Like if you have a lesser budget, no, not at all. It's better you run that skippable ad and garner the views rather than just showing the ad to someone, right? So when I say impression, I've saw the ad, right? This is impression. But when I play it, they are not even committing that the person will tap on it and will increase the view count. I hope I'm clear now. Now when I, like if I refresh, probably the, okay, now still it's Royal Enfield. So after some time it might be another brand whose ad would be shown. Now one more thing of skippable ad, okay? So if you have a video length, let's say you have a video of till 10 minutes, you will be able to garner the views quickly. As your video length increase, it is very difficult to increase the view count. So YouTube usually gives you a recommendation that if you want to run a skippable ad, right? Like if you could see it, it says no max length, but 3 minute is recommended. Because as the length of the video increases, yes, you will get views, but it will take some time to garner that views then. For example, I have a video of 10 minutes, I have a video of 20 minutes. The 10 minutes video will quickly garner the views compared to the 20-minute one. The 20-minute one will also garner views, but it will take some time for it to happen. Make sense? So that is also one catch with the skippable one. Like I have run a skippable ad for a video length which was of 20 minutes as well, 10 minutes as well. The 10 minute, the shorter one below 10 minutes one quickly garnered the views, but the one which were more than 10 minutes, it took some time. Again, then you have your feed ad. In feed ad, is it something like you can try out running in feed ad, but my experience wasn't that great while I ran an in feed ad. But again, you can try out, see, brand to brand, the experience might change. Okay, this ad will appear on your feed, so right now I'll have to scroll a lot to see if I can see an in feed ad. But this is my feed, right? On phone it would look one below other. This is not a in-feed ad, okay, by the way. Because it's not a video, it is not an in-feed ad. So people usually get confused. There are people who will call this as an in-feed ad, but no, it is not an in-feed ad because it is not a video, it is a banner. Okay, this is a different ad format, and I don't want to get into it right now. I'm just trying to see if I have any. Again, this is not the in-feed ad. Let me see. I'll try to scroll a little bit. If I see, great. Otherwise, I'll refer to some screenshots. So right now, I'm not able to see a lot of infrared. Wait, let me show it to screenshot only rather than scrolling through. So ideally, it appears on your feed when you scroll, and it will be in a video format only. Okay, it should be in a video format. For example, this one. See this. Like if this is ideally a video, if they play it. Okay. I hope I'm clear. And then you have ads on shorts. So you all know, like when you're scrolling through your shorts as well, nowadays you come across some video ads. So that now YouTube short is like a new placement, hence it's added. Apart from all the six ads that we discussed, short, masthead, bumper, in feed, skippable, non-skippable, you have one more ad called as outstream ad. Now what exactly is an outstream ad, guys? So imagine, you think that okay, I have covered everyone on YouTube. I've been like, probably I have a good reach on YouTube. People know my videos on YouTube. I want to reach people outside YouTube. That's when we run an outstream ad. Okay, so outstream ad is more of like, okay, have you guys ever heard about this platform called as Google AdSense? Anyone? Okay, basically where you can monetize your website and apps, right? I hope you might have heard about this. So now, if I so see those web, so okay, what is Google AdSense? Basically, imagine I own a website or an app and I get good amount of traffic, and now I want to earn some money out of this. What I'll do, I'll register myself on Google AdSense, where basically I'm trying to tell Google that, hey Google, I have a website and an app which gets good amount of traffic, and I have some free slots available, and I would want brands to show their ad on those slots, right? So what Google will do, Google will show some brands ad on those free slots that are there on my websites and app. And if someone clicks on that ad, some part of the revenue would be shared by me and some of the revenue would be taken by Google, right? So this outstream ad is nothing but this: your ad would be shown on those third party websites and app, and again, like, you are reaching out to a user outside YouTube. Okay, but I have a question to everyone, guys. Okay, like, try to understand. Let's talk about Zara. Okay, so like, do you agree Zara website will have good amount of traffic, right? So if I go to Zara's website, not just India, the global one, okay, we do you all agree that they have a good amount of traffic on their pages, right? So that, why Zara, like, you people, I'm not sure how many of you do shop from Zara, but do you guys agree Zara website and app has good amount of traffic? So why Zara doesn't allow register their website on Google AdSense and allow some advertiser to run ad on their website or an app and earn some money out of it? Like, we all agree Zara has good amount of traffic on their website or an app. Let's say not Zara, H&M as well. Any all of this popular e-commerce brand, they have a good amount of traffic coming up. Okay, it will see for Zara, H&M brand like this, they don't want to disturb the user experience by showing ads between that. See, yes, they can earn some money from Google AdSense, but that money that they'll earn will, it doesn't even contribute that much to their revenue. Like, imagine if I have a good website, I have good customer who come to my website, buy the product, and I disturb their user experience. Yes, I might earn some money from Google AdSense, but the people who were coming to my website to buy the product, some of them might not, might leave my brand because the user experience is getting hampered by it. So for Zara and H&M, they can't, just to earn some penny amount of money, they can't disturb the user experience, right? So all this big e-commerce brand, they will never allow Google AdSense. They will never allow Google to show the third party, to show any brands ad on their page. Yes, if you are a blog website, you can, because blog may, in blog, a user is just running the reading the content, right? They are not purchasing anything. But in e-commerce, the user experience really matters a lot. I hope you understood what I was trying to say right now. Like, for them, it's like earning money from Google AdSense and earning money from what per- the customers are purchasing. The second one is better. Yeah, they all are betting apps and sites. They allow brands to show their ads on Google Ads, because for them, yes, the user now, the bigger betting apps and all, again, yes, they are earning a lot of money through Google Ads. Now again, they have a lot of restriction with the. I think the betting apps are something. You can't. They have been stopped by the government, at least in India, as far as I know. The last news that I read, Dream 11 and all of them, they are closed right now, right? As like the last thing that I heard. How Google allows it? Google will allow, you see, Google AdSense, if they have registered themselves on Google AdSense to show ads on their website and app, Google can't do anything about it. The brands are targeting it. No, Google is not asking them to show their ads on those betting apps. The brands are the one who are targeting those websites and apps. So when I create a campaign on Google Ads, I can choose on what website and apps I want to run. I want to show my ad. So the advertiser themselves are choosing those apps and website where they want to show their ads. I hope you understood this. And now, at least in India, the betting apps are not there, so the chapter is closed ideally. Me as an advertiser, all those brands who are trying to show you ads, see, and again, there's a lot of remarketing feature involved in it. Because Rahul, imagine, let's say right now you're on Mintra, you bought a product, you add a product to cart, but you don't purchase. Now, you, hypothetically, I'm saying that you're playing in that betting app. Through remarketing, you are seeing that ad over there. In remarketing, we can't, I mean, I can control what apps and website I don't want to show my ad on, but brands never get bothered about it. We just want to follow wherever you are going. So if you are there, after doing that, you go to a betting app to play, I will show my ads over there directly, because that's where you are also there. I hope you're able to understand. There was a very funny incident. And you guys must know. Okay, so there was so there's a website in India, IRCTC, which is used to book trains. Okay, now few, I think last year there was one user of IRCTC. This guy went on Twitter and they tagged this brand IRCTC. And so basically, this person, when he went to IRCTC, he could see some rubbish ads, okay? Something that he really didn't like. When I say, I mean, I really don't know, the content wasn't great of that ad, something on those line, okay? And this guy got very frustrated and he tagged IRCTC and he told them that why are you allowing such kind of brands to show their ad on your website, right? This is what this guy did, and it was there on Twitter. Now what IRCTC replied was, see, we are not allowed, see this, you are seeing this rubbish content not because we allowed them. Try to understand, they are doing remarketing to you. Just because you saw that rubbish content somewhere, they are just trying to show that again to you. I hope you're able to understand. So in remarketing, you can't control this. This guy thought that IRCT is allowing such brands to show their ads, but ideally that ad was shown to him because he watched that kind of content few days back. And this brand was trying to do remarketing to this person. I hope you're able to understand what I'm trying to say. So, like, if you tag those brands saying, how do you allow such bad brands to show their ad? Ideally, it is not the brands, or it is not the website who's allowing it. There could be a good reason you saw that rubbish content or that rubbish product, and wherever now you're going, they're just trying to do remarketing to you. So, ideally, it's not fault of IRCTC as well. Right, fault was with the person. He saw that bad content, and now they are doing remarketing to him wherever he goes. Right, so ideally, I mean, in remarketing, it's very difficult to control, but yeah, you can take some control that we don't want to remarket on some sensitive website where things are talking about violence and all of that, because that will impact your brand image as well. No, like, imagine, guys, okay, for example, I'll tell you, I'm someone who shops from Zara, okay, and now I didn't bought the product and I go to Meesho. Meesho is basically a very a brand in India which sell dirt cheap product. Okay. Now imagine I go there and Zara is trying to do remarketing on that Meesho app. Don't you think it will impact Zara's image? Right? Because where is Zara and where is Meesho? Right? In such instances, the brand image will get hampered. Like, imagine you guys are saying that Zara is doing you remarketing on Meesho's app. It will impact the brand image, right? So all these bigger brands, there are times sometimes that they exclude showing ads on, even if they want to do remarketing, they'll exclude such kind of websites where their brand image can be hampered. First thing is, create your video, upload it on your YouTube channel, connect your YouTube channel to your Google ads, and then you can run that as an ad. But now this is a new feature that YouTube has introduced where I can run a partnership ad. Partnership ad is like, because nowadays there are a lot of videos that influencer creates for a brand, right? And now that brand want to run that influencer video as an ad, they can do it. Outstream ads, we can refer to some Google images then, because how should I say? It is very difficult. Like, randomly, if I start scrolling, it's very difficult to find them. But like this, see this. This is a website where Neutrogena is showing their video ad. Can you see? How did I understood it's an ad? It says advertisement, and this sign is of Google. So if I tap over here, it will say run by Google Ads. Make sense? This is a banner ad by, so this is a banner ad by Google. This is a video ad by Google. Both are run through Google Ads only. Okay. I hope it's clear for everyone. I mean, I can see there is one website where I see a lot of ads that pops up. Like now here, it will take some time to load, but here also, like, can you see this advertisement? So it takes some time to load that particular ad. Again here, somewhere in the down here also there'll be a, now it could be a video, it could be a banner as well, but it takes some time to load. Like, I can keep the site open if it loads quickly. Yeah, see this. Now this is what, this is a banner ad. But this, this is remarketing, because recently I visited this website to buy a bag. Now they're trying to do remarketing to me. Imagine the way it's showing it in a banner format. It can also show, they can also show it here in a video way. And how do I understand this is ad by Google? Let's say here. Can you say if I go to this sign, I can say this as well. Stop seeing this ad. So it clearly says this is ads by Google. Similarly, if I scroll down here also, I might see they are trying to do remarketing to me. This is remarketing, because I just, like, this was also one of the bag brand where I just visited recently. Now they are showing this in a banner format. So in remarket, like in outstream, when I if it's a video ad, that is basically an outstream ad. This is a banner ad. But in similarly here, if they would be showing a video, imagine that is your outstream ad. Okay, now I hope you understood what are different ads, how do they look, how does it work, right? Okay, let me go back to the topic. So I have discussed all the video ad formats. How are they? How do they look like? Okay, now I'll quickly go to the PPT and take something which I haven't discussed. So let me just close this. And now you understood also the differentiation between DV360 and Google Ads. So DV360 owned, again, like this is very, like this is something that you should know. Google Ads and DV360 and SA360 is owned by Google only, but Google Ads is for all the mass audience. DV360, SA360 is like more from the premium side. I just gave you one example of how premium it is. With Google Ads, I can't show ads on mastered ad, but with DV360, I can do it. Similarly, with Google Ads, if I want to show my ad on some OTT, I can't do that, but I can do it through DV360. Right? So hence programmatic is like premium brands, premium platform. Okay, so we'll quickly discuss the theory part, guys. Okay, so now when I talk about video marketing, I've covered the ads part. We'll talk about the organic side as well. Okay, and we can quickly cover it because now you have understood the concept. So when I talk about video marketing, guys, it is more about your marketing approach, where you plan, you create, you edit, you publish, and you promote your video content. Because see, whenever, why do we run a video ad? Because I want to create an awareness. The one of the cheapest way to create an awareness is to run a video ad. So whenever a brand is asking me that, Jigisha, we want to get as much awareness as possible, I would always pitch them a video ad because it is visually appealing. The cost is also not that expensive. Like I've told you, right, skippable ads are so cheap to run, right? So whenever a brand would approach you to run some awareness based campaign, you can pitch them a video ad, whether it is on Meta or whether it is on YouTube. Okay, why Meta and YouTube? Why Meta and YouTube? Because these are the most popular platform which has that kind of audience reach as well, right? So when we get into video marketing, like, see, ideally your job, if you are into the, so if you are towards the ad size of the business, guys, you won't get involved into the video creation. There will be a team who will give you a video. But let's say you're towards the organic side of marketing, like organic social media marketing, that is where you will get involved into creating that video. There'll be a video editor who will edit the video for you guys. But if you're working with a smaller brand, they might ask you to help them out. You are the one who will publish the video, you will promote it through ads and to different on different platform, right? And you will see how exactly it has performed. So if you're towards the organic side of social media marketing, guys, yes, with respect to creating the video, you will get involved. Editing, not really, there are editors out there. Publishing, you have to publish on the platform, you have to promote it in different way, and then you have to see how it's performing. Okay, and I told you, YouTube is one of the best platform for your video marketing, because there are around 1 billion hours of YouTube videos daily. People tend to watch that, right? Average user is trying to spend around 40 minutes per day watching videos on YouTube, right? The other one, as I told you, the most popular is Meta. In Meta, it's Instagram, where people upload around 95 million photos daily. So you are trying to do video marketing on two most popular platform, YouTube and like Instagram, which is part of Meta. Correct? Now, as I told you, impact is really great. It will help you to attract your audience, engage the community, help you to get some revenue as well. You can share some unique story, you can create some business opportunity. I mean, as I told you, awareness, you want to reach out to a large audience. YouTube video marketing and YouTube is one of the way to do that. And it is cheaper as well compared to other ways to do it. Okay, like rather than running a search ad or a banner ad, video ad is cheapest when it comes to awareness. See, video ad, it won't commit you conversions, or it might, you would get leads, or you would get those conversion or end action that you want your consumer to take, but the numbers won't be that great with respect to those line. But let's say your client want to get reach, they want some impression, go ahead with video marketing on YouTube. I hope I'm clear now. So keep this in your mind. When I talk about awareness, one of the first thing that should come in your mind, whether it's organic or whether it's ad, video, and that too on YouTube and Instagram, right? Now again, the marketing funnel, I have already said, we all know what is a marketing funnel. We want awareness, we want people to convert, and we want them to retain. So now what people do is, at they I'm not saying they don't use video marketing at all the three stages. Yes, they do it, but the kind of video they create is different. Okay, for example, in a awareness, so when I talk about awareness, let me write it over here. You can use video marketing, but the content would be different. For example, for awareness, I can create some education content, because first I'll have to educate the consumer on my product or service. Okay, in conversion based, like I want them to convert them, so what I'll do, I'll show them some testimonials, right, some case studies kind of videos, right? Or yeah, that should work. And when it comes to retention, I'll create some offers, special offer kind of videos, so the communication would be different now, right? So the videos also that we create at each stage will differ. And hence, if you would see, there are a lot of videos on YouTube which are related to education side. They focus more on awareness and testimonials, or then or showing them some specific offer related video. If you see, like any brand, for example, I mean, again, I'll have to go back to YouTube to show you that, but they use YouTube. Now see, can you see right now there's another master ad, this is by Cadbury. So that means that Royal Enfield has not taken one entire day slot, they have taken a slot to get just as many impression as possible. I hope you understood it. How does it work now? Now if I could see just one brand's ad the entire day, that means they have taken the 1 day slot. But now they haven't taken the 1 day slot. Clear? Now I hope you are able to map it to what I was telling you theoretically. Okay, I was trying to show you something. So let's say I don't know. So there is this brand called as Grow. Now see, there's this company called as Grow. Okay, now they are into investing. They have a app where person can buy equity, mutual fund, and other things. What they do, they use YouTube to get people aware about how to do financial planning. If you see all their video, it is all about educating them about financial planning. So they are using YouTube as a channel to create awareness about investing. Nowhere you would see them saying that go, go and invest through Grow. No, directly they would never say that. You see all their video, they are all in education purpose. I hope I'm clear. So you would see YouTube or Instagrams are usually used for awareness, the video part, okay, and the content is very much focused towards the educational side of it. They won't directly educate you, so in like they will, in middle of that they might promote their product, but the content is very clear. They want to educate the consumer on the whatever product and service that they are trying to sell. Okay, I hope I'm clear. Now, there are a lot of metrics that we track whenever we run a video ads or we are doing some video marketing. Okay. First, we see how much traffic we are able to get, organic traffic. Okay. Then we would want to see what is the engagement. Engagement is nothing but how many people have liked my video, disliked my video, tried to share that video, or who have commented on it. That is what we call as engagement, whether it is on YouTube or Instagram. Then you would want to see how many people have subscribed to my channel, or how many people have followed my page. That, because video marketing will impact those subscriber count as well, right? Now we would also want to see audience retention, like how many people are keep getting, they are watching my video for multiple time, they're coming back to my channel. By the way, all these numbers, at least on YouTube, you can check under your, there's an option of analytics where you can check all these numbers. Okay. Then you would want to check the watch time, which is what is your total viewing time for your video. Then you would want to see a conversion rate as well, that after watching the video, did the person went to the website to buy any product or service. Okay. And then bounce rate is nothing but the person came to the video but they just went back in like 1 or 2 seconds. That is bounce rate, like they didn't stay for a longer duration. Okay. So people who visited your video or your website but they leave the website or the video in like few seconds, and they didn't do performed any action. So because you're doing video marketing, you will have to also track how it is performing. You create a separate video, that would work. But imagine in one video you're trying to do awareness, conversion, retention. No. Clear? Okay, so guys, these are some metrics that one should check. I'll come to, so I have talked about what are different kind of video ads. I've covered it without the slide only. Okay. But now you would want, so on your Google search engine, okay, see, apart from YouTube, your video, so let's say I want to say, right, can you see there are some short videos that have been shown? Sometime you'll see some videos as well, like not just short but some big length videos as well. Now if you want to really improve the ranking, you want your videos to appear at the top. You, that is what we mean by SEO, right? Without running ad, you want your video to appear on the top of your website or on the search engine result page, or even for that matter on YouTube. There are some things, there are some, how should I say, um optimization that you can do with your video. Okay. So first thing is, you can add your video under your sitemap. Now what exactly is a sitemap? Let me okay, let me try to explain this to you. I'll talk about sitemap later on because it's a very long explanation. But one thing, within your video, please add the timestamps. Stamps are nothing but where the user can see at what minute what kind of topic has been discussed. So you are just trying to break down your video and create some good description. You have a description part in your YouTube, right? So give a good description, add some important keywords within that video, so your ranking would be better. Now, when it comes to the sitemap, guys, what exactly is a sitemap? Let me make you understand that. Okay. Um, please try to listen carefully what I'm trying to say over here. Okay. So, okay, imagine I'm a brand, I have a website, I have a YouTube channel, and I want to improve its SEO ranking. Okay. SEO is like, I want my website or my YouTube video to be shown whenever person search for any query related to my brand. I want my website, my video to be appeared somewhere towards the top, right? That is what our goal is. Now, what happens is whenever you create a website, try to understand this. Uh, let's say, let's talk about only Google right now. Google, what Google will do is, let's you create a website. For Google to rank your website, Google will first have to scan your website. Okay. Like I can't just vouch about Mahalakshmi. See, let's say it is like you are asking me to vouch about how good Mahalakshmi is with respect to digital marketing, but I couldn't do that without me not knowing how well she is into it, right? So I'll have to do some test with Mahalakshmi to vouch for her, right? Similarly, it's the same thing. For Google to rank your website higher, Google will first have to scan your website. What exactly do I mean by scan your website? They'll check how well you have created your website. Have you done all the SEO checks or not? Again, it's a very lengthy topic of SEO check, but one of the thing that Google, so what Google does is whenever you create your website, Google has some bots and crawlers who comes to your website to scan it. Okay, they'll scan each and every page of your website, and when they scan your each and every page of your website, one of the part that they check is called a sitemap. Now what exactly is sitemap? Try to understand. Okay, right now imagine I am that Google's bot or crawler. Okay, and I want to scan, let's say it's Amazon. Okay, it does not any other random brand, but it is Amazon. Now let's say, hypothetically imagine that Amazon has created their website, they are new in the market. Now Google bot, which is me, who have come to crawl this website, don't you think it will be very confusing for me to know where should I start crawling, how should I proceed, what is the last page, what is the first page? Do you think crawling would be also difficult? Like how should I proceed, because there are so many pages on the website, right? There's a good chance if I scroll it by myself, I might miss out some pages. Do you guys agree with me when I say this? Do you guys agree with me if I ask you that you go crawl, check each and every page of Amazon? Are you do you Can you guarantee that you won't miss out on any pages? No, you can't. You will miss out on some pages, right? Because there are so many pages, each page has so many products, right? That's where sitemap comes into picture. Sitemap is nothing but a roadmap of your website that you upload on your website. So the person who creates your website, you have to ask him to upload a sitemap as well. It is like a map that you are trying to give it to Google, that you start from here and you end it over here. So in that sitemap, you cover all the pages of your website, right? And this is what I'm trying to tell it over here as well. So whenever you create a sitemap, in that sitemap also mention some important videos that you want the Google to crawl. Okay, so sitemap is nothing but a map of your website to, and you have to give each and every URL in that sitemap, so Google won't miss out on scanning any of the page. They wouldn't miss out on any of the page. I hope I'm clear now what is sitemap. This is one of the SEO check that Google does. If you don't have a sitemap, Google will miss out on some pages or the video to be scrolled. If it did, if they don't crawl that page, they won't even rank that page. I hope you understood. So imagine Mahalakshmi would just tell me, ma'am, like I've asked Mahalakshmi to tell me what all she knows. She said I know SEO. So I'll only vouch for SEO. I can't vouch for her when it comes to ad. It's the same thing. The pages that Google will crawl, Google will only help with ranking those pages. The pages that they're miscrawling, they can't show that page anywhere on the search engine. I hope you're able to understand this concept. What exactly is a sitemap, and what is the importance of this sitemap? Okay, so if you upload a sitemap, you have a timestamp and you add some text description, this will surely help you to improve the ranking of your video as well organically. Okay, now when I was talking about video ads, I have discussed, I was talking about Google Ads, okay, and I have already discussed what are different video advertisement that you can do through Google Ads. But Google Ads also offers you other kind of ads, okay, search ad, display ad, shopping ad, and YouTube ad, okay. So I'll just take you through. YouTube ad is something I've covered. Let me just show you search, display, and shopping. Display, I've already shown you the remarketing banner on Pink Villa's website. That was your display ad, because display ads are in a banner format. Okay. Search ad, shopping ad, I'll just quickly show it to you. So your search ad, can you see the sponsored result? All this 1, 2, 3, 4 are all search ads because they come under the sponsored result. Sponsored result as in you're paying money. All these brands have paid money to Google to show their website at the top, and these are your organic result. Anything below that is the organic result. How does your shopping ad would look like? These are your shopping ads. Can you see sponsored result? These are all your shopping ads. Shopping ads are only for e-commerce brand where they can display their product. I hope I'm clear. So through Google Ads, the major ads that you can run is ads which are run on YouTube, your search ad, your shopping ad, your display ad. Apart from this four that I've mentioned, guys, you have one more, which is what we call as discover ad. Okay, I'll talk about it. So okay, let me mention it over here. Google Ads, important ads are search, video, display, shopping, and the last one is your discover ads. Now what exactly is discover ad? These are also banner ads. Okay, these are also banner ads, but they appear on. Now if you notice, when I was scrolling on YouTube, I think I did showed you that. I mean, so wait, this one, this is my discover ad. So if you want to show any banner ad on YouTube, you run it through a discover ad. Okay, so first thing, it will appear on your YouTube feed in banner format. Then this ad also appears on your Gmail promotion section, and they also appear. So how does it look like? I'll have to open my Gmail to show this quickly. I'll go to promotion tab, allow it some time. Not this, all are not the ads. Okay, I'll have to refresh. Oh, okay, it appeared. Let's wait for 2 seconds, it will appear. Yeah, can you see this sponsored Google ads and Rohan builders? This is run through discover ad. The others email that I can see in promotion is done through email marketing. This is not done through email marketing. These are my ads that have been shown with the help of Google discover ad. Okay, I hope I'm clear. So it will appear over here, and it also appears when you open Google on your phone and you see some news, right? There also your discover ad can be appeared. So to summarize this, your discover ad would appear, see this. One, it appears on your YouTube feed. Sometime it can also appear in a carousel format. It can be a single image, it can be a carousel as well. Carousel is nothing but multiple cards. Okay, so this one is your discover ad. It also, now what is this section? If you open in your on your phone the discover tab where you see all the news, in between of that news you will see such kind of ad, and then you have your Gmail section. I hope I'm clear. So out of all this, so many ads that I've mentioned, me as an advertiser will decide what kind of ad I want to run. For example, okay, if I want to do some awareness, I will run a video ad. If I want to get some traffic on my website, I will run a display ad. If I want to get some leads, I will run a search ad. If I want to get some sales or purchase, I will run a shopping ad. Okay, now discover ad is usually run for everything. Like discover ad will help, apart from awareness, discover ad will help you with traffic, leads, or sales for that matter. So based on what is your objective, you choose what kind of ad you want to run. Make sense? So you as an advertiser, you have to decide what kind of ad you have to run. Google won't tell you anything. Yes, you can take Google suggestion, but try to understand Google suggestions are always with respect. See, Google want, at the end of the day, Google want the advertiser to spend as much money as they can. So their suggestion would also be on those line only. So you can't blindly follow what Google is saying. See, in future, if you're working in this department, you will have a Google team who will reach out to you, they will guide you. But when Google team reach out to me and when they try to guide me, I don't blindly follow what they're saying, because for Google the end goal is to ask their advertiser to spend as much as they can, right? So the recommendation is also aligned towards those lines. I hope you understood. So you should know, hence I told you, right? Out of all this ad, for if you want awareness, you run a video ad. If you want website traffic, you run a display ad. If you want some leads, you run a search ad. If you want people to go to the website and buy your product, like if it's an e-commerce business, okay, so shopping ads are only for e-commerce, you'll run a shopping ad. And if you want a mix of all, this is more of like discover ad is usually used to do some testing. Okay, now, again, for video marketing, apart from your YouTube that we have discussed, you have Meta. Okay. Now, if you know Meta, or in general Facebook as well, has 500 million people who watch Facebook every day. Right. Right. 80% of the consumer traffic is on video. Right. Again, there are 43% of the people who want to see your video content. 1200% there are more shares than images. So if I talk about what kind of videos, compared to image, videos do get shared a lot. So these are some of the stats which is trying to tell you that why you should choose video marketing. Okay, I think I've already told you what are the benefits of doing video marketing. I won't repeat the same thing again and again. Okay, now How do we exactly create a video marketing? Let me just quickly give you. So when I create my video ads, okay, like whenever I do my campaign creation, um I'll quickly show you how does it look on the back end. Okay, so by the way, to do this we use this platform called as Google Ads. I have a dummy account, so I can show it to you over there. See how fascinating it is. Okay, so by the way, this is how a Google Ads platform look like. Okay, don't feel overwhelmed. It's okay when the person see the platform for the very first time, they feel bit overwhelmed, but it's a very would I say it's an easy platform to use? No, you need some experience, you need some hands-on how should I say experience to use the platform. But you guys, all of you over here on the call, can create their Google Ads account and do some practice if they want to. Okay, now how does a campaign setup looks like on Google Ads? I'll just quickly give you a run through. Okay, see this. So here, from here we create our campaign. Okay, now, as I told you, why do we run a video ad? For awareness. So Google is asking, so there are a lot of questions Google will ask you for your campaign setup. Like if you want to run that ad, there are a lot of settings that you have to select. And will go through one by one settings, the important settings that at least you guys should be aware of. As I told you, the objective to anytime if you want to run a video ad, your objective should always be awareness and consideration. So I'll choose awareness. Now, can you see it is asking me what do I want to achieve by running my video ad? Do I want reach? Reaches, I want to reach out to unique people out there. Or do I want to increase my video view count, or I want to increase my subscription, or people, I want people to get engaged. So the most popular subtype is usually video view, so I'll choose video view. And here, can you see it is by default choosing my ad type as video. Okay, so I have selected, you just have to select the right settings. Okay, and I'll say continue over here. Now see this. Okay, campaign name, guys, is for your understanding. So for whatever, like, this won't hamper the performance of your ad, it is just for your understanding if you want to give a name. So imagine, guys, I want to do this for Amazon, and I'll just write video view ad. Okay, whatever I want to write. Okay, now here Google will ask you what kind of ad you want to run. Skippable, infield, short. It's up to you. You can keep all three. Ideally, you can start with running all the three kind of ads. Okay. Then bid strategy is nothing but Google is asking you how they would charge you. So Google will charge you based on cost per view basis. For each view, you will get charged. Okay. So here the by default thing is CPV. I can't change this. CPV is cost per view. Now here Google is asking me how much I want to spend. So if you want to spend 100 rupees, you can say that. You can start with as low as 10 as well if you would want to. Can you see that is a good thing? So if I just want to spend 500 rupee right now, because the account is set up in INR, it will say rupee. Okay, or how, see, this can be daily. So there are two kind of option Google's give you. If you daily, if you want to change the budget, you can do that. Or if you want to run a campaign for 30 days, 15 days, you can do that as well, whatever you are comfortable with. Okay, if I want daily, I'll say daily. If I want for a duration, then here I'll have to select the start and end date as well. Like if my campaign is starting from 20th of September, I want to run it till 31st for October, and then I want to spend 50,000 for it. So I can give that kind of budget to Google. I hope I'm clear. And here Google will give you a forecast. Forecast is okay, wait. I have to confirm my identity. Give me 2 minutes. I'm just showing you a glimpse of how the backend look like. Okay. Now here. So here Google is asking you where you want to show your ad. So obviously you want to show ad on YouTube, so it will be there. Google TV is not for India location right now. It is only available for US. Hence, I can't do anything. And see this. This is where it is asking me if you want to run ad on third party website or app. So if I don't want to run my ad on third party websites and app, I'll turn this off. So it's up to you. Ideally, I just want to focus on YouTube right now. So hence I've turned this off. Okay. Then here Google will ask me the location where I want to show my ad. Do I want to show ad in all countries or just in India? Let's say you want to show ad. Now see this, here you put your location. Let's say I want to show my ad in some of the cities in India, or let's say I want to show my ad in Mumbai, I'll say include. I want to show my ad in Pune, I'll say include, and it will also show me how many people I'll reach in that location. Can you see this? So let me do it over here in the map. Now imagine, guys, this is very fascinating. Okay, see this. Um, so imagine you guys want to run your ad in entire let's say I'll talk about Pune because I reside in Pune. I know the location in better way. Okay. So imagine I want to show my ad in Pune, but I don't want to show the ad in my location where I reside right now. Right? Like, because let's say hypothetically I'm saying my area is not that great to show the ad. Okay. I can exclude as well. So see this. Let's say I can write my area pin code, and instead of include I'll say exclude. Now see this, can you see this? So what this is trying to say is that my ad would be shown in entire city, but this is the area where my ad won't be shown. I hope you understood. This is what I was talking about, that you can do such level of granular targeting. Like you can go till pin code, not just, it is not necessary you have to target the entire city. You can target pin code, address, city, state, country, and as many as you would want to. Right? Like let's say I just want to do pin code wise targeting. I can just remove this over here, and if I have a bulk location I can add it like this. So I know some of the pin code, I'll just add it over here. I guess something like this. I'll say search, and I'll say target all if I want to target both the location. Can you see these are two areas of Pune that I know, and it is trying to tell me that my ad would be only shown in this two area. So you can include the location, you can exclude the location as well. Like let's say I want to show ad in entire Pune, but I don't want to show ad in this two location. I'll do, I'll target the entire city, and I'll exclude those two pin codes where I don't want to show my ad. Make sense, everyone? I hope now you are able to how should I say, visualize how exactly this is done. Okay. Reach is, you are reaching to unique people out there. So imagine, okay, 17 people. So if I say my reach is 17, I'm trying to say 17 each user, I'm able to reach out to all the 17 users who are there on the call. That is what I mean by reach. I want to reach out to unique people out there. Video views is nothing but one user might see your video multiple times. So imagine there's a good chance that my reach would be, let's say, when I say, okay, wait, let me put it over here. If I say my reach is 100, I am saying 100 people have seen my video, 100 unique people. But if I see my video view is 200, there's a good chance one person has seen my video multiple times. So reach is more towards reaching out to unique users. Make sense? By the way, I'll cancel this. I just wanted to show you how exactly does this look like, so you can keep on adding location. Now language is also very important. Let's say Amazon has created a video in Hindi. I'll have to choose my language as Hindi. So what language video you're promoting, that language you're supposed to select over here. If my video is in English, my here language would be English, but my video is in other regional language like Hindi. Can you see? I can see an option to select Hindi. If it's in any another local language, I can choose that. So whatever your video is into, whatever language you have used to create your video, choose the same language over here. Okay. So right now I'll just stick to English. EU political ad, it is not for us. So I'll say, no, this is not related to EU political ads. Now, this related video thing is, see, if you want to create a playlist, let's say a user sees your ad, and below that you want to see something, you want to show them a similar ad or a similar video. You can create a series around it, is what they are trying to say. Okay. Now, this is where you do your targeting. Okay. Before going to targeting, guys, I'll quickly show you how does the ad is created. Now see this over here. What I'll have to do is, to create my ad, I'll quickly go to YouTube, and I'll have to go to Amazon's channel, because I have to select, right, what video I want to promote. I hope Amazon has a YouTube channel. Okay, here it is. This is this is more toward the seller side. But let's say right now, for now, I want to use this only. Okay. And let's say I want to promote any of the one video of Amazon. Uh, Let me choose one. Great one. This one. Let's say we'll talk this one because they have created. There's an Amazon Great Indian Festival 3 weeks ago. They have created the video. I'll choose URL. Take this URL. Put it over here. See this. Can you see? This is how your ad would look like. So it will come in a skippable format. Okay. I mean, there are different format in stream. This is how it will look. See how it would look in your feed. In your feed, this ad would look something like this. Like this is how your feed looks like, right? So they are giving you a preview. And in shorts, it would look like this. I hope you understood. This is the mobile view. You have a desktop view as well. So see in desktop, it would look something like this. And this is your TV. In TV, how this would look, right? I hope you understood how this works. So whatever ad you want to run, you have to first upload it on your YouTube channel. From there, you have to take the URL and you have to paste the URL over here. And then again, there are other details that we fill up here. So what did I do is I just put this detail, like I give the URL where I want to take the user to once they see my ad. I wrote a call to action like shop now. I gave a headline. I gave a description, and this is what it looks like in your ad. So you just have to fill the details basically, okay? And this is where you do the targeting. Now targeting is nothing but like to whom and where you want to show your ad, okay? So see this, I'll quickly take you through one by one. Placement targeting is, guys, you can choose on which YouTube channel and on which YouTube video you want your ad to appear, okay? So for example, I'll quickly open YouTube. I want to show ad on competitors. So let's say I want to show my ad on Flipkart. Amazon ad I want to show on Flipkart. Let's say, okay. So I'll have to search first for Flipkart channel if they have one. Yeah, this one. So let's say if I want to show my ad on Flipkart's channel, I'll take the URL, put it over here. If I go to channel, see this. So what I'm trying to tell over here is show my ad on Flipkart's channel. So similarly, you can choose what channel you want to show your ad. You can choose what video you would want to show your ad on. Let's say I want to show my ad on Amazon. Let's say Amazon versus Flipkart. There's a video of Amazon versus Flipkart. Let's say hypothetically, this one I want to show my ad on this video. I can just put it over here. Again, same thing. So you can add as many channel, you can add as many videos. I've just add one for to show it to you, but you can target any channel, any video of your choice. Did you understood what is placement targeting, guys? Okay, I'll just proceed. So that's how you do placement targeting. In topic targeting, you can choose what kind of topic you would want to show your ads on. For example, Amazon is all about shopping. So I'll go to beauty fitness and I'll see like whatever which has been sold on Amazon. I just have to select it. Now here I don't have to create anything. Google has created different topics. So any like if there's a YouTube channel where there's any discussion related to face and body care, there your ad would appear. So you are just choosing the topic over here. And in keyword, you have to give the keywords. For example, here if I put my Amazon's website, so if I just take this URL, put it over here, okay, it will suggest me some keywords. Can you see? So basically anyone who's searching related to any this kind of keywords on YouTube, or they're seeing any video which has this keyword, your ad would appear over there. So this is what I mean by targeting. You choose where you want to show your ad. Okay. Apart from that, guys, you can do some demographic setting as well. For example, see this. Can you see? So unknown is something that Google is not able to identify them because they might be doing their searches on incognito mode or they might be using VPN. So it's very difficult to identify this kind of user. Hence, they are into unknown. So I usually prefer to turn off the unknown because if Google is not able to identify, I don't want to take that risk by showing ad to such audience. Now, like you can choose which gender you want to show your ad, what age group you would want to show your ad to, like whatever range you want. Do you want to show ad to parent or not a parent? You can target people based on their household income as well. So let's say if you're promoting products which are very expensive, then you only show top 10 to 20 30% of income group, right? I mean, so and so forth. Cool. So that's all we had under the video advertising, which was very lengthy because I went towards the practical side of it. Let me go to the next one, which is our Where is now? Uh, let's try to discuss how technology has changed the marketing landscape. Okay, guys. Um, Try to understand that, see, technology and consumer demand will keep on growing and changing. Okay, like as I told you, as a digital marketer as well, I keep on saying seeing new platform integration, new consumer behavior. So what, hence we have to give exam every year, because what I learned last year in Google ads won't remain the same, right? For example, there are a lot of targeting options which are very new to the platform, which were not there in back in the days, right? So as a digital marketer, you should keep yourself updated with the new technologies and how the consumer trends have been changing. Okay, now as like we all know, these are different kind of services that we have into digital advertisement, like email. We can create a website, we have social media platform, right? And within that as well, how we can promote the content with help of video, blogs, article. Now whatever, like I think I've already discussed this particular part, that it won't remains the same. Okay, like you have all this option, but you have to keep yourself updated with it. By the way, how do you keep yourself updated it with it is a very important question. Okay, like because do you agree, if you go to Google, there are so many websites who will give you an information, but you don't know which website you should rely on. Do you guys agree with me? Like let's say right now, if you go on Google and search for Google ads update, how do you know which website you should rely on, right? So let me do one thing, I'll give you a list of website that you should follow to keep yourself updated into digital marketing. Okay, so if you want to keep yourself updated with respect to Google ads, okay, let me quickly give you, you follow this page, skillshopwithgoogle.com. Okay, then if you have other website, like you have WordStream. Quickly I'll give you the URL again. So WordStream and all, these are third party websites, but they keep you updated with the new trends of digital marketing. Okay, you have Search Engine Journal, and I also follow them, like till now I follow them to get all the updates, because you these are the reliable sources website. Okay, Search Engine Journal, Search Engine Land, you have PPC Hero, you guys have HubSpot. So they have their not the academy part, but HubSpot blogs. Here you will get all the trending topic again. Even if you follow this much, it's enough. Okay. And for Meta, you have Meta Help Center, where you can understand what are some new updates on Meta as well. Even if you like keep yourself updated on all this page, you will be updated as a digital marketer. Okay. I hope I'm clear. Now, see, when I talk about channels with respect to marketing, I think I don't want to reiterate the same thing. You have video, you have banner and all. We'll go to the next slide, where what are there's one more thing which we call as virtual events. Right now here you are trying to do some online meetings or activity which will involve people interact with in a virtual atmosphere, like this right now what we are having, right? There could be a webinar, right? There could be some virtual conference that you can do. Again, this really helps you to how should I say, convert the customer. For example, let's say, okay, I'll give you a hypothetical example. How does this help? Now I want you guys to enroll to my digital marketing program. Let's say hypothetically, what I can do is I'll create an ad where I will say that, I won't say buy my course, I would tell you, or let's say simply learn can also do this, that they won't directly tell you to enroll for the course. They will say, probably, let's say, see, we have a webinar this weekend of 2 hours of how, what exactly do we teach, like a demo session. You join this session, if you like it, you convert, right? That's a better way to advertise. So this webinars, this virtual conferences really help to convert the customer. Okay, so you have you can conduct some team building exercise, you can participate, you can do a lot of online games, you can explore different platform for this. Okay, then you have search campaigns, which I've already discussed. Like search campaigns are nothing but your search ad, paid text ads that appear on your search engine result page. Okay, now one good thing about this search ad that you all should know is, okay, have you guys ever observed this? The ad that you see on YouTube is randomly bombarded to you, right? Like let's say you're watching a video and you'll randomly see a ad coming up, right? Let's say when I went to that Pinkvilla website, I didn't search for that remarketing ad, it was just shown to me. Do you guys agree, when you're scrolling on Instagram randomly, you have been bombarded by the ads? Yes, so that is your push advertising, correct? Now your search ads are not push advertising, they are pull advertising. Always remember that. The My favorite ad, if you ask me, is always been a search and shopping ad. Your search and shopping ads are pull advertising. Okay, why this are pull advertising? Because this ad will only appear when a user would search for it, unlike your display video ads, which are push advertising, which would be shown to the user when they're scrolling and all. Okay, they didn't ask for it. But over here in search ad, like see this right now as well, when I, if I search for a because I search, okay, right now there's no ad for headphone which has been running. I'll search something and let's say a trouser. No, not as, this is not an ad, it will say sponsored ad. Okay, because if it is not saying sponsored ad, that means, yeah, this one. Can you see this four ads have only appeared when I search for a trouser, right? So this is what we call as pull advertising. And hence, because this is pull advertising, it has higher conversion rate, because if a user themselves who are searching for the product and they see the ad, they will convert more easily in your search and shopping ad compared to your display and video ads. I hope I'm clear. Now there's also one concept, something called as marketing localization. Now what exactly is marketing localization, guys? Basically, you have your product and service which will reach, um, and will be targeted in local markets as well. Now why exactly we want to do that? Because we want to make sure, we want to customize our product as per the local requirement, irrespective of what is the source, right? Again, it really works well. So you can do market localization mostly with the help of digital marketing, where you can, you can create some regional based content, target the local market in their language, and you can bring some good result. The way I did it right now when I was creating the campaign for Amazon, you saw, right? I was just targeting my localities. Now imagine I'll show ad in my area with my local language of this area, which is Marathi. Don't you think that will perform well? And the product that I will push is also something which are very popular in Pune. Don't you think that will perform well? Okay, so imagine, right now in Pune, the most popular product is bhakar badi. It is an ingredient that we, it is how should I say it, it is a savory, not sweet, but how should I say, a snack. Okay, now it's very popular in my area, in my city. So imagine in Pune, through the, I want to promote those bhakar vadi which are sold on Amazon to Pune city and in that local language. Don't you think this is only possible with the help of digital marketing? Yes, I just shown you like example when I was doing that video campaign. Correct? So that's what I'm trying to say. Marketing localization, I've done this, right? I told you. But to do marketing localization, guys, your product should be massy as well. Right? I mean, imagine I'm doing marketing localization for a trouser. It won't work well, right? When you do this localization, when you're promoting the regional product or it's a massy product, makes sense. You can't do this for every segment. Okay, now guys, as a digital marketer, it is very important for you guys to adapt to new scenarios. Okay, um because there are a lot of changes in the consumer behavior, there are changes in the lifestyle pattern, The spending tend to fluctuate a lot. There are a lot of changes with the marketing dynamics as well. For example, now we have Diwali coming up in India, right? Now because there's Diwali, we'll have a Black Friday sale that will come up. So that is the time when a brand would do a lot of promotion, will give lot of offer, because that's where the spending will fluctuate. I'll tell you how this works. So imagine when we had that COVID time. In COVID time, first the offline was closed. The brands were only relying on online sales. But online also did affected a lot, because the consumer was not in that mindset to spend, because they were scared because of COVID. They were skeptical how the next future situation would look like, because there was lockdown and 10 other things, right? So in that time, that's where the user behavior changed. Right now also, if there's any one news related to COVID or any virus that is getting spread out, you will see people will stop spending. Their purchasing power, even they have money, they won't spend, because in that situation they want to save their money for something that will safeguard them. Make sense? So you have to, as a marketer or as a digital marketer, you have to adapt some to new scenario. You have to keep yourself updated with how the dynamics are changing, how the consumer behaviors are changing, how the spending is also getting affected. I hope you are able to understand this. Yes? Okay. Now guys, let's start with voice search. So voice search, guys, it is getting popular nowadays, okay? Because see, as a consumer, we know there are a lot of there are a lot of users who are a bit lazy to type, and the classic thing that we do is we do a voice search. Okay. Now in traditional, back in the days, what we used to do, we used to give command on our search bar. Okay, like you might have seen many people try doing that. But now that has been changed to voice search. Like, I'm not saying people still don't search, but now here we use that Google Assistant, or you have Meta AI, 10 other features on your WhatsApp and all of that, where you do a lot of voice search, right? Now how the behavior is different between both is, whenever you do a normal search, typing the text search, you use very short tail keyword. Now what is short tail keyword and long tail keyword, guys? Short tail keyword would be, I am searching for buy tote bag. It's a short tail keyword. But then what is a long tail keyword? It is buy black tote bag with laptop compartment. Now imagine if I have to type such a long keyword, it's better I do a voice search and get the result rather than. So usually you will see that people who do searches, they use short tail keywords, but whenever they do a voice search, they use a lot of long tail keywords. I hope you understood what's the difference. So in a short tail keyword, there will be around 2 to 3 words. A long tail keyword will have more than 4 to 5 words in one sentence. So this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, around 8 words. Sorry, 7 words, right? Now when it comes to voice search, because see guys, again, there's a rise in technology, you are using a lot of different digital platforms out there. Voice search has become very common, okay? Because it is easier to use, right? You have Google search, which works more of like your voice command, which are again very specific. And voice search is more conversational, right? And unlike your traditional search, where we do mix of several keywords and we get some search intent. Okay. Now um try to understand, in voice search there's something called as dialogue system. Dialogue system is nothing but it is designed to interact with a human voice. Okay, so here, um, the command and the control dialogues are usually in two parts. One is your speech recognizer, and the second one is text to speech converter, right? So this is nothing but a program which is created. uh, every voice search would have this feature, which is created to have um, a casual conversation where you incorporate some text, speech, graphic, infographic, and other mode of communication, okay, to make it as like a conversational agent. Okay. um, Again, a dialogue system is more of like a form of your computer program, which will interact with the human using a natural way, similar to your voice search does with your smartphone and digital system. And again, now we have a lot of AI and machine learning into it. Okay. So um when it comes to voice search, guys, um in a simple thing, what does a user do? They are trying to process or they're trying to inquire or search using their voice command. Okay, where a user will inquire for any query using their voice command. Mostly they use mobile device. I have hardly seen people using their laptop to do their voice search. Okay, because it is not or should I say comfortable to do. It is using mobile is more comfortable compared to your desktop to do your voice search. Okay, now in your voice search you interact with your smartphone, and you other there are other digital system involved which will use AI and machine learning into it. Okay, you also have nowadays something called as automation speech recognizer. Okay, this is nothing but we also call this as an ASR technology, um, this is designed specifically for the human being out there to use their voice to interact more smoothly with the computer interface like a normal human conversation. Okay, again this is an advanced AI technology, um, which will help the voice to analyze, transcript the spoken statement, create some accent as well out there, right? This ASR usually uses some advanced processing method, which we also call as your natural language processing, which will permit the interaction with the human and use some much machine intelligence in a very good way. Okay, so and it also has an accuracy of around like 95 96 to 99%. See guys, this is all theory that you should know what is NLP, what is automatic speech recognition. You won't ideally work on creating all this. Okay, try to understand. Your job is not to create an NLP and all of that. Yeah, you, because obviously you get a better result when you get a long tail keyword, because that is specific. See, whatever we are going through under voices, these are some technical terms that you should be aware about. In If you ask me, would I create an NLP, would I create all this automation part? No. There are some IT people, there are some proper technical people who are sitting out there to do it. You should just know these jargons because you are part of digital marketing. You should know what is going towards that side of business as well. Okay, now um voice search, yes, it is expanding a lot. I've already told you why is that so across the globe, because phone is accessible to everyone, right? It is a natural way to interact and inquire. And it has been it we have seen an upward trend where approximately 41 to 50% of the population are using voice search globally, and majorly with the smartphone, as I said. Again, um, there has been a 7% growth of online global population, and three times more likely to be specific to certain locations out there. Okay, one of the most common platform that you guys would have used is Google Assistant, right? So with Google Assistant you can locate your Google Assistant on your device. You can download and optimize the app setting, understand the behavior of the device. You can use voice search on the Google Home app as well, right? Because you can search in real time, understand how and where to find your Google Assistant in your smart devices. Okay, now how in marketing are we using this? Okay, um try to understand. um we There are many brands, what they do, because they know that there are consumer who are searching through voice as well, so they do SEO for that as well, right? Where they create some very in-depth content. What they do, brands specifically focus on long tail keywords. So they know that, see, if they want to optimize their website to rank on voice search, they know long tail keyword is something that they should focus on. So they make sure that those long tail keywords are integrated on the website. See how Google gives you a ranking. Try to imagine. See this. Now I'll show it in a text way, but same applies for the voice search as well. If I search for health insurance for family members, this is a long tail keyword kind of, right? Google will give ranking to the users based on how they have used this particular keyword in their website. Can you see? Right, those websites who have utilized this keyword properly, they'll get a higher ranking. So same happens for the voice search as well. When you search by voice, what brand do, they optimize their website to rank when a person is searching for a long tail keyword. What do I mean by optimize? Whatever long tail, you have to find out now all the permutation combination that the user might use, and that keyword needs to be incorporated on your website content as well. That's where Google will give you a better ranking. If a user is searching for health insurance under 500, you have to incorporate that keyword in your website, and that's when your ranking will improve. So because the person should feel it relatable, right? If a user, what the user is searching for, it should also show on your website. I hope you are able to understand that how Google gives you a ranking. Google's check that what keyword the user has searched for, is that keyword incorporated on your website or not, whether it's through voice search or text search, right? So there's a lot of keyword optimization that you have to keep on doing on your website, and it is a lengthy process. It takes a lot of time. Imagine there are so many permutation combination of keyword that you have to utilize, and not necessary you have to cover all the keywords. You just have to cover the most popular keywords. By the way, how do you improve your voice search? Few things that you have to know is, you have to create some good content. You have to use long tail keyword in your website. You have to kind of analyze how your consumer behave. um, you have to create an FAQ page as well. Frequently asked question page, very important. Okay, and you have to make your website mobile friendly as well, because for voice search, how did the user come to your website? Through mobile. So the website that you create should also needs to be mobile friendly. So you have to use your mobile device to perform your local queries, and whatever website you create, make sure it is mobile friendly. Okay, let's go to the tool now, because as I told you, for voice search, the most important thing, even whether it's a voice search or a text search, your how should I say, keyword is the base. Keyword is the hero of SEO. Okay, so for SEO, your hero is nothing but your keywords that you're using. Even voice search, you do SEO. For text search, you also do an SEO. So what first, the basic thing that you should know is how to do the keyword research. Okay, I'll show it to you. By the way, key for keyword research, again, you need to refer to this platform of Google Ads. Okay, and see this, how do I do it. Very, very interesting tool it is. Okay, and you should swear by only this tool. Don't use any third party tool, guys, because see, the tool, the platform where you want your website to be ranked, it's better to use their own in-house tool. Why you want to go to a third party tool, right? So when I go over here in the tool section, there's something called as planning, and there's something called as keyword planner. Okay, now here I do my discover new keyword. Now see this. Okay, I'll do a keyword research for all of you. Let's say I want to do keyword research for HP. So first, what whenever we have to do keyword research, we have to visit the website. Okay, I'll visit the Indian one. Now it's all about, now guys, first thing, whenever you do keyword research, you have to do separate keyword research for each category, because for each category the key, okay, why you can't do keyword research for the entire brand at one time? Because it will get very cluttered. Imagine your keyword list has laptop keyword, mobile keyword, printer keyword. It will be very cluttered list that you will get. So first thumb rule of keyword research is that you do keyword research for each category separately. Okay, first, that is first thumb rule. Let's say I want to do keyword research for um gaming laptops. Now this is one of the category, subcategory, not just category. You have to do separate keyword research for every subcategory. Okay, so I won't just do keyword research for laptop. I have to do separate keyword research for student laptop, gaming laptop, because again I have to segregate them. Okay, so let's say I'll just focus on gaming laptop right now. Okay, I hope so far you're clear. You have to do keyword research separately for each category and subcategory. Can't do combine for the entire brand, because it will be very cluttered otherwise. Now, there are two way you guys can do a keyword research. One is where you can give a prompt. Here you have to give prompt to Google. Um, uh, and maximum 10 prompts you can give, and Google will give you similar keyword. And the other part is start with a website. Now here, if I give HP website URL, what Google will do is, Google will, like, I just have to give my URL, and Google will fetch the keyword from the website itself. Okay, what one you should proceed with? See guys, if you know the brand, if you know the category, it's always better to start with a keyword, because here the kind of list of keywords you will get will be diverse. Whereas if you start with a website, because Google is just is picking up keyword from your website, the number of keywords you will get are very limited. When I use this feature of start with a website is when let's say So imagine I don't know the brand. Let's say I don't know anything about HP. I don't know anything about laptops in general. How would I give prompts? I won't be able to give prompt. That's when I use the website thing. But ideally, if you know the brand, you know the category, start with keywords. Okay. Now I'll give some prompts over here. By the way, guys, keyword research are divided into three types. So let's say first one is I've told you category. I'm taking gaming laptop. Okay. Now for gaming laptop as well, I will have three keyword list. Those keyword lists are generic, competitor, and brand keywords. What do I mean by that? What is generic keyword? If someone is searching for gaming laptop under 50K, this is generic keyword. What is brand keyword? If someone is searching for HP gaming laptop under 50K. What is competitor keyword? If someone is searching for Dell gaming laptop under 50K. I hope you understood. So when I'll do a keyword research for gaming laptop, I have to create three lists: one for generic, one for brand, and one for competitor. Are we clear so far? In generic, basically you don't use any brand term. In brand keyword, your own brand name should be there, and in competitor keyword, your competitor name would be there in that particular query. Now see how do first I'll do generic keyword research. Okay. Now I'll give some prompts over here. Gaming laptop. Okay. Gaming laptop under 1 lakh, because I'm doing this for India. I'll just write 1 lakh. Um, I can think of any. See, guys, maximum 10 prompts you can give. You can start with one prompt as well. Not necessary you have to give all the 10 prompts. Okay. And then we'll say get results. Now see this. This is for India. Okay. You can do this for other location as well. You just have to change the location. Okay. Now, can you see we have got how many keywords? 3,357 keyword by just giving three prompts. Can you do this manually ever in your life? Now, you can't get such amount of quantity keywords when if you do a manual, you write it through pen and paper. That is one thing. Now what are other stats? Now I told you, right, I want proof. How would I understand these keywords are popular or not popular? By seeing this average monthly searches. So Google keyword planner would tell you on an average in a month how many people are searching for those keyword. This is specifically for India location. Let's say if I change this from India to United States, this number might change. Okay, it will take some time to reflect. So again, area to area, location to location, this average monthly depreciate. For example, right now if I change it from United States to Mumbai, see this, you will see some, can you see the number has dropped because country and then city, obviously the city monthly searches would be lesser. So this gives you an idea how popular that keyword is, right? Then here it will, here you can see the trend as well, that month on month and year on year, have you seen the keyword search volume has increased or decreased? Okay, like right now, see this, for this keyword year on year, the search volume has decreased by 90%. Lenovo idea pad gaming 3 for this keyword. Okay, competition is how competitive the keyword is, like high competition as in many people are trying to use this keyword. Medium competition is like less people, and then low is like more less than that. And this is where you understand now what is this top of the page bid, low range and high range. Here you can understand that if I want to run ad on gaming laptop as a keyword for Mumbai location, how much Google would charge me for each click. So minimum they'll charge me 0.89, but maximum it can go to 5.71 as well. This is for each click. So if whenever my ad appears, if a user click on my ad, how much Google would charge me? This is the range that they're trying to give you. Now, don't you think all these stats are very important for us? Before choosing any keyword, you have to see all the stats and then you decide what keyword you should proceed with. Make sense? How do we do keyword research? We see all these numbers and then we pick our keywords. See, out of this 3,500 keywords, not all keywords are important for me, right? I'll start with 10 keywords, then I'll add more 20 keywords. I'll keep on adding keywords. First, I'll take the 10 most popular keywords. I'll make sure I'm ranking for those keywords. Then I'll take 10 more keywords. At one time, I can't rank on 3,000 keywords. Now, okay, let's do this. So like with this way, we got 3,357 keywords. With website, let's see how many keywords I would get. Will take some time. Lol. Okay, wait, there's some issue with the URL that I've taken. I think I went through ad. Let me go organically and take the URL. Wait. So I'll go over here. Where is the laptop part? Okay, we had a gaming page. Wait. Explore gaming. Let me take another URL and see what do we get, because this URL is through the ad section. Could be because of that. Now it's up to you. Do you want to get a key? So there are two options. Do you want the keyword to be fetched only from this URL or from the entire site? If I want the keyword to be fetched only from this URL, I'll say this URL. Or else if I don't get lot of keyword, see this how many keywords I've got. 1126, only 1126. Yes, if I take entire site, the keyword, I'll get much more keyword, because here they are crawling only one page, here they are crawling the entire site. Ideally it should be more. Let's see, I mean, can you see? But still the count is not as high as what I've got with the prompt one, right? I'll go back to my prompt section. Let me just quickly do this quickly. Gaming laptop, I was searching for gaming laptop, right? Now see this, try to understand, guys. All these keywords that I've got, see, not all are generic keyword. It will have some brand keyword, it will have some competitor keyword as well. So it is very important for us to remove those competitor and brand keyword. Now there is one way: you download this keyword and you shortlist in Excel, but Excel may it will takes lot of time. So what we do, we shortlist here only. What we do, we go to this section here. So your non-brand keywords are your generic keywords. Others are all your competitor and brand keywords. So what I'll have to do, I'll have to turn this off, because these are competitor and brand keyword. Okay. So I'll turn this off. I'll turn this retailer as well. I just want pure generic keyword. I'll turn other brand as well as off. And now whatever, now out of this 3000, the generic keywords were only 342 related to gaming laptop. I hope you understood this. Now imagine here it happened so quickly, but if you have ever used Excel in your life, in Excel it would have taken 1 hour for me to shortlist this. I hope you understood. So on the tool, it's easier to shortlist the keyword. Do this same thing on Excel will take minimum 1 hour. I'm damn sure about this. Right? So ideally, my generic keywords are and this is not only 342 are also lot keywords. Just for one subcategory, guys. This is only for gaming laptop, not just laptop, but gaming laptop. We have only 342 keywords. Right? Imagine if I would have done a keyword research for laptop in general. Okay, see this. I'm removing gaming word and I'm just trying to say laptop, and I say get results. How many keywords do we get? Okay. So they are 2594. Let me make this to India and not Mumbai. Right? I'll again do this. Now see how many keywords. Okay, I'll have to give more prompts. So let's say laptop for students, gaming laptop. Let me give some variation. Laptop for office work, laptop for heavy tools. I don't know what are the permutation combination I can give. Laptop, affordable laptop. The more options, the more prompts I give, I you'll get more keywords. So 2594, say, let's see how much. Can you see? Earlier it was 2594. Now it is 5784. Why? Because I gave other permutation combination of keyword. And now I have almost, how many generic keyword do we have? 2.5k. If I give more different prompts, this keyword list would keep on increasing. Guys, I hope you understood. More the prompts, more the list of keywords. And trust me, at a time you can't cover all the keywords. You have to start with the most popular keyword. Once your ranking improve for this keyword, you add more other keywords. Now I hope it is clear. So I'll turn off company again, I'll turn off retailer, and I'll see only generic keywords now. So it will show it to you over here. Like, can you see now it is telling me out of 5,784 keyword, 2,527 are generic keyword. Now I can just download this in my Excel file. This is for India location, guys. If you want to promote this brand for another location, please change it, because this numbers will change. If I make it to Mumbai, the numbers would change. If I make it to United States, the number would change. Location to location, all the stats would change. Okay. Now see this. I want to put a filter. Okay. Now see this. How would I find out what are my popular keywords? I just have to shortlist this by highest to lowest. So these are all your popular keyword, which has almost how many average monthly searches? 5 lakh. Then the one with has which has 50,000. The one which are more popular, you will take those first, right? Now imagine, guys, okay, I'll just give you one example. Now this list that we have got, not necessarily all keywords are correct for you guys. Why? Imagine your laptops are not at all cheap, they are at 1 lakh. You shouldn't target a keyword which says cheap laptop, because you don't sell a cheap laptop, right? Imagine you might get some keyword. See this. See this, look at this. Okay, so there are people, see, at least in India, people do some very weird searches. Can you see this keyword? Best laptop under 1,000, gaming laptop under 500. Would you really target this keyword? So, not necessary all keywords are correct. You have to go through all the words and you have to remove the incorrect keyword. You know, in your wildest dream you would never get a keyword for 1,500 INR. Then why would you select those keyword? See, now in India people do such kind of searches and you have to remove it. I hope you understood. So it is your responsibility to go through all the keywords, and there'll be some keywords which are not relevant for you. Please delete those. Because if your client sees this keyword, they'll bash you for it. That why have you kept a keyword which says buy a laptop under 500 when we don't have a laptop which is sold at 500 price? Right? Can you see this? I'll just put 500. I'll get list of keyword for this. See this. See here. See this. See this. See this. Would you want to show ad on such keywords? No, right? Would you want to add this keyword on your website? No, even on website, chuck ads. Even for your SEO, you won't use this keyword. I hope I'm clear, everyone. How does this work? Because now the topic is very interesting, which is influencer marketing. So, but before jumping into the tool part, first let's understand the theory of influencer marketing. Then we'll jump what exactly is influencer marketing. Okay, influencer marketing, we all know influencer marketing wasn't there back in the days. Ideally it started um, during from your COVID, before COVID, I would say 1 year before COVID or something. But before that we didn't had that kind of hype for influencer marketing, right? Now with influencer who has really large followers, we do a lot of paid partnership. Brands usually do a lot of paid partnership to kind of market their product. Because imagine if any popular person is vouching for your product or service, the people who at least follow that influencer would test it out, would use it. See, there are many consumers out there in the market who blindly follow what the influencer does, and hence influencer marketing is so popular. Now when I say influencer marketing, before it used to be only your celebrities. For example, I mean, you might have seen advertisement. Before influencer marketing, we used to have celebrity endorsement, right? Where the brand used to take some big celebrities, they used to create some TV commercials. But not every other brand can afford celebrities, right? Because of their pricing. That's when your influencer marketing came into picture, where small size, mid size, and big size creator came into picture, who had their niche followers. Not necessary, when I say influencer marketing, I have to reach out to an influencer who has 1 million followers. No, I will take an influencer who has 10K follower as well, because the audience follow that influencer would have would be very strong, right? Brands, again, based on how much money they have, they also reach out to small influencer. Not necessary you have to partner with a big influencer. Okay, so um we know who's an influencer, a person who has a lot of followers, and that kind of influence help the kind of influence to help in selling up or promoting any product or service on their channel. And they will charge you something, or they'll do a barter deal. Okay, so now um with influencer marketing, exactly, it will help you to reach out again to broad audience, increase your conversion rate, influence the users to take their purchase decision, retain your traffic as well, because see, people who blindly follow an influencer, they will be retained with that influencer, right? So if that influencer keep on promoting your brand, same brand, that consumer would keep on buying, right? And also it helps you with increasing the awareness for your brand. Okay. Now, the reason influencer marketing has grown so much is social media channels. Like, I mean, TikTok came into, we just had Facebook, then we got Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, Pinterest. I mean, social media platforms are keep on YouTube, right? YouTube was there, but still, like, because there are so many channels, new social media channels, the rise of influencer has also increased, right? Again, it is a very innovative approach which we didn't saw back in the times, right? And the contents are very cutting edge content with respect to new trends, new content type, right? Short form, long form, webinars, right? So hence the influencer marketing has grown so much. Now, um how, like, the most popular channel also when it comes to your influencer marketing is Instagram and YouTube. Then you have Snapchat, Pinterest, Twitter, LinkedIn, and other channels. When you think about influencer, either they're popular on YouTube or they're popular on Instagram, then they will be there on other channels as well, but I won't say they spend that kind of time over there. Okay, why YouTube and Instagram? Because that's where most of the audience is. Correct. um Now, how does influencer create an impact on your customer is they guide them to buy the right product on the right platform. Okay, the consumer feel more connected to the influencer than to the celebrity, right? Because see, celebrity would, how should I say, they have been endorsing products for a while, but we also know that there are a lot of celebrities who endorse a product but they might not be using that product. We all might have heard that kind of case studies where whatever, let's say, a celebrity is trying to promote a maski product, not necessarily they consume it. Plus they have a very they there are some celebrities who might reach out to the local audience as well. But now, because imagine there's a celebrity and I have an influencer who's very known in my area, people know him, people follow him very thoroughly, there's a good chance they'll get influenced by him compared to the celebrity out there. Okay. Now, um when it comes to the content that the influencer create, earlier it used to be text and image, but now it is more towards the audio and video because you have high speed internet, which has created this transition. See, I'm not saying that brands, influencer don't put a post. So there are many influencer, see, and the charges also changes. If you know, if let's say Ramya is an influencer, Ramya would charge me much more lesser. So Ramya would charge me lesser. How the sequence would be, she would charge me the least amount of charges she can charge me is for a story, then for a image post, then for a video. So as the content changes or as the format changes, the pricing also changes, because story would only last for 24 hours. If the story is gone, the promotion that she posted would also go. So that is the least amount of money she'll charge you for a story. Then she'll charge you for one post that she's creating. Then for a video, she'll charge you probably much more higher, right? But nowadays we have seen a shift that a brand are approaching the influencer to create more video compared to an image. Okay. So you have to use different kind of content. Now we also have something called as live shopping. Here, it is one of a correct trend in influencer marketing domain where you can do some live chat, you can interact with the influencer, which will help you to again boost the conversion rate, promote your product and service. So the live shopping is more of like a latest trend which we have in influencer marketing domain, where it is a marketplace which is organized virtually by the influencer, where they can give you real time interaction with the consumer and the product. Okay. Now, try to understand. Okay, rather than going to the PPT, I'll give you some example of how influencer marketing. I have seen many brands who didn't had, see, for influencer marketing also you need money, right? Now there are many brands who don't have that kind of money in their pocket to afford big influencer. What they do, they reach out to micro influencer who might only have 10,000, 5,000 subscribers or followers. Now I'll give you a classic example which brand has done this. Okay, there is this one brand. I can show it on YouTube. How did they do it? So, if you know, when it comes to bag, the most popular topic with respect to bag is what's in my bag. And there's this brand called as Zook. Okay, it's again a Indian brand. They could hire a big celebrity as well, but they wanted to test it out. So what they did, they created lot of video with small influencer. If you see, they don't have like 1.2K. If you would see all these influencers out there, they all have created, and not that like they are someone who are creating for different regional languages. Okay, they all, what Zook did, there's a good chance Zook would have not even given them a money. They have given them their bag for free, and they have asked them to create a video related to what's in my bag, where they are showing the Zook bag. And that's how this bag got so popular amongst Indian consumer, because all the small influencers were using the Zook bag, promoting it, right? So people got influenced by it. See this, what's in my bag by Zook, what's in my bag by Zook. Zook didn't pay them any money. They gave them their bag for free for collab and asked them to create a video. If they are, if they are an influencer with much more higher followers, then they'll give back, plus they'll give some money as well. So this is a classic example that not necessary you have to reach out to one big influencer and promote it. You reach out to 10, 20, 50 small influencer of different location. Because if your brand is massy, so Zook is trying to become a massy brand. Okay, they want every woman should use a Zook bag. So they found out 10 influencer from Maharashtra, 10 influencer from Karnataka, 10 influencer from some another location. I hope you're able to understand this. Not just in India, in outside of India as well. I know, let's say right now I work for Adobe Japan market. So we do influencer collab where we take some Japanese specific influencer from different region, because they have much more how should I say, convincing power to try to convince the people who are trying to follow them and use a product that they are trying to promote, right? I hope you understood what I was trying to say. Now there is one tool, at least there are a lot of tools, but the most one of the most popular tool, at least for the Indian location, is this one. Okay, now here, like, see, you would want to know, how much the influencer would quote you, the pricing of an influencers and all. How do you understand that? So there are two way. One is you have to reach out to an influencer marketing agency. So they're like digital marketing agencies nowadays. We have influencer marketing agency who handle this influencer. You have to call them, you have to tell them this is my requirement, they'll give you the quoting, but again it's a very long process. So in this tool, a very important tool. Okay, now here you will, and this tool is not just for influencer. If you want to run ads on airport, you want to run some outdoor based ad, you want to run ad on some magazine, newspaper, they'll give you quoting for that as well. But I'll just talk about influencer now. See this, can you see I'm getting list of influencer with their pricing, what is the minimum spend. Now they give me an option of what kind of influencer I want. Let's say I want to target a micro influencer which has only 50K followers or subscriber. So I can put a filter and I can see how much they would take. I can also put a filter of category, that let's say I'm a brand who's into food category. So I want a food influencer, right? See, a food influencer can vouch for the food product. They shouldn't, ideally you should take influencer who are from your category. See this. Can you see? These are all small influencer and how much they are quoting. Now there are some which will let you know by request, but there are some which will tell you the pricing. Now see, there's this one. She's quoting very less. She has 27, around 27,000 follower subscriber. If I open this, it gives me an idea. She's from Dubai. Not necessarily she's from India. She does some international collab as well, right? How much she's charging, what's her engagement, how many comments does she get, how many likes does she get in average. You get all the stats. Make sense? How much she's taking for per reel? It somewhere around 8,000. Guys, I hope you understood. Now I can, let's say I want a little bit bigger influencer. So I'll remove this. I want an influencer who's macro, 50K to 5 lakh. Now see, there are so many. You know this guy Kunal Vijaykar, he has a lot of videos on YouTube as well. right? There might be some international one as well, but I'm just like scrolling around to find out. I hope you understood. So we use this tool. One of the tool that we really use, at least for the Indian location, is, but there are other tools as well which will help you out to find the influencers for your location, for your country, with their pricing, with their quoting, and you get all the detail, like their engagement, their reel play, their view. If you scroll down, they'll give you what location they have dominance into. So this guy has a lot of dominance in Chennai, Coimbatore, and Bangalore location, right? So if you're a brand who's focusing for that location, choose that this particular influencer. Okay, so I hope you understood what are the tools that we use for influencer marketing, guys. Now try to make sure that, guys, whenever see, whenever you're working with an influencer, make sure you have some long term partnership with them. Okay, it will increase some trust, opportunity, and quality of creative decision that the influencer would create. Okay, so brand usually prefer to get with ongoing partnership with influencer instead of on and off project. Okay, because it will help them to create a long term relationship with that content creator, which will kind of build trust from both the end, right? um and whenever your influencer is trying to create a video for you, you have to make sure that the advantage of getting a creator aligned with your marketing goals are very important. And some of the goals that you can tell them is create a better product positioning, try to get us more customer, try to retain those client as well. So you might have seen, there are many influencers, if they're promoting any product, they'll ask you, if you refer to my link you'll get 20% more off. Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen such kind of videos? So, like right now, mm, if I'm not sure if this is a paid collab or not, but let me see this only and I'll let you know. Wait. Yeah, see this. So she's giving you some, can you see discount code for 15% off? So what Zook does is whenever they collaborate with such influencer, they give them a specific URL and a code. Let's say if you guys, okay, buy with using her code. So let's say I'm trying to go to Zook website and I'm using her code to buy the bag. The brand can track how much revenue the influencer is trying to bring in the picture. So the brand are tracking that. A brand would not blindly just allow the influencer to promote the video. They'll also track how much revenue they're trying to get for that particular brand. Right? Protein brands, any clothing, cosmetic, accessories, they do this a lot. Not just this, even a financial brand, like if you are an app who helps you to invest in stock market, mutual fund, something on those, and even that they will give you an option. If you use my coupon code, you might get the service for free for 1 month, so on and so forth. So brand, they can track at the back end that how many people have used their coupon code to do that transaction, and based on that a brand decide is should we keep on working this influencer or should we reach out to other influencers as well. Make sense? So let's say, imagine I've given Rahul, I am trying to do a paid partnership with Rahul. I'm a protein brand, and I have given him 50,000 to create a video on YouTube and a code of 15% off. I'll track how much revenue Rahul was able to bring into picture. So let's say Rahul was able to, with the help of Rahul code, only in next 6 months only, I've got a revenue of 1 lakh. So that means 2x of return of ad spend. Matlab, like after spending 50,000, I've got 1 lakh of revenue. That is 2x of ROAS, right? So if I have an influencer who's giving me a better revenue, better return on ad spend, I'll choose them over Rahul. How do we decide? So not, we won't, brand won't blindly just give influencer creative video. They'll also check, they'll also track business wise how great those influencer were. If they are working well, they are getting good business, they'll keep on continuing working with that influencer. Otherwise, they'll make sure to get some other influencers on board. Clear? So um now you have all the social media platform. We know the most popular is Instagram and YouTube, but there are some influencers who are very popular on Twitter because of the kind of posts that they tweet. Facebook, ideally, I mean, not that popular now to do influencer marketing and partnership ads. So I won't majorly talk about Facebook, but yeah, you, so now see, there are some influencers which are popular on Instagram, there's some influencers who are popular on YouTube, so you have to choose influencers separately for each platform. The influencer which is popular on YouTube, not necessarily they'll be popular on Instagram as well. Okay, there could be some. The macro one are someone who are popular on both the platform, but the micro one, they are the one who might only first cover one platform and then they'll go to the next platform. So you choose your platform and choose that influencer who's popular for that platform, not in general. Okay. Apart from that, now you have other social media apps and site as well. You have Spotify Live, Twitch, Clubhouse. If you know, if you would have ever seen guys on Mintra as well, you seen creators video on Mintra's app? Anyone have you ever observed that, like when you are buying from Mintra, below that there will be some creators who will show their video of how they have bought the product, right? So there are some influencers who only work for Mintra. They are not there, they might not be that popular on YouTube and Instagram. They will review all those products which are they are using on Mintra and all, right? So e-commerce wise also, now there are different influencers, right? There are influencers who are very popular for Savannah, Little Box, Urbanic, all of them, right? um Again, what are different kind of content? We all know fashion, food, travel, photographer, blogger, sports, health. Again, you find influencers who are known. So whenever you're shortlisting a influencer, what are things that you will look after? First one is whether they are micro, macro, and like whatever the range are, you have to choose. They have to be popular in the industry, and they should be popular for the platform as well. So you have to find whether it's micro and macro, are they popular in your industry and are they popular on the platform where you want to promote, and then you choose an influencer. Obviously pricing and all will also come into picture, but these are three basic things that you have to look. Also then you have to do some basic hygiene check of that influencer. Language, what language do they use, how their content has been in the past, do are they someone, what is their reputation, that also matter. There are many influencer who ideally buy followers. See, there are many influencers who will buy followers to increase, show that increase in the number count. So you have to check their engagement as well. That's where the engagement rate is very important. If you see of influencer who have 1 million follower, but the engagement rate is hardly 2%, that clearly means that most of the followers or subscriber they have bought it. That is not organic. So there's no point of collaborating with such influencer. I hope I'm clear. Right, so that's where in that media and tool you saw that, right? That why they are giving you, why they are telling you what is the engagement rate. What's the point of telling you an engagement rate of an influencer? Because if the engagement rate is very poor and they have good amount of followers or subscriber, that means most of the followers and subscriber that they have are, they've purchased them, right? Like for example, Prajakta Kohli, if I just check, she's very popular, so she has a good engagement rate. 6.14 is not bad, right? Her likes are also good, her views are also good, her reach is also good, right? So I can choose her, and she's a mega influencer, 1 million plus. So please check the engagement rate as well. Okay. Now there is something called as performance based deal. What is performance based deals? I just told you. You try to convert the like into the performance result. Basically, a brand is also tracking is that influencer is doing. So performance based deal is, I told you, right? Is that influencer trying to bring business or not? It is not only getting like, comment and share. We want the influencer to bring business. And I told you, how do we track, how do we get the if we just track how many people have used that coupon code to do the purchase, and then we understand how much business they have generated. If they are not able to generate the business, but we are getting like, comment and share, I will still not take that influencer on board for the next video, right? So that is what we call as performance based deal. I just spoke about it, it's just that the terminology is different over here. Okay. Because if performance wise they are doing well, you can do a long term deal with them. Okay, I hope I'm clear. Now there's something called as affiliate marketing. Have you guys ever heard about affiliate marketing, guys? Try to understand, influencers are very essential part of your affiliate program. Okay, because they are kind of interconnected, because they do both of they need a public domain or a digital platform to promote a brand that they don't own. right? Like you become that, Amazon has their affiliate marketing program, Flipkart also has an affiliate marketing program. You would have seen all of that, right? So now, the similarity between your influencer and affiliate is that both are outsiders. They promote product and service online to their followers in exchange for some commission, right? So this makes it very effective marketing strategy where both of them would collab with each other. Okay. um Influencers have to be responsible. Now it is very important that influencer also needs to be responsible, because they should know who are their audience. They have to keep on connecting with their audience. They have to make sure they are also pitching the right product to their consumer, to their followers. I have seen many influencers, um like especially in the finance segment, if you would have heard, there are many finance influencer who are being banned by, at least in India, there's something called as SEBI, who have given them a warning that please don't circulate wrong news. Right? Like all this segment, like insurance, finance, banking, these are very health, right? They have to be very careful with what they are promoting, what they are saying to their to their followers, because that can have some serious repercussion as well. For fashion, it's all good. It's okay if you are promoting some brand here and there, but for health, for finance, for real estate, for housing in general, and all of the segments which are very sensitive, the influencer has to be very careful with what they promote. Do you guys agree with me when I say this? Imagine an influencer is promoting a health brand, a healthy food brand, but ideally it's not healthy. And in future, if the consumer face some problem, ideally the influencer is also responsible for that, right? There can be some strict action that a consumer might take. Correct. So influencer also has to be careful, and you also as a brand has to be careful with what influencers you are collaborating with. You have to see their image as well, right? um as I said, um now influencer connect with their audience in different way. They do vlogging. We know vlogging, they create a video of how their day looks like. They write blog as well. They do affiliate marketing. They do guest blogging as well. Okay, guest blogging is more of like they write content. You sometimes write content, uh showing you as an unknown audience out there. Okay. um Now, the who are the best influencers, guys? The one who are really passionate about their role. Okay, they use their niche content, which is very informative, very engaging, and they tend to upgrade themselves, upgrade their consumer as well, right? So when you choose an influencer, guys, make sure you find out, are they catering to the TG that you want? Do they have a good conversion rate? Do they do good endorsement, right? And how is their social media? Not just the subscriber or follower, but their engagement rate as well. And this table is something that you guys should mug up. What are different kind of influencer and how many followers they have? A mega influencer is somewhere around like more than 1 million. A macro influencer 500k to 1 million. Mid tier influencer 50k to 500k. Micro influencer 10k to 50k, and a nano influencer is 1k to 10k. I know that Zook brand that I was talking about, they reached out to several nano plus micro influencer. Okay, so based on your budget, you choose your influencer. Here in nano influencer, no guys, not necessary. You have to pay them money. You can do a barter deal. Like you give them your product for free and ask them to create a video. That is a barter deal that you do. What that is not even a paid deal, it's a barter deal. You're giving them your free product, they are creating a video for you. Probably the micro influencer to mega influencer, you'll have to give some amount of money, but the pricing range is very different altogether. Okay, so you only have 50,000. Collab with, do all in nano influencer collab rather than going to micro to mega, right? I hope I'm clear. So nowadays, brand collaboration with your influencer will for sure increase your revenue and support your business growth. I'll tell you my example. Okay, so when we run ad, not just organic, now with ad also we are seeing this impact. Okay, back in the days we used to run a normal single image video ad, but now on Meta and YouTube has got a feature of running a partnership ad, because they also know that a partnership ad performs better than a normal video. Imagine I have created a normal video where it's a proper commercial video where uh, there are 4 to 5 people, they are using the product, there's a proper storyline, and there's one video where there's one popular influencer who is giving a demo on how to use the product and all. The partnership ad will perform better than your normal video commercial that you have created. Hence, Meta, and earlier it was only for Meta. Meta had this partnership ad feature for a while, which we also call as UGC ad, user generated content. Okay, the full form of UGC is user generated content. But YouTube has just got this feature introduced now. Like on Google Ads, we didn't had this feature to run a partnership ad. Few months back, we have got this feature. I still haven't tried it because I'm still waiting. Now I'll be trying it in this month, so I'll let you guys know how is my experience with running a UGC ad on YouTube. But on Meta, I'm doing this for a while. So on Meta, I run two kind of ad: a normal video ad and a partnership ad. I've always seen a partnership ad performing better than a normal video ad. And hence my brand has completely switched. Like 80% of ads that I run are partnership ad. Where the what do I mean by partnership ad? It would look something like this. Wait. Um so you will see the influencer name and the brand name. This is called as partnership ad. See, if you don't see sponsored below that, that means it's a normal collab that brand and influencer has done. But if you see this and there's a sponsored mention, that means that influencer created the video for the brand. They did a collab, and now brand is running that particular video as a ad. So this kind of ads are performing really well compared to a normal ad where you won't see that influencer name. You'll just see the brand name and it shows sponsored. Now same thing will be happening on YouTube as well. Right now, I mean, it has just introduced, they have just introduced this feature. I will, when I'll test, I'll get back to you on this and on how was my experience. This is your partnership ad on Meta. Okay, so if you don't see this sponsored word, that is a like collab, that basic collab that a brand and influencer does. So now what brands are doing, the collab video that they have created, they run that as an ad, which is what we call as partnership ad. On Meta it is there, on YouTube it is pretty new. So once I do it, I'll let you guys know how is my experience. See this influencer and the brand, and it should show sponsored below that. Are we good with influencer marketing? So guys, now I'll take importance of visual content first. Let's start with what is the importance of visual content. Okay, now see, visual content is nothing but which is visually appealing, right? uh, Ideally, what are the requirements of a good visual content? Okay, first thing is it should ideally represent, you have to create your visual content which can represent your TG and should impact them. Like when they see it, they should get attracted to it. Okay, it should show your brand identity as well. What do I mean by brand identity? The logo, the color, the theme, the font style, right? So that should be as per your brand, right? It should align with your marketing purpose and business, right? So the CTA, the button, the text that you use, that should be aligned with your marketing purpose, right? It should give some preference to the audience on their personal choice as well. And ideally, it should align with your strategy. Now, if you really have a good visual content, first thing, it will have a good first impression. Creating a strong first impression, right? It creates a non-verbal communication. Your website is a non-verbal communication, right? It is creating that impact in users mind. Again, if you have a good website, a good visual content on your website, it will help you to grow your business, increase your brand recognition. Correct. Now try to understand what I think we all know what is brand awareness and visibility, but because it's part of our slide, I'll just reiterate again. When I say brand awareness, you are at the stage where you want customer to recognize the product name. At least they should know what exactly the name of the product is through different marketing channel. And when I say brand visibility, it is more about the exposure that the brand enjoy when it comes to their competitor, right? Like how visible your brand is compared to the competitors out there. Okay, so the customer will usually prefer known brand rather than an unfamiliar one. We all know that. A classic example of this is many small business owners, guys. Okay, let's say if Mahalakshmi is launching a new brand, she will first make sure that she has to become a bestseller on Amazon, because that's where she'll get the brand recognition. Imagine Mahalakshmi started a brand, okay? She's selling on Amazon and one is on her website. What do you think? People will buy more from Amazon or more from her website? They are unknown, right? Mahalakshmi's brand is very unknown. So what Mahalakshmi would do is she would make sure she's on Amazon. She should be bestseller on Amazon. Now, if Mahalakshmi is bestseller on Amazon and she creates her website in next few days and she would push me as a consumer to buy from her website, at least I'll trust her. To make your unknown brand to a brand, first you have to be popular on aggregator platform like Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra and all, right? Because we all know it is very difficult for a consumer to buy from an unknown brand compared to a brand from a known brand. So hence you have to create awareness, hence you have to create a good brand awareness so that your brand become that popular. And for a D2C brand to become popular, they have to be there on Amazon and aggregator platform. They have to make sure they are the top seller. For sure for sure the consumer would know your brand, and there's a good chance they will go on Google and search for your brand name. I hope you understood this. Okay. Now, how do I actually improve the traffic on my website? Because when I talk about visual content, there's a lot of relation to website over here. Okay. Now, what is website traffic? First thing, basically, you want to get as many visitor on your web page. When I say getting as many visitor on my web page, I don't just mean quantity. I want quality as well. Imagine I'll ask Mahalakshmi, I'll give you a URL, go and check it. But if the website is not that great, she will open it and in 2 seconds she'll go back. You understand this? So when I said website traffic, I just don't mean quantity, I mean quality as well over here. Right? And what you should do that you have, so when I say website traffic, yes, we want people to come to the website, but I want them to stay as well. I want them to check other product as well, right? Hence I gave you this activity that you tell me what are the loopholes with the website, and then I'll give you more idea about it, right? So what exactly you should do to get a good website traffic, not just quantity but the quality as well, right? Now first you have to do some optimization on your website which will help you to get some impression by the visitor, which will help you to increase your awareness, which will help you to increase the leads, which will help you to increase the conversion as well, right? Now when it comes to increasing your content website traffic, content plays a very important role, because if you have a relevant content, your ranking on the search engine result page would also go higher, and the visitor would also come on your page, right? If let's say, imagine guys, your website is about insurance, health insurance, but on your website, your brand is about health insurance, but on your website you're talking anything apart from health insurance, right? Ideally the content is not relevant. So if your content is not relevant, your search engine ranking would also not go higher. Try to understand this, imagine this. Okay, I'll give you an example. Now whenever I search for this keyword of health insurance, on what basis Google is giving ranking to Policy Bazaar, HDFC and Tata? Because not just over here they are mentioning health insurance, their website content is also something related to health insurance. So you can't, it is not that you can manipulate Google over here. There are many people, what they try doing it, on here they'll write health insurance and 10 other things, but when I go to the website they'll direct me to something wrong page only. So if you as a brand are trying to do this, your content is not relevant with what you're saying on the search engine result page, your ranking will for sure drop, and Google will not even allow you to do this, right? So the first important thing is relevant content. Relevant keyword, relevant content. Find out relevant keyword, create a relevant content around it. When you create a relevant content, your ranking will also improve and the quality of traffic will by default improve. And the people will stick to your brand. They will get hooked to your website. Okay? I hope I'm clear with this. There are other things as well, guys, which help you to improve your website traffic. Now, when we talk about visual content, you can do some visual storytelling as well, which can really help you to boost the conversion. Nowadays, see, uh, the digital content which are very visually empowering use storytelling to increase the conversion. Storytelling is like you are not directly promoting a brand, you are creating a story around it, right? You have seen lot of brand commercial who does that. correct? And there are many brands who do it in a very wrong way as well, right? So how actually you should do your visual storytelling? Example, let's say you are trying to promote an anti-aging cream. You have to talk about it, you have to talk how your anti-aging cream will help that consumer, right? Which it might help you with clog pores, or remove dead cell, or remove blemishes, or remove fine line, right? So as a marketer, you need to focus on creating a story around the advantage of your product and service. You can't just give a story and you leave it. Like you might have seen many commercial of a face wash. Let's say you as a brand has launched a face wash. Now you will create a story. A girl is facing a lot of problem of acne. There's another girl who will come, who will tell, and who will tell her that, see, you can use this face wash for so and so reason, that works well, right? But imagine, and she will also talk about the USP in that storytelling, that looks great. But imagine she would just wash her face and she'll get rid of acne, and doesn't talk about what is the reason that face wash can solve that acne problem. It is not a good storytelling. You have to talk about the ingredient. If you would see nowadays, brands are talking about the ingredient that they use in their face wash, like niacinamide, salicylic acid, 10 other things. Why do they do that? Because the consumer want to know, right? Makes sense. So your storytelling should always talk the advantages of your product and services, right? And the last thing of making a good visual content is you have to make sure your brand is memorable. People should remember the brand, like the mascot. If I talk about McDonald, do you remember the mascot of McDonald? Do you remember that shape? If I talk about Nike, do you remember that tick mark shape? The tagline, just do it. If I talk about KFC, like all this brand has created that image in your mind. You remember the logo, you remember the tagline, you remember the mascot, right? So you have to make sure your brand are memorable. So create that kind of logo, create that kind of tagline, make it sound authentic and reliable. When Nike say just do it, it is very authentic, it is very reliable. The tick mark sign, right? It is not that complicated as well, it should be simple. So again, LIC, जिंदगी के बाद भी जिंदगी के साथ भी, this is so, like when they say this tagline zindagi, so Jonas, that means it is a insurance company which says that we are with you before your life, after your life as well. That's what the tagline mean. But it is impactful. If I listen to this tagline, zindagi ke sath bhi zindagi ke baad bhi, that means I can rely on that brand. So you have to create those memorable tagline, memorable logo, memorable color as well. Like in for example, Uber, you remember the logo. Ola, you remember the name, right? You don't have to create complicated name, complicated logo, complicated sign, not at all. The simple one are the one that people remember. The simple tagline are the one people remember. That makes it reliable, that the logo makes it reliable, right? So whenever you do branding, you have to make sure you have a good company mission statement. Like, what is the mission, what is the vision of your company? If you check any website of any brand, they will show you the mission and vision of their brand, right? You have to make content or logo or a tagline in a way which can engage with your customer, right? It should have some unified brand choices. You should identify the right TG and your audience. This will help you with the overall branding. So when we say we want to do branding, I mean good tagline, good logo, good website design, font style and font theme also makes a difference. The color that you select also makes a difference, right? People use blue color for trust. Have you ever observed that the brands, the color that they choose, it has different meaning towards it? Blue color is the color that many brand use to make it as a trust factor, right? HDFC, yes, HDFC uses it. There are many other brand who use it. Okay. So when we talk about tagline, it should sound authentic, right? It should feel reliable, right? When Nike say, and it should be short and crisp, right? Like when Nike say just do it, it is so motivating, right? So that's why people like that tagline of just do it. Logo should be simple. It can't be a complicated logo. You see all the bigger brands out there, they have a very simple logo. Either they'll just keep the initial or they'll use some very unique sign altogether, right? Now for this, ideally, to create a good tagline or to create a good logo, a digital marketer can not ideally created, because to create logo you have graphic designer who does the work. To create a tagline you have content writer who does the work. It is not ideally a job of digital marketer to do it, but a digital marketer should be smart enough to identify, is it good or is it bad. Do you understand, Jonas? It is not your job to create a tagline or a logo. For logo, you have a graphic designer who will do this work. For tagline, there are content writer who will do this work. But you should know, when you see a logo, as a user, as a digital marketer, you should know, is it good or is it bad. If it is very complex, when you see it, you don't understand it, that means it's not good. You have some gut instinct as well, right? The gut, sometimes gut instinct works really well compared to all the technical terms that you learn, right? If you read a tagline, you can clearly understand, is it something relatable or not? Is it superficial or is it natural? Right? With tagline, we understand, is it a good tagline or is it not a good tagline, with how superficial it is or how natural it is. Right? This topic is called as UI and UX, guys, which is user interface and user experience. What did we check was nothing but UI and UX, but I didn't use the technical jargons. I used the layman terms so that you guys can understand it easily. Okay. So what exactly we'll understand is, what exactly is UI and UX? What are the roles of UI and UX designer? Again, guys, for UI and UX, ideally it's not part of digital marketing. There are different course altogether for UI and UX. Why this topic is there in digital marketing is because though you won't do the UI and UX part, the practical side, but you should know what a good website looks like, so you can guide others, because you can't execute. To do an execution, you have to learn UI UX separately. The way you have digital marketing as a topic, there's a separate topic of UI and UX and web development. What is the difference between both? Try to understand. The UI thing will majorly focus on overall appearance and usability. Okay, so if you could see, the logo, the font color, the font size was all about the appearance. Correct? So UI is all about the appearance, the aesthetic side of the page. Right? We really like, if you agree, the Maisha website was very aesthetic, right? The color, the tone, the style was very aesthetic, so the appearance was very good. But when I talk about UX is all about the interaction, your experience while shopping from that app or shopping from the website. Okay, so UI is more about the appearance and the aesthetics side. UX is more about how easy it is to use the website. Now when I talked about UI, it is more of like the face of your website, which will attract the user and which will try to retain them, right? Because as I told you, why did you like Maisha by Isha more than Pair Patola? Because attracted you, right? Because it was so aesthetic, it attracted you, and that was the first thing that you observed. Right? Once you go on the website, the first thing that you will get a feel of is aesthetic. When you scroll and all, that's when you get the idea of the experience as well. Right? So you are in UX, you will enjoy the experience, right? And when I talk about UI, you have to make sure, now this is one check that you should make sure is, it is easy for the user to find the information. Okay, it is easy to navigate. And when we talk about UX, you have to make sure how the user is getting engaged with the different design elements that you have on your page. So what are the roles? We'll just understand what are the roles of the UI designer. So a UI designer would do activities like, they'll create some user friendly interface, they'll do a lot of research and study the needs of the audience. So whenever you create a website, you don't just go and start creating the website. You do have to do a research to understand what does the user like. So you have to do a lot of competitor analysis, you do a lot of survey, like you try to ask question to consumers out there, why did you like this website? The way I asked you guys, like, why did you like Maisha over Pair Patola? Now imagine if Pair Patola would have done this survey, they could have really they could have created a very good website, right? So when you do survey, when you ask question the way I did with you guys, you get a lot of insights. Okay, not technical insight, but the user experience insight as well. Correct? So you as a user UI designer will have to do a lot of research and study to understand how, like, what are the kind of website that your customer would like. Okay, you'll have to create a lot of prototypes. Like you can't create, like you will say, okay, the first website that I create would be the best. No, you'll create a lot of combination, permutation, combination. You'll create a lot of prototypes and wireframe to do the testing. And as I said, you have to, as a UI designer, because it's all about look, you have to look after the font, the color, the size, the branding aspect, basically the design aspect of it. Does that make sense? So you'll have to check everything, the typography, the color, the design, the elements. All of that is a role of a UI designer. Okay. Now, when I talk about the UX designer has to focus more about the technical compatibility of the website. Okay. It is more about the technical side of the website. How how does it how fast the website is loading, right? How easy it is to scroll and all. If the user takes a lot of time to scroll and the website is getting stuck, they have to make sure and find out what is the reason behind it, right? So they are focusing more on creating the website in general, like the you are not like they are the one who will do the coding part basically. Okay, they will also do create your system, they'll build, again they also have to build some prototypes. They have to forecast how people will interact on the page, and lastly, as I said, all the technical things on your website are being handled by the UX designer. Okay, now when I talk about behavioral marketing, basically what exactly do I mean? Okay, like, yes, it is one of the way you can promote and sell your product, but the thing is, you have this selling of product that you are trying to do is completely based on your users interaction. Okay, with the brand, with respect to the ads, the website, email, social media page, and chatbot. Okay, basically in this, marketing channel will help you understand the multiple persona to get some better results from the consumer out there. Okay, so ideally in behavioral marketing, this particular marketing tactic will really help you in getting, like, kind of getting rid of those guesswork of kind of identifying which are some right target segment, or whom you should market, where you should market, right? So in behavioral marketing, you try to promote and sell your product or service, but completely based on the user interaction with your brand through different touch points. When I say different touch point, the user will, so now in digital era, a user get, how should I say, the user won't just interact with brand on website. They will interact with the brand on ads, on chatbot, on social media page, on emails, right? So in behavioral marketing, we use all of this, and we make sure we are present everywhere, so that the user can find it out us everywhere, and we can understand their behavior pattern. Make sense? Basically, yes, you're selling your product and services, but you are getting interacted with your customer on every touch point. Okay, some of the most common touch points that we use in behavioral marketing are your ads, email, social media, chatbot, and website, right? So you can understand the pattern. Clear? So in behavioral marketing, basically what exactly, again, the definition, the standard definition of behavioral marketing is something that I've mentioned, that it is a process by which an organization, or basically a company, can target their customer segment based on different traits, their behavior, their interest, their intention, their geolocation, their and other parameter, where, and they use different tools to do that, like web analytics tool, your cookies, the search history, and some customer data insight. Okay, so in behavioral marketing, apart from so when I say that we want to reach out to user at every touch point, how would you reach out to them? What are the nitty gritties that you would check are this, like you'll have to check their behavior, their interest, what is their intention, what, where do they reside, and you will find all of this with the help of, there are a lot of analytical tool like Google Analytics, Adobe Analytics. We can find out through search history, you have cookies, and you have customer data insights. Now, moving forward, guys, uh, see, uh, what are some of the significance of your behavioral marketing is, um, okay, not exactly behavioral marketing, but your marketing data, right? So when you have data, guys, you can see digital. When I talk about digital, there are whatever campaigns that we do, whether it's your SEO, social media, ads, all of this are been derived with data. Okay, like we do a lot of data analysis, data crunching to find out where should we focus more, right? And that's how digital marketing is profitable compared to traditional marketing, right? So you have to be like, even if you are a creative person, guys, at some point of your career you will get introduced with data and numbers, and you should get a habit of analyzing data. Okay, when I say analyzing data, what do I mean is, after probably the break I'll show you one sheet and I'll tell you what do I mean by how do we analyze the data. But imagine I give you an Excel sheet of how my website is performing for the last 30 days. You have to analyze that and you have to give me insights that what can you get out of it, right? uh you have to, when again when you do behavioral marketing, guys, you have to make sure, see, traditional marketings makes a lot of into the offline research, where you want to connect with the customer and influence them to buy or sell the product. But um like traditional behavioral marketing would also help you with the digital marketing approach, right? Where you can understand your consumers behavior data and understand their preferences at the end of the day. So even if you do some offline research and do some guesswork, connect with some consumers in your surrounding, in your locality, that would also help. Okay, the modern day of behavioral marketing would be, as I said, you are getting insight from different section, which is the history, the browsing habit, the social media insight, your data from cookies and your IPs. Okay, you can track the IP address and all of that as well, ideally, is what I'm trying to say. Now, in behavioral marketing, the process is simple. It's three step. One is you collect your data and analyze it. You segment the audience based on the different, analysis that you have come into picture, and then you create your marketing strategy. Okay. So when I say data collection and analysis, let's say you got the data of how Gen Zs are performing and you got the data of how millennials are performing, right? You just segregate them and you create a different marketing strategy for both of them, is what I'm trying to say. Okay. So let's say it is Adidas, and Adidas found out with their data that millennials prefer more of sport shoes, whereas Gen Zs are very much focused on the sneakers, right? This could be their data collection and this could be their analysis. So they'll differentiate both of this audience, and for both of them, the marketing effort can change, the communication would change, right? I gave a very brief idea. Now, the first step, which is your data collection and analysis, guys, where do you collect your data from? Okay, so there are different ways you can collect your data from your website, from your app, from your e-commerce platform, right? There are a lot of CRM software, from your website pages performance, from the social media platform. Okay, now what are the different kind of details you can capture from all the sources? Basically, you can understand people are coming from what demographic criteria, like the age and the gender, right? How much time do they spend, what are the number of pages do they visit, how oftenly do they log in, what kind of purchase do they buy, so do they buy products which are high in value or low in value, right? What kind of content do they engage more from? Okay, and um, now how exactly is this done? Okay, like what, I'll give you a very brief example of this. See this. Okay, I'll talk about one very interesting thing that you should know, our competitor analysis tool in doing all this. So like, see, to do analysis on the website, e-commerce platform, app and all, you should own them, right? Like, you right now we don't own any website and all, otherwise I would have shown you there. But let's say you are doing it for any third brand, or you're doing for any consulting or freelancing client, and you want to do this data analysis, the go to thing is you use some competitor analysis tool. Okay, some of the tool I've already talked about, which was your Google Ads transparency, but that was only for the ads part, right? You want to see other things as well of your competitors and get some analysis, and or you want to do analysis for your own website as well, right? There are some very prominent tool like SEMrush, similar web. Okay, I'll show you the most popular is your SEMrush and similar web. So I'll just open it. We, by the way, it's a paid tool. So in free version we can't see all the details, but it can, you can still get a glance. Okay, so let's say this is my SEMrush. I'll deny the cookie. I don't want right now them to collect the data, and we can do this just for Adidas because we were discussing Adidas for a while. See, I'm not using my website. So I want to do an analysis for Adidas. I'm not using their website to do this analysis, nor I'm using their app, nor I'm using their e-commerce platform. I'm using a third-party tool for data analysis, which is SEMrush, and it's very popular in the industry. SEMrush and SimilarWeb. You close your eyes, you'll get data of all you get inside of all different kind of things that you would need. For example, okay, right now it is trying to show me that how many traffic do they get organically, what is their traffic share, how much ads the traffic that they get from their ads and all of that, right? How many mentions do they have mentioned, as in social media, on an average, how many people mention this particular brand, okay? See this, you get country wise distribution, where are they more popular. So in worldwide, the 80% contribution comes from US, right? How much of them is paid traffic and how much is organic? So organic is very much like 17.3 million. Paid would be hardly barely something, like if I could see, right, compared to organic. Now if you could see, it is asking me to get topics and all. This is where the paid integration comes into picture. You have to buy the paid version of this tool. It will show you what are some popular keyword where the brand website is tend to be shown, right? What are different kind of keywords they use, like what are the intent behind it, right? Where is their position on the search engine result page, correct? Most of the time they come into 1 2 3, and then again they are just trying to give you that ranking over here, correct? um who are their organic competitors, if you could see, not ad competitor but organic competitor, correct? What are some paid ad keywords that they focus on, who are their paid ad competitor, right? So they have some offer.com, 10 other thing could be there, right? So where do they stand among their competitor, what kind of ad they are running, like imagine you can get such kind of, now this is like the data that I'm getting from the free tool. Imagine you have the paid subscription of this tool. It will give you end to end every detail of your competitor, right? So Adidas want to see what Nike is doing for now, or how Nike is performing. They can use SEMrush and SimilarWeb to find this out, right? There was in the free version, we had one feature to do the computer analysis as well. Right now I don't have it, but you have separate data for mobile as well. See this. So they are giving you performance for mobile and desktop separately. Can you see, you can compare the domain as well. When I say compare, like I want to compare, see Adidas with Nike. Now the problem is, let's see if I get the free trial. I don't want to give any card detail for free trial. No, I'm not doing that. But by the way, like now this is where the paid version of the tools comes into picture. um let's see the sample report if they have one, right? So they are their competitors, what kind of share do they have. This is like all the computer analysis. See where, what are the most, like how the keywords are getting overlap between the competitors and Adidas. So like obviously they'll give you much more details. Like imagine this, like these are all digital marketing analysis that you can do for any brand, right? Similarly, you have one more, like one thing in digital marketing that everyone should know is, people get confused when it comes to the computer analysis tool, guys. In general, people get confused, like because there's so many tools that we have in the market to do computer analysis. Like I've just given you 5 names, but there would be at least 10 names that I can give it to you right now, okay? But then what is the problem? The problem is, it is not that more the merrier. You have to find one tool that you're comfortable with and just use that one tool to do all the work. You will open 10 tools on 10 different tab. Trust me, you'll get confused. Imagine I'm using 10 tools at a time. Don't you think my data analysis will get more confusing? So in when it comes to computer analysis, there's no such thing called as more the merrier. Like more the tools merrier your data analysis would be. No, I'm someone who's very comfortable with SEMrush. I hardly use any other computer analysis tool, because if one tool can provide all the detail, let's rely on that. Why you want to waste your time and go to 10 other tools out there, right? At least you guys who are a beginner, you should just know how the UI UX looks like. Ideally it's a computer analysis tool. You don't have to do anything. You just have to give the website URL. It will give you all the data, okay? So not, this is not a complicated thing that, oh, it will take some time for me to learn. Like if you know one tool, you can use all other tools as well. The UI looks the same. Like see this, if I open similar web right now, again, like you have to put the website URL over here. Now here, So this is a free trial. I can search quickly. So I want to do some website analysis. So let's do it for again Adidas, right? Again, you can do it for different domains separately. Let's see this. Can you see all the data? Where does it rank? Same thing, device distribution. They get a lot of traffic from mobile compared to desktop. 10 other things: monthly unique visitor, monthly visit, duplicated audience, how much pages does a user visit or at a time, how much time do they spend on an average 2 minutes 40 second, how many people bounce back 50.59%, right? Who are their competitors? Can you see? And where do they stand? So obviously Nike is ahead, like 328.9 million is too much, but still, right? What are the top countries where they are doing well? Channel wise, where do they perform? Where do they market a lot? So they get a lot of traffic from direct compared to organic or your social or your display or your paid. Direct as in because it's so popular, people directly go and check their page, right? They focus more on their brand keyword than non-brand keyword, right? What are some non-brand keyword that they focus on? Sambas, running shoes, right? What are some paid search keywords that they focus on? Referral, who are the website who are giving referral to Adidas, like they're doing their promotion to referral and affiliate program, right? Industry wise, who are referring them a lot? Can you see outgoing traffic? What are some top ad destinations? Social traffic, where they are more popular, so they are more popular on your Facebook, YouTube, 10 other things. Can you see? And I can keep on checking this over here: competitor traffic, engagement, like whatever you need, you will get it. So I mean, it's easy, no? You can do this analysis by yourself. You just have to give the URL, it will give you all the data. Do some comparison with other competitors and get some insights further, right? Like, see, this Nike is running at the top with respect to the global rank and all of that. Compare it with Nike and understand where does Adidas where does Adidas stands. What are the gap, like what are the things that Nike is doing that Adidas is not doing? You'll find it from this tool itself, right? So I mean, the tools give you everything. You should be good with analyzing it. When I say analyzing, you see the number, the one which has better number, that is the better performing, that gives you the insight better. Simple, right? Like, what was the like, okay, see this. Simple, right? Like, you see desktop and you mobile, you can clearly understand the analysis from here is that Adidas get a lot of traffic from mobile compared to desktop. So you have to make sure at least your mobile website is created in a very great way, right? Now again, if I want to understand more further things, country wise, what are the countries that I should focus more on, right? Marketing channel wise, where I'm going wrong. So I think right now they should focus, they have a lot of scope to focus on social and paid part, because organic and direct, they're still doing it, right? Email, they're hardly doing any email marketing. Look at that. Total email visit is only 49.8K, but they're doing enough referral as well, 4.7 million referral. So this is what I mean by analysis as well. You see the data, you interpret it, and this is a basic job of a digital marketer. So now we understood where do we get this. See, like, right now, for me to do analysis of Adidas, I'll need the website access, I'll need the app access, I'll need the platform access, right? I'll need the landing page access. When I say access, I need the backend access. I don't have all of this as of for now, right? I don't have the social media handle access to get the insight. So the if I don't have all of this, still I can do the analysis with the help of the two tools that I've just mentioned right now. I'll take you to the next interesting tool that you all should know. We were talking now let's go to the audience segmentation part. What do I mean by audience segmentation? Basically, you're dividing your audience in two part. Could be their gender, could be their age, could be their purchase history, or could be what kind of product do they prefer. So basically, you divide people based on the demographic and the behavior characteristics. Okay, now what are some of the tools where, like, what do you do once you segregate the audience? What do you do about it? Okay, you tried with whatever insights and whatever data and whatever segregation, audience segmentation that you do, you use that data of your targeting to run ads on platform like your, when I say meta ads, that by default includes Instagram, guys, so you don't consider this separately. Instagram is part of meta now. the audience segmentation, okay, whatever audience segmentation that we do, that we figure out after doing data analysis, who's my audience, who's my TG, I take that audience and I target them through my ads. Okay, apart from this, we use one more tool called as Google Analytics. Okay, what exactly is the role of Google Analytics? Basically, what is Google Analytics? It is a platform, a free platform provided by Google, which tracks what does the user does once they land on your website. Okay, so what Google Analytics is a tool, it's a free tool. Google won't charge you for that. Now, why Google, what exactly you do with this free tool? Basically, in Google Analytics there are some codes that you place on the website. Now, why do we do that? Because I want to track what exactly does my user does once they land on my website, and that data would be reflected on your GA account. Simple. Okay, so it will tell you again whatever insights that we could see on SEMrush and similar web. Imagine 10x level in depth insight, you will find it on GA. Okay, I'll show you the GA dashboard, not today because it will be very overwhelming, but tomorrow I'll show it to you. Okay, so to successfully lead your classification, your segmentation, you have to make sure you plan the campaign very strategically, you use those audience segmentation very properly, and put it introduce on the platform. Okay, now I think it's the same thing. Behavioral data is nothing but what are the platform that we use to get out the data from. But where exactly is this applicable? To optimize your campaign, to create that data and track the events out there, to analyze the reason why the user is interacting in a very particular way out there, right? So ideally, whatever data analysis you will do will help you to grow your customer, will help you to retain your customer as well. So first you acquire, then you grow, and then you retain. Okay, all this ways, all this behavioral data analysis that you will do will at the end of the day help you out to follow, make sure your brand is able to get the client, get the customer, and retain them as well. Okay, one of the example is by Netflix. Okay, so try to understand, Netflix has this behavioral data where they understood that the what is the monthly usage rate of a consumer. They identify how the customers with some low usage and what are the reason behind it, like why a customer is not spending a lot of time on Netflix. They give a lot of personalized recommendation. If you have ever seen that, have you? I hope you all might be watching a lot of web series on Netflix, and based on whatever you have watched last, they'll give you that personalized recommendation, right? Because they know that is your interest, that is your behavior data set, right? Like, why do they do that? Because they want you to churn further, they want you to engage further. Correct. So ideally, the data or one of the customer behavior data that decides and select the type of content or the recommendation that you guys see is completely to make sure they engage you, they acquire you. When I say acquire you, because you have to pay monthly, a yearly and or a monthly premium subscription on Netflix, so they have to keep on acquiring you every month, right, or every year, and that makes you retain with the brand. Now, because I talked about meta ads, let me show you how do we do it on meta ads. Okay, and this is very interesting. Now, how the ads that you see on on Instagram, on Facebook are run through a platform called as Meta Ads Manager. Okay, which looks something like this. Okay, and I'll tell you how fascinating is this platform. So all the ads that you guys see, this is the back end of that ads. Okay, this is where we do the setup part, and that's when you guys can see the ads on the front end. Okay, now, like, okay, whenever, so you have to create a campaign on the back end to run your ads, and I'll just take you through some most common settings. I can't take you to all the nitty gritties, but see this, like, uh, Meta would ask you what is the objective behind running your ad. Okay, let's say again, based on your brand to brand, the objective varies, but let's say the most common, I'll take the most common example. Okay, have you guys ever heard about this term called as boosting? So what exactly is boosting is, imagine me. Okay, I'll take my example. I want to become a influencer. Okay, so I started my public channel, I created my public page on Instagram. Now, because it's a new page, do you guys agree, even if I post something, let's say I posted 10, 20 posts for 1 month, okay, But do you guys agree I won't have that kind of engagement, reach, like, comment, because it's a new page. It's been hardly been a month, right? Now this happens for all the brands, all the influencer who create their channel for the very first time. And to grow that channel or grow that page very quickly, they do something called as boosting. So boosting is nothing but, let's say right now, today I post that I conducted this lecture for you guys and I posted about it, all of this. Now I want this post to reach out to as many people as possible, right? I will run that organic post as a ad, and that is what we call as boosting. So boosting is nothing but, if you are posting organic, any post, any organic post on your page, and you want to run that as an ad to reach out to as many people as possible, that is what we call as boosting. Okay, and that's a layman term, but here that is what we call as engagement. Engagement is nothing but, I want my post to reach out to as many people as possible, so my followers can grow, my engagement can grow and all, right? So you can choose your objective over here. Okay, and you can give a budget, how much you would want to spend. Guys, we won't go through all the nitty gritties, but the main thing that I want to show you on the platform is the targeting. How do we target an audience? Okay, so here we target the audience at the ad set level, and I'll show you in what way we do this. Okay, let's say on SEMrush, okay, with the help of SEMrush and 10 other tools that I have used, I got some insights. Okay, let's say I'm doing this for a brand called as Steve Madden. Have you ever heard about this brand called as Steve Madden? Everyone, you can call this not luxury, but yes, at least in India this brand can you can call this as a luxury brand. You can call them which have premium handbags and footwear, right? They are known, they are okay, so it is luxury. Okay, now for Steve Madden, guys, I got some insights. Okay, what does my insight says is that, again, this is my insight. Okay, that people who tend to buy a lot from Steve Madden are those, let's say for India, they live in some premium cities. Okay, like let's say they live in some tier one cities. I'm talking about India for now, time being, guys. Um, I found out the age, that age group that buy a lot from Steve Madden falls from 18 to 40. Okay, and these are some HNI audience who buy the product because the product is premium. When I say HNI, they are high net worth individual. Okay, and one more thing I observed is device wise, most of the people who buy from Steve Madden are mostly iPhone users. But right now, I've just came across this hypothesis that I have, with the paid tool, I got all these insights. Now, how do I put this insight under my campaign? Okay, see this. So here I do my targeting. Here I see my audience size, basically the targeting that I'll create, how much audience I can reach out to, okay, with the help of this. Now, let's say, as I said, I just want to target some tier one cities in India. So I'm just targeting, I'm just randomly adding all those cities name over here. Okay. I'll just add one or two. I won't, but you can keep on adding as many cities that you would want, guys, or countries, whatever you would want to. Okay. Now, age, as I said, I would want to target 18 to. By the way, whatever changes I make over here, it will reflect in your audience size. So I just want to target, let's say, till 40. Gender wise, I'm open for both, because see, not just only women would purchase from Steve Madden, but men would also buy from there for gifting and 10 other purpose. Okay, now this is very important on Meta, which we call as, this is where we add some interest, demographic and behavior characteristics. What do I mean by that is, see this, there are three options. Okay, and the thumb rule of doing this targeting is, so there's one thumb rule whenever you do this targeting, which is, so thumb rule to do the targeting is, first, target people who are interested in the product, and then add some demographic or behavior characteristic. Okay. Now, what when I say add people who are interested in your product, I mean first I have to add interest. Then I can add some demographic and behavior thing. First, priority should also always be what I'm selling. People should be interested in that, right? So I can either search over here or I can go under it and find out what Steve Madden is trying to sell. So what Steve Madden is into, they're into footwear and handbags. So I can just go and find out something related to that. So I've got handbag, if you could see, and footwear I can just search, right, as interest. Now, by the way, how Meta finds out what is the interest of the audience? Like how Meta got all this data? Meta would track everything that you do on their social media handle. For example, okay, let's say Jonas is someone who follow a lot of car page, okay, on Instagram. That means he's someone who's interested in car. Imagine Mahalakshmi is one is there's a pattern that Meta found out that Mahalakshmi is someone who visits, a lot of makeup related pages, and she really liked those makeup related content. She's someone who's interested in makeup. So Meta also all this social media platform, they track what they're doing on you, what you guys are doing on the platform, what kind of pages you follow, what kind of content you read, what kind of comments you write. Everything gets tracked, and based on that, that data gets captured over here, gets segregated over here, and we do the targeting to you guys. Okay, so I have added what I'm selling. I'm trying to sell shoes, I'm trying to sell boots, I have different kind of bags as well. So I'm just first adding whatever I'm trying to sell. Okay, I can keep on adding. But now, what is the problem? Do you agree not everyone who has interest in your product can buy it? Do you agree with this statement? Let's say you like okay, I like Ferrari. Jonas like Ferrari, but can Jonas or me can buy Ferrari? So I like Yaj, but I can't afford it. Rightly what Daniel has said. So hence we do the targeting. I just said that first we'll add interest, but now I have just added interest. I have to make sure my ad has been shown to those who can afford it as well. At least not everyone can afford it, but the probability of people who can afford it would be more. See, I can reach out to 1,000 people, right? But I know out of this 1,000 people, 500 people, there's a probability they can buy my product. So I'll reach out to them, right? Why should I reach out to all the 1,000 people out there? That's the same case. If I select people just based on their interest, out of all these people, only 20 people are the one who can afford Steve Bannon, or 20% are, there's a chance that only 20% of the audience can afford Steve Madden, right? So that is where I'll add some demographic and behavior characteristics, okay? Now, this is because this is a second filter that I'm trying to add to my targeting. I'll say define further, okay? Now, how should I target an HNI audience is a question, okay? There are different ways you can do that. Starting with, so I'll note it down over here for you guys. To target any HNI audience on Meta, okay, you can target based on what kind of schools and universities they have visited, okay, what kind of company they work with, and some of their behavior patterns, okay. Now imagine, guys, what I'm trying to say over here is, okay, we all are doing digital marketing right now, right? uh, Someone who's doing digital marketing right now, and someone who's doing digital marketing from Harvard, who do you think, who's the HNI audience? The one person who's doing the digital marketing from Harvard, and let's say it's me who's doing it who's learned digital marketing from a very small organization or a small institute in general. Who's the premium audience, guys? The Howard one, right? That's what I meant. That if you want to target an HNI audience, target people not just who have interest in the product, but who visit some big schools, because they pay that kind of money as well. That's make them a HNI audience, right? Imagine I just target everyone who's learning digital marketing. Does every digital marketer is a rich person? No, but someone who's learning digital marketing from Harvard is for sure a rich person. Makes sense. So hence I said we should target people based on in which college or schools they have studied. How do we do that? There's an option of demographic. In demographic you have option of education, and there's something called as schools and universities. I can search similar like Harvard. I'll get other options as well. So if I go to here, can you see I'm getting suggestion of some big, so what, like, because people share, people put there on their profile, right, that right now I'm studying. People who are studying in Harvard, MIT and all, there are good chance in their profile, in their bio, they will mention it. And hence Meta get this data that who are the people who are studying in Harvard right now. So don't you think I can target all these people who are studying at Harvard, Cornell, 10 other things? Again, if this is for US, this is for, if this is for India, the college would be completely different. But do you guys agree with me? Similarly, guys, imagine I target people. You tell me, there are two situations. One, I can target people who are digital marketing manager. But okay, so I would say let me just target digital marketing manager. But does every digital marketer manager earns that well? No. Okay. But let's say I target someone who's working at KPMG or EY or JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley. Do you, who has a more probability of being an HNI audience? The one who knows who's a digital marketing manager, or someone who's working at Morgan Stanley? The one who's working at Morgan Stanley, right? So what I have one more option to do is I can go to browse again, go to demographic. There's something called as work. So rather than targeting, why did I say digital marketing manager rather than targeting people on their based on their position, which is not even true. Okay, like in a small company, a person might call themselves a head, but hardly there are two people who that person is managing. So job title is kind of fraud nowadays. You target people based on which company do they work with, right? So I want to target people who are working at Morgan Stanley. See this. Right now, again, if I go to suggestion, I'll get employers. Can you see JP Morgan Chase employers, as in people who are working at JP Morgan Chase? Now, again, how does Meta found this detail? Because people, most of the data is found out from your bio and all. Does this make an HNI audience? Now if I say to Meta, show my ad to people who are interested in this product, and this is a and filter, this is a second filter, that they should either study in this college or work in this company, do you think the probability of the person buying the product would be high compared to just targeting people who have interest in bags? One is I show ad to people who have interest in bags. Second is I show ad to people who have interest in bag. Plus they are working at Morgan Stanley, which has a higher probability. The second one where I'm giving two combination. So these are some demographic characteristics that you can add for an HNI audience. Similarly, you have some behavior characteristics as well. When I say behavior characteristics, I'll show it to you quickly. So in behavior, we have consumer classification. Let's say you want to target US, then we have US as well. Now it's not there. It has been removed. But let's say I'm doing this for India, so I can show people, add to people who prefer high value goods. I mean, they have luxury taste. Okay. I have one more option that I can target people based on traveling. So okay guys, imagine a person who travel international frequently and the person who travel. So if I just target frequent traveler, let's say if I'm just residing from India to India, I'm a frequent traveler. Even if I go to some another area in my same city, I'm a frequent traveler. But imagine a person on an average is taking one or two trip after every 6 months internationally. Do you agree they could be a richer audience, right? So hence I'll target an international traveler. You also have an option where uh, you target based on the purchase behavior, which is engaged shopper. Now, do you guys know who is this engaged shopper audience? People who frequently tap on shop now button on Instagram and Facebook are the engaged shopper people. Right? So even Meta is tracking that as well. Meta is tracking if Mahalakshmi is someone who always see any product that she sees, she will tap on shop now. That means she's part of engaged shopper audience. So I'm doing this right way, right? I'm targeting people who have interest in my product. Plus I've added some criteria which make them an HNI audience. There was one more criteria I mentioned, which was I want to target people who use iPhone or something on those line, right? So here in the placement, first thing I'll say device, let's keep it open. But see this, can you see over here there's an option of device and there's an option of iOS. So what I'm trying to say is that I just want to show ads to those people who use iOS and not Android. That's the level of targeting that I could do. If I want to do more further, guys, let's see. I just want to show my advertisement on Insta. See, all are this platform that I handled on Meta. Imagine you guys just want to show your ads on Instagram, you turn off the rest of the toggles. And on Instagram also, guys, you just want to show your ads to be appeared on the stories and reels. Let's say you believe that is the best performing place for your brand. Here you can choose that. Can you see there's only Instagram stories and reels ticked on? If you just want to show your ads on story, you just keep story on. Audience number right now is, it is not that less. 49 lakh to 57 lakh is also enough audience, even after adding so many filter, because earlier it was in crores, right now it has come in lakhs. So before adding all those narrow HNI audience targeting, it was somewhere in crores. Right now it is in lakhs. How does it works on Meta? So whatever data you get from all this computer analysis tool, you feed it on Meta like this, because you have that insight, you know this will perform better. You are not taking any guesswork over here. And on this basis you see the ad. So if you are seeing any ad on any of the social platform, that means you are targeted on the platform. On platform you are selected as one of the audience, based on your characteristics, based on your interest, based on your demographic, or based on your behavior. Now, email marketing, basically, these are the emails that you guys send when your customer would leave their item in shopping cart, because you first send an email to give them uh, like a reminder, then you do some follow up, right? You can also send them an email after 2 day or later, send them some email for some discounts, and also basically you're just trying to nudge your customer if they don't do any action, or in case even if they are your existing customer, you will still send them an email, because you want them to keep on buying from you. You do some personalization for them, right? Google Ads, a platform through which you can run ads on different Google property. Like, you, if you want to show your ad on YouTube, you want to show your ad when person searches on Google, you want to show ad on some third party websites and app, you want to show your ad in the Gmail section. So any placement which is created by Google and you want to show your ads over there, we use Google Ads. um what are some sources of behavioral marketing data, guys? So basically, what are some metrics that you would check? Like for email, you would check how many people have signed up for your email, what kind of product people are checking, what kind of services people are checking, how many people have accepted for your newsletter, right? How many people are actually, page view is nothing but how many people are actually checking your website. Okay, click doesn't mean checking website. Click just mean they have clicked on your ad, not necessarily they have landed over there. So hence we have a separate metric called as page view. What kind of content they are consuming and what is their purchase history in general. Okay, so these are some of the basic metrics that you guys tend to check. Okay, significance of your overall behavioral marketing operation is, guys, reiterating this again, you tend to understand your consumers behavior, which will help you to create better ads. I did show you, right? Whatever data I'll get, I'll put it on Meta accordingly, right? If you do that kind of precise targeting, you can form that relationship better with your customer. It will help you to give more ROI, more leads, right? So it's all based on you using some tools to understand who's your TG, taking that data and showing them ads with the help of all this platform like email marketing, Meta ads, and Google ads. Okay, you don't randomly guess that I'll target 18 to 40. No, have a backing why 18 to 40. Okay, now, what are the rules? Like, as a behavioral marketing, try to understand the behavioral marketing will help digital marketing in what ways. One is, um, it will help, to motivate the consumers to take some decision. Okay, because you have that kind of insight, you will give them some special discounts, some free products, and all of that, so that can push them to buy more product. Better engagement on your website because they'll spend more time, and again, the AOV would increase. Okay, improve your average order size, very important. You can also, again, you should know this metric. AOV is average order value, guys. Okay, basically this is nothing but on an average, whatever purchase happened from your website, what is the amount? Okay, like what, how much they are spending on an average from your website, basically. Okay, uh what are some pros of behavioral marketing? Again, it's the same thing. ROI, customer experience, engagement, um and some of the cons. Okay, so there are some cons as well. First thing is oversaturation of ads. Now I believe you all might have faced this. How many of you are tired with the kind of ads you get bombarded so frequently? You all are, right? You are watching some video on YouTube, you see an ad popping up. You're scrolling on Meta or Instagram or wherever, you see some ad popping up. So are you guys not frustrated by that? That is what I this is like a negative point, that people get oversaturated by ads. Now we can control this as well, okay? Guys, I have a question. On an average, a brand should show you ads how many times a week? So in a week, let's say if a brand want to show ad to all of you guys, what do you think is a good number in a week, not a day? 3 to 4 is the right way. You should show a ad to a consumer in a week 3 to 4 times. That's it. Otherwise, that apart from that, yes, if you have that kind of marketing spend, you want people to just remember your brand like anything, then obviously you can oversaturate them by showing it every day. But a good frequency, this is what we call as frequency is nothing but on an average how many times I should show my ad in a week. So 3 to 4 is a good number. Again, it requires some complete knowledge of the audience. So ideally, yes, you get data from computer analyst tool and all, but there will be some nitty gritty. See, you can't get the entire insight. There will be few things that you will miss out, so hence could be one of the cons. And um, again, you are juggling with so many different algorithm, because behavioral marketing mein you're using all these tools. You have to understand how Google algorithm works, how Meta algorithm would work, or any other social media's algorithm would work. The algorithm, the way LinkedIn works, it doesn't way it Meta doesn't function in the same way, right? So it is a complicated process as well. You are using so many different tools. Imagine, is apart from Google ads, Meta ads, and your email marketing tool like Mailchimp, you're using 10 other computer analysis tool, your chat GPT for something, you're reporting for something. So many tools, more the tools, more the confusion. Okay, and more the algorithm you should get used to. Like, you should know how the algorithm work as well. Okay, so that's all we had under your behavioral marketing types and needs. Let's go to the next part, guys, quickly, which is your strategy for growth. Now, so when I said strategy, guys, see, the basic part of a digital marketing strategy is to find out what platform, what ad format, what digital marketing type or channel, content type performs well. Okay, because guys, in digital marketing we have so many things to do. As a brand, you can't do everything. Okay, like obviously if you're a bigger brand, you can spend time, money, everything. But still, why do you need a strategy? Because you have so many options, and you need to find out, where should I spend my money, where should I spend my time on. That's where the strategy comes into picture. And one thing, you can't learn strategy theoretically. Okay, if you guys would ask me, ma'am, you have to teach us strategy theoretically, I can't do that. Strategy is something that you guys can learn with experience only. Hence, whenever you get started working in digital marketing, guys, you would every time you would see that you will get a lot of execution work in the initial 2 3 5 years of your career. Then you go towards the strategy, because to understand strategy, or to come to that conclusion of strategy, you should have that execution work experience. Makes sense? So anyone who's tell you do this, do that, no. Strategy comes with experience, not just digital. You talk about any industry. To strategize anything, you should be a pro executor. Makes sense? You have never done execution and then you're giving strategy, it will fail for sure. Chat GPT can also not help you over there, because brand to brand the strategy would vary, category to category the strategy would vary. There's no standard strategy that one can follow. So if anyone would tell you, will give you a list of strategy that you should follow, and the person has never done an execution, please never trust what they are saying. Okay, never ever trust a person doesn't have an execution and they are giving you strategy. No, it won't work well. Okay, like, and let's say someone tells you that I worked on this industry 10 years back. Don't even follow what they are saying, because their experience is 10-year-old, right? Like, if you would, again, this is not my personal like this, I'm not trying to, how should I say, judge anyone on this, but if you know, there are a lot of college professors and all out there who might have worked on the practical side of digital marketing 5 years back, but now if you ask them anything with strategy and all, they can't give it. Why? Because 5 years they have just taught. Okay, they didn't had that practical exposure, and in a 5-year time span things would change, right? So when it comes to strategy, follow and take opinion or take suggestion from those people who are working on it right now. And when I say right now, at least for the last 5 years they are doing that execution work. Okay, when we talk about strategy, guys, see, uh as I said, strategy is more about you focus on creating a plan. When I say plan, it would be on PPT, it would be on Excel, on an Excel sheet. But campaign is something where you execute that plan. Okay, so strategy is more about your deck. Like, you create all those strategy presentations, strategy Excel, and in a campaign you execute it. I'll show you an example. How does it look like? Wait, it might look very overwhelming, but I would want to show it to you. I'll just open one of my email example. Wait. So this is how a plan or a strategy looks like. See this, where you give all the stats, you give some targeting option. Can you see? Like, it in a PPT format, it would look something like this. Okay, where I've given them all the targeting options that they can do. This is a strategy. Like, in a digital marketing strategy, you don't do execution, you create a PPT or an Excel where you show or you give them some suggestions. Can you see? I've given all those suggestions over here, right? This PPT only is for targeting. Okay, these are all my targeting. Can you see how should you allocate the budget? I've given a deep idea of how should they allocate their budget on different platform, right? Some recommendation on creatives and ad copy. Can you see this? How can they optimize their campaign, right? This is a PPT way. Now, for numbers, the PPT is more theory, but for numbers you use Excel. So in an Excel thing, it would look something like this is a strategy. Okay, let's say again, this is an INR. Let's say I have a budget of 50 lakh or 49 lakh 30,000. I'm giving a strategy on which category they should spend, what kind of budget allocation they should do, how much revenue they can generate, how much ROAS they can generate. Now guys, this is something that no one can teach you. This comes with an experience only. Okay, like practically no one can teach you. Theoretically people can tell you 10 other lines, but when you tell me that, ma'am, teach me how to create this plan, it comes with an experience only. Okay, see this, like, this is what a strategy looks like. I'm giving them figures on where should they spend. Like, see, on Meta only I'm giving them so much options, where they should spend, what is their allocation, what kind of numbers, ROAS, average order value, revenue, what is their transaction, like 10 other things. So there's a lot of numbers involved. And you see, now this is not something that I learned. Like, I didn't how should I say, this is not something I learned in theory. This came with an experience. So actual strategy looks like this. And once this get approved, you do the campaign setup and all. That's the way to learn strategy. No theory can teach you strategy in detail. Okay, but when you create a strategy, few things that you have to keep a check on. Again, what is your goal, who's your consumer, analyze and decide the platform where you would want to advertise on, right? What kind of content you would want to push, what a different channel where you would want to show the advertisement, right? You have to monitor it, you have to maintain and do a lot of reporting as well for it. But before doing all of that, the first thing that you guys do is create a bias persona. Basically, what does my what how does my ideal audience looks like? Okay, so how do you create a bias persona? Again, you do research, you do survey, you interview, you find out, or you can see how your existing customer look like or how your prospecting customer would look like. Okay, then you find out your goals, like why you want to run the campaign, what is your goal. Engagement, awareness, lead, sales is the same thing. So find out what is your goal behind running a campaign. Then one very important thing, where would you want to advertise? Okay, so you have something called as own media, earn media, paid media. Guys, this is something that you guys will have to mug up, because this is the most common question which is asked in an interview. Okay, own media is, guys, something that the brand or an organization owns. Let's say website is something that you guys can own, you own. Your social media handle is something that you guys own. So that is what I mean by own media. Okay, earn media is something that you have generated because lot of word of mouth marketing. Okay, and paid media is something where you are spending money on the platform to show your advertisement. Okay, so this is a basic interview question, hence I have just explained this in detail. Own, earn, paid. Own is something that you guys can own, like website and social media channels. Earn is like word of marketing, word of mouth marketing. And then paid media, all those Google ads, Meta ads, where you pay money to show your ads. Okay, uh when you create your strategy, as I said, what you have to do, you have to evaluate which channel will perform better. For example, guys, I'll tell you how does this come with an experience. If one of you told me that, ma'am, I want quality leads, where I should spend my money, because I have an experience, I will tell you, guys, run a ad on Google Ads, which is only search ad, the text based ad, because that gives you better lead quality. Now this comes with an experience, no one can teach you that, right? If you guys would tell me, ma'am, I want leads, but I want a cheaper, like I don't want to spend that much on the cost per lead. Okay, where should I spend my money on? I'll tell you Meta, because Meta has a cheaper cost per lead. Now this comes with an experience. Okay, and there are a lot of pointers that comes with an experience, which is difficult to list down. Okay, so um when you evaluate, you have to understand which channel you're proceeding with based on what is your requirement. Okay, then once you figure out your channel, you should also find out what kind of content you will use in that channel, what where would you take the user to, and again some other nitty gritties like your DG and all. Okay, one more thing, whenever you create your strategy, digital marketing strategy, always audit your own media. When I say audit your own media, try to see how the performance has been for your brand on the own media, like the one that you own. For example, see how much time a person spends on your website in the about us section. See how much time people are spending on reading blogs that you have posted, right? See what kind of engagement you're getting on your social media posts. See how many people are actually listening for your to your brand podcast, right? So when you do auditing on your own media channels, you get a lot of insights as well, which can be used as a strategy. Okay, so check your existing content, and based on that analysis, you create a new content. For example, for own media, guys, let's say I posted something, I created an entertainment reel on social media, and I saw that people are hardly engaging to it, right? That clearly means in next time I'll try one more time creating an entertainment content. If it doesn't work, that means my audience is not as such, right? Probably I'm a B2B brand, and hence people don't like entertainment content, they're more towards the educational content, right? So that's what I mean by evaluating your own media strategy. Like, you just don't have to post your content, you have to see how it's performing. Okay, again, for earn media as well, guys, you can evaluate, like if I'm running ads on Meta, I will see what kind of age group has given me a good amount of traffic, or what gender is performing better, what interest targeting is performing better, right? So basically, see, in paid media, guys, there are 10 channels where we do advertising. When I say 10 channel, I'll give you a list in front of you. See this. Okay, these are all paid media channels. See this. uh, you have OTTs like your Netflix, Amazon Prime, right? You have some premium apps, All this are part of your own your paid media. Now guys, you can't keep on spending equally on all this platform, right? You have to find out which platform is good for your brand. Okay, for some brand Google ads might perform better, for some ad Meta would perform better, for some ads for some brand the LinkedIn platform would perform better. So it is very important for you to find out the right platform where you should exist, because you can't say that I'll spend on all the platform. No, you will burn out of money then. Okay, like nowadays, at least in India or there are many location, there are startups. Okay, trust me when I say this, there are startups who blindly burn their money on running all these ads. Okay, they don't see what kind of, like, they just want, like right now because there's so much sale going on, this is a sale period in India. Brands are spending blindly on all this platform. They're not even calculating how much revenue, how much of return they are getting after spending their money on such kind of platform. And later on, there are many startups who got closed as well. Okay, at least in India we're seeing a lot of trend where people are getting fired, like because the market, there's so much competition, they want to beat that competition. And one of the way to beat that competition is do heavy marketing. And one of the heavy marketing that a brand can ever do is performance marketing or running ads on all this platform. But the problem is, it's okay, you should run ads on all this platform, but evaluate as well, right? Find out which is your um hero platform, right? Makes sense. So, ideally, your strategy overall should be you do everything in digital, okay, not just ad. So, you send out good email, you create some podcast, you create some webinar, you give some giveaway, create some contest, write a blog, run ads on all important platform that your brand would have. Focus on your SEO point and give as much educational content to your consumer as possible. What exactly is a race framework? Okay, the full form of race is reach, act, convert, and engage. Okay, this is like, again, see, try to understand, guys. In digital marketing, there are a lot of theory which might sound similar. Okay, this is nothing but, if I have to tell you in a layman term what is a race framework, you do awareness, then you take a person to consultation stage, and then you ask them to convert, and then you retain. It's just the terminology has changed, trust me when I say that. Okay, and ideally, no one would ask you in interview, tell me what is race framework. Okay, just because it's there in your theory part, you have to go through it. But if you ask me, does this, is it get asked in the interview? No. In interview you'll get question more from the practical side of it. Okay, for example, in interview, people, the person might ask you, okay, tell me, what are the different kind of platform I can target with help of Meta Ads Manager, right? So that are the actual question that anyone would ask you. But because you are still towards the foundation of your digital marketing, you should know this theory part as well. Okay, so full form of races: reach, act, convert, and engage, guys. Okay, what exactly is the prerequisite of this is, you find out your goal, you find out your communication, and then you find out your 3G. First thing, first phase of your race framework is reach, where you want to reach out to as many people as possible. Okay, so you want to get heavy traffic on different channel and your social media platform. Okay, then the second phase is act phase, where you want to generate and acquire some leads. Okay, so you want people, like you want people to go to your website or buy the product, or you want people, if you are a brand who doesn't sell a product online, you'd want them to come to your website and submit their detail. Okay, so it is more of that you're focusing on, making your user to take the next step in the entire customer journey. Okay, then you convert them. Now what do I mean by convert them? For example, like let's say you all are the students whom I have converted right now. Hypothetically, I'm saying first thing I'll do is I'll reach out to all of you. Okay, then I will show you a webinar where I'll give you a glimpse of how to do digital marketing. You might be interested, so you'll share details with me. Then I'll call you separately, I'll tell you what has been my past record, what have I done so far, and if that interests you, you will convert. So basically you'll do a transaction with me. Whenever I use this word convert, I mean there's a transaction involved. The person has given that money for your service or for your product. Okay, now, um Why it is recommended? Because again, it is data driven. There is you do lot of goal based and result oriented marketing. It use lot of social media, and overall digital marketing gets involved when your race framework. Okay, there's one more part under your race framework which we call as customer life cycle management. Okay, what exactly it is, what is customer life cycle management here? With this you can determine the performance, okay, or you can analyze the data of your customer. What are the marketing system trends, right? What are some processes and functional data that you can involve within it? Basically, um, this involves some decision making which will make sure your customers are getting acquired, they are getting retained, and you are doing some cross selling and upselling to them. Customer life cycle is like the entire cycle. You acquire a customer, okay, so you reach out to a customer, you acquire them, you want them to retain. So if you want to retain them, you have to sell your other product, like you have to do either cross selling or upselling, and this cycle keeps on going and going. Ideally, the stages of a customer lifecycle management is, I've just explained this right now with the cycle phase. You do awareness, brand advocacy is like you are educating them, right? You give them a demo, which is what I mentioned, a webinar event, something on those lines. Then they will engage, then they will evaluate this brand or that brand, and finally they'll purchase, right? So it's the same thing, but the terminologies are different ideally. Okay, and lastly, how you can create a successful customer lifestyle management, guys. Map the entire journey of your customer. Okay, reduce your customer churn rate. What do I mean by churn rate? Basically, we don't want, once you acquire a customer, we you don't want them to leave your brand, right? Because see, you have already spent so much to acquire one customer, you would want them to retain with you, right? And lastly, use your analytics, like use your numbers, use your analytics for better sales. Simple. Okay, now what do I mean by marketing in post pandemic area? We all know after pandemic things have changed. Okay, see, before pandemic as well digital was there. I won't say digital one wasn't there, but especially during pandemic, when the offline thing was closed, the only way for a business to survive, especially the mid size or even the small size or even the big size, the way was through online. I mean, trust me, during COVID time, I have seen so many small business brand who have arisen in India itself. Not just India, but in other countries as well. Because they got that exposure. They knew that even if we have a lesser money, I can start a brand. I can sell it online. Not necessarily I have to run ads, but I'll do it or organically. Like when I talk about the post-pandemic marketing, basically, um you know, because of pandemic, people realize that they, like, you know, they people have actually started looking after more profitability. I remember before COVID there were so many startups, people were spending money blindly like anything, but after post COVID I've seen that trend, that brand wanted to successfully run their campaign by improving their efficiency and increasing their ROI. Before COVID they still had that leeway because startup had that kind of money in their pocket, they have that kind of investors where they were not looking after efficiency and ROI, they were just blindly spending money on digital marketing in general. But after post COVID, one of the transition that I've also personally seen is ROI. Now brands are, if you know, at least in a lot of markets, brands are moving towards profitability more. Okay, now, again, some of the parameter after post pandemic that marketing parameter that brand started focusing on was, look after their existing customer, because they know that acquiring new customer needs a lot of money. So while you acquire new customer, please make sure your existing customers are getting retained. You have a strong online presence, very important, because offline was shut. I mean, the only way of doing was marketing was online, and people were a bit skeptical that again if we get something kind of pandemic, we will only rely on digital, right? So they invested heavily in digital ads. They are still investing heavily in digital ad, good kind of offers. They are changing their communication strategies a lot and focusing um, on a few paid advertising platform, because now they want profitability. Not a brand can't just blindly sit only run ads. Okay, guys. Okay, a quick case study, a very small case study which we have of Intel's marketing strategy. Now, one of the challenge again during the pandemic time, not exactly pandemic time, but this was one of the challenge that Intel had faced, that they used to get persuade, their IT decision makers to choose Intel, and they wanted to observe their customers purchase pattern. Now, what I've been repeating for a while, how did they do that? They analyze their social media presence. Okay, they did something called as social listening. Basically, you see how is your brand emotion on social media. When I say social listening, you see how many negative comments you're getting, how many positive comment you're getting, right? That is what I mean by social listening. You listen to what people are writing in your comment. Are they writing good comment? Are they writing bad comment? If it is good, appreciate it. If it's bad, you have to address it. This is what we call as social listening. Yeah, and you have to do it very thoroughly. Okay, people think, how does that create an impact? It does. Imagine a person is complaining on your social media post that they didn't like your service or product. You have to respond to them. You can't ignore it, because that also impacts your brand image overall, whether it's a positive comment or a negative comment. It is very important for a brand to react to it, to engage to it, right? So that's what Intel used to do. They used to listen, analyze the social media presence, engage in the social issue and awareness. So they saw if people are commenting negatively, they used to go further and check what is the reason behind it. Okay, so ideally, they wanted to target a TAM to be around close to be around $300 billion. And some of the approach they did was they use all the real time data to find out, create some good article, create some good ads, show the best content to their consumer and engage them, and improve their awareness. So when they did all this, they could see some really great numbers. For example, they could see that 40% of cost per acquisition has been reduced. For example, earlier if they were spending 100 rupee to acquire a customer, that got dropped to 48%. Okay, they got again 6 time higher engagement. They got again they created some lot of engaging content quiz where they can engage the customer and increase their the engagement on their overall channel as well.
Google Tag Manager. Thanks for joining, and let's get started with this Simplilearn webinar. So let's start out with why GTM. So let's just say you're Sam and you have your own e-commerce website and you want to understand how people are interacting with your website. Well, Sam, today's world of websites contain a lot of interactivity, everything from videos to PDF downloads to commenting to form submissions to all sorts of chat functionality, interactivity going on throughout the website. So there's just a lot that you need to track outside of just page views. And so really what GTM does is they help you track all these things I just mentioned. Everything from somebody clicking on the play button of a PDF to somebody clicking on the submit button of a form to somebody entering in something on a chat function. So that's what GTM is. So why GTM? Because it helps us track all that interactivity. So all GTM is really allows you to really place a piece of Java code, which is just script, and the script that's added to a web page to collect information. So that's really what a tag is. It's just some script that gets put on a web page in order for you to collect information, like page views, clicks, etc. And they send it to third-party tools. Okay, so that's what GTM does. It basically allows you to take all these tags that collect information and you can use them in GTM. So if you want to, for example, collect how many people, enter a chat functionality and start chatting. Well, you're going to take that script and you're going to put it in GTM, and GTM will then allow you to start tracking that information. So that's really what GTM is. It just allows you to put tags into a container, or think of it as a toy box. You have all these toys and you want to track, well, you can put all those toys or tags in a toy box or container. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But before we get into GTM, let's just say, you're communicating with your developer and there's a new user request on your webpage and you want to update the tag. Well, your developer, considering it's probably a small update to your website, is probably gonna not hesitate and is going to go ahead and turn around and do it normally. And so normally what happens is the developer is going to go to the website and update the tag. Well, what if you have a few things that you want to track? All those things I mentioned before, from downloads to clicks to, somebody checking out to watching a video. Well, your webmaster, your web developer is going to go, well, hold on a second. Now, all these requests are going to take time. I need to put them into the work queue, so to speak. Well, what happens is when they go into work queue, usually it's going to take some time. And in some cases, you as a marketer need to launch a campaign. And you want to get that tracking added to the website in time for the campaign launch. So you want to go ahead and quickly turn around the tracking for that particular campaign. Let's just say you're launching a campaign and you're sending people to a landing page that has a form submission. And you want to be able to track how many people click on the submit button of that form submission. Well, if you need to turn that around, your developer's like, well, I need to put that in a work queue. The timing isn't going to always work out between you and your developer, is my point. And so that's where GTM comes in. Because there is a solution to update your tags faster. And that's Google Tag Manager. So when we say GTM, that's what GTM stands for, Google Tag Manager. It's a place for you to add tags quickly and easily. So tags, remember, are just snippets of code that allow you to track things on your website interactively. And basically, when you have GTM, you can bypass the webmaster and do it quickly and easily. So that's what GTM is all about. So why GTM? Because we just identified two benefits. One, you could track all the interactivity on your website. And two, you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And so that's the benefit of GTM. So the benefit, you get those tags updated very quickly via Google Tag Manager. Okay, so that's what Tag Manager is. So what we're going to talk about today is specifically what Tag Manager is and what it does. We're going to list some of the benefits of Tag Manager. We're going to show you how it works, and then we're going to show you how to get started with Tag Manager. Tag Manager, if you're not familiar with working with webmasters and dealing with JavaScript and tags and all this jargon is just new to you today, okay, well, don't fret, sit back. We're going to take it slow. This is an introduction into Google Tag Manager. Again, let's start out with what is Tag Manager. So we've already introduced it to some degree because we already introduced it as a tool where you can put all your tags into a toolbox, toy box, or container, so to speak, right? And we already mentioned that, hey, you can bypass your webmaster. So you're probably thinking, well, if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, how can I bypass my webmaster? Well, first of all, it's a free tool and it's a Google tool, hence the name Google Tag Manager. And it helps you really, that's the main point, is deploy and track tags on your website, bypassing your webmaster. So that's Tag Manager. And so examples of tags that can be deployed via Google Tag Manager are numerous. These are just some examples like Google Analytics, Facebook's pixel tracking, or Google Ads. There's no limit into the number of tags you can track in Tag Manager. There is no limit. You can add any number of tracking tags in Tag Manager. Okay, so some of the benefits, well, again, we just listed two. You can put any tag into Tag Manager and track that onto your website. And we know you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And what it also does is it also allows you to test and deploy your JavaScript codes quicker. So remember, these JavaScript codes or snippets of codes are just there to track certain things on your website, whether that be a page view or somebody clicking on a play button or tracking somebody who converts or even just goes to your website. So the biggest benefit is you can take that snippet of code, let's just say Facebook. Let's just say you're doing Facebook marketing and you want to put that Facebook pixel on your website so that you could track people who come from Facebook and convert. Well, you don't need to put that Facebook pixel on your website. You can go right to Tag Manager and you can put that snippet of code right in Tag Manager really quickly. And the other benefit here is all tags are managed in one place. And that to me is really a good benefit, because when you start adding tags on your website and you have some tags in Tag Manager, it just gets very confusing. So ideally, all the tracking code you have on your website needs to be in Tag Manager. Think about that. All the tracking. So if you're doing Bing, or you're doing Facebook, or you're doing Twitter, or you're doing LinkedIn, and you're doing Google, you're doing all this type of marketing on all these different platforms, you're going to have tracking code for all these different platforms. And instead of putting all that code on your website, return going to slow down the load time of your web page and website. You want to put them all in Tag Manager so they can be organized and you know exactly what you're trying to track. And the other great benefit of Tag Manager is there's a versioning control. So let's just say you have added tags to your website via GTM for the last 6 months. Well, and let's just say you add another tag yesterday. If you added that tag yesterday and something doesn't work, well, you can just roll back to a previous version. It's that simple. So you have versioning, and that's a good thing. When you have versioning, you can control what gets published, and if something doesn't work after it gets published, then you can roll back to a previous version. So it's a peace of mind, so to speak. Just because you've added code to your site, there's no guarantee it's going to work. And so you can always control what version you're dealing with in Tag Manager. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So the biggest benefit here to me with Tag Manager is you have event tracking. And so we talked about some of the things you could track on your website, from videos, from play buttons to somebody clicking on the stop on the video or pausing it, all the way to somebody, again, chatting, or let's just say somebody clicking on that purchase button on your website. Okay, and you want to track all these different things, these different interactivities and buttons. Well, event tracking is what you're going to use to track all those buttons. And to me, this is the biggest benefit of Tag Manager. And I'll show you some examples as we go along. And if we didn't mention it already, I'll mention it again. It is free. Tag Manager is free. There's no limit. So once you have Tag Manager going, you can add as many tracking codes as you want. There's no limit on the number of tracking codes you can add to Tag Manager. Okay, so it's free and you can use it to its fullest advantage. Okay, so it's also high security, meaning that it has different levels of permissions. Okay, so you can have somebody just go in and look at the different tags and tracking codes you have in GTM, or you can ask somebody who is very familiar with Tag Manager and can go in and add the tracking code to Tag Manager and then publish that tracking code when it gets added. So those are all the benefits. Let's talk about how it works now. Specifically, how does Tag Manager work? Because you're like, Rob, okay, again, a lot of jargon. You know, you got tags and JavaScript and versioning and publishing and all this other stuff. Well, I know I'm throwing a lot at you at once, but just bear with me here. Okay, so let's start talking about how it actually works. So you have a website, okay? Whatever that domain is, you have a website, and there's chances are on your website you have some form of interactivity, whether that be a video, whether that be a blog, whether it be a form submission. You have a website with some interactivity. And let's just say you're even thinking about getting ready to launch some type of campaign on maybe Google or Facebook, and you want to drive traffic to your website. Fair enough. You're joining the millions of other websites that are out there that have interactivity that also drive traffic to the website. So in comes Google Tag Manager. And so Tag Manager is important because, again, we know we want to track people coming from that Facebook campaign or that Google campaign and interacting with our site. So if you are running Facebook and you are running Google Analytics, well, guess what? You want to put that tracking code in Tag Manager. So Google Analytics, being a Google product, works very nicely with Tag Manager. Facebook has its own tracking code, but you still want to be able to track people who come from the Facebook campaign to your website. So you're going to get that tracking code from Facebook and put it in Tag Manager. That's generally how it works. So here, information from your website is shared with another data source through Tag Manager. So think about that. If I add Facebook tracking code to Tag Manager, or let's just say I add Google Analytics tracking code to Tag Manager is the one that's pushing out and doing all the heavy lifting. They're the ones that are controlling what code gets fired and what code doesn't. So if you're putting the code in Tag Manager is controlling the code. Think about it that way. And let's show you an example of what that looks like. So here I am, I'm in Tag Manager. I just went to tagmanager.google.com, and here I could see a list of tags. So in our conversation, we're talking about tracking Facebook and we're talking about tracking Google Analytics. Well, Google Analytics is easy because it's a Google product. So here, if I look at all the different tracking code I have on my website through Tag Manager, let's just take a look at Google Analytics. So if you're going to use Tag Manager, you might as well put the Google Analytics code in here. So here I can see I have Google Analytics as a tag in Tag Manager. Now, for Facebook, if I'm running a Facebook campaign, well, I can take that pixel tracking and put it in GTM as well. And here I can see Facebook pixel. That code is added to GTM. I just basically took what Facebook gave me and put it into Google Tag Manager. So you can see I can add Facebook and Google Analytics. And again, I can't stress it enough, any tracking code from any platform I can add to Google Tag Manager in order to track the behavior from those sources. So let's take a little bit deeper dive into how Tag Manager works. So I just showed you an example of how you could take Facebook and Google Analytics code and put it into Tag Manager. But if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, then how do I do that? Well, let's talk about the structure and how Tag Manager works. So when you have a Tag Manager account, you have a container. Remember, I mentioned toy box earlier. You have a bunch of toys. If they're code and you're tracking different bits of code from different platforms like Facebook, think of those as toys, and you have a toy box. Okay, well, that's what this code is, and that's what a container is. The code is the code, and that's going to go into the toy box or container. And so the way Tag Manager works is you have tags, triggers, and variables. So if I take my Facebook tracking code and put it into a container, I need to set up a tag and a trigger. Okay, so let's take a look at what that is. So first, if I go back to Tag Manager, I'm going to have an account, and if I have an account, I'm going to have a container. So here I'm just going to click on an account with a container, and a container is nothing more than what website you're adding the tracking code to. Okay, that's all the container is. We're just letting Tag Manager know this is the website we're adding all this code to. So you have tags, triggers, and variables. That's the structure of Tag Manager. So tags are just what it says, tags. What are we trying to quote unquote tag? Well, if it's Google Analytics, that's easy. Here I can see I have Google Analytics added. So if I click on Google Analytics, here's my tag. And if I take a little bit of a deeper dive there, since Google Analytics is a Google product, it integrates already with Tag Managers. It's pretty easy. I can just choose Google Analytics, then I'm going to check page view, and that's my tag. Now, every tag needs a trigger. Okay, so I need to tell Tag Manager how or when to fire the Google Analytics tracking code. So in this case, I'm going to tell Tag Manager to fire on all pages. So if I get somebody, a visitor to my website, Analytics is firing on all pages. So whatever page that visitor lands on, Google Analytics is going to fire. So that's really what it comes down to, is I have a tag and I need to tell Tag Manager when to trigger that tag. That's really what the structure of Tag Manager is. It's tags, triggers, and variables. And variables we're going to talk about here in a couple minutes. But you have a piece of code. You're going to go ahead and put that into Tag Manager. You're going to tag it, and then you're going to fire that trigger. So let's take a look at another example here. If I go back here, you can see Facebook. Well, here's my Facebook pixel. Okay, that's my tag. So when is it going to fire? Well, it's going to fire on a specific domain or subdomain. That's basically what we're doing. We're trying to tell GTM when to fire that particular tag. So those are the three main components: a tag, okay, which is going to contain the JavaScript code that you get from, say, Facebook, the trigger. So you're going to go into Tag Manager and tell Tag Manager when to fire that code. That's the trigger. And then you have variables. And so variables are basically just additional information that Tag Manager may need for your tag and trigger to work. So that's what a variable is. It's there to get the tag and trigger to fire. So variables are divided into built-in and user-defined variables. So common used variables include, say, page path or page URL or host name or click class. Again, they're there, and these examples I just gave you are there to get your tag and trigger to work. Think about it that way. That's a component. And if I go into Tag Manager here, and here on the left side, I can see variables. So remember, I have built-in and user-defined. So built-in means that Tag Manager already built these for me. So in case I need to get my trigger to work with my tag, I can use a variable. So those are built in, and then I have user defined. So these are what I define. These are what I created. And again, the variables are there to get the tag and trigger to work. Okay, so that's the job of the variable. The job of the tag is to host that JavaScript code. Okay, in the case of Facebook or analytics, that's where we're putting our code. So here, if I click on AdWords remarketing, again, it's a Google product, so I don't really need to even deal with code. I'm just going to select Google AdWords remarketing. Okay, so you can see GTM integrates nicely with some of the other Google products. But let's just say you have a Facebook pixel tracking code. You're going to choose custom, and you're going to put the code here. So that's part of the tag. And then the trigger, again, is there to get the tag to fire. So you're telling GTM when to fire the tag. And the variable is there to help you make sure that that trigger and that tag work together. So that's how all three kind of work together. You need the tag to put the code. You need the trigger to tell GTM when to fire the tag and code. And the variables there to help you define when that tag and trigger should work or how it should work. So again, review, tags they're just small codes of JavaScript or tracking pixels on your website. And so tags are allowed to manage events like scroll tracking, remarketing, clicks, downloads, files, play buttons, you name it. Even clicks on external links. For example, let's just say you have a click or a Facebook icon on your site, and when somebody clicks on it, they go to Facebook. You want to maybe track that. You're going to create a tag. Okay? The trigger is there because you need to tell GTM when to fire that tag. So it's a certain condition, whether it's, fire the tag if the URL equals facebook.com or some other condition. So the tag cannot be created until the creation of the corresponding trigger. So tags and triggers go together. You can't just create a tag and not have a trigger. Otherwise, your tag will never fire. And then the variable is there again. It stores the information when defining a trigger or transferring data to tag. So a variable has a variety of data. Okay, so you pick and choose the variable you want to use with that trigger. Okay, so you're making sure that by defining a variable, you're making sure that you're telling GTM how that trigger should be fired. So let's take a look at another example here of how all three play together. If I'm in this account, I'm in this container. If I look down here, I can see Google Optimize. That's another Google product. So what I'm doing here is I just chose Google Optimize as my tag. It's already integrated. So what does that mean? I don't even need to deal with any code. I'm just going to select Optimize. Well, we have the tag Google Optimize, but we need to tell GTM how to fire that. And so here we're going to tell GTM to fire it on all pages. So that's basically a very simple example because we're firing it on all pages. So if I want to look at something specific again, Facebook, here's my tag, here's my code. What's my trigger? Well, my trigger is it's going to fire on specific pages. How do I know that? Well, if I look at the trigger, here I could see the trigger is a page view, but I'm telling it to fire on this particular hostname. So the tag and trigger go hand in hand. So how to get started with Tag Manager. So first things first, you have to create that account. So you're going to go to tagmanager.google.com, or you can do a search for Google Tag Manager, and you're going to create your account. And then when you create your account, what's going to happen is you're going to set up a container. And when you set up a container, you have choices. So you could set it up for your website, for an app on iOS, or maybe Android, or you can even set it up for AMP, an accelerated mobile page. So most people by default are probably going to set up Tag Manager for their website. And so when you do that, when you actually select website, what's going to happen is you're going to get some Google Tag Manager code in return. And so the whole idea here is you're going to do a swap. What you're doing is basically you're saying, okay, Google, I'm going to take this Google Tag Manager code and I'm going to put it on my website. I'm going to put it on every page of my website. So notice Tag Manager has two scripts. One goes in the head as high as possible. The other goes into the body tag as high as possible. And so what you're doing is you're making a deal. You're putting this Tag Manager code on your website, and in return, every code you deal with, whether that be Facebook or analytics or optimize or remarketing or whatever it is going to go in GTM. Okay, it's going to go into the container you created. So you need the Tag Manager code on your website in order for Tag Manager to work. Okay, so when you add this code to your website, then you're free to start adding all sorts of tags to your container. But if you don't have this tracking code on your website, then none of the tags you add to your container are going to work. So that's the idea behind the container. And then one thing I wanted to mention on the account is it's a Google account. So when you create your account, then make sure it's the same account you use with, say, Google Analytics or some other Google product. That's a good best practice, is always use the same email address when you set up your account so that it integrates nicely across all the different platforms. Meaning you can go from, say, Google Analytics right to Google Tag Manager in one browser without having to log out or log in. Okay, so when you create the account, you're going to create your container. If you choose web, then you're going to be asked to place code on your website. And when you place that code on your website, then you are free to start using Tag Manager. And that means you're free to start adding tags. Okay, so if you want to know more information about installing Google Tag Manager, then what I would recommend is visit the Quick Start Guide website of GTM. So again, if you're curious as to where that code is located in Google Tag Manager, well, when you create an account and you create a container, that container is going to have a specific ID. So if I click on that specific ID, here's where I can get my code. Okay, so again, when I'm logged in to Tag Manager, I'm going to click on Workspace, but in the top navigation, I'm going to see my unique GTM ID. If I click on that, that's where my code is going to be located. And so again, your code needs to go in the header, and there's another script that needs to go in the body. And if you're not sure how to add the code to your website, well, you can always click on the Quick Start Guide here. Okay, and that'll take you to a Quick Start Guide page, a reference page related to Google Tag Manager. So let's talk about creating a tag. So once you get Tag Manager installed, I'm sure you're excited to get going and create that first tag. So let's talk about how to create a tag in Tag Manager. So when you're in Tag Manager, all you need to do is basically you're looking at all your tags. If you click on tag in the left side navigation, you'll see all your tags, and there's a new button there. So you just click new. And so basically what you're going to do is you're going to create your first tag. And so what I would recommend, once you get Tag Manager installed on your website, I would recommend setting the first tag up as Google Analytics. So that will get you going with tracking page views on your website when somebody visits your website. Okay, so ideally that's what you want to do. You want to get Google Analytics as your first tag in Tag Manager. So what I'm going to do is, because Analytics is a Google product, it's already integrated nicely with Tag Manager. So I'm just going to click on Google Analytics. It's going to be a page view. That's what I'm tracking. And now I have to set up a variable. And so what it's going to do, it's going to ask me to select a variable. And so what you're going to do is you're going to select new variable. And what you're going to do is you're actually going to go and add your tracking ID here. That's going to be your variable. So where do I get my tracking ID in analytics? Well, if I'm in analytics, I'm going to go to admin. And then under property settings, I'm going to see my tracking ID. And all you need to do then is go to tag manager and paste copy. First, you got to copy over that tracking ID. Then you're going to go to tag manager and going to paste it. And then that's going to create a variable for you. And then when you create that variable, you're going to see it in the drop down here. So I've already created it. And basically, that's your tag with a variable. Then what are you going to do? You're going to set up a trigger. So see, I have some triggers already set up. You're going to see a default trigger already set up for you, and that's going to be all pages. So ideally what you want to do is you want to select all pages in order for analytics to fire on all pages. So that's what we're doing. We're setting up a trigger. We're basically telling tag manager, hey, if I get a visitor to any page on my website, then I want you to fire Google Analytics. So that's basically, in summary, how to set up your first tag. And my recommendation is your first tag should be Google Analytics. And when you set up analytics, you're going to have to set up a variable for the tracking ID. And so you get the tracking ID again from admin, property settings, copy and paste that tracking ID over, save it, you have your variable. That variable is going to be included in with the tag. Then your trigger is going to be all pages. And there you go. You have your first tag, you have your first variable, you have your first trigger. So that's basically what you want to do. And once you've added that tag, once you've added that trigger, then the only thing you need to do now is basically publish the tag. And so anytime you save a tag, you're going to go ahead and submit it so that way it gets published. So again, what you're going to do is let's take a step back here. You're going to choose new tag. You're going to choose analytics from the drop down menu. You're going to choose page view. Then basically you're going to add your tracking ID so you could set up the variable. And then basically that's what you need to do. Okay, you're going to add that tracking ID and then voila, that's your tag with a variable. And then once you've done that, then you're going to click submit. So when you click submit, you're basically saying, hey, I want this tag to go live now, this tag and trigger. And once you've done that, then analytics is ready to go. And anytime somebody goes to your website on any page, Tag Manager is going to fire Google Analytics. So the great thing here is you have something called Google Tag Assistant, and that's an extension that works with Chrome. And so when you've actually added Tag Manager to your site, or you have analytics running in Tag Manager, you can confirm if those tags are firing properly. So let's take a look at how Google Tag Assistant works. Okay, so if you just do a search for Google Tag Assistant, you're going to see here that it's basically just an extension that works in Chrome, and unfortunately it only works in Chrome browser. It doesn't work in any other browser. So go ahead and install that extension into Chrome. And when you do that, you're going to see this nice icon here in your browser. And now, if you go to any website and I click on Google Tag Assistant and I click on Enable, okay, so basically I'm loading Google Tag Assistant. And now once I refresh the page, I can see that this particular site has Google Tag Manager installed. And not only does it have Tag Manager installed, I can see that it's also has Google Analytics running. I have also Google Optimize running, and I have Google Ads Remarketing Tag running in Tag Manager. So that's what Tag Assistant does. It allows you to see if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and if it is, great, what other tags are firing on this particular site. So Tag Assistant's telling me I have these particular tags firing on that site, and they're firing within Tag Manager. So Tag Assistant is a great way to confirm if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and two, what other tags are firing on the site. Now, another way you could confirm if Tag Manager is firing on the site is you can go into preview mode. So even before you submit and publish your tag and trigger, you can click on the preview mode. So if I click preview in Tag Manager, so basically that's going to put me in preview mode. And so what does that mean? Well, that means that now I'm free to go to my website and see if those tags are firing. And so let's take a look at what that looks like. So if I go to the website and just click refresh, then what's going to happen is Tag Manager is going to load in preview mode, just as you see here. Okay, so that's going to take a couple seconds to load up. And now what can I see in preview mode? I could see that I have GTM firing, but I also have some other tags firing on this page. Remarketing, I have Google Analytics, I have Google Optimize. I have some other tags firing as well. And so the preview mode shows me what tags are firing on any given page. And I can also see what tags did not fire. Okay, so here I have a number of tags already in GTM, but they didn't fire on this particular page. So let's just say I clicked on the Donate Now button. I'm still in preview mode, so I'm going to be able to see what tags fired. Now I could see I have a couple of tags that have fired on this particular page. And then I could see what tags did not fire on this page. Okay, so that's the preview mode. You can use the preview mode before you even submit a tag and trigger to see if it fires. And that's the great benefit of Tag Manager. So if you're not sure if something's going to fire or not, then you can always go into preview mode. And if you are sure it's going to fire, then you can go ahead and submit it. So you can leave preview mode and just go ahead and submit that particular tag and trigger. So here I'm going to leave preview mode, and now once I'm done and I'm sure the tag is going to fire, and go ahead and submit all my changes that I've worked on in terms of setting up tags and triggers. So that's really GTM in a nutshell. So I have my tags, okay? My tags are just snippets of code that I'm going to put in, whether that be Facebook or event tracking or any other Google product like Optimize or Page View. Then I have my triggers. My triggers are there to tell GTM when to fire that tag. And the variables are there to help those tags and triggers work together. So remember that particular variable we set up for Google Analytics. Okay, so here it is right here, because we want to tell GTM what property to specifically fire in Google Analytics. So that's why we set up that variable. But there are all sorts of variables. Google Tag Manager has built in, or variables already created for you, or you can specifically define a variable. So variables are there to help the tags and triggers work together. So when you set up a tag, you set up a trigger, you use a variable, you can always go into preview mode, preview it by going to the website, seeing if it fires. If it fires, then voila, you can go ahead and click submit, and that will publish the tag and trigger, and you're good to go. That's pretty much how Tag Manager works. And again, I can't stress that there's an unlimited number of tags you can add to Tag Manager. There's no limit. So you got anything from Google to non-Google to event tracking, okay? To Facebook, to anything that you want to track, you want to be able to put into Tag Manager. And again, there's versioning. That's one of the great benefits of Tag Manager. So if I want to go back to an older version, I can simply do that. So here you can see I'm on version 32. That's how Tag Manager works. And I can't stress that, Tag Manager is there to help you track interactivity on the site. Because if you have a site that's interactive, that has a video, that has a download button, let's just say, you have all sorts of newsletter signups, Facebook, YouTube buttons on your website, just like this website does, and you want to be able to track how many people click on that particular button, well, you're going to need Tag Manager. And when you have Tag Manager, you're going to be able to track all of these button clicks and interactivity on your website.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
We're going to talk about how...
If you are looking to boost your website's traffic or dominate search engine rankings, then today's video is just for you. We are diving deep into keyword research, a crucial part of any successful SEO strategy. By the end of this tutorial, you'll know exactly how to find the right keywords to help your content reach its full potential. So let's get started. To kick off things first, let's understand what keyword research is. Now, keyword research is all about discovering the exact phrases and terms your potential audience is typing into search engines. Now, by identifying these keywords, you can create content that directly addresses what people want to know, buy, or learn about. This not only drives more visitors to your site, but also helps you connect with those who are most likely to engage with your content. In essence, keyword research is the backbone of a strong SEO strategy, guiding you in crafting content that resonates with your audience. Now that we know what keyword research is, let's dive into why it's so important. Picture this: you are hosting a party. Would you invite random people who might not even be interested? Or would you carefully choose guests who are excited to attend? So, keyword research helps you do the latter by attracting the right guests to your website. When you know the exact keywords your audience is searching for, you can tailor your content to meet their needs. This increases your chances of not only driving more traffic, but also engaging visitors who are genuinely interested in what you have to offer. The better you understand your audience search behavior, the more effective your content will be. Remember, it's not just about quantity. Getting the right kind of traffic is key to conversions and overall success. Moving on, let's talk about the different types of keywords you'll encounter in your research. This is important because not all keywords are created equal, and understanding the distinctions can greatly impact your strategy. So, short tail keywords are broad and usually consist of one or two words like SEO or marketing. Now, these keywords have high search volumes, which means lots of people are searching for them. However, they're also highly competitive, making it tough to rank for them unless you have a very authoritative website. Next comes long tail keywords. Now, long tail keywords, on the other hand, are more specific phrases like how to do keyword research for SEO. Now, while they have lower search volumes, they tend to be less competitive and more targeted, attracting visitors who are further along in their buyer's journey. For instance, someone searches for best budget laptops for students is likely closer to make a purchase than someone just searching for laptops. Now, next type of keyword is LSI, which is latent semantic indexing keywords. Now, these are related terms that search engines consider relevant to your main keyword. Now, for example, if your main keyword is digital marketing, then LSI keywords could be online marketing, SEO strategies, or social media advertising. Now, even in this example, if you have given best leather shoes, the LSIs would be official and casual wear, best footwear brand, original leather shoes, etc. So, using LSI keywords helps you create more contextually relevant content with search engines' favor. Now, by balancing these types of keywords, you can create content that appeals to both broad and niche audiences, giving your website a better chance to rank well across different searches. So, alright, now that we have covered the types of keywords, let's explore some of the tools that can help you find them. So, keyword research tools are like treasure maps. They guide you to the keywords that can drive the most traffic to your website. Number one is Google Keyword Planner. So, Google Keyword Planner is a fantastic starting point, especially for beginners. It's free and provides a wealth of information, including search volumes and competition levels for various keywords. You can also discover new keyword ideas based on what people are already searching for. Next is Ahrefs. Ahrefs is a more advanced paid tool that offers in-depth analysis. It doesn't just give you keyword data, it also provides insights into how difficult it is to rank for a particular keyword, as well as click-through rates, CTR, and related keyword ideas. So, Ahrefs is particularly useful for competitor analysis, helping you see which keywords for your competitors are ranking for and identifying gaps in their content that you can exploit. Now, next comes SEMrush. Now, SEMrush is another powerful tool that goes beyond keyword research. It offers comprehensive data on keywords, including trends over time, and allows you to conduct competitive analysis, track keyword performance, and more. SEMrush is a go-to for many SEO professionals because of its all-in-one capabilities. So these tools simplify the process of keyword research, allowing you to focus on creating content that will resonate with your audience and perform well in search engine results. So with so many tools at your disposal, the next step is figuring out how to actually find the best keywords for your content. So here's a step-by-step approach. Number one, start with a brainstorming session. So you can list down potential keywords related to your topic. Think about what your audience might search for and consider different variations of those phrases. So use the keyword research tools we just discussed to analyze these keywords. Pay close attention to search volume, competition, and user intent. The goal is to find keywords that have a good search volume but aren't too competitive. And next, consider user intent. This is crucial. Ask yourself, what is a searcher hoping to find? If someone is searching for best travel laptops in 2024, they are probably looking for product reviews or recommendations. Tailor your content to meet that specific intent, and you'll have a much better chance of converting those visitors into customers. So by following these steps, you can pinpoint the keywords that will not only drive traffic, but also ensure that the traffic is relevant and likely to convert. Now, one of the most effective ways to find high quality keywords is by analyzing your competitors. This might sound like a spy mission, but it's completely above board and incredibly valuable. So tools like SEMrush allow you to see which keywords your competitors are ranking for. So this gives you insight into what's working for them, and more importantly, it highlights gaps in their strategy that you can exploit. For instance, if you notice that a competitor is ranking well for a keyword like affordable SEO tools, but their content is outdated or lacking in detail, you can create a more comprehensive and up-to-date piece to outrank them. So by leveraging competitor insights, you can stay ahead in the SEO game, ensuring that your content is always relevant and competitive. Now, finding the right keywords is only half the battle. The next challenge is using them effectively in your content. So here's how you can do that. Number one, place your primary keywords in strategic locations such as title, meta description, headers, and throughout the content. This signals to search engines that your content is about, helping you rank for that keyword. Number two, avoid keyword stuffing. This old school tactic doesn't work anymore and can actually hurt your rankings. Instead, focus on naturally integrating keywords and using variations. For example, if your primary keyword is digital marketing strategy, you could also use online marketing strategy or effective digital marketing tactics to make your content more readable and engaging. Now, the third one is using LSI keywords to add depth and context to your content. This not only improves readability, but also helps search engines understand the broader topic of your content, which can positively impact your rankings. Remember, the goal is to create content that's both optimized for search engines and enjoyable for your readers. Lastly, keyword research is not a set it and forget it process. It requires regular monitoring and adjustment. SEO is a constantly evolving field, and what works today might not work tomorrow. So make it a habit to regularly check how your keywords are performing. Use tools like Google Analytics to track your rankings and see which keywords are driving the most traffic. If you notice that certain keywords are underperforming, consider tweaking your content or trying out new keywords. So by staying on top of your keyword strategy, you can ensure that your content continues to perform well and adapt to changes in search trends.
Did you know that having a great website isn't enough to get visitors? Or have you ever wondered why some businesses get tons of traffic while others struggle to get noticed? The secret lies in Facebook ads. Think about it. Let's say you have just opened a new coffee shop with the best coffee in town, but no one knows about it. Will customers magically show up? Probably not. You need to spread the word, and that's exactly what Facebook ads do for your website. They help you reach the right people, ensuring that those who are most likely to be interested in your content or products actually see your ad. Facebook has over 3 billion monthly active users, making it the most powerful social media platform for advertising. Unlike organic reach, which can be unpredictable, paid Facebook ads allow you to target exactly the audience you want based on demographics, interest, and behavior. In today's tutorial, we are going to take you through the step-by-step process to create and run a Facebook ad that drives traffic to your website. But before you jump in, it's essential to know why you're using advertising and what success looks like for your campaign. Setting clear goals will help you choose the right ad objective and measure performance effectively. For example, if your goal is mobile app downloads, you could set 100 downloads in the first month as your success metric. Or if you're focused on lead generation, success might mean growing your email list significantly. Thinking through your objective first ensures you create a campaign that actually delivers result. What are Facebook ads and why are they so important? Facebook ads are paid promotions that allow you to showcase your website, product, or services to a highly targeted audience. What makes Facebook ads so powerful is its AI-driven targeting and vast user base. Some key benefits of Facebook ads are, first of all, it's accurate for audience targeting. You can target users based on age, location, gender, interest, behavior, and more. High return on ad spend, ROAS.
Studies show that 41% of US retailers report the best ROAS from Facebook ads. Multi-platform reach. Your ads can be displayed across Facebook, Instagram Messenger, and Meta Audience Network. Real-time performance tracking. With tools like Metapixel, you can measure and optimize your ad campaigns instantly. How to advertise on Facebook. All Facebook ad campaigns run through Facebook Ads Manager, which is your control center for creating, managing, and tracking ads. Luckily, it's user-friendly and will walk you through the entire process step by step. So in this tutorial, you will learn exactly how to set up your first Facebook ad, from choosing your objective to targeting the right audience and then optimizing your campaign for success. So let's dive in and start creating your first Facebook ad step by step. Okay, so to get started, first you have to go to your Google Chrome and just type facebook.com/ads manager. And here you will be just redirected to this ad manager page of your Facebook account. Make sure that you already have created your Facebook account. And even if you don't have an ad account, Facebook will automatically create one when you set up your first campaign. You have to ensure that you have a Facebook business page required for running ads and you have a verified payment method. All right. So from here, you can just, click on this campaign option and just click on create. And here we'll just select on traffic. We need a campaign objective. So basically we need traffic to our website. So we'll be just selecting on continue and then manual traffic campaign. All right. So here you have to just provide your campaign name. So we have this website for which we are creating the campaign, which is healthline.com. So basically this website will provide you nutrition, sleep, it's a fitness training kind of website. So for this, we are creating a campaign over here and just simply write your campaign name as Healthline blog. Okay. And here you can mention your category and you can also categorize your ads from here if you need any financial product or you're just promoting any of these following. And if you don't want to promote any of this following, you can just select the option from here. For now, I'm not just selecting anything. And for categories, you can select from here financial products, employment, housing, or whatever it is. So we'll just move on to this campaign details from here. All right, we'll just go to our next option. And here we can just set our ad set name. So let's suppose it's Healthline traffic ad set. Healthline new traffic ad. Okay. All right. You can also select a conversion from here where you want your conversion location to drive traffic more to your message app, Instagram, Facebook, or call. So for now, I want traffic to my website. So we'll just select on this option over here. You can also mention your performance goal, what number of clicks, link click you want, and your cost per result goal. We also have other options over here. Delivery type, when you're charged, dynamic creative. All right. So let's talk about budgeting and scheduling. So for budgeting, the second option is you can just select your daily budget or a lifetime budget. So for example, so maybe you're just setting a daily budget as 400 rupees per day. So maximum daily spend will be around 700 rupees and your maximum weekly spend will be around this much. Okay, this will be the average spend I want to spend on my ads. You can also schedule your time from where you want your ads to start. You also have an end date over here. You can budget your scheduling likewise. And there we also have audience controls. Let's move on to this location section. Where do you want your audiences to be located at viewing your ad? All right. So suppose I want the people of Bangalore, okay, to view my ads. So I want that the audiences of Bangalore to look after my this particular website, since my website is also created in Bangalore itself. So driving traffic audiences to located in Bangalore. Then we also have our Advantage Plus audience over here. You can save your audiences from here. See, you also have minimum age limit. What age number of people you want. So we'll just select on 18. You can also exclude custom audiences if you want to exclude any number of audiences. Like suppose you want any particular website audiences not to look like the ones who are already clicking and liking your Facebook page. You do not want that particular audiences. So you can also just click on this exclude option from here. You also have this advantage plus audience where if you share an audience suggestion, so you can also save your audiences and you can switch to original audience options from here. We have a lot of options for brand safety and sustainability, filters, publisher block list. Suppose if you want to block any particular publisher or what type of content exclusion you want to do it, you can just do it. For this timing, we are not just doing anything. We'll just simply click on next here. All right. So now one more thing, if you do not have your page, you can also create your page. So just for this timing, I suppose I do not have my Facebook page account of this particular website we are promoting. So we can just create our page name as Healthline Fitness. Okay. We can also mention the category. Category should be fitness. We have health. Let's search health and wellness website. You can also select subcategories also. We have maybe fitness bootcamp or health, medical and health as well. So these are the categories we are selecting what our website is indicating for, or what our website is actually for. You can also add a profile picture. So yeah, so see, we have already added our profile picture also, and now you can create your page. So as you can see now, we have already created our Facebook page of our particular website. You can also provide your link for your website. So we can just enter our website URL page over here, and this would be the display link. Okay, all right. So now let's start by designing our ad. So let's create an engaging ad using the ACCCA method, which is attract, connect, convey, and action. To attract, you have to use some eye-catchy images or videos and write a relatable and engaging message as well. For convey, you have to clearly state your offer, and for action, you have to include a strong call to action. So first you have to choose your ad format, may it be single image, carousel, or collection. So let's suppose we are uploading the single image, okay? As you can see, the preview of our ads are over here. From here, you can, maybe I want my ad to look like this, so I'll just select this from here. Okay, so this is the ad preview it's showing. So you can just, to make your ad look more presentable, you have to just select or add some images from here. So now that we have already uploaded our thumbnail image from here, you can add text. For example, what text I want to be there as a caption for my particular post which I'm posting the ad. So suppose my primary text is eat at least 5 portions of variety of fruit and vegetables every day. So since my ad is related to diet, so I'll be just writing this particular line. You can also add a short headline and description and also call to action. So headline is something like eat healthy, and description you can write as start your day with something healthy. Eat fruits and green veggies. So this is what I want as my description to be. And you can also add a call to action. For example, I want call to action as learn more. So I'll just click on learn more. And then we have this particular headline, our logo. All right. So we have already uploaded this thing over here. And let's see. So since we have given our call to action, description, headline, images as well, you can also add the if you want to track your data, you can also add some events URL if you want to. You can add a browser add-on, for example, WhatsApp or Facebook event or something, or maybe call button to your website. So from here, you can actually check how your ad will look like. All right. So see, we have made some changes, and so my ad will be something like you can see from here the page name and the primary description is also there. We've also attached this option as learn more, and now we have this is looking somewhat presentable. So while somebody is scrolling through their feed on Facebook, they can just if they look at this option, they'll just feel intrigued and maybe they'll just click on the option and then they will visit the website. All right. So after doing all these steps, our last option is to publish our ad. So we'll just select the publish from here. Okay. So now in order to publish, you have to pay some amount, which we have already discussed previously. So, if you have your credit card or whatever it is, so you can just select a payment method and then you will be eligible to upload your particular ad on your Facebook. So for now, we're not having our payment option verified. So you can just check from here how your ad will be look like. So after you have published your ad, so you will have an option from here to see how your ad will look like. One more thing, after launching, you have to also track your ads performance using Facebook Ad Manager. So after when you publish your ads, from this option, you have seen this metrics option. From you can monitor and optimize your ads performance. So in this option, you can just see what are the number of impressions, the clicks and the conversion rates which you're getting for your particular ad. And if your ad is not performing well, you can try changing the image, video, or refining your audience, or also adjusting your budget for some better reach. Also, just a bonus tip, you can also use Facebook's Pixel for retargeting. For this, you have to just select on Events Manager over here. So basically, the Meta Pixel will allow you to track visitors and show them targeted ads later. To set up, you have to select on this Events Manager. So you have to connect data from your resources. So you can just select to web over here and you can enable retarget ads to bring back visitors who left without converting. So basically, this is how you can create your Facebook ads. And now you know that a complete step-by-step guide to create and run Facebook ads to drive website traffic.
So I'll just give a quick brief on this social media. So what are the objectives that we are going to be having? So these are some of the objectives that we are going to be having in this particular PPTs. So you will be understanding the uses of social media, the features and advantages, and some of the disadvantages of social media to improve your market. So it is a very theoretical understanding about the social media marketing, analyzing the current trends in social media and digital marketing. We will be understanding that social media management to enhance the product and brand prospective values as well. We'll be following along. So engaging with people through different social media platforms, we will be coming across the social media platforms as well. Buyer persona, this is very, very, very important. That is also known as audience segment. Okay, audience persona, like how do you understand what are your audience, what is your audience and stuff and all. Some of the social media strategies, understanding the significance of storytelling, the trending, the most trending aspect right now on social media is narrating a story. That is nothing but storytelling using the social media platform, which we need to understand. And then how do you understand the social media metrics and performing organic postings? Okay, so first of all, a very quick brief. So social media, it is an interactive digital platform that allows users, that is us, to share content quickly. Obviously, previously in the old times, we used to have things like newspapers, billboards, TV advertisements, and banners, posters. That would take a lot of time to spread the word in the market. But social media is something like, it's a very quick thing. The moment you might have seen a lot of things going on as a controversial, and a lot of things trending very easily. That is due to the presence of social media. Social media is something like, they can make someone a star in a day, and they can make someone like the lowest in their current generation. You might have heard about someone called as Dolly Chaiwala. He became a star overnight. Why? See, this guy, he was a tea seller guy. Okay, I'll just show him the starting. He used to sell tea on the roads. Okay, and then the way that he used to sell this particular tea, so, and then obviously Bill Gates was found having a tea at his stall, and then overnight he has become so popular you can't even imagine. And you have seen some of his pictures, like how he is and what he has done and all. One picture with Bill Gates has changed his complete journey of life. This is the power of social media. Okay, so that is what we are going to be understanding. So it is something called as using the interactive digital platforms that allows user to share content. The moment his content was on live, he has become popular very easily. So this is about social media quick brief, guys. Personal use, obviously we will be using our social media platforms for personal use, like staying connected with family and friends, expressing opinions, spreading information, and maintaining. Now, what is the use for businesses using social media? See, initially we use all this particular platform for personal use, am I right? But they also have the other angle. When you are using it for the professional purpose, that is known as social media optimization, SMO. That is where the business is creating a professional identity on the social media platforms, creating content for professional audience, and using those platforms to advertise as well. All these four platforms have those advertising options once it is in the business page setup. So to promote their product and services, business use the following platforms as we have mentioned and gone through it: Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and then Instagram. Now there are some of the advantages. So it is for better reach, you can say. You can allow to share messages quickly, obviously boost inbound traffic, increase the conversion rate. These are some of the better reach. So these are the advantages. Your brand loyalty, like obviously if there is something which is being advertised. How many of you have heard about Zepto? So the thing is, Zepto became very popular by the concept of delivering things as quick as possible. Because previously, if we are ordering something, it used to take maybe 2 or 3 days. Previously, we used to have Amazon, Flipkart, Meesho, Mintra, and the other applications that we have, that used to take maybe 2 or 3 days for delivering the product. But right now we are having apps like Blinkit, Instamart, and then Zepto, which are delivering these things as quick as possible. So that is where people are engaging with the loyalty. Now they are becoming a loyal customers. So that is where the use of social media happened, because Zepto does a lot of advertisement like Zomato. You might have seen Zomato advertisements always popping up on your screen. They are using the social media platforms to create their loyalty customers. Okay, and there are some of the other benefits: helps improve search engines ranking, improve customer satisfaction, create more brand authority. It is very cost effective. So what do you mean by being cost effective? See, if you are doing any advertisement on TV, it takes good amount of money, right? But in this social media generation, utilizing this particular social media platform, you don't need to have such a big budget. You can get started with having a minimum budget as well. You can say a budget of at least 500,000 rupees. Also, people are able to advertise. So that's a big plus point. Presence on social media helps a platform, helps a brand to keep customers engaged and updated. Most of the platforms like brands, you can say, they're always posting something and making the customers engage and keeping them updated of the activities that is happening. Okay, so creating a favorable prospection, drive web traffic, obviously pulling in the traffic from them, monitor general opinions, influencer decisions to purchase. Obviously that's a push marketing that they are doing. Online offers, obviously now we just had Independence Day, in which time they had a lot of offers. So now in Amazon is also having that Great India Sale coming up, so they will be doing a lot of activities of their online offers that they are having it. How will they do that? They'll do it with the social media platforms. So you can develop your target market as well. Some of the disadvantages, obviously, can be a global news. Okay, and it's quite complicated thing. So you can have some organic personal portfolios and blogs, and then inorganic, it's totally paid advertisement. Okay, some of the significance, you can express your thoughts, like free to talk, sharing knowledge, your subjects, influencing others, obviously doing it, and gathering the feedbacks as well. Some of the significance examples has been mentioned. You can just definitely go through it. So like introduction of the iPhone 14 through the apps and all, and then obviously Airtel is always in and out. So some of the features of social media, so requires constant creation of content. So see guys, it's not about just creating an account and using it for the marketing purpose. No, you have to create a page and make sure you're being updated and posting regularly. If it doesn't happen, you are automatically becoming outdated. So it requires constant content creation and engaging with the audience as well. It is obviously time consuming, but worth it. Okay, provide opportunities for small businesses, so require minimum time and budget. These are some of the features and advantages. So what are the essentials? You can manage your channel, you can monitor it, you can analyze it, and obviously ensure the availability of other resources. Now what should be your goal with this particular social media platforms? So the goal should be very clear: to reach to more people as much as possible. So you need to focus on developing a connection with your followers or subscribers. You need to have communities created. See, it's always worth to have your own community, so that you can just spread the word about your new product, new service very easily within your community. Okay, that will help you to generate leads. That should be your goal from social media platforms. Okay, generating leads, either it can be organic or maybe based on the advertisement zone as well. You can use it for any app installs, influence traffic on your website as well, and then definitely it will help you to promote your sales and conversion. Always look for creating the awareness about your brand, because that is why you're using the social media platforms. And once you have all these activities done, then you are going to be having the revenue from this social media platforms. This is a very important aspect of having a goal called as SMART. S stands for specific, M stands for measurable, A stands for achievable, R stands for relevant, T stands for time specific. Key elements, if you're creating any of the social media platforms, these are the 5 advantages that we need to focus. You can say key factors. One is you need to maintain your profile. You need to constantly keep on posting and then use that particular platform for advertising, and then engaging content creation needs to be done, and then definitely you can measure your profiles. So these are some of the 5 key elements that you have. There are some negative aspects as well from social media platforms, which is like unavoidable, you can say. So there are some of the aspects that you can try to just minimize it by sharing your feedback You might have seen a lot of apps in Play Stores that we have, and most of the people will give a feedback of maybe negative, just because the servers are down or maybe the internet is slow. So for them, they obviously respond to them. It is good to connect with a negative feedback so that they feel appreciated. So you can do it in that particular aspect as well. So pay to play trend, social media platforms become more pay to play organic. Creating high quality content helps to reach the target audience. It is changing now. This is the trends, guys. 62% people use the internet out of 100. 58 of them are already on social media. So there is a vast kind of audience that we already have on social media. So people right now, if you say if there are students in our student life, we did not have these opportunities of exploring tabs and laptops and maybe mobiles. Okay, so you have that. So people use devices like laptops, mobiles, and smartphones. We did not even see smartphones during our times. Okay, so individuals worldwide spend 23 hours on YouTube each month. That is followed by 20 hours on Facebook and TikTok. TikTok, luckily, it is banned in India, but I have heard like it is coming back. Okay, so let's see. Okay, I'm not sure on that. YouTube and WhatsApp are the most frequently used social media platforms. So, social media branding, modern day branding, these are the complete things. Marketing, you might have seen this Amul advertisement. They immediately use the current moment, whatever is happening, as a storytelling format. So moment marketing is really good. What do you mean by B2B, B2C, D2C, B2B? B2B is something like business to business. So it doesn't go out to the customer, it is directly to business. And B2C is business to customers. So business are directly getting connected with the customers. And D2C is directly to customer. There's no intermediary in between the business as well. So these are the platforms, and which are the platforms are B2B and which of the platforms are B2C. Just Facebook, Instagram, they are obviously the end consumer is the customer. So it is either B2B, otherwise it is directly to customers. But whereas when you come into LinkedIn, it is most of like B2B, business to business. That is where the entrepreneurs meet. That's a LinkedIn platform. And then we have the other marketing platforms. Pinterest, people will share their recipe, apparels, and design styles they find on Pinterest. And then WhatsApp, popular community medium used for personal and business purpose. So podcast, recently there was an interview of Vijay Malia. He had done a podcast with Raj Shamani. Podcast is nothing but content audio format. Now, types of content. What are the different types of contents that we have? So we have video format content, which are more of like the most popular, you can say, on Instagram is reels. Written content or visual, audio, different aspects of media we have. Now this topic is very important. Now, what is a buyer persona? Now here we are talking of knowing your audience. So now a buyer persona is a profile that represents your ideal customer. Now, what do you mean by ideal customer? Ideal customer is who is bound to take your particular product or services. Now, you need to understand, because there are n number of audience that we have. Okay, you can't say like everyone will consider taking your product, or maybe you can say taking up your service. No, right? Out of maybe if there are like I'm going in a office, okay, there are 100 people, I have a book, I am selling this book, and in that particular office, out of 100 people, 20 people have bought it, other 80 are not interested. I need to understand those 20 people before getting into that particular room. That is nothing but a buyer persona. Understanding your ideal customer, it will help you target and personalize your marketing efforts, connecting with your audience. This is a small brief about what is a buyer persona. Okay, identifying the right set of persons for your business. Okay, now what you need to do is you need to do a audience research. Audience research is very important. You can do it either with service, or you can do it with analysis, or you can maybe interview. But there is a very good platform that we have on internet. The name of that particular platform is Google Trends. Now Google Trends is nothing but what is trending, the analysis, the reports of what is happening. Okay, so suppose if I come here, okay, now if we are talking about what is the demand for formal dresses, okay, I just want to do a research on what is the demand of formal dresses on internet. Maybe you can say it can be a location of India, it can be a location of maybe some other country. What is the hit rate that you have in the last 12 months, all the understanding of that as well. So let me just check it out, like in which city it is more popular as well, for the betterment understanding of formal dress in India. What is the last, not past day, past 12 months report, you should say. How's the graph? Is it demanding? Is it trending or not? Is it in demand or not? So as you can see, it is rating it out of the scale of 100. And if you can see, the graph is always consistently up and down. It is not going totally downwards. It is not on totally uptrend work. It is like on and off. And most popular it is in Australia. Okay, let me just go by maybe India, you can say, because obviously we are from India, so it will be better for us to check it out in India rather than just checking it worldwide. So in India also it is very popular. Now I am trying to understand, like now let's say the example, I have a e-commerce website, okay, and I am selling formal dresses. Now if I want to run advertisement, which city in India I need to target? That is my big question. Now first of all, the demand is there or not? The demand is there. And now there is a competition. What I have is party dresses. Okay, there are two types, like which is more demanding. I just want to analyze the reports of last 12 months in India. So if you see the graph, now my e-commerce business is there. Now in my e-commerce business I have formal dresses and I have some party wears as well. Now just seeing the first graph on here, what do you feel like, which product should be advertised more, party dress or formal dress? Party dresses, because if you see that is on top and then this is on the bottom. So that is where you kind of see the analytics, the reports, the measurement. Now if you want to have a buyer persona, you need to see what is more trending. Okay, now after that, if you see, there will be some cities as well. Okay, you can just we can just check out, like in which city is it is more popular. Okay, so in Manipur, you can see formal dresses are very popular. So if I'm running the advertisement for formal dresses, I will target Manipur more, because Manipur it is more popular. Other you can see it's like 50-60, like 60-40. So we have a demand of formal dresses as well, and also party dresses. But majorly in these particular 5 cities, Manipur, Nagaland, Goa, Tirupura, Meghalaya, I feel formal dresses are more demanding. So these are my targeted locations. So that is where I am able to understand my locations. Okay, very much very important. So you need to understand what is your audience research. You need to do the surveys. You now, what are the criterias that you have? These are the criterias, B2C and D2C. Age, what's the age of my audience that I'm going to be targeting? What is the gender? Because why we are mentioning gender is, there can be some products which is only relevant for females, like let's take example makeup. So you can say 90% female and 10% male. Okay, so when the hierarchy is always on the higher side, then you are going to be targeting the major aspect, like so females only. So suppose my I have a shop about makeups, I'm running the advertisement. Whom I am more bound to target, males or females? Obviously females, because they are my first priority. Okay, then language, location as just briefed. family, okay, income, purchasing power, interest. Interest is what are they actually interested in that as well. Okay, so you can have hobbies, behavior. Now stage 1, you need to determine the characteristics. So what is the size of your company? Like, let's say this is an example, like you're having a client or you're working for a company. So you should try to understand what is the size of the business, employee strength, what are the locations that you can target, who are the subscribers, in which industry they are from, and what is the product, and then annual revenue. This is a stage 1. Okay, so after that we will have a stage 2, in which you need to categorize the audience into a gender format, in their job titles, in the roles, in the functions, and in the age bandwidth. Age is also very much important. The process is, now we just wanted to understand age criteria. Okay, now if I'm talking about the age criteria, now let's take an example. I want to sell a course of digital marketing. I'm selling a digital marketing course. I'm running the advertisement. What should be the age criteria? Like, from what age to what age people will be enrolling for this particular course? Can I sell this particular course to a 10-year or a 12-year guy? So in and around, in between 18 to 40, you can say, or maybe 35, it should be lesser only. Why? The reason being, they are in their age of learning something and developing their skills and doing the activities and using it for their job preference, you can say, or maybe for upskilling purpose. But you can't sell this particular course to a 65-year-old. It will be quite difficult for them to understand things. So that is where, if you're running any advertisement, if you're making any business sales, if you're running for, maybe you can say, conversion, sales activities and all, you need to know your customers persona, you need to know their gender, you need to know their interest, you need to know their age. Now, without even knowing what is a buyer persona, you could list down the age criteria for a digital marketing course, because you understood the topic, you understood the subject, and you could relate with those age audience. So that is something called as understanding the buyer persona. Google Analytics. So Google Analytics is a tool which is monitoring your website traffic, like what is happening on your website activities. Like you might have Instagram business page. In Instagram business page, what you can do is, you can see how many people are watching your views, and what is the duration of those, and how many likes are coming, comments and shares and all. That is nothing but analytics, the reports. So if you have those tools, that will help you for advertising them. Google Analytics. Otherwise, I'll tell you a very simple logic. You run this Facebook and Instagram advertisement. So what you can do is, simple logic: run one advertisement with a budget of maybe 500 or maybe 600, something like that change, and target the audience from 18 to 50 or 18 to 60, whatever it is, and don't keep up any interest. You just put the money there, 500 rupees, and let the advertisement run for 3 to 4 days. Okay, it will reach to the audience, and you will see which audience is engaging more. The criteria of audience will get segregated. So maybe if you see, if your product is very much relevant to the audience of 25 to 30 years, you will have more people engaging with your advertisement from 25 to 30. And if your product is very much relevant for the higher ager people, maybe 30 to 40, you might get audience engaging from 30 to 40. That is where you are building your own buyer persona, in case if you are not able to utilize your thought process of understanding how do I get my buyer persona. So now, what are the benefits of having a buyer persona? Is you can create and customize content for them, develop marketing campaigns as per their age, gender criteria, selecting your social media platform, choosing the right set of segments, formulating leads and stuffs, and also this will be helping you. So personal persona, the tools can be used is Hootsuite and all. Strategies is storytelling. You might have seen this Instagram concept of day one, day two, part one, part two, part three. That is nothing but they are cutting the topics into a small version so that people are expecting for the second part. So if you're doing any kind of a posting reels concept, don't give the complete data in one particular video. Have it cut. And when I'm saying cut, don't do it like 10 seconds. Have it at least for 30 seconds, 45 seconds. Now it's like Instagram is trying out with the concept of maybe having 3 minutes of longer videos so that people can, get engaged more with the social media platform as well. Coming time, you might see people having 3 minutes reels as well. So that is nothing but a storytelling format. If you're having a 3 minutes of concept, cut it in three parts: part one, part two, part three. What do you mean by moment marketing? As I have told you, Amul is very popular in moment marketing. So if you see, if there is any news on the internet, immediately the Amul advertisement will capture it and use it to just get connected with that. So this is moment marketing. So whatever is trending, you're trying to capture it. So this is very important. The strategy, if you want to do, these are the two things that will make you definitely a viral marketing concept, which is a storytelling format, and then the moment marketing. Now, these are the social media channels, choosing channels for the campaign creation. So positioning of the brand in the market, communicating with the target audience, conveying message to the customers, using content for the campaigns, involving medias in the campaigns, choosing platforms. Okay, so element of strategies: target, channel, conversion, implementation, action, duration. Okay, so these are some of the small metrics: like, share, comment, subscribe, account registration, app install, reach. This is the ads one. This is organic. Reach, lead generation, clicks, session, views, both are very much important. Tracking and all this is specifically for the marketing aspect. Organic: posting images, videos, stories, memes. Memes are also trending right now, so memes also you can try it. So best practices: investing time in developing and optimizing social media platform, which is necessity. So be original and do not try to intimidate others. Post honest and genuine content. Keep a check on the right time to post. Working on creating visuals, taglines, base details. Now some of the time frames. Okay, so what are the time frames? So best time to post, it's like mostly they say it's Wednesday, so like 11 to 1. And bad days, it is obviously Sundays, because Sundays is a lazy day and a family time, you can say. So most of the people don't spend that particular time on Facebook. And best time for Instagram: Wednesday and Friday between 10 and 3. Bad days, obviously it has to be Sunday. And then Twitter: best time to post 9 and 4. Bad days, obviously Saturdays. Best times Wednesday. So as you can see, in four platforms that we have seen, the best days are Wednesdays. Okay, because Monday everyone is always occupied with their activities, because Saturdays and Sundays it's obviously off, the businesses are shut down. So all the pressure of Saturday and Sunday falls automatically on Monday. And Monday we are having a lot of backlog, so we will be shifting it to Tuesday. So most of the working professionals also will not have time, and schools the same. So it's like Monday, it's like obviously not good enough. Okay, by now you might have understood, like, social media is very fast. Okay, it is like if you are updated, you are definitely going to be standing with the market. Otherwise you are automatically outdated if you're not following along. Okay, so it is a very interactive digital platform for users to share content and express emotional virtually. Businesses use social media to share stories about their companies. That is a narration, moment marketing. And if you're doing the storytelling formats, posting pictures of their products, and obviously the discounts, the Great India Sale, August 15 Independence Sales, Diwali sales. Those are the things that businesses use. Social media can also increase conversion rates by driving traffic. Obviously, so social media will pull the traffic from those platforms and put it onto your website as well. Social media is an ongoing process. We have seen we have to be updated and we have to continuously flow with the market. Otherwise we are going to be outdated. Okay, so social media is an ongoing process that requires a constant creation of content and engagement with the audience. If you're updated, you are there. If you're outdated, you are finished already. So social media channel used by brands to engage users. These are the key takeaways. So the current trends in the market, how do you understand it? By user, devices, and popular apps as well. The best messaging elements, communications are awareness, differentiation, value. The functional elements used for brand engagements, knowledge sharing, events, and all, both organic and inorganic, are used by brands to create their social media presence. The goal ultimately is to make a smart zone, so specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and then time specific. There are the three different types of buyer persona that you're having. One is B2C, business to customers, consumer, you can say. Otherwise, you can say direct to customers, B2B, business to business. Brand use social media strategies like storytelling and moment marketing to engage their potentials. Okay, are good to go on the next topic. That's the Facebook page creation. How do you get started and stuffs and all? Okay, so we are going to get started with Facebook marketing. Let us get started. The first objective will be creating a Facebook business page. Why social media is important? Let us do a very basic research. So social media users by country wise. So here we are just going to be understanding leading countries based on Facebook audience as per February 2025. Okay, so you can see who is on top. That is in millions, that is not in single numbers. We have around 383 million accounts, audience on Facebook. When compared to other countries, we are almost, you can say, double of the second most country. So there is a vast demand for social media because the businesses are being run using the social media platform. They are using it for, you can say, reaching out to the no more number of audience. So if you're talking about most social media, popular social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and then obviously we'll also be talking about Pinterest and LinkedIn as well. LinkedIn is specifically for, you can say, for business, B2B. But the three most important topics that we are going to be talking, which is Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook, will be covered very detailedly. Okay. Now, what is the use of this particular social media platform? The simple process is to create a brand awareness. Okay, to just create a brand awareness. Now let's go in social media, Facebook. Okay, so if we are just going into Facebook, the very famous page that we have is Coca-Cola. There was a concept, this was the hashtag that was very popular, share a Coke. So what they had done with this particular concept is they had created their social media platform. Okay, so they wanted this brand to go crazy. Okay, they had a lot of competitions and all, uh, but it was, you can say, a very multinational marketing campaign that they had done it. So what they did is, you can just simply say, like, they asked everyone, like, if you're definitely buying a Coke, please share it on the social media platform with a hashtag called as share a Coke. Okay, so what is going to be happening is the campaign which uses list containing 250 rupees. Okay, so it was rolled out in 80 countries, and it increased the sales of category by 4%. Because with that one campaign, what happened, people crazily started buying those cokes and sharing it, just to be in the market, just to be in the social media platform. Okay, without any investment, organic coke share raised by 4%, and they increased the consumption by 7%. This was the advantage of social media. Now, can you just relate one more example of this Coca-Cola brand and say me the disadvantage for that? Because we had one with Cristiano Ronaldo. So football player inflicted 4 billion loss on soft drink, just because one action taken. He was having that interview. Okay, in that interview, in 1 second, what he did is, you can just see, like, the Coca-Cola brand bottles were there in front of him. He simply removed those bottles and kept it below, and in the next second he told, like, drink water, not Coke. So that one action inflicted a huge loss for Coca-Cola in the market valuation. So what I am trying to say is, anything which goes popular on social media can inflict a change in your complete campaign type. Okay, it can be a success, it can be a disaster. Anytime you will never even understand and try to analyze, before that your brand might arise and then it might also die. Okay, be very careful while you are communicating on social media. Facebook personal profile is different, professional profile is different. Okay, from personal profile you can only post stuffs and only your friends can see it. Personal. So when the point is about personal profile, it can be shown to friends only. Okay, and it has a limited reach, and it is also a private account, you can say. Okay, but when I'm talking about professional, like FB page, so this is first of all a public account. Okay, so it's like to the all audience, and reach is in millions. Okay, and then you can also have analytics for your account. Okay, so you can have the reports, like what is happening, and definitely you can have the ads manager to run ads. Okay, so there is a slight difference between having a personal account and the professional account. So in professional account, the account is totally public and the reach will be to the millions. Reach is limited because only if you post on your Facebook personal account, definitely it will be shown to your friends, and not, it will not reach out to a lengthy audience. Okay, and then that's it. But here you will be having analytics, which is very important. Okay, you will be having analytics, you will be having option to run ads on your account. That's the reason you need to have a Facebook page rather than having a Facebook profile. It's not about creating a Facebook page. You need to maintain it by posting frequently or regularly, you can say. Content creation is very important, guys. Now most of the people, what they do is, they simply create a Facebook page and they start running advertisement and they use it only for running ads. No, that's not true. You need to have accounts. I'll just list out some of the examples of very good Facebook channels. Coca-Cola, and then we have Nike. I'll just narrate you through those platforms, and then we have Myntra. Okay, and then we have, there's one more, I'll just come to that particular one last. So as you can see, Coca-Cola has a cover image. It has a very good DP. That's a profile picture. It has a name, and then it has a little bit brief about them, the categorize, and the URL as well. And they are regularly posting. If you can just see their posting, this was posted yesterday, this was posted on 5th, at 5th, and then 3rd. So maybe alternate days, 2 days, they are always consistently posting some aspects, which is very important. So now let us go to the second profile, which is Nike. So here also they run the advertisement, that's for sure. But if you see, they are always posting it also. So they are utilizing it for posting the reels as well. So 9th September, 9th September, they are mostly focusing on posting, you can say, videos. Now you need to give a complete company brief also when you're uploading it. So you have your page name, you have your logo, you have your cover image, then the complete brief. But when I go in the about us section, I need more details about the company as well, like what are they doing and stuffs and all. It's like now your Facebook page is your website now. Okay, a mini website you can say. So you can say like Facebook page is your mini website, and you need to maintain your mini website in a very good authentic way. Now in your mini website, if you're writing the about us section, just do it. What does that mean? So this is actually the tagline for them. So we'll just do one thing, like we will take a e-commerce website which will have more details in the about us section. So if I just go in here, you can see they will have a complete company brief following up with the policies and terms and conditions. Everything will be totally detailedly descriptive. So this is nothing but setting up of your Facebook profile, Facebook page creation with the complete optimization as well. So we have a few steps for getting started with creation of Facebook page and also optimizing it. So let us just get started. So we will have one of the topics of creation of Facebook and optimization. So what all things are necessary? Okay, so let's get started. So there will be some points that we are going to be starting. So first of all is you need a company logo, very much important. Okay, and then you need the brand name. That's a legal name, you can say, for listing out your page. And then we need a cover picture, that's a background. So these are the documents that would be required to get started with that. And then you need to have your right color and tone, guys, like the concept that you're talking. And then you should try to have two color combinations for your website, it is suggested. Okay, and then additional colors, if you wanted, I would suggest two color combination with white and black. You can play around with it. Okay, white and black can be your additional colors. White and black can be your additional colors, because here if you see Mintra, if you see their post, it is always interconnected with their subjects. Okay, so the logo, the posters, you can see here the colors of the poster. Don't you think it is getting connected with the logo? So that is where we need the right colors. And then definitely we need a website URL. If you don't have any, that's not a problem, that's not mandated. And then they would be asking the address of the company or the page, you can say. So this is very much important. And then they'll be asking you the phone number. This is the optimization steps which I'm mentioning it, guys. And then we will be having the about us section, about us description, you can say. Okay, so this is a complete description. And then we are going to get started with high-end visuals. That's a postings. Okay, I'll just go ahead and simply log into your Facebook account. Okay, and if this is the account, you will have on the left hand side, you can see all your pages. If not, you can just go in your widgets, menu widgets. On the left hand side, you can see what all pages you have created. So in the left hand side in the widgets, if you click on the pages, it will show you all the pages that you have. But on the right hand side, there is a create option, and in the create option, you can see the page option here. Now click on the page option. They will be asking three questions here. Just make sure once you are creating a Facebook account, you are not directly jumping into Facebook page creation. Try to connect with some of your friends. Okay, have some friends on your Facebook account, then have some postings, because Facebook actually monitors your activity. In case if you're simply creating your Facebook account and then from that step you're directly jumping into the Facebook page creation, then you will be having the chances of having error of not letting you create the account. At least give 24 to 48 hours after your Facebook profile creation to do the process of creating profile. Otherwise you will have a error of your page not being created. First thing which is very important is a legal name. So what I will do is MF online classes. So like Muhammad Farooq online classes, that is what I wanted to mention. Now this is your brand name. Now this is your legal name. Okay, as you can see on the right hand side, I am setting it up. Okay, so this is a desktop, that's a mobile version. So this name is also available. So you can see that is giving as a tick mark. It is a little bit unique from the others. So first is you need to have your legal name, which is very important. Okay, so legal name can be a business name, it can be a public figure name. So influencers, content creators, they can have their own accounts as well. That's not a problem. So in case, suppose if I am seeing, okay, we might see Virat Kohli's or maybe Cristiano Ronaldo. So first we will see Virat. So Virat Kohli, they don't have a personal account. They don't have a personal account. It's a page. Okay, so this is the page that they have created. This is not for the personal purpose, this is for the professional page. So I'll just give it a name, MS Office Classes. Okay, then category is very important. Now where does your business lie, on which category? There are n number of options, as you can see. So we have marketing agency, advertising, consulting, women clothings, and suppose if I'm just going for e-commerce, you have women's clothing shop, men's, you have commercials, and then if I'm going for C, you have digital creator, what we are actually right now, supermarket, beauty, cosmetics. There are a number of categories, so you can just select it. Right now mine is more of educational based. So what I will do is I will just put it as educational website. You can give 2 or 3 categories, but it is suggested to have one category only. And then after the categories you need to have a quick bio. Now this bio is just a small brief about yourself. It is like a introduction about yourself. So I'll just quickly write down this. The name is given, okay, page name, and then you have the category, and then after category we are having a bio. This is a quick brief. These are the first steps. So simply click on create page, and with this the creation of page is getting created. Okay, it is getting launched now, and from here on we will get started with setting up of the page. This is just a process of creation. Now we are going to get started with setting up, that is optimization. The first step is done of creation. First of all, they need a website, very much important. Okay, this is a website. A phone number, I'll just try to avoid it. Email ID also, I'll just try to avoid it. And location, maybe you can say I'll just enter the city. Postal code, I would try to avoid it. What are the hours working? It is always open. So these are the parameters that you need to mention it, because it is getting listed here. So click on next, and with that we are moving in the steps of getting started with the account. Now here 2 things are very much important. Okay, one is profile picture and then one is a cover image. So what I'll do is I'll simply get into Canva now. So what I need is I need a logo first of all. Okay, so simply search for logo. You will find a lot of good designs. So let me just take a blank screen. We are not editing anything, guys. We will be taking a very simple design for a logo, and with that we will just get started. It's not like we will be sitting and searching for a lot of things. So what I'll do is educational logo. I would just try to have it. Okay, we'll just go ahead with this, guys. So this is very small. So MF. This is a simple one. A little bit decoration, maybe one circle line to just make it a little bit more authentic. Just for a little bit designing purpose, nothing more than that. So this color also, maybe I'll just put it to this. Okay, just for being a little bit authentic. Okay, so I'll just quickly download this. Logo is downloaded, so I'll just quickly save it. Okay, saved. and then I'll jump into cover image, Facebook cover photo. So this is the side of the cover. Again, I'll take it very simple. Okay. In the meanwhile, I'll just upload the logo. So here, this was the logo that I had created. So I'll just open it up. So if you can just see here, the logo has been changed. Okay. I'll just update some image in the back end of students. Little bit editing, nothing more. We have our logo as well, right? So we can remove it, and maybe we can just edit it a little bit as quick as possible. So coming back to this, now here the logo is uploaded. Now I need to upload my background image. So click on add image, and then the add background is also getting added. Okay, so actually it will not be positioned here. As you can see, the banner will be here, the logo position is here. Initially while we are creating it, it is showing in the middle, but it will be in the left hand side. So don't worry that most of the content is getting hidden. Okay, no worries on that. And then after that, they need to have one button. See, this is a follow button. What you have just beside that, you need to have a button. Now what do I mean by button? Button is something like redirecting people to somewhere, making them take a action to chat with you, or getting an option to maybe visit your website, getting an option to directly having a WhatsApp chat, and also you can definitely do it. So what I will do is I'll just simply click on it, try now, and it's more of like learn more rather than the send message. Learn more option will be better, and in learn more we will definitely give the link of simplylearn.com. Okay, so now the button is also activated, so you can see here the button will be getting activated very soon. So what will be done here? So customize the page, the logo, and the cover image, and the button, and then we are continuing with the further steps. Then obviously there is an option of connecting your WhatsApp as well. So if you definitely want to connect your WhatsApp, you can connect it. Here you can see the image is already popped up. So WhatsApp can be done, it's an optional option. Okay, so either you can activate it or you can just let it be. Now how do you get started with the build up of your Facebook page? Okay, so for that, the major aspect is you need to have your friends, you need to have your own community. Now this community, you can make them interact with you, get engaged with you, and help you out with getting started. Okay, so you can invite your friends to like your pages. Okay, so you can click on invite friends, and if there is anybody, you can just select that particular account, okay, like this, and then click on send invitation. So you can invite your friends to like your particular page. Okay, so that step can be done. So after that, you can just click on next, and with that, do you want to have page notifications on your profile? Definitely yes. Any marketing and promotional emails about your pages? Not required. So we'll just click it on done, and with that, the complete process of creation of your Facebook page is done. So now this is your Facebook page. Okay, so you can invite your more friends, you can run pages, you can share your post. This will actually enhance your Facebook profile, and this is the brief that you have given. So page name, your location, your website, your open address, and stuffs and all. And then by default, the first post is always your profile picture. So you, what you can do is you can simply go in and hide it from your profile, because we are going to be posting stuffs now. And then after that, we will be having a about us section. So in about us section, we have multiple options. Like you need to add on these data as well, like your phone number, your WhatsApp number, your email ID, and then definitely your service area. So what I will do is I will just enter some of the locations that we have. So we have Hyderabad, we have Secunderabad, and then we have Amirpet, where we can sell our services. Some of the places where I provide my services, so that it is getting shown there also. Now these three documents are very much confidential, guys. We are not supposed to share any details, so that is the reason I will leave these three options empty. But for your end, it is mandate to add your phone number. It is also mandate to add your WhatsApp and then your email ID, so that people can get connected with you. On the left hand side, you can see there is an option called as professional dashboard. Okay, the professional dashboard is where you will have the complete insight and reports of your website. How many views you have got on your videos, what is the interaction rate, what are the new followers, and how is the scale running up. So how is your content being reached out to the next number of audience, how's the engagement, how people are interacting and engaging with your stuffs and all. Everything will be allowed here. So you can see in the view option, so like how is the view rate, so how many followers are following your views and how many non-followers. We will get a complete database as well, so we can have some estimation of earnings as well through the collaborations and all. So you can definitely check that option. So that is like totally monetization. So with that, we will just head back to the main page that we were having. So you can have your professional dashboard in which you can have the complete insights about your Facebook page, what is happening and all. And then insights, the more details, it is like you will have the best performing article, best performing post, which is very popular. Ad center, creating the advertisement, boosting Instagram post. If there is some Instagram post and if you want to definitely boost it out, then you can try out this particular option of boosting Instagram post. And then you have an option of setting up of your account. That is a basic settings, in which you will have an option called as access and control. Acha, you can just switch your accounts. Okay, now this is the page account. Now I don't want to operate on this, I want to operate on this particular profile. So I can quickly change it. So this is like switching. Now that is a separate entity. Now MF online classes is a separate entity. You might have heard is owner and business is different, both are not same. Okay, so this is what it is. Facebook profile and Facebook page, both are different. You can connect it. Now in case in future, if you want to delete, like this is a sample page, sir, I just wanted to delete it later on so that I don't have a bulk of pages with me. So what you can do is you can go into the option called as settings. Okay, there will be option called as access and control. Okay, in access and control, you can click on deactivate, unpublish this page for the temporary basis, or maybe totally permanently delete it. I would recommend you to deactivating rather than permanently deleting, because once you delete, the data is gone. You can give access of your Facebook pages to other profiles. How do you do that? That process we are going to be seeing it. Suppose this is my Facebook page. Now I want to give a access of that Facebook page to someone else who can operate without even accessing my account. Okay, so first of all, they need to be connected with me on my Facebook account, and then after that you can go in the settings option. In settings option, we will have an option called as page setup. In page setup, there will be one option called as page access. Page access is you can invite individuals to operate your account from their Gmail ID. So first priority is they need to be connected with you on your Facebook profile. Once they are connected, then from here on you can select them and you can give them the access. Like what all access do you want to give them? Like suppose I want to give this particular guy only to post on this particular account. So he can only post content, like he can create, he can manage or delete post stories or reels. That's the one access that he can do it. And the other three access are not given to him. So he can only work on that one particular access. Otherwise, I can give him access to reply to the messages, the inbox, and the calls as well. And then some community activities. And then I'm also giving him access of ads and insight. Now, this is the complete access of your profile. So you need to restrict it. Either you give him the access of only advertising, or if you are giving only give the access to operate the page and not to run the advertisement. So you can give individual access to individual people, like there are 2 or 3 interns. Okay, I can give them different role designations as an administrator, as a content creator, as an advertisement running manager. The rules can be different. That access will go to their profile. So from their profile, they can still access my page. Now, in this particular Facebook, what do you mean by meta? So I'll just give you a small brief. Initially, Facebook was one entity, WhatsApp was one entity, Instagram was one entity. Okay, it was owned by different persons. It is not like owned by one person. So what Facebook did is they created one parent company. Okay, under that parent company, they bought all these companies, the Facebook, the WhatsApp, and the Instagram. So these are their child company. Okay, so Meta owns Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, and like this it owns around 40 to 50 softwares that is there in the market. So Meta is owned. Now you can see the parent of Facebook and Instagram is Meta. So in Meta we can connect both the accounts, the Facebook and Instagram account. So if you want to post on Facebook, on Instagram, you don't need to go individually in Facebook and Instagram and then post it. No, you can directly post on both the platforms using the Meta Business Suite. Now, how do we connect it? That process we are going to be understanding it. And what is Meta Business Suite? Meta Business Suite is a place where we can post at once on both the platforms like Facebook and Instagram. But we need to connect it. So if you're in your Facebook page, you will have one option here called as Meta Business Suite. Okay, this is Meta verification, lead generation, the advertisement place. There's one option called as Meta Business Suite. Access the tools you need to stay connected across Facebook and Instagram both. Now this is your Meta Business Suite in which you can connect both the accounts, the Facebook and the Instagram account. You can connect it very easily, and you can track the activities of both those platforms on one particular software called as Meta Business Suite. Okay, so you can see all the activities that is happening on Facebook as well as on Instagram. So you will see the reports of both the platforms, not one individual. Okay, so you can see inbox, you can see the comments that you are receiving on Instagram as well as on Messenger as well as on the Facebook also. Okay, so everything you can monitor it from one place. Okay, it is like there are 2 to 3 CCTV cameras, and all those CCTV cameras are connected one to one system. So from one system you are accessing the 4 cameras. So that is what we are doing it right now. So with this, what you need to do is once you create your Instagram account, come in Meta Business Suite. I'll just show you once again how do you come to your Meta Business. Go to your page. Okay, this is a page, and just scroll down. You have Meta Business Suite. Click on this option and you will be redirecting to your Meta Business Suite, in which you can connect your Instagram account, and then from there you can activate it. Okay, once it is activated, you can do the posting for both the platforms from one platform. So as you can see, if you are posting, you can create the post and you can also post it in your Facebook as well as on Instagram. On both the platforms, it will get integrated and posted. At once, you will be scheduling the post on both the platforms, and you can monitor it from here as well, both the platforms like the inbox, and then after the inbox, you can definitely see your ads also, and then also you can have the complete content, all the data that is available, the insights and all, you can see it on Meta Business Suite. Now let us get inside the posting aspect. How do you post? What do you post? Okay, that is very much important. So now we are creating a Facebook post, simple post. Okay, now in that Facebook post I would need some of the details. So I would need a headline, Okay, and then I would need a description, and then I would need a hashtags. Okay, and then obviously if you want to add an image, definitely you can go and maybe you can say video or image. You can do it from the Canva also. It's up to you. You can create one design. Okay, I need this. It is very much important. So I need to create a headline. Okay, so now if I want to create a particular headline, how do I get started is hashtags. Also you can just try write Facebook hashtag generator Arif. That is really good. Arif can be done. So this is like hashtag generation. Okay, hashtag generation. So what I can do is I can just type digital marketing generating the hashtags for digital marketing, generate hashtags. And guys, as most of the people, I think they think like we need 30 hashtags. That is not necessary, guys. We can go ahead with as minimum as possible. Okay, okay. And then headlines, you need a question. Now there is one website called as Answer the Public. So here you can actually get the complete very good content on that, guys. So suppose if I am talking about digital marketing, so first enter the keyword, okay, then which location, and then you can just click on search button. So once you are searching it, you will get a complete big web, and in that you will have a big question. So always your headline can be a question narrative to the answer. Okay, so try to have it in that particular format. Description is something like you need to do it. Now what I want is I need a sample. The sample, the headline goes like anything. You can just look at it. So questions we have many. So you can see why digital marketing is important for businesses. So here it is, and then some more questions. I feel this is a very good question. Maybe we can just take it. Why digital marketing is very much important. So this is my question now. Okay, we'll be creating a post on this, guys. So headline is done. Now I need the description for that. Okay, so you can write it on your own, or maybe you can just use some data which is available. Okay, establish a strong personality. Okay, this is a very good descriptive angle. Now I am moving on to the hashtags. Okay, so hashtags we have got some, right? Digital marketing strategies, online branding. Okay, content, this is not required. So 3 to 4 hashtags are something like good enough, guys. So it is not necessary. Now you can have your image slash video, whatever you feel like. So what I will do is I will simply go on Canva. Okay, and I will take a very good perfect size for this one. So Facebook post. So let me just see all, and we have Facebook, and Facebook landscape is the proper size. So I will just pick up this particular one, and I'll just drop one image, and then maybe we'll just let us like digital marketing. Okay, we'll just, this is right, MF online classes, correct? This is the one, right? So I'll just simply download this. This is the image. Now I'm going to be doing a Facebook post. So this is my sample post. So hashtag is also done, and then image and video is also attached. Now I'll be showing you the process of publishing the Facebook post. Sample post is ready. Now what I need to do is I need to get onto this particular platform now. Okay, and I need to post something now. So simply I will go here, what's on your mind, and here let me just get started. Okay, so my question is very clear. So here I'll just put it as why digital marketing is important for small businesses, and then I will just put the quick answer to that, and then comes along with my hashtags. So these are the hashtags. Okay, Now you have to create your own hashtags as well, guys, because that will be for community building up. Okay, it is very important. So we will be following so SMM and social media marketing, guys. So this will be our hashtag. This is a community hashtag. Okay, so I have created this, and see, the question is there, the answer is there, the hashtags are there. The only thing that is missing out is the image. So let me just quickly upload it. Okay, so you can see the image is also uploaded, and with that we are good to go and publish it. So SMM, so just click on publish, so it will get post. Okay, the post is done. Now if I take this particular hashtag, okay, and if I go in the search bar and search for this, you can see my post will be available. Okay, because this is my community. Now we need to get started with posting. What all rules and regulations and angles do we need to follow to have our post have more reach? So we will get started. So we are going to be talking, first of all, we need to have updates on our products and services, whatever we are selling and all. For that is the first priority. Okay, but other than that, you can try having something like tutorials of doing things. Okay, so like you can go in YouTube and you can see like there is a product, but people don't know how to use it. So what they will do is those brands will create tutorials on that. How do you use it? What is the process to use it? Like let's take an example. We have SEMrush. There is a tool. Okay, this tool is specifically for keyword research. Okay, or competitor analysis. There are multiple reasons. So what they have done it, they have created one course for academy purpose, in which they are having all these tutorials. So you can have a complete online classes about the topics that they are teaching. Okay, so suppose, how do you get started with SEMrush? This is a tutorial narrated by them only. So these are nothing but tutorials about your product or services, the first one. And the second is live streaming. If you see, there's Shah Rukh Khan. He is very active on Twitter. Ask SRK. The hashtag is very famous. The moment he is updating his tweet, like, I am ready to put in the answers to your questions, please let me know your questions, and put a hashtag of asked SRK. The reason why he is doing is he wants to engage. The engagement, the interaction of his channel has to grow. So that particular purpose he needs to do it. The same reason, if you're having a product, if you are having a, you can say, service, you need to have more live streams to communicate with your audience, to engage with your audience, to interact with your audience. There are reasons why people, why brands do this live streamings. Okay, so live streaming is one of the major aspect of your channel growth. Okay, so this is mandate. This is like not optional and something like that. But other than that, what all things can you do on your content creation? So live streaming we have understood, and then we have to have some descriptive content, which is like explaining about some specific content concept, you can say. And then we can do testimonials, very much important. Testimonial is nothing but a feedback from customer or client, whoever it is. Testimonials, and then a chit chat show where you are just engaging with your one. But amongst all this, there's one additional option that you need to always have. That is your humor. Humor is very crucial. Now, what is this humor? See, two brands are very famous in doing this humor type of content. Okay, one is Netflix, and the other Zomato. And in Zomato, what do I mean? I mean Zomato notifications. So if you see it's probably your stomach making noise, order something. So Zomato, you can flirt with them. You don't know whom they are talking, but we are the one they will call home to deliver the product, obviously. So this is the humor marketing which I am talking. Okay. So humor marketing is very, very important. You need to add that humor in your brand. That is where the popularity will grow. It's not like, see, you can't have on Facebook, or maybe you can have all your social media profiles and you can say like, let me run it with simple content and simple posting stuffs and all, and that's it. No, it will not have it. You will not have a growth. You're just having a posting done on your social media platform, which is again irrelevant. That's just a formality, and we can't live with formalities. Okay. So our research tells us that we haven't asked you to order biryani for a while now. Thought we should fix that. Shall we get it? See how beautifully they are adding the humor. Beautifully, because with this the engagement is increasing. And before that, people did not even remember like what is this craze going on in the market. But the moment they started this particular concept, the notification concept, it got viral. So most of the people actually installed the Zomato just to get this notification and put it in the, I mean, social media, like, I got a notification from Zomato regarding this. So it's like more of like very good activity. It is making you push yourself to making that activity. So if you're talking me about how do you grow your channel, regular posting of content, you need to add humor. Okay, let us see some of the more humor. I'm not saying replicate them. No, have your own humor. You don't need to copy anybody. If you're copying, what is the difference between them and you? Collaborations. WWE. Now recently they have shifted their publication with Netflix to have more reach. That is what collaborations does. So that is where all these options are very, very important. National Geography, their reach organic is very, very, very good. Okay, because they created content, grew by encouraging the UGC. The UGC full form is user generated content. That was done by photo contest. What they did is they simply launched one campaign in which they said like, you take good photos and upload it, and definitely tag National Geographics, and if they like it, definitely they'll call you up to their studios and they will allow you to do some of the recordings from their end. So you have to see this concept, so you have to utilize. Now if you are there in the market, we need to monitor the market, observe things. Based on that, we need to do the activity. So this is where your social media will grow. It's not about the subject that you are posting. No, it is about how you are communicating with your audience, which is very, very important. Okay. Now whatever concepts we have understood, I would just be explaining in a theoretical aspect, because the theory concepts are also very much important. So static from the video based, and Facebook is functionality, AI generation content, Facebook page and Messenger, we have understood the concept. Different types of posts that we need to do on Facebook, we have just done that. Regular postings that we need to be doing on social media posts. Previously it was more of like image driven social media platforms, but now that has totally moved on to the video format. So now if you ask me what is working more, image or video, I would definitely suggest like video is working more than the images. But it's not like you can skip out the images. No, you have to work hand in hand. So you have to focus on videos, but definitely you also have to get started with images also, not be totally dependent. AI based contents, the content of groups that are not followed, displayed. Feeds, so this is the edge concept, affinity, decay, and weight, all those other activities. Now these three angles are very important, guys. What you're posting, what is your type of content, and the third is what is the number of post likes that you have. See, this will give you a reach. This is an algorithm. Okay, so the algorithm works like, if you're posting something, that content is unique and people are engaging with it, the moment these two things combine together, automatically your reach grows a little bit more. So make sure your content is very valuable. It's not like a simple AI created content and like you're just using it and just putting it wherever you want to do it. No, so it has to be unique. So try to have this unique identity. So evaluate and assign a score to your post, very much important. Arrange all posts in descending and non orders. Repeat the process when a user does. Okay, so what type of post can you do? Informative, authentic, engaging audience, and it should definitely connect with each other. Okay, see, the moment you create something, you should like it first. Okay, that is very important. If you don't like it and still you're posting it, then it will never work out. Okay, first should be your like. So optimizing your reels and all, so ranking, ML algorithm. So this is a complete theoretical understanding of these topics, guys. So Facebook elements, you have Facebook page, you have Facebook groups, you have Facebook post, feeds, advertisements, Facebook live, marketplace, shops, everything you can have it. Now what is the type of post that you can have? You can have storytelling, motivational, engaging. Personal is also very much important. You need to connect with another, you need to give a demonstration of your life as well. Video, humor, as I have mentioned, educational and promotional, all these activities. Difference between pages and posts: in Facebook, page allows users to post updates that appears on followers new feeds. Promote products by interacting with the post. Encourage users to discover and promote products. Businesses connect with millions and active users. Okay, and then what are the advantages of Facebook pages? As I have given you, you can run advertisement, you can see analytics, you can link to websites, you can increase the visibility. So these are some of the advantages. Okay, visibilities. Now what do you want to actually understand by that is, what is the age criteria, gender that people are getting connected, location, their languages, demographics. Because from here only we are picking up the things for our main advertisement purpose. Make them engage, make them comment. You might have seen this Instagram post in which please comment link in the comment box and I'll share you the link. They are doing it to have more reach. That is the reason they are making you take a action. That's a push notification that is happening for you to take a action. So you can make sure like people are commenting on your pages and post. Okay, Messenger is more of like just for a communication purpose page. So it is excellent tool that allows one to connect with customers and prospect more personally. It's like one-on-one activity that we are having. Enable customers journey for a seamless experience. And now what are the demos that we have done is creating a Facebook page, switching from Facebook to personal account, we have done it. Optimization, the menu setting up, the phone number, the WhatsApp, and then website and everything, whatever customization that we have done, optimization. And then edit option. So guys, you can also edit your page whenever you want it. Okay, so what you can do is you can go into your page and there will be option of edit. Okay, so you can go in settings. Once you get inside the settings, you will have one option called as page details. Page details, you can change your business names later on. Okay, so this can be edited, like you can edit your page image, you can create your avatar, you can edit these names, you can edit all these options that is being mentioned. You can edit the name as well, and images and all the other options are also available. So definitely that can also be edited from your end. creating Facebook page post. We have created one of the posts. I have given you the narrative, like how to do it, the headlines, the description, and the image and the hashtags. Everything should be added, and then scheduling a post in the same aspects, plugins, and all. So these are the complete key takeaways. So social media feeds in meta reflection algorithm that we have tried understanding the scheduling aspects and all using machine learning algorithm. Okay, machine learning helping, okay, creating a Facebook page. Now we are going to get started with creating Instagram. Okay, so Instagram account. Right, so what are the things that we are going to be talking about is, so what are we going to do is simple. We will create an Instagram account first. Okay, and then we will convert it into a business page, or maybe you can say slash content creator. Okay, and then we will be optimizing the IG business page. Okay, and so what I have done is I have created one email ID. So I'll just quickly put down that particular one. So sign in. So simply I'll click on sign up. Okay, this is the phone number, and then I'll just quickly set down the password. So I'll just give the name as Muhammad Farooq, and then username I'll just give it as the channel name. So, okay, this is the process that I'm creating it, guys. So I'm just getting started with creating one Instagram account, which is very simple. Okay, so I'll click on sign up, and then it will ask me some basic details about the date of birth and stuffs and all. So I'll just quickly fill out this details. So we are done with this first particular steps. So that was creating an Instagram account. I'll just go in the profile, and I'll just set up the basic things that is necessary. Okay, so I'll just set up the image of that. So this is a logo. As you can see, it is not clearly visible, but definitely you will be able to see it. Now what I will do is I will convert this business page. I'll convert this. Now this is a personal, and as far as you remember, when we were in Facebook, like if I just go back to Facebook, in Facebook I could create a separate page in my account. My account is different, and then I could create a separate page inside my account. But in Instagram you have to convert the account that you have created, so it should be like a personal or professional. You can't have a personal account and create multiple of different pages. No, that is not going to happen. Go in the more options, go in your settings. Okay, in your settings you can just scroll down a little bit. You will get one option called as for professionals. Okay, and in that you will be having the option of account type and tools. So here you will get this option to switch your personal into professional. Okay, you are switching your personal account into a professional account. So now click on switch to a personal account. Now in this professional account also you have two categories. One is business, one is creator. Because what people used to do is, they, even if they are a simple creator, they used to call them as a business owners. So that is where what Instagram has started is, if you're a creator, influencer, artist, or an individual or a public figure, there is a separate category called as creator. Now if you're a brand, if you're an organization, if you're a service provider, then you will be considered under business. Okay, so these are two different criterias of getting started with creating a business page. So mine is more of like, you can say, not business, I am more into content creation. Okay, so I will select this option of creator, and then I will click on next. Okay, so before publishing, flexible profile control. So what will happen is, you can you will need to show your contact details like your email IDs and stuffs and all. You will have a simplified messaging options, and you will have a much more growth, because you will have some options of getting started with your analytics, and then having your advertisements also created. Okay, so these are the advantages that you're having. And in that, now once you are getting started with creating this particular page, the first thing is first that you will be asked is category. Okay, because name and all you have already given it, so major is category. So try to have a very good category. So also there is an option like, do you want to show this particular category or not? Because if you go on Instagram, okay, and if we are jumping into Simplilearn, let's say like I am just searching Simplilearn, so their business, they have selected an option called as education. That is their category. That is what we need to do. Now I selected my thing as individual. Okay, that was the creator. So for me, personal blog, musician, or something. You have more options, so you can just try it. So you can say I am more of like a digital creator, content creator. Yeah, there's an option called as digital creator. Otherwise, you can say yourself as entrepreneur. So you can have some option of entrepreneur as well. So we will just get started with digital creator for the time being. So select that option. Make sure you're showing it on your profile, guys. Click on done. Okay, so now it's asking a very clear indication you are switching your personal account into a professional account. So your profile and content on Instagram will be public now. There is nothing called as private. There's no private activity. So what will happen is account will become public automatic. Okay, so this is more of like it will become automatic public, no option of private here. So the account becomes public straight away. So anyone with your content in search results can switch off anytime in there. You will no longer. Okay, fine. So I've just quickly clicked it on done. So it is saying like it is ready and good to go. Okay, so now this has become a professional account. Now this was just a process, a simple process of converting it into your business page or a content creator. So this was a complete profile, guys. So we need to get started with optimization. So I'll just come in here, and then we will have the name. So the name is already done. Okay, if you want to change the logo and stuff and all, okay, and then a bio. So for the time being, I'll just keep it to testing website. Okay, prefer and all stuffs and all not required, so I'll just keep it submitted. And then in professional accounts, so what all the things that I can add? So as you can see, professional accounts, here I can add the Gmail ID. If you want to add your WhatsApp number, definitely you can go ahead and add it, guys. There's no problem with that. So okay, it has been changed. Tools, any tools that you want to access, account privacy and stuffs and all. So we are doing a very basic optimization. So let us see that we have it. So these things are done. So if you want to edit more, so you can just go in the things and stuffs and all. Okay, so this is your dashboard as well. So as I told you, in your dashboard you will have the complete insights about your accounts. Okay, like what are the reach, what is the views and stuffs and all, everything you will have. So we are talking about Instagram optimization. Okay, so Instagram optimization, let's get started. And we are having three phrases. Okay, so phase one. So phase one. Now that is file setup. Okay, that will be the phase one. Then what all things that we need in that is, the first thing in that is your profile picture. See, profile picture has to be clear in the format of individual, or maybe you can say in the format of brand as well. Now if you see her face, Tanisha, the face is very much crystal clear. Okay, now here if you see the logo is very much very clear. Okay, so just see like whatever brand you have, it is very clear. Okay, so you can see the brand logo, it is very crystal clear. So have your logo as clear as possible, as you can see here. And there is a website called as P Profile Picture Maker, that is PPM. pfpmakers.com. Here you can just enhance your profile picture in a much more elegant way, you can say, or you can just design it, or you can just filter it, so that it will just make your profile picture a little bit much more beautiful than it is previously. Okay, so first you have is your profile picture. Now second is, the second step of that is your creative bio. Very, very, very important. Now bio, it is a very clear understanding, like you can write about you, about your business. But in creative bio, we have 3 lines, guys. You might have observed or not, I don't know. Just focus on these 3 lines. Okay, we have line 2, we have line 3, line 2, and then line 3. That's it, not more than that. So these are the 3 lines that we have. So I am talking about these 3 lines: 1, 2, 3. That's it. It's not a description, it is a bio. Okay, bio, you divide it into 3 elements, like these people have done it, but they have not done it in the right aspect. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. So that is where we are going to be highlighting and emphasizing a little bit more, guys. Okay, so what do we need to have? See, line 1 should be about why people should follow you. First, very, very important, crucial point should be why people should follow you. That is the exact question that you need to describe it in your first line. Let's divide that bio into 3 lines: 1, 2, 3. That's it. Let's not write it in a paragraph like this. Just eliminate that paragraph concept. So you should not get along with like para. This is not going to work out. So this is totally wrong. We need to be a little bit creative, and in that creativity, the most important aspect is why people should follow you should be the first line about your bio. So the moment I'm talking, so if you just read out this particular answer: certified 8-figure Instagram coach, helping you with content, confidence, and growth. That's the first line that she's having. Okay, so you can see she is hyping herself like anything. Now if I go on some other thing, so here he is writing a paragraph, that is not going to work out. Okay, sari and lehenga, I don't understand. Straight away, first line. Okay, so just try to focus on that. Jewelry and bags, I don't want to know what do you have, because I know it. I want to know how are you different from this particular aspect. So a brief understanding about you should always be on the first line. Okay, so now second line should be a proof. Now we need to have a proof in the sense, okay, you are there in this particular market, but what, on what purpose? What is the thing that totally defines you and segregates you from the audience that we have it? Okay, so that can be an example like, you have trained around 40,000 plus people. That is automatically a differentiation from the thing that you have. That's a social proof now. So she is giving an identity, like how is she different from others, straight away. That's a social proof. So the moment you read that particular line, that she has trained around 40,000 plus more, immediately that is enhancing yourself, right? And then let's coming to the third line. The third line should be a call to action, CTA. Call to action is a necessity option. What do you want them to do by coming on your Instagram page? What is the action? Third line, which is very important. Okay, so you need to make them take a action. So she is saying, I have DM million for mentorship. That is training templates, which is available in this particular one. Okay, so immediately she is making them take a action. Call to action, CTA. She is making them engage with her link that she has provided in the caption. Okay, let us try pasting this particular prompt, guys. So the prompt will be, generate an Instagram bio for me within 150 characters. The bio must contain of 3 lines. The line 1, why people should follow me. Okay, the line 2 for social proof, line 3 CTA, it can be your product and all. Now you need to give a description about yourself. I am a so and so. This is the purpose of my page. What is the purpose? Let me know if you need any more details. So I'll just quickly copy this particular prompt. Okay, let me just try it. I have not tried till date. So let me just so I'll just give it from myself. So I am a digital marketing trainer. So my purpose is to what can be the purpose? So share tips and guide for beginners. Okay, so this is what I just wanted to mention. So let me just try it. So let's see like what is the thing that it is giving. So get thanks for the high converting 3 lines. So as you can see guys, it's a very quick brief. So what I'll do is just quickly copy this and go in my bio and now change this aspect. Learn digital marketing the smarter way. Okay, that is the first line, which is like why people should follow you. As you can see now, second is obviously I have trained more people. So the social proof is 1,000+ beginners in pro, and follow more for tips and free guides. I feel that's a very good start for the beginning level, I would say. So now if I just refresh, now this is a profile. Now if you see, it will now start enhancing. Okay, so I have not added any links or stuffs and all. So before moving on to the second phase, content calendar, what do you understand by that? Or social media calendar. Okay, a social media calendar is a tool used by individuals, team, and organizations to plan, schedule, and organize your social media content in advance. So whenever we are planning to get started, okay, to post on Instagram or maybe on Facebook or any other platforms on social media, make sure you're having a social media calendar in advance. So a social media calendar typically looks like this. What are you planning to do it in the upcoming month? What is the post? What is the calendar? What's the thing? So this is the calendar. So I'll just quickly copy this particular image and just paste it over here. Okay, so as you can see, so this is a calendar like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. What am I going to plan it? Okay, now in that you need to have a very clear picture like on what date also you want to do it. Not only the days, it should be day as well. So you need to plan this very clearly, because you're posting time, your content, because content creation you can do it on that particular day, and the designing as well. Designing also advanced you can do, but this particular content creation, content calendar is very, very important. So you can see Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday. So on what day, on what platform am I posting? So you can say continuously we are not posting on all the platforms, we are taking a break. So Instagram you can say in a month thrice, and then Facebook 4, and then next week Instagram 3, Facebook 4. Here Instagram on third week, Instagram 5, Facebook 2, and next Instagram 3 and then Facebook 4. Next Instagram 3 and then Facebook 4. So this is a social media calendar, which is very, very important before getting started with any of the activity that we are talking about right now. Now let's move on to the phase 2. Okay, what is the type of content that I can create? The phase 2. Now we are moving on to the phase 2 activity. What is that we need to post? So now phase 2, what is the content creation that I can do, is what I'm going to talk of now. Okay, so let us get started. So the content should be in 3 concepts. Okay, let's come to the main algorithm. So now this is the way that you need to post. Helpful listicle videos. You might see there must be a concepts of top 5 best tools, some of the examples. Okay, so if you actually head over to her particular account, you can just keep her account as a reference. So when we just move into the reels type, you can see what do I mean by helpful listicle videos. So here I'll just go to the first part. and then first bullet point. The first bullet point is helpful listicle videos. So videos that display the list in a slideshow format, usually with fun. Okay, so it's like in a list format, in a numerical list format. So if I just head over to that particular one, okay, if I just head over to her channel, if you see on all the videos, here it is 3 hook hack. That's a listicle video. Okay, so 4 steps listicle video. 5. Now what is 5? You must be curious right away. So there is a hook. So 5 Instagram settings, that is a listicle video, helpful listicle videos. Now you should relate this particular listicle videos concepts in your niche. Trending AI hooks for viral reels, listicle videos. Okay, so you can see, so how to grow on Instagram, 3 new features on Instagram and edit. Okay, that is also a good one. Okay, so you can see these are all 5 visual hooks to go viral. So that is actually one of the example of understanding a listicle video. So now, see, there are different formats that we do on Instagram. We have feeds, we have carousel, we have reels, and then we have stories also, which actually people try to avoid it. Okay, but stories will have much more reach, guys. So whatever thing that we are preparing, maybe a single post or you can say uh, reels or maybe carousel, try to have it in a process like listicle videos, list-wise format. That will help you enhance your engagement. The moment you're having more engagement, what is that which gives you more reach? Like, comment, share, or save. Share button is giving you more reach. Share and comment, so these are the two things, and you might have seen these options in the most of the videos, like please comment, send me file and stuffs and all. So that will actually enhance your more reach. And share is like, it is a web, guys. Okay, so suppose let's take an example. I have published one reel on Instagram. Okay, and Priyanshi has liked that particular hook. She had shared it to her friends, but she doesn't follow me. Her friends doesn't follow me. I am getting reached out to more people with the help of Priyanshi shares. That is where share and comment is more engaging and having more reach. Okay, so focus on having shares. Now the second is storytelling format. Storytelling format is nothing but cutting the videos into multiple parts. Part 1, part 2. Previously it was this one, social Canva videos. So what he did was he cut his topics into multiple parts, like 100 days challenge. Yeah, you can see 100 days, 100 designs. So every day you are learning something new. So what you will do is you will get habituated to his particular videos every day. Okay, so 100 days, 100 videos, like that. So now this is the storytelling. Now this is wholly for the sake of reach. Okay, reach and engagement, and this is the both things that will give you the major grow on your Instagram channel. So now storytelling format, 30 days challenge of any topic. Now this is the guy, right? Where is it? So you can see 100 days, 100 Canva designs. Will you not get addicted to his parts? That is a narrative. He's trying to capture your interest, and he has actually excelled on that. Why? He's doing it into a different format. See, he can create this particular Canva course and definitely sell it on YouTube, right? Or maybe on Udemy. But what is he doing? He's developing his Instagram channel. Moving on to the next point. The next point is very, very important, and it is still there. People are not actually looking at it. Okay. Clowning videos. Okay. If you're not having an idea, just for a second, watch this particular reel. You will get an idea. Okay. Just watch this particular video. it is a duplicate video, but it is called in the format of cloning. The screen is split into two. Okay, those particular videos are very popular till date. Okay, they are having more reach. So this is called as clowning videos. So let us first quickly connect our Facebook and Instagram as well, as you could see. So I am just going into my main particular page. So what I did is I simply went into my Facebook account. Okay, in the Facebook account I went into Meta Business Suite. Okay, and in Meta Business Suite you have an option of adding your what do you call, your Instagram account as well to the business profile that we have created. So click on connect, log into your Instagram account, and then simply start connecting it. So we are going to be talking about Instagram on PPT. So what are the objectives? So various features, maximizing usage of the platforms, identifying the businesses usage Instagrams to market their product and services, getting the insights on Instagram reels and tips, identifying the role of influencer marketing, different types of influencers as well. Okay, so that is what we are going to be understanding. So Instagram, previously it was known as a photo and video sharing social media network by Facebook. Okay, so Kevin and Mike had created Instagram. Later on they sold it to Facebook, as we already know. So release history, it was launched in 2010. Android version in 2012. This is the logo that was there when we started with Instagram. So this is how it started, 2010, 2012, and then 12 they had that website interface and all, and then 2016 they actually started for all the activities. Okay. Now what are the features? View post by shared by followers, edit or organize photos and videos, upload videos, obviously, view stories within 24 hours, share stories across various platforms, add stories, use messaging services. Yes. Okay. Content type, you can share photos, you can share videos, stories, reels. IGTV, IGTV was a shorts for Instagram TV. It was a video application by Instagram for Android and all. So this was the logo of IGTV, where we could upload videos of 1 hour and 2 hours as well. Longer format of videos, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, like that we used to upload it. And before Reels, we had this. So we don't have IGTV anymore. So content type, we have photos, videos, stories, Reels, and then shopping. Okay. So these are the types that we have. So yeah, video sharing formats. So these are the ones: shared videos, feeds, stories, header, profile picture, direct messages. Okay, temporary storage, some it will disappear. So reels was a latest concept. You can have filters, captions, interactive stickers, edit app that they have introduced. It was introduced by Instagram only. This is owned by Instagram. He is the CEO of Instagram. So he is actually being very active very recently. So he is helping you out with all the changes, what is working on Instagram, what is not working on Instagram, what are the activities happening. So that is where you can actually learn Instagram more. And this is directly from the father of the Instagram. You can say the CEO. He is giving a very quick brief, like what is working on Instagram, what is not working on Instagram. His videos are very informative. More than his videos, his stories are being more useful to us. So you can see there are questions, and he's responding to all the questions. So you can see how to actually grow on Instagram in 2025. He is giving the guide directly. The CEO, Chief Executive Officer. You can actually go and watch out his particular channel. So let's continue with the next topic, guys. So we had the phase 2 done. Now we are talking about phase 3. Now phase 3 is very crucial, guys. You have to have a very good understanding of the phase 3. It is not like you can just skip that particular part. So have a extra concentration here, guys. So we are going into the phase 3 aspects. So what are the phase 3 points that you have? So first is, guys, it is very important to catch the attention of the user within this 3 seconds. Very crucial. So try to have the hook of the video within this 3 seconds. Very, very important. So try to have something like, which is being a narrative of the story. Okay, so we had some of the narratives, so hook videos you can say. So it's like somebody is moving and jumping and stuffs and all, and then there is a car crash, and then automatically all of a sudden he comes in front of you. Okay, so these are some of the hooks, viral hooks for your Instagram. So this is something like getting started. Okay, so like he's jumping in. Okay, the moment he jumps in, what's the next narrative? Okay, so like this, these are the hooks of 3 seconds. It need not be always your face, guys. You can use a lot of hook of videos, which can be the first part of the video, and then from after 3-4 seconds maybe you can just get started. Okay, so these are some of the hook video sites you can see this guy is jumping, so automatically the concentration is shift. Otherwise, this particular video, if you just observe, he's playing a basketball and he throws it on your face, automatically the attention is gained. Getting my point on the first aspect? See, this was very popular in the recent days. Car accident, the person is falling in front of the screen. So you are, I mean, very much into the interaction. So try to add these type of videos, or maybe if you have something like a catchy video, that is also good. So like if you go, I'll just help you out with one more channel that will give you a very good guide, guys. Yeah, so if you follow this particular guy, he will give you a very good understanding of what is a hook. Okay, how to have this particular hook onto your screen. Okay, so you can see the videos. Okay, so this is one of the hook. Just observe this particular video. Okay, without saying anything, the hook is there. Okay, see this clowning video again. See, this is a hook. Just have a eyes here, guys. Stop scrolling straight away. The moment he's saying like straight away, first point is that only. Okay, here you see hook. The hook is always a question mark. Okay, that is where you're capturing the interest of the person. Okay, there are some hook points. So you will have a lot of things. See, 100 of best hook to use in your Instagram reels. So you will have a very good points here. Okay, see what is a great hook. Okay, I've been keeping a secret. This feel illegal to know. Okay, this is your sign to get started. 7 ways to gain, ways to save time, my five favorite AI tools, top 3 Instagram tools, you guys are loving it. So you can see there are n number of concepts. So this is a hook that you need to have it, guys, at the first phase. So when I'm talking about this hook, it can be both. It can be video or it can be the content as well. Depends what are you actually trying out. But it has to be within that first particular 3 seconds, because you just imagine yourself being in front of that particular Instagram reel. We have a very good habit of moving this finger and swiping the videos right away, right? So that is where you notice yourself. You will not even take 3 seconds, maybe 1 second, and you will be over to the second video, right? Try to have this initial hooks, very, very crucial. Okay, so that is where you're actually getting started with capturing the interest of the viewer. Okay, now we are talking about the most important skill that is required to get started with a strategy. Okay, that is video editing. Okay, now in video editing, what all things do we need? Okay, so first of all, we need a subtitle. Okay, so if I am just hovering over to any of this particular video, okay, let's reach out to her particular channel, and if you just watch this one simple video, see why subtitles are very important. So guys, I'll just give you a small example. Suppose in the early morning or maybe in the late night, okay, we are watching our phone and we go into reels, but you can say early morning or maybe night time, we have switched off the audio, right? the audio is switched off. We are not, I mean, having any kind of audio. Then on what purpose do you watch reels? By just seeing the video, can you understand what is the concept and the subject that is being narrated in the video? No, right? That is where you will read the subtitles. Otherwise, if you are watching a video, you want to understand the complete concept of the video. That is where we are going to be understanding and reading out this particular subtitles. So subtitle, it's not like it is an optional thing, it is a mandatory thing. Because suppose if I'm watching this particular video, now audio is muted, but here if you see, you will have the, I don't know what she is saying, but if I just focus on the subtitle, I can get connected. Like she is saying, I'm Tanisha, your very own Instagram coach, and it's my job to help you grow followers and make money on Instagram. I'm able to follow it without the audio. That is where the subtitles are very, very important. Okay, so there is a particular there is a website known as Subtitles, in which they will create this particular videos for you. So if you can just see the narrative of this, so they will be creating the complete AI driven video of yours into these concepts, with the narrative, with AI captions, B rolls, and then also with the magic clips, the add-ons. Okay, it is a paid version, but you can have the free version. In the free version, what is the thing is, you will have the watermark, sub magic, and then you have this Filmora. This is the AI video editing and a maker. Okay, so they will add the editing, text to speech, and then you can have the narrative, captions as well. So I'm just giving out you three channels, websites, which is, one is Submagic, the second is Filmora, and the third is InShot. And definitely we have CapCut. Okay, but CapCut is not available in India as far as I am concerned. It is banned. So, but still you can use it with VPN. So these are the four websites, like Submagic, Filmora, CapCut. You can use it with VPN. Otherwise, you have Canva, and then along with Canva, you definitely have InShots as well. Okay, so these are some of the tools, websites, you can say, in which you can create this particular video editing. Now, professional video need not be necessary. Okay, so this need not be necessary. So instead of that, what can we do is, we can focus on subtitle of your video, which is a very important aspect, and transitions of video. Transitions are cuts within the video. Okay, so transition is, suppose if she is talking and all of a sudden the video flips onto the next concept. Okay, so that is a transition. These are the transitions that is being added. Picture in picture. Picture in picture is, you can add multiple elements within your video. Now that elements can be images, that elements can be screen, otherwise that images, graphs. Okay, so now this is picture in picture. You're having a narrative of a different video, but all of a sudden there are some other elements coming up. The screen is getting shifted to the other websites, to other videos. That is picture in picture. See, this is picture in picture. So this, see, this emojis, these are picture in picture. The video that is being played on top, that's a picture in picture. Okay, it can be visual, it can be image, it can be emojis, it can be anything. You have to have more activity going on within your website, but too much of things are not required, guys. You can just keep it to a simple stage. Okay, then we are shifting on to the next one, which is the last one, background. Come on, get started with the background. So there was this particular YouTuber. Right now he's having good amount of millions, but just see this particular background, guys. Okay, just have a eye to this particular video. So this is a guy right now, and when he started, what was his journey, what is the background that he used to use, and now where he is right now. So you will just get a better understanding. So when I mean background, I'm not saying like it should be high end, rich. Okay, so you can be to as lowest as possible. So I am talking about not being too professional. I am just talking about having a simple background. Simple background in the sense, if you see this particular video, there is a tree. In between tree, she's just standing in front of the video. That is a simple background. Video quality matters more than the high-end background. There is one more website for auto captions, guys, vid.io. Okay, this is also a very good tool. You get very good video editing for this. Okay, you get this particular captions. If you want to buy it, okay, otherwise you will have a logo on top. Okay, so you can use it. So this is also good for captions specifically, you can say. So this was the last phase, guys, the last phase of your strategies, how your video should be there. And one more particular tool which I'll be telling you, I just blink a caption by Wozo AI. You can have the auto caption, you can have a teleprompter. So this is a teleprompter in which you will have a text in front of you which is showing the complete content. So teleprompter also, where you can have it within this particular app. This is very helpful, guys. This app is also very relevant. So these tools will be definitely helpful for you to get started with IG Reels. As I can suggest, we have covered most of the important tools that we needed for this particular editing. Okay, so we are done with the 2 points. Now we need to shift to the third very important aspect, automations. You will find people say like, please comment, share link, and I will share, I'll just DM you the link of that particular product or maybe the file or anything. Do you know how it is done? Because if you see, the thing is, like, that person can't be online for 24/7. So in case somebody is texting or maybe commenting, that guy is not available during that time, but still during that time also you will get a message. That is an automation setup. How do we do that? We are going to get started. So the automation that we are going to be using is none other than ManyChat. So here we are in ManyChats. Okay, so in ManyChats website, if you go, this is a automation setup. So you can definitely get started with creating account with that. So get started. So here you need to connect your Instagram account. Click on Instagram account. Okay, either you can continue with your Gmail or maybe with Facebook. I'll just try out with Gmail. So this is the Gmail that we had created it, right? So with this, we have this particular Instagram connected. So it is a simple process. So once you get inside, so there were two steps, simple steps. I clicked on get started. Okay, after get started, I logged in with my Gmail. And then the moment I have logged in from my Gmail, with one Gmail, you can have one Instagram account. Then if definitely it asks me the second aspect, you log into your Instagram account. I have logged in. Now there are a few steps. So who are you? What is this account first? Obviously, as an employer, you can give some basic details. Need not be necessary. So which tools are you using? So we are using this tools and stuffs and all. So how did you hear about it? Maybe Google and Chat GPT, or maybe online advertisement, and then other options. Okay. So this is a basic. So do you want to get started with payments? Okay, so no, definitely we are not going to be paying anything. So what are we going to do is start with a free plan, because it's actually $15 per month, but maybe we can have a basic plan in which you can have some basic credits like 1,000 or 100 at least. So you can see, congratulations, MF online classes new is connected. Okay, so let's get started. So here you can see there are two options. One is this particular one, and then this is the one. I need to post something first, and then from there on, actually, we can get started. So let me just create one post. I'll just create one simple post for a time duration. Okay. So let us just add some content, because a post is necessary. Testing post for ManyChat. We need a post, obviously. Okay, so I'll just simply just share it. Okay, so you can see there is a post now. Okay, you can post a reel, you can activate it on the post and the reel as well. So the post has been shared. Okay, fine, good enough. Okay, you can see, yeah, so this is there. Okay, one of the post is there. I will show you the process where you need to set it up. Okay, particular app now. Okay, what do you want to set up? Do you want to create leads from stories or auto DMs link from comments? Obviously I am doing auto DMs from comments. Okay, so I'll definitely move on to this particular one. Now in this, there are two narratives. One is you need to select a post, and in that post you need to set up the message. Okay, select a post first. Select post or your reel. Very important. Select a specific post, first one. So we have selected it, so you can just click on next, and then you add this comment. Now in comment you need to give one specific comment. Specific comment in what should people reply in the comment section. Share link. Okay, so DM link, send link. So the caption, the comment should have action, like this is an action. So action can be whatever the content, like they can be text, share link, so that people should comment. So what should be the word? So I will try with share link. Okay, so if somebody is typing this share link in the comment box like this, you can see it on the right hand, guys. Share link, they should type it. So this is the one. Second one, you need to give the specific comment, like whatever the comment is. So here, choose the word. Don't keep it as any word. It will be a big problem for you. Okay, choose that particular word. So first was your post, second is comment, and then next they will get a DM. Okay, the next process is the DM. They will get a DM. Set up the DM caption. DM message, like what should we reply. So here the text, you can edit it. So I'll just keep it here, there. I am so happy you are here. Thank you so much for your interest. Click below and I'll send you the link. So that is where people should click on this. So this will go in their DMs. The moment somebody is typing share link, automation is running in the back end. The moment a comment has come on share link, okay, you will get a DM. The moment you get a DM, you need to click on this particular option of send me the link. And the moment you send me the link, you can add any comment like here is the link. And you can add the link. Now, what is the link that you want to add? Suppose I want to add the homepage one. Okay, this is the main page one. So here is the link. So click here. So this is a button and this is the link what I am pasting it behind that. Okay, so the moment this is in the chat box, guys, so this is the message that will go the moment if somebody is sending it, and they should click on this particular button, send me the link, and the moment somebody actually clicks on that, you will get the link here. So with that, we are actually completing the process of this setup. And then the last part. Okay, and this is the automation that is set up, guys. So first post needs to be selected, then what should be the comment that people are should be texting in the comment box, and then what is the DM that you are sending it, and with the DM what is the link that you are getting and you are sharing it. Okay, so I'll simply click on go live. Okay, so amazing, your first automation is live. So the last point is very clear. Simple aspect, do more what works for you on IG. This is also called as reposting or resharing. Resharing what is working, because this is not YouTube, right? You don't have any restrictions here. You can simply just try out whatever is working out and you can just repost it once again and it will reach out to the same audience. So this is what you need to do at the last step. Okay, so these are the 3 phases of Instagram algorithm, Instagram optimization. So this is a complete brief on your subject.
Imagine a small online boutique with a great product line and a beautifully designed website. Despite all the effort put into the business, it's barely getting any traffic and sales are stagnant. The owner is frustrated and wondering why potential customers aren't finding their store. That's when they turn to Google Ads. By setting up targeted campaigns, they start reaching customers who are actively searching for products just like theirs. In a matter of weeks, the business sees a noticeable increase in website traffic and sales, all thanks to the power of Google Ads. Google Ads has become an essential tool for businesses looking to connect with the right audience at the right time. A Google Ads campaign helps businesses reach potential customers online by displaying targeted ads across Google's vast network, including search results, YouTube, and partner websites. Advertisers set a budget, choose a campaign objective, and create ads that are shown to specific audiences based on keywords, demographics, and interests. The campaign operates on a pay-per-click model, meaning you only pay when someone clicks on your ad, making it an effective way to attract interested customers and achieve your marketing goals. So in this video, we are going to walk you through everything you need to know to get started with Google Ads. We'll cover how to create a campaign from scratch, set your budget, and choose the right winning strategy. We'll also dive into targeting options to ensure your ads reach the right audience. And we'll show you how to craft compelling ads that drive results. By the end of this video, you'll have the knowledge and confidence to launch your own successful Google Ads campaign. So let's get started. So to kick off our Google Ads campaign, we'll start by creating a new campaign. So once you're logged into your Google Ads account, begin by clicking the blue plus new campaign button. So here you're presented with a list of campaign objectives. Now, choosing the right objective is crucial because it guides Google Ads on how to optimize your campaign. So let's see one by one. The first objective is sales. So this is perfect for businesses looking to drive direct conversions, whether it's online purchases, phone orders, or in-person sales. So for instance, if you run an e-commerce store, this objective will help you target users who are ready to buy. So Google will prioritize showing your ads to people most likely to complete a transaction based on their behavior and intent. So this makes it ideal for businesses focused on generating immediate revenue. So you can use this when your primary goal is to turn clicks into sales, making it perfect for businesses with clear purchase paths like online stores or service providers. Now next we have the leads objective. So this is designed for businesses that want to gather contact information from potential customers, such as through form submissions, phone calls, or signups. So for example, imagine you are a real estate agent aiming to build a list of potential home buyers. So by selecting the leads objective, Google Ads will optimize your campaign to reach users likely to fill out your contact form or call your office. Now next is website traffic. Now this is the objective you'll want to choose if your main goal is to drive more visitors to your website. So this is particularly useful for increasing brand awareness or getting people to explore your products and services online. Like for instance, if you're a blogger or a content creator, so this objective will help you attract visitors to your site to engage with your articles, videos, or any other content that you put up. So now next comes app promotion. So this is when you have created an app, like for example, an online gaming app or anything, and you want more installs or downloads. Now next you have awareness and consideration. So it is designed for businesses that want to engage users and encourage them to think about their products or services. So this is especially effective when introducing something new to the market. And then you have local shop visits and promotions. And then you can also create a campaign without a goals guidance. Okay, so here we are planning to give an example for lead generation, like how to generate lead for a free online course provider. So let's select leads and continue. Now, as we have selected an objective which is generating leads, the next step is to choose your campaign type. So there are several campaign types, like Google Ads offers several types, but the two most common are search and display ads. So anyways, let's start with the search ads. So these are the text-based ads that appear at the top of the Google search results when someone searches for keywords related to your business. Like for example, let's just see car rentals near me. So your ad could appear like this, like as you can see the sponsored ads. So your ads could appear at the top of the search results. So this is highly effective for capturing high intent users. So people who are actively looking for what you offer. Now next we have display ads. So these are visually engaging ads that appear across the Google display network, like which includes websites, like the ads, basically the ads you see in others' websites, apps, or even YouTube. So now display ads are perfect for building awareness and keeping your brand top of mind. So they work well for retargeting, like showing you ads to people who have previously visited your website but didn't take any action. Now the next one is shopping ads. Now shopping ads are a powerful tool for e-commerce websites. So these ads showcase your products directly in the search results, complete with images, prices, and your story. Like for example, if we search leather jackets, just a second. Leather jacket, yeah. So your shopping ad could appear displaying a product image, price, and a link to purchase directly from your website, as you can see here. So this makes it easy for potential customers to see what you're offering and click through to buy. So shopping ads are ideal if you're looking to drive sales of physical products, providing a visual, direct path to purchase. Then we have video ads, which is another impactful way to reach your audience, especially on platform. Video ads, you can create engaging content that appear before, during, or other videos on YouTube. So it is basically the videos, like the ad videos that you see like while watching your YouTube video. And then we have performance max campaign. So this type uses Google's machine learning to optimize your ads across all Google properties, like including search, display, YouTube, Gmail, etc. So performance max campaigns are perfect when you want to maximize your results without managing multiple campaign types separately. So Google's algorithms will automatically find the best combination of ad formats and placements to meet your objectives. So right now we'll select the search campaign type. And we'll be giving lead form submissions. And let's press continue. And let's just keep like lead search. So now that we have selected our campaign type, the next step is to set your budget and bidding strategy. So this is crucial as it determines how much you're willing to spend and how Google Ads will manage your bids. So now for bidding, since our objective in this demo is to generate leads, we'll choose conversions. So this strategy lets Google automatically set your bids to get the most conversions within your budget. So now you can set a target cost per action. So this budget is the amount you're comfortable spending per action. So like you can just give 0.3 rupees, per action. And let's press next. Now next, let's define our targeting options. So this step is about deciding who will see your ads, where they will see them, and when. So you can target users by location. As you can see, all countries and territories, India, or any other location, you have options. So for example, if your store is in Delhi, you might want to target only people within a 50-mile radius. Now, additionally, you can also refine your audience based on demographics such as age, gender, and household income. So this ensures your ads reach the most relevant customers. And you can also select the languages that your, customers speak. Like you can give English, you can give Hindi. So you can select multiple languages that your target audiences speak. And also you can, select the audience segments, like what your audience might be doing. So like, for example, we are actually, giving this example for lead generation for a free online course provider. So what we do is we can actually, like, our audience will be students, right? So we can give students. Yeah, you can give current university students. And this is also for working professionals. So you can give working education jobs, IT and technical. So you can select who your target audience are. So effective targeting is crucial for maximizing your ad spend. So take the time to consider who your ideal customers are. Now let's go to next. So now next is selecting keywords. So for search ads, keywords are the backbone of your campaign. So these are the words or phrases users type into Google when looking for products or services like yours. So choose keywords that are closely related to your business. So for example, we are actually looking for lead generation for this particular website, which is Simplilearn skill website that provides free online courses. So first you have to give the final URL and then you have to enter your keywords. You can also, type in the products or services like you advertise, like the course name and everything, and you can enter the keywords. Now you can take the help of Google's keyword planner for keyword ideas and see how often they are searched. So let's just go to keyword planner, discover new keywords. So now here you have to enter the products or services closely related to your business. So here I'll just type free online course, digital marketing. So you can give so many keywords, okay? And let's get results. So now these are the keywords that are suggested by the keyword planner. So what you can do is you can just select the keywords. Like you can select so many multiple keywords. You can copy it. You can paste it here. So this is a demo. That's why I've just taken, 3 to 4 keywords. But in fact, you have to use more keywords. So now you have selected your keywords. Now it's time to create your ad. So your ad copy includes the headline, description, and display URL. So this is what users will see in the search results or across the display network. So basically in your ad. So making it engaging and relevant. So first you can give the URL of your website. So in the headline, you can grab the attention by highlighting your key offerings and including one of your main keywords. Like for example, you can give master digital marketing You can give, like, you have to fill at least 3 headlines. So you can give free digital course, or you can give best digital, and you can even fill more headlines. Now you can use the description. So this is the description part. So you can use the description to expand on your offer. So like you can highlight unique selling points of yours, like expert instructors. For example, you can give expert instructors, or flexible learning, or like enroll today to boost your career, etc. So once you have done this, let's go to next. Now this shows your budget. So as you can see, we had given like 0.244 cost per conversion. So your weekly cost will be 58,100 rupees. So here you can see the budget. Now the final step is, before we launch, it's important to review all the details. Now Google Ads will show you a summary of your campaign settings, including your budget, targeting, keywords, and ad copy. So you can double check. So next is the review. So here you can double check everything to ensure it aligns with your objective. So this will take some time. So select, once you're satisfied, you can publish your campaign. So your ads will start running shortly, and you can monitor the performance in real time through dashboard. So first you have to sign up to Google Ads. Then go to the campaign and press create a new campaign over here. Now here you have so many campaign objectives. You have to select one from these. So first you have sales. So the objective of sales campaign is to drive sales or conversions directly from your online, over the phone, or in physical stores. So for example, a fashion e-commerce store wants to. So using the sales objective, they can run a Google shopping or search campaign to target users searching for specific items like jackets. And when a user clicks the ad, they are directed to a product page to make a purchase. Now next you have the leads objective. So this encourages users to provide their contact information, filling out a form, or contacting the business for more information. Like for example, a digital marketing agency wants to generate potential clients who may be interested in their service. So with leads campaign, the agency can create ads that direct users to a landing page with a contact offering a free consultation in exchange for user details. Now next we have web traffic. So web traffic is basically used in situations where you want to increase visits to your website by driving relevant traffic from the ads. Like for example, a tech blog wants to boost traffic to its new article, for example. So by selecting the website traffic objective, they can create ads that encourage users interested in AI and technology to visit their blog posts through Google Display or search ads. And then you have app promotion, which is to encourage people to download and engage with your app. Like for example, you have created a new fitness app and want to attract new users. So by using app promotion objective, you can create ads on Google Search Network, Display, or YouTube that target users searching for workout apps. Then you have options like awareness and consideration. Like if you just want to, create awareness about your product or service, you can choose this. And then you have local shop visits and promotions. So this objective is to drive physical traffic to your location, like encouraging nearby customers to visit your store. For example, if you have a local coffee shop, you can go with this objective and just, give a special offer or promote a special offer like 20% off on your next coffee purchase for driving in-store sales. And you also have an option where you can create a campaign without a goals guidance. So this basically allows advertisers more flexibility by choosing the ad format and settings they prefer without following predefined objectives or goals. So this is also a pretty good option. But right now for this demo, I'm going with the sales objective. So basically, if you have a business, most of the people go with sales or leads objective. So here, let's press continue. Now next, you have to select a campaign type. Now there are numerous campaign types. Let's see one by one. So first is the search campaign. So this campaign type allows businesses to display text ads to users who are actively searching for keywords relevant to their products or services on Google search and related platforms. So ads appear alongside organic search results basically, which drives traffic from users with high intent based on their search queries. Then you have the Performance Max campaign. Now the Performance Max campaigns use a goal-based structure that leverages Google's automation. So ads are delivered across all of Google's inventory like search, display, YouTube, Gmail, etc. And using machine learning, it optimizes for the highest performing placements and formats based on your objectives. Now next you have the Demand Gen campaign. So the Demand Gen campaigns in Google Ads are designed to engage users during the discovery phase of their buying journey, like focusing on building interest and awareness, the basic steps. So these campaigns are visually rich ad formats like It comes across platforms like YouTube, Gmail, and Google Discover to target high intent audiences. So now next we have the display ad campaign. So display campaigns feature visually engaging ads like images or banners shown across millions of websites, apps, and Google properties within the Google Display Network. So these ads help raise awareness, re-engage users and reach a broad audience while they browse online. And then here you have the shopping campaign. So shopping campaigns are ideal for promoting physical products. So these ads display product images, titles, prices, and store details directly in Google shopping results as well as on Google search. So they provide users with key product information before they even click on the ad. And finally, we have the video campaign, which I'll be showing you today in this video. So this type of campaign is used to deliver video ads on YouTube and Google's video partner sites. So video campaigns can help boost brand awareness, engagement, or drive conversions depending on the format and targeting options you are choosing. So for now, let's just go with the video ads, which is basically the YouTube ads. Let's press continue. So this is the starting point where we start to create the campaign. So the first step is to, name our campaign. So now let's just name our campaign. So you can give the name on the basis of what your ad is about. So right now I will just give, YouTube ad demo. Now next you have to select the location. So as you can see, you can either select all the countries and territories or India, or you can specifically mention your targeted country names. So here, you can just enter the location that you want to and add to the result. So right now we'll go with India. Now next you can select the languages that your customers will be speaking. So if you are, promoting a product and if you're having a local physical shop, give your native language, are purchasing your products and what languages they speak. So here, let's just give English. So the thing is, make sure that you give all these preferences properly so that your ads run well and you don't, waste money by catering to the wrong audience. Now, next we have to decide a strategy for bidding. So here you have strategies like target CPA, maximize conversions, maximize conversion value, target ROAS. So as you can see, now some bidding strategies won't be available according to the goal that you have chosen, but I will just let you know what these are. So first we have target CPA, which is cost per acquisition. So you basically in this, you tell Google how much you are willing to pay for each new customer or lead. And it will automatically adjust your bid to try and get as many conversions as possible at that target cost. Next, you have maximize conversions. So this strategy automatically adjusts bids to get the highest number of customers or leads for your set budget without focusing on how much each one costs. Now, next you have maximize conversion value. So instead of just getting a lot of conversions, this strategy focuses on getting the most valuable conversions like higher sales or revenue with your budget, regardless of how many there are. And then you have the target ROAS. ROAS means return on ad spend. So you set a goal for how much return you want from your ad spend. And Google adjusts bid to meet that goal by focusing on more valuable conversions. So right now here we'll go with maximize conversions. Now next you have to enter the budget. Now this can be a daily budget you are willing to spend or the cost that you are ready to spend for the entire campaign. So let's just give a daily budget of around 500 rupees. Now here we can give the start and end date that you want your ads to run. So let's just give an end date. So the start date will be today. We can maybe run it for around 1 week. Now here you can add a site link that you would like to add to your ad. Like it can be your website, sign up page, etc. So you can mention it over here. Now next we have to give a name to our ad group. We'll just give YouTube ads. Next you can define your target audience, which is a very crucial part. So you can go to create an audience. So as you can see here, you have so many options. So first you can, just name your audience, like what kind of audience it is so that you can track it. So for example, here you can create a new segment. Here you have numerous options. You can give a segment name. You can choose the customer behavior from here. Next, you can add the data of your previous, like if you were already running your business and if you have data about some, about your previous customers, you can add it over here so that Google will analyze those data and cater to audience of that type. And then finally, you have interests and detailed demographics. So here you can, just give from which, what kind your audiences are or from which place your audiences are. Now here you can give the demographics like, the gender that, like, for example, if you are promoting a clothing and only clothing store for women, you can untick these boxes and you can just keep female. And if you are, selling clothes for youngsters, you can even mention the age group over here. So that's how you filter out your audience basically. So make sure you use these options properly. Now finally, here is where you create your ad. But before that, if you're interested to start a career in digital marketing, then check out Simplilearn's postgraduate program in digital marketing in partnership with Purdue University. So this course provides a robust and industry-relevant curriculum to help you become a certified digital marketing expert. The program covers essential digital marketing components like website creation, SEO, SEM, social media marketing, mobile marketing, content strategy, and advanced topics like leveraging ChatGPT and other generative AI tools. You will gain hands-on experience through live interactive learning, student digital marketing simulations, case studies, and capstone projects. Additionally, you will receive a Meta Certified Digital Marketing Associate exam voucher and a Hootsuite Certified Professional credential, further validating your expertise. Enroll now and take the next step in your digital marketing journey. You can find the course link in the description box and pinned comments. So let's continue with creating our advertisement. So here you have to paste a URL of which you want to create, like, for which video of yours you want to create an ad for. So for example, I want to create ad for this particular video. So I've given the URL. Now here you can choose the formats. Like there are in-stream format, in-feed, video, and shorts. So in-stream format is basically, where you see skippable ads, which basically comes before a video or in the middle of the video. And then you have the in-feed video. So in-feed videos are the videos that actually come while you are scrolling. Like you might have seen some videos as sponsored, right? So these are in-feed videos. And then finally you have shorts. So these are the ads that come while you're scrolling shorts. And again, you can view it in different devices. Just a second. Yeah, for example, this is how your skippable ad will be seen on your desktop. This is a TV preview. This is a mobile preview. So basically, we'll be selecting, I think we'll just keep in-feed video. So as you can see, I have just taken this for an example. You can see a warning sign over here. Like videos longer than 3 minutes don't usually perform as well as shorter videos. So it's basically better to have shorter videos for your ads. So next you have to give the final URL. So the final URL is where you want your viewer to reach once they click your ad's call to action button. So it can be basically the landing page, like your website, your sign up page or anything. So basically when my viewers click this ad, I want them to reach to Simplilearn's website. So I'll give Simplilearn's URL. So I'll basically give Simplilearn's landing page. Now next you have to give the CTA, which is the call to action, the headline, long headline, and the description. So let's just see those one by one. So basically the CTA encourages viewers to take a specific action, such as visiting your website, signing up, or making a purchase. So it directly guides the viewer on what you want to do next. So it can be anything like learn more, download, or shop now. So here I will just give learn more because I think that would be apt. You have so many options. It depends on what product you're promoting. So basically I want learn more as call to action. And while my viewers press learn more option, I want them to be redirected to Simplilearn website. Now next you have the headline. So the headline grabs attention and quickly conveys the core message of the ad. So it's usually short and punchy, which is designed to spark interest and encourage users to watch or engage. So, it can be anything. For example, if you are running a gym, you can give it as get fit at home, try our app for free. Or for example, I can give you as free digital marketing course for beginners. I think that would be app, free digital marketing. Okay, they are telling to enter short, headline, course. So the word limit is 30. You can also, if you want to, type long headline, you can give it over here. Now next you have the description. So the description provides additional details about your offer, product or brand. So it supports the headline and CTA by offering more context and information to further engage viewers. So it's basically a description of what your product is about, so that the viewer gets an idea about what it is before they enter to your website or anything. So you can enter that, and you can also add a banner to your website. So either you can upload an image, and if you haven't uploaded an image, it will use an auto-generated banner. After that, you have to press create campaign. So finally, our campaign is ready. So this is how you basically create a YouTube ads campaign. So now I have come to the overview in the dashboard. So here our campaign is created. Now we have policy review, we have impressions, and we have conversions. So basically it will take around 2 days for Google to approve, to review and approve our campaign. So after that, we can calculate the impressions and we can track the conversions. So now let's just see what's there in this Google Ads dashboard. So first, this is the overview option. Just a second. I will explain with my previous video. Yeah, so this is the overview option in the campaign section of Google Ads. So this gives you a quick snapshot of how your ads are performing, as you can see here. So it gives key metrics like clicks, impressions, cost, and conversions. So you can easily see which campaigns are doing well and where you might want to make adjustments. So it's like a dashboard that highlights recent trends and top performing keyword ads and devices. So this overview helps you understand what's working best in your campaign and lets you quickly spot any AIDAs that you might need a tweak. So making it easier to manage and optimize your ads effectively. So as you can see, it gives a complete overview of how your ad is performing and everything. Now next you have the insights and reports. So basically the insights tab helps you better understand your audience and ad trends. So it provides data on how your ads are performing, which keywords are driving the most traffic, and even shows you seasonal trends or shifts in search behavior. Now then you have the campaign section. So here you can see your campaigns, like whichever campaigns you have created, the ad group, the ads, etc. Now finally here you have the goals section. So this is basically where you can actually track how your ads are performing or the conversions. So our campaign is not yet reviewed, but I'll just show you how it's to be done. So here basically you have an option to create conversion action. So you just have to press that. And here you can choose the conversion that you would like to track. So the common options are, website purchases, sign-ups, for newsletters, phone calls, and app downloads, as you can see here. So for example, if you are going with website, here you would basically have to give your domain name. Let's just give simplilearn.com. So here you can give the conversion goal, the event type. You can also add a conversion action manually. So basically for website conversions, you will need to install a tracking tag from Google Tag Manager. So Google Ads provides a piece of code, which is known as a conversion tracking tag, that you need to add to the specific page where the conversion takes place. Like such as the sign up page or the thank you page that users see after completing a purchase. So basically you can use, Google Tag Manager if you want a more streamlined approach, which allows you to manage all your tags without directly modifying your website's code. Now after that, you have the tools where you have one of the most important tool, which is Keyword Planner. Let's just check it out. So this is quite helpful when you have to create keywords for your ads. So here you just have to give your necessary informations, like, you have to give the information about what your service or product is about. And after that, you can, give your website so that it can, filter the unrelated keywords. And then you can go for get results. And then the planner will basically suggest you the keywords. And here you also have another option known as get search volume and forecasts. So in this option, you can enter the keywords to check for the search volume. So this tool is pretty helpful for planning your keywords. Hence planner. So this is where you can plan the spend for your future ads, Google Ads. And then finally, you have the billing section. So that's it. These were some of the cool features of Google Ads and how you could use it effectively.
Ever wondered how websites appear at the top of the search results when you type a query into Google? Well, that's the magic of SEO. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization, and it's the process of fine-tuning your website to rank higher in organic, that is unpaid search results. In simple terms, SEO is all about making your websites more visible to people who are searching for the things online. When someone types a question or a topic into search engine like Google, SEO helps your website appear higher up in the list of search results. This means more people are likely to click on your website. Just like how you are more likely to visit the shops on the main street than those tucked away in an alley. Study shows that organic search drives are whooping 53% of all website traffic. In fact, a recent survey by Moz revealed that 61% of marketers consider SEO to be the most effective digital marketing strategy. So in this video, we will cover what is SEO, types of SEO, how does SEO work, things to keep in mind while doing SEO. Alright, so let's start with the first topic, which is what is SEO. Imagine you have a fantastic store, but it's hidden down a dark alley. SEO is like putting up bright lights and clear signs so people can easily find you online. That's what SEO stands for, that is search engine optimization. It's about making your website more visible in search engines like Google. When people search for something, search engines use complex algorithms to rank websites. SEO helps your website tick the right boxes for these algorithms. Good SEO means your website appears higher in search results, which can lead to more visitors and potential customers. It's like putting up the big sign outside your shop so more people know you are there. When your website ranks higher in search results, it's like having a prime real estate in the digital world. Study shows that most people don't click past the first page of search results, so being at the top can make a big difference in how much traffic your site gets. SEO isn't just about getting more visitors though. It's also about attracting the right kind of visitors, people who are interested in what you offer and are more likely to become customers or engage with your content. By understanding what people are searching for and optimizing your website to match those queries, you can connect with your target audience more effectively. So this was about SEO. Now let's understand about the three types of SEO. Alright, there are three main types of SEO you need to know about. First one is technical optimization. So this is like the backstage work of SEO. It involves doing things on your websites that improve its performance in search engines, but people don't see them. For example, submitting your website sitemap to Google helps search engines understand and index your site better. The next one is on-page optimization. This is about making sure that your content on your website is top-notch and relevant to what people are searching for. You do this by using the right keywords in your content and providing a great user experience. It's like making sure your website is likable and helpful to visitors. The next is off-page optimization. So this type of SEO happens outside of your website. It's all about building your website's reputation and authority on the internet. One big way to do this is by getting other reputable websites to link to yours. These links, called backlinks, tell search engines that your website is trustworthy and valuable. By understanding and working on these three types of SEO, you can boost your website's visibility and attract more visitors, helping your business thrive online. So this was about the types of SEO. Now let's understand how does SEO work. So basically, there are some steps to how does SEO works. First, search engine crawling. Search engines like Google use automated programs called crawlers or spiders to browse the web. So these crawlers follow links from one web page to another, collecting information about each page they visit. They gather data on the content structure and other elements of the web pages, which is then stored in the search engine's database. Now, next one is search engine indexing. Once the crawlers collect information about web pages, the data is organized and stored in a massive database called an index. The indexing process involves analyzing the content keywords, meta tags, and other factors to understand what each web page is about. This indexed information allows search engines to quickly retrieve relevant results when someone performs a search query. Alright, now the third one, which is search engine ranking. When a user enters a search query, the search engine's algorithms shift through the index pages to determine which ones are most relevant to the query. The algorithm considers various factors like keyword, relevance, content quality, website authority, user experience, and more to rank the pages. The pages that best matches the search query and meet the algorithm's criteria appear higher in the search engine results pages. Websites with strong SEO practices, including optimized content quality, backlinks, and user-friendly design, are more likely to rank higher in search results. So in summary, SEO, that is search engine optimization, boosts a website's visibility online. We discussed three types: On-page focuses on content, off-page builds site authority, and technical ensures smooth site operation. SEO involves understanding how search engines find, organize, and rank websites. To succeed, maintain quality content, use relevant keywords, and earn trustworthy backlinks. Regularly track performance to refine strategies. Remember, SEO is an ongoing effort requiring adaptation to industry changes for sustained online success. Hello everyone and welcome to today's video on AEO versus SEO. In this video, we are diving into one of the most important digital marketing battles of our time. With AI tools like ChatGPT and Google Gemini reshaping how users search and voice assistants like Alexa and Siri answering questions instantly, the traditional SEO alone is no longer enough. That's where answer engine optimization comes in, which is designed to give you direct, voice-ready answers that users want fast. So if you want to know more about it, watch this video till the end. So let us start with first understanding what is SEO. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization. It is a practice of enhancing a website's visibility in search engine result pages to attract organic, which we say non-paid traffic. When users search for information, products, or services online, search engines like Google scan billions of pages to deliver most relevant results to us. So SEO helps your website appear higher in those rankings by optimizing various elements such as keywords, meta tags, headings, backlinks, and content quality. There are three components of SEO, guys. That is on-page SEO, meaning optimizing content and HTML structure. Then there is off-page SEO, like building links and authority. And then there is technical SEO, ensuring your site is fast, secure, and mobile-friendly. SEO is crucial for digital marketing because higher visibility leads to increased website traffic, brand awareness, and conversions. Unlike paid ads, SEO brings sustainable long-term results when implemented effectively. So SEO helps businesses connect with the right audience at the right time through meaningful and valuable content. So in short, this is what exactly is SEO. Now, let us move ahead and try to understand what is AEO. So guys, AEO stands for Answer Engine Optimization. It is a process of optimizing content to provide direct, concise answers to user queries, especially through AI-powered tools like voice assistants like Siri, Alexa, Google Assistant, and chatbots like ChatGPT, Google Gemini, and etc. So unlike traditional SEO, which focuses on driving users to website via search engine rankings, AEO aims to deliver instant, voice-friendly responses that don't always require visiting a web page. AEO involves structuring content using schema markups, FAQs, and conversational formats so that AI systems can easily extract and understand the information. It's designed to satisfy users who prefer quick answers, like those using smart speakers or mobile devices without needing to scroll through the search results. Now, AEO is becoming essential as voice search grows and AI becomes more embedded in how people access information. So guys, by focusing on clarity, context, and structure, AEO is actually helping businesses stay visible in the AI-powered answer-first search environment. So this was a short sum up of what exactly is SEO and what is AEO. Now, let us discuss some of the core differences of AEO and SEO based on certain parameters. So guys, our first parameter is objective and core goal. If I talk about SEO, the goal of SEO is actually to increase organic traffic to a website by making it rank higher on the search engine result pages. And SEO helps a user to find variety of web pages related to their typed query. For example, if I say, if someone searches digital marketing tips, so SEO ensures your blog post appears on page 1 of the Google. So that's the objective of SEO is. Now, if I talk about AEO, which is Answer Engine Optimization, it focuses on providing direct, immediate answers to users' questions without them needing to click on multiple links. It is optimized for AI systems like voice assistants and chatbots that pull answers directly from the structured content. For example, like if someone asks, what are the 3 digital marketing tips for beginners? Now, Siri or ChatGPT may read out your FAQ or snippet if AEO is properly implemented. The next goal that we have all over here is content format and structure. So if I talk about SEO, guys, it relies on long form content with strategic keyword placement. So here content must be informative, detailed, and media rich, meaning images, videos, etc.
Now, it also represents important elements such as meta titles and description, what are the keyword headings, are there any backlinks, and also the internal linkings. Similarly, if we discuss about content format and structure for AEO, it is kind of conversational, scannable, and structured for machines. Basically, it focuses on FAQ pages, featured snippets. People also ask type answers, and there is a schema markup like FAQs, how to, product organization, etc. The next one, let us talk about, it is one of the most important thing, which is user experience and interaction. If I talk about SEO, guys, users manually type keyword, scroll results, click links, and explore content. So it is best for exploratory searches, comparison, and in-depth learning, which is basically we're talking about SEO. So the user flow will be something like this: Google, read snippet, click the blog, and then you read the article. Now, if I talk about AEO, guys, here users ask conversational or voice-based queries. Best for fast to the point answers. No need for multiple click or page navigation. Now here the user flow will be something like this. There will be a voice or chat prompt, and then there will be instant spoken text or answer. So that's how AEO works. Now let us discuss about our final point, which is keyword strategy and search intent. Basically, if I talk about SEO, guys, keywords are usually short and typed. For example, like buying running shoes online. So it focuses on exact match, long tail keyword, and variations. Now if I talk about AEO, guys, here the keywords are natural question based and longer. Example like what are the best running shoes for long distance runner, and it is optimized for spoken language and user intent. Now if I sum up all of this, so I come up with certain performance metrics. So SEO basically focuses on organic traffic, page views, bounce rate, time on site, conversion rate, and ranking position. So if you're not familiar with SEO, then look out for digital marketing full course on Simplilearn, where we have covered all these metric points. Now, similarly, if I talk about the AEO metrics, there are snippet placements, voice search visibility, AI chatbot appearance frequency, and also direct answer accuracy is there. So this is how we judge based on the metrics, like how SEO is performing and how AEO is performing. So in short, guys, this was the core difference between AEO and SEO. Now let us move ahead and discuss about how SEO and AEO can work together. But before that, let's have a use case comparison. So for example, I have built a use case comparison, like there is industry, healthcare, e-commerce, finance, and travel. And suppose you type in SEO example, okay, then there will be an AEO example. So suppose if I talk about healthcare, so you would see something like blogs on symptoms of flu. And similarly, AEO is going to give you the voice answer for the same. What are the early symptoms of flu? So this is how you interact. Similarly, you just type product pages for shoes, and here you search it on chatbot, like what shoes are best for gym workouts. Similarly, if I talk about finance, so you could say guide on how to save taxes. You would search on Google something like this. But if you say to Siri, like how to save tax under ATC. So this is an income tax code. Okay. Now, similarly, for travel, you could see blog on top travel destination, and here where I can go for budget vacation in April. So I could say there is slight variation, but end result you are getting like what you want at the end of the day. So as discussed based on this example, I hope so you would have got the core difference between SEO and AEO. And as I was telling earlier, we will move forward to understand how both of them can work together. So guys, if I say like while SEO, search engine optimization, and AEO, which is standing for answer engine optimization, may seem like separate strategies, but they actually complement each other beautifully when implemented together. Think of this way, guys. Like SEO attracts users to your website, and AEO answers their questions in real time through voice assistant or AI tools. And together they are ensuring that your content is discoverable and usable across both search engines and AI platforms. Now, let us discuss about our first parameter, which is serve different user behaviors. So basically, SEO targets users who browse, explore, and read articles. And AEO targets users who want quick voice-based or conversational answers. For example, if I have to say like an SEO optimized blog, maybe title something like this: 10 best laptops for students in 2025. And AU optimized FAQ might answer, what is the best laptop under 50,000 for students? Both help, but in different formats. The next thing is shared content and different presentation. So guys, you don't need separate websites for SEO and AEO. Instead, create one piece of content and structure it to serve both purposes. SEO strategy, it is a long-form keyword-rich blog or guide, whereas AEO strategy could include short summaries, bullet point answers, and FAQs within the same content. Now, there is some tip which I would like to give you. Like you can use the same blog to rank on Google and show up voice answers by embedding structured FAQs. The third one is structured data. So schema markup, or we say structured data, is key to helping both search engines and AI will understand your content. If I talk about SEO benefit, it improves how your content is displayed on search engine results like rich snippets, ratings, and FAQs. Where AEO benefits, like it makes it easier for voice assistants to pull the exact answer and speak it loud. So this is how we talk about the structured data. And finally, we talk about optimization. So you can optimize SEO keywords like buy affordable DSLR cameras in India, or AEO keywords could be like which DSLR is best under 50,000 in India. And your content strategy, try to target both short form and natural language queries, which will definitely help you. Now, finally, let us discuss about our future trends. So if I talk about future trends of 2025 AEO versus SEO, so like as we are moving into digital era, both SEO and AEO are evolving rapidly actually. The traditional SEO will continue to play a vital role, and AEO will become indispensable as users increasingly interact with search platforms through voice commands, smart assistants, and AI chatbots. Now, the first thing which I am pretty much confident that voice search will surge. Like with the rise of smart devices like Amazon, Alexa, Google Nest, and Apple Siri, voice search is set to dominate user behavior. So there's a data like over 50% of online searches are expected to be voice-based by 2025. Users will favor quick, hands-free answers, especially on mobile and in smart homes. Businesses must be optimized for conversational queries and natural language to stay relevant. The next is AI chatbots. So AI chatbots will be the first touch points. So like AI powered tools like ChatGPT, Google Gemini, Microsoft Copilot, Cloud AI are becoming the first choice for users seeking information. Then there is a rise of structured data and schema markup. Google and AI assistants will rely heavily on structured data to understand and present the content. So the businesses using schema markup, for example, FAQ page, product, or like how to. So it will gain a huge advantage in this scenario. Whereas structured content will also appear more often in rich results, knowledge panels, or voice answers. The next, this is amazing trend guys, mobile first and AI ready content. With mobile users surpassing desktops and AI being integrated into messaging apps and mobile browsers, so the content must be mobile friendly, fast loading, and voice compatible. Google's mobile first indexing means desktop only sites will fall behind. And finally, there will be a blend of SEO plus AU strategies. So 2025 is not about choosing between SEO and AU. It's about combining them. So SEO will drive visibility in search engines, and AU will ensure that you're present in AI answers and voice searches. The future of digital search is multimodal and AI first. This is the first thing I would like to say. And to stay competitive in 2025 and beyond, marketers must embrace voice-first experiences, use AI-friendly formats, merge SEO and AEO strategies to be everywhere. And finally, merge SEO and AEO strategies to be everywhere the user is, whether it's a browser, a chatbot, or smart speaker.
If you are looking to boost your website's traffic or dominate search engine rankings, then today's video is just for you. We are diving deep into keyword research, a crucial part of any successful SEO strategy. By the end of this tutorial, you'll know exactly how to find the right keywords to help your content reach its full potential. So let's get started. To kick off things first, let's understand what keyword research is. Now, keyword research is all about discovering the exact phrases and terms your potential audience is typing into search engines. Now, by identifying these keywords, you can create content that directly addresses what people want to know, buy, or learn about. This not only drives more visitors to your site, but also helps you connect with those who are most likely to engage with your content. In essence, Keyword research is the backbone of a strong SEO strategy, guiding you in crafting content that resonates with your audience. Now that we know what keyword research is, let's dive into why it's so important. Picture this: you're hosting a party. Would you invite random people who might not even be interested? Or would you carefully choose guests who are excited to attend? So, keyword research helps you do the latter by attracting the right guests to your website. When you know the exact keywords your audience is searching for, you can tailor your content to meet their needs. This increases your chances of not only driving more traffic, but also engaging visitors who are genuinely interested in what you have to offer. The better you understand your audience search behavior, the more effective your content will be. Remember, it's not just about quantity. Getting the right kind of traffic is key to conversions and overall success. Moving on, let's talk about the different types of keywords you'll encounter in your research. This is important because not all keywords are created equal, and understanding the distinctions can greatly impact your strategy. So, short tail keywords are broad and usually consist of one or two words like SEO or marketing. Now, these keywords have high search volumes, which means lots of people are searching for them. However, they're also highly competitive, making it tough to rank for them unless you have a very authoritative website. Next comes long tail keywords. Now, long tail keywords, on the other hand, are more specific phrases like how to do keyword research for SEO. Now, while they have lower search volumes, they tend to be less competitive and more targeted, attracting visitors who are further along in their buyer's journey. For instance, someone searches for best budget laptops for students is likely closer to make a purchase than someone just searching for laptops. Now, next type of keyword is LSI, which is latent semantic indexing keywords. Now, these are related terms that search engines consider relevant to your main keyword. Now, for example, if your main keyword is digital marketing, then LSI keywords could be online marketing, SEO strategies, or social media advertising. Now, even in this example, if you have given best leather shoes, the LSIs would be official and casual wear, best footwear brand, original leather shoes, etc. So, using LSI keywords helps you create more contextually relevant content with search engines' favor. Now, by balancing these types of keywords, you can create content that appeals to both broad and niche audiences, giving your website a better chance to rank well across different searches. So, alright, now that we have covered the types of keywords, let's explore some of the tools that can help you find them. So, keyword research tools are like treasure maps. They guide you to the keywords that can drive the most traffic to your website. Number one is Google Keyword Planner. So, Google Keyword Planner is a fantastic starting point, especially for beginners. It's free and provides a wealth of information, including search volumes and competition levels for various keywords. You can also discover new keyword ideas based on what people are already searching for. Next is Ahrefs. Ahrefs is a more advanced paid tool that offers in-depth analysis. It doesn't just give you keyword data, it also provides insights into how difficult it is to rank for a particular keyword, as well as click-through rates, CTR, and related keyword ideas. So, Ahrefs is particularly useful for competitor analysis, helping you see which keywords for your competitors are ranking for and identifying gaps in their content that you can exploit. Now, next comes SEMrush. Now, SEMrush is another powerful tool that goes beyond keyword research. It offers comprehensive data on keywords, including trends over time, and allows you to conduct competitive analysis, track keyword performance, and more. SEMrush is a go-to for many SEO professionals because of its all-in-one capabilities. So these tools simplify the process of keyword research, allowing you to focus on creating content that will resonate with your audience and perform well in search engine results. So with so many tools at your disposal, the next step is figuring out how to actually find the best keywords for your content. So here's a step-by-step approach. Number one, start with a brainstorming session. So you can list down potential keywords related to your topic. Think about what your audience might search for and consider different variations of those phrases. So use the keyword research tools we just discussed to analyze these keywords. Pay close attention to search volume, competition, and user intent. The goal is to find keywords that have a good search volume but aren't too competitive. And next, consider user intent. This is crucial. Ask yourself, what is the searcher hoping to find? If someone is searching for best travel laptops in 2024, they are probably looking for product reviews or recommendations. Tailor your content to meet that specific intent and you'll have a much better chance of converting those visitors into customers. So by following these steps, you can pinpoint the keywords that will not only drive traffic, but also ensure that the traffic is relevant and likely to convert. Now, one of the most effective ways to find high quality keywords is by analyzing your competitors. This might sound like a spy mission, but it's completely above board and incredibly valuable. So tools like SEMrush allow you to see which keywords your competitors are ranking for. So this gives you insight into what's working for them, and more importantly, it highlights gaps in their strategy that you can exploit. For instance, if you notice that a competitor is ranking well for a keyword like affordable SEO tools, but their content is outdated or lacking in detail, you can create a more comprehensive and up-to-date piece to outrank them. So by leveraging competitor insights, you can stay ahead in the SEO game, ensuring that your content is always relevant and competitive. Now, finding the right keywords is only half the battle. The next challenge is using them effectively in your content. So here's how you can do that. Number one, place your primary keywords in strategic locations such as title, meta description, headers, and throughout the content. This signals to search engines that your content is about, helping you rank for that keyword. Number two, avoid keyword stuffing. This old school tactic doesn't work anymore and can actually hurt your rankings. Instead, focus on naturally integrating keywords and using variations. For example, if your primary keyword is digital marketing strategy, you could also use online marketing strategy or effective digital marketing tactics to make your content more readable and engaging. Now, the third one is using LSI keywords to add depth and context to your content. This not only improves readability, but also helps search engines understand the broader topic of your content, which can positively impact your rankings. Remember, the goal is to create content that's both optimized for search engines and enjoyable for your readers. Lastly, keyword research is not a set it and forget it process. It requires regular monitoring and adjustment. SEO is a constantly evolving field, and what works today might not work tomorrow. So make it a habit to regularly check how your keywords are performing. Use tools like Google Analytics to track your rankings and see which keywords are driving the most traffic. If you notice that certain keywords are underperforming, consider tweaking your content or trying out new keywords. So by staying on top of your keyword strategy, you can ensure that your content continues to perform well and adapt to changes in search trends. And there you have it, a comprehensive guide to keyword research. I hope you found this tutorial helpful and that you are now ready to start finding the best keywords for your content. Remember, keyword research is all about understanding your audience and creating content that meets their needs.
The first topic is like we will go through some introduction, guys. Okay, so we have a few topics to cover for the day. We are starting with the introduction to understand what exactly is paid campaign, what exactly is performance marketing. Okay, and yeah, there are some other metrics that we would be coming across. So before we start with paid campaigns, guys, okay, the basic of marketing or digital marketing, or in general, even I talk about paid campaign, is understanding your customer. Okay, why understanding your customer is very important in digital marketing overall, because you as a digital marketer would be, let's say if I talk about paid campaigns, okay, you will be running ads on Meta, you might run ads on Google, you might run ads on any other social platform out there. You will do the targeting. Okay, what is targeting? Targeting is nothing but you will choose whom you would want to show your ads, right? But how do you know, like, you know, whom you should know, whom you should show your ads? That's where understanding the customers comes into picture. If you don't understand your customers, you can't create your target audience as well, right? So understanding your customer, ideally it is important for paid campaign, but it is also important for the other aspect of marketing or digital marketing in general. Okay, now how do we understand our customers? Okay, um basically when it comes to understanding your customer, guys, there are basic strategies that you can follow. Okay, you try to understand what your customer needs. Okay, like try to see some trends. Okay, understand what do they need and try to customize your product according to them. Okay, so basically you customer identification and understandings are kind of directly proportional to your growth as well. Okay, in general about your business growth. Now, how do you find out common needs of your customer? Okay, so try to check all these aspects whenever you are trying to do that research about your customer. Okay, understand what is their personal need. Okay, understand what is their functionality needs, understand their price point needs. Like, you know, let's say if your target audience is a middle class or a upper middle class or an HNI, so what is their price point? What is the price point where they are comfortable to spend? right? Get some compatibility and quality needs, like, do they value more, uh, do they look out for more value products or cheaper products? So understand what are some common needs of your customer, okay? And if you find that out, you would know what communication you will have to use, you'll know what targeting you have to do, okay? Like, people directly jump into targeting, communication and all, but you can't create a communication unless you don't know what your customer needs, right? Let's say if I ask you that, guys, create an advertisement for Fevicol, you should know, right, who's the audience of Fevicol, what kind of people are they, because you have to create that relatability factor with them, right? So create your relatability factor, you'll have to know what do they like, what they don't like, and based on that you'll create your communication as well, right? Now, few things, some methods to understand your customer, guys. You can take some customers opinion and conduct surveys on following things. You can take survey on product, you can take their feedback, see the trend, like what is, like you can see a trend, right? Like, let's say recently what was the trend, there was some doll which got very famous, I don't, Labubu doll or something on those line, right? So trend, see pattern, like what actually audiences are liking, right? See, understand, do they like quality product, quantity product, see if they have more inclination to some certain kind of ingredients out there. So this is something called a sentimental analysis, okay? This will help you to understand the basic behavior of your customer, okay? Now we'll start with our paid campaign, guys, okay? See, paid campaign in a very simple term, guys. Okay, you never have to mug up those jargons. Okay, in digital marketing, no one would expect that you should know the exact definition. Okay, even if you understand the concept and if you explain it in your own word, it's all good to go. Okay, so let's say if you are in an interview and someone would ask you, guys, okay, what is paid campaign, explain it, what is paid campaign, you can simply say whatever ads that we see which are running on Google or on any other social media is paid campaign. Basically, a brand is paying some amount of money on that platform to increase the brand visibility out there, okay? So for example, let's say if I open over here, let's say I'm searching for health insurance, okay? Can you see all these brands which comes under sponsored result? This is part of paid campaign, okay? The ads that you see running on Meta is paid campaign. If I go on YouTube, I might see some ad right now on my page. Let's see this one, okay? This is paid campaign. Wherever you see some ads running is part of paid campaign. That is what we call as paid campaign. Brands are paying money to all this platform to increase their brand visibility, as simple as that, okay? Now in paid campaign as well, guys, so let me create one Word doc as well. It's a very wide topic, okay? Paid advertising or performance marketing in general is a very wider topic because there are so many platforms to work on, okay? If we create a list right now, let me let you know over here, okay? So paid campaign, nowadays people also call this as performance marketing, okay? This is like a new term, but whatever you are okay with. So first thing comes under is search engine, okay? Search engine, one of the most popular platform is Google Ads, where basically with this platform you can show ads on different inventories on Google in general, okay, including your YouTube over here, okay? So includes YouTube because YouTube is owned by Google, okay? Then you have Bing ads, okay? You have Yahoo ads, you have Apple ads as well, okay? Not part of search engine, but I'll still mention over here. There's whole topic going on for Samsung ads separately, okay? Then you have your social media where you will be having your Meta, which includes Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, okay? Your Messenger. Then you have LinkedIn, Pinterest, Twitter, okay? Think whatever social platform you could, Snapchat, okay? These are like most popular social media platform. Your TikTok is banned in India, but for international market, we run ads on TikTok as well, okay? Then even if you're running some ads on OTT, let's say you're running ads on Netflix or your Amazon Prime, Z5, Sony Live, MX Player. I mean, it keeps going on. Nowadays, a performance marketer is the one who handles running this ads on OTT as well. Earlier, it was a paid campaign, or a performance marketer used to only work with search engine and social media. But nowadays, like, ideally, if you want to run ads on OTTs and all, ideally a paid person who's looking into performance marketing, they only usually get involved with it. Okay. um, Running ads on e-commerce platform like Amazon, okay, you have Netflix, even the ads that you guys see on some payment platform like your Google Pay, Cred, I don't know, Paytm. So it's a very, how should I say? Then you have something called as programmatic advertising as well coming into picture, where there are some premium platform now. Programmatic advertising is all about premiumness out there. There are some brands who want to show their ads on some premium inventories, and they have a platform, a separate platform altogether over there. Okay, I've still not covered. Like, there are other platform as well which would be there where you can run your ads. So imagine this is such a big list for a person to run ads, right? Now, you can't learn everything in one go. Try to understand this. Like me also, when I started my career, I used to know only Google and Meta. After 7 years of career, I have explored working on all this platform, because obviously you should work with a brand which will allow you to work on all these platforms, right? Hence, it is always mentioned that if you want to be very pro in digital marketing, rather than working on a brand side, you start your career with a digital marketing agency. Because when you start your career with a digital marketing agency, guys, you'll be working with multiple brand at one time. Let's say on an average, I used to work with 5 brands at a time, and every brand had a different requirement, and we used to explore all this platform all together, right? So now for you guys, because of you are very new to the concept, you shouldn't know all the platform. See, each platform has some community factor with each other. Even if you know those basic, even if you know those common factors, if you know the basic core of paid campaign, you can yourself navigate all these platforms by yourself. Okay, programmatic advertising you can't, because this is like a premium platform out there. But yeah, the basics of all the platforms are same only. Okay, so uh, ideally you should be a pro in Google ads. Okay, this is something where you should be good with. So if you know Google ads and if you know Meta, you can, if you know Google ads, you can run campaign on other search engine as well. If you know Meta, you can run ads on other social platform as well. Okay, rest all OTT, GPay, programmatic, for that you have to actually work with a brand to learn all this. Okay, so I hope I'm clear. So imagine, like, even after 7 years of my career, I still feel there's some platform where I've not worked yet. Okay, so I've still not worked with SA360. Some of one or two OTTs I've still not worked on it. It depends on the opportunities that you get, right? Um, so that's how big this particular topic is. Ideally, paid performance marketing itself is like a, how should I say, a very huge topic overall in digital marketing. Viral has one question: how can we research efficiently about target customer? We don't have a huge network of following to run surveys and stuff. Are there any other method where we don't have to rely on other people? Um, See, so there is something called as primary data collection, okay, and something called as secondary data collection. Okay, now primary data collection is something where you have to run all the surveys. Okay, you'll run survey, you go offline, talk to people out there. Secondary data collection is where you rely on your news. Okay, you rely on websites. There are many websites out there who will give you those database. Okay, like you rely on some news at how this particular brand is growing, where the consumer mindset is shifting towards. So second data is all about this news and the Wikipedia article and some blogs that you read, and you collect data from there. These are the only two way where you can do this basic survey. Okay, apart from that, you can use tools like Google Trends to understand, okay, what people are liking nowadays. Okay, so you can use such kind of tools as well if you don't want to go into survey and all. But ideally you have to do a survey. You have to, like, yes, you can rely on the secondary data where like you have blogs, articles and all of that. But trust me, the insights that you get by using primary data collection method, that would be some, it will be altogether something else only. Okay, now also people ask that please do conduct a survey, go offline, talk to people, understand what is the problem that they are facing. Right there you get a very deeper insight that you can't get under your secondary data collection. Right, or otherwise you can also use Google Trend, but again Google Trend is there, their platforms are also there, but to understand the human emotion, surveys, talking to them personally really gives a better insight, I would say. Like I'll give you one example over here. Okay, so there was one brand I used to work with called as Steve Madden. Okay, and we used to run campaigns for them on Meta. Okay, now from client side, a very person, basically the manager of Steve Madden from client side, what he did, he visited the store of Steve Madden to just do some basic observation. Okay, and what this guy observed was, like, he didn't even ask anything to anyone. He was just observing for 1 or 2 days, and he observed that many people who come on in the store are the one who use iPhone. Like, he has seen most of them using iPhone compared to Android. Okay, and he asked us to do this. He asked us that, okay, the campaigns that we are running right now, let's just not target all devices, let's just target people who use iOS. Okay, and we did it, and we saw a really good performance with our campaign. We saw lot many people converting. So usually before doing these changes, we had a conversion rate of, let's say, 10%. It increased to 20%. Right, so these are observations that you do when you go offline, speak, observe, or you do some online surveys. You can't get this data by just like relying on some secondary data collection or relying on some tools out there. Okay, because humans keeps on changing. Right, you as a marketer, it's your basic job to go and check that. Cool. Okay, guys. So yeah, let's get started. I'll cover your basics of paid campaign. If you feel any questions, like Viral, if you come across any question, feel free to put it in the chat. Okay. So as I said, when it comes to paid campaign, why nowadays people are moving more towards paid campaign, let's discuss this. Okay, see, every brands want to grow their business very quickly. Do you guys agree with me? Okay, now in digital marketing, one of the way to quickly grow your business is only performance marketing or paid campaigns. Why? If you rely on SEO is a very slow process. Okay, SEO takes time to grow. Okay, it doesn't grow overnight. SEO might take 6 months, 1 year to just reflect some results. Okay, apart from that, you have social media organic, where you will post something on social media, reels and all of that, but even that will take some time to grow. Then where can you go to increase your brand quickly? Okay, performance marketing, because you are paying money on the platform to increase your brand visibility. Okay, in performance marketing, there and there itself you can see how much money you are spending, how much business you are getting out of it. So if you would have seen, I'm not sure how many of you have watched in Shark Tank, India based Shark Tank. Have you ever watched Shark Tanks? If not, please watch some Shark Tank episode, and you would heard this term a lot, that how much money you're spending on performance marketing. You would see there would be many founders who would say that, heavily they are relying on performance marketing to grow their business. This is like a common term you might have heard. Okay, or if you have not heard, or if not watch Shark Tank, please go and see, understand, because this particular department is growing like anything, because business are in hurry to grow their business, grow their numbers, and the only way they can do is with the help of performance marketing. Right, so basically with performance marketing, you reduce that time. Okay, to grow that business, the time that you need organically, it will take a lot of time. So if you want to quickly grow your business, do performance marketing. Okay, and you grow your brand in a much more faster way. Okay, so that's why it is one of the most, how should I say, trending department, or it will keep on trending, it will keep on growing only. Okay, as the world moves so faster, I mean, brand would want to move faster further, and for them, this is like a major department where they spend money on. Okay, there are brands who spend in crores every month on different platforms out there. Right, I know many startups, for them, they would have 1 or 2 people in SEO, 1 or 2 people in social media, but they'll have 20, 20, 50 people in performance marketing. In startup, you will see this department, there'll be a lot of hiring in this department as well. But with this department, the one thing is, and obviously it's one of the good high paying department as well. But as I said, like, it, out of all the department in digital marketing, this is one of the high pressure department, especially if you work with the Indian brands, because we all know Indian brands are very frugal. So they'll check all the nitty gritties. But if you work with the international brand, guys, because they have kind of money, because they have kind of time, because they have that kind of patience, they'll give you time as well. They won't bombard you with a lot of work. They'll give you enough time to experiment, right? So both the experience are very different. Like my experience, whatever learning I've got, okay, my learning is so strong because I've worked with Indian brands, because there you do everything. There you get to chance, there you get chance to experiment with 10 other things out there, okay. So after I got that experience, I shifted to the international market, because now I wanted to get that international level exposure. Okay, so I always strongly recommend everyone that first work with the Indian market, see that hustle, see that experiment thing that goes on. If you just work 3 year with an Indian brand, trust me, you learn everything. Then you work aram se with an international brand, it won't be that high pressure job as well. There you'll have very higher spend, you'll handle a very good budget. So as a performance marketer, we flex on our budget, that how much budget we spend on a month, okay. And again, you get better pay, you get better opportunity based on the media spend that you have handled, right? So probably the media spend that you handle in India and the one you handle in international is obviously way up, like there's like a big gap between both, okay. Coming back to our point, as I think I've already discussed all of this, but some of the USPs of paid campaign is, as I said, it will double your ROI, return on investment, okay. It will expedite the product selling process in the market. I mean, quickly you can grow, okay. It will track everything, okay. With paid campaign, you will be able to track, okay, let's say you're doing it for an e-commerce brand, guys, you will be able to track, okay, how many people have added the product to the cart, how many people ideally checked out, how many people went to the payment page, and how many people have actually converted. So you'll see the entire journey of your customer, okay. You can do retargeting as well. Now, what is retargeting? Have you guys ever heard about this term called as retargeting? Everyone, guys, anyone who has heard this term, retargeting or remarketing? Let me see if I can show you some remarketing campaign right now. So, remarketing, guys, is nothing but you might have experience, probably wouldn't know about the concept. So, let's say right now, if you go to Mintra, okay, and you see some product, you don't buy it, and then wherever you go, whether you're going on social media or on any website, you'll see that those same products are shown to you, right? That is what we call as remarketing. So you can do remarketing with the help of paid campaign. Basically, if the person doesn't do that end transaction, you can show them ad again and again and again of the last product that they have checked, as a reminder that they have to buy the product, okay. And obviously, to push them further, we give them more discount offer and 10 other things, okay. And very good thing about paid campaign is you can reach out to the exact audience whom you would want to show your ads to. When I say exact audience, guys, imagine, okay, I'll just give an hypothetical example. Imagine Viral owns a hospital in his area. Now, for Viral, there's no point to show ad to the entire city, right? He would just probably, even if the people in nearby vicinity, if they see his ad and they get to know about this hospital, it will be enough for Viral, right? So with paid campaign, Viral can do pin code wise targeting as well, right? If you don't want to show ad in your entire city, it's okay. You can target people or show ad to people who lives in your specific area or in your pin code, right? So that's a narrow level of targeting you can do with respect to paid campaign. You don't have to reach out to everyone. Like, you are not doing a billboard based campaign out here. You can reach out to as specific audience as you would want to. I was just trying to see if I can see something here. Yeah, this okay. It's still loading right now. Right now, I could see some ad, but now, oh, okay, wait. I don't know why is it still not loading. It did loaded, but I refreshed it. Yeah, see that's loading. So this is one website that I just visited like yesterday. Okay, not today. Yesterday I visited this website to check some of the home decor product, and these are the exact product that I checked. Okay, like I viewed this product, I didn't bought it. I didn't the remarketing to me over here, right? These are some exact keyholders that I was checking, and they are doing the remarketing by showing me those exact picture. And can you see they are giving me offers at the top, like 53% off, 39% off for me, for them, because they're trying to push me to buy these products now. Now, when we talk about paid campaign, guys, one of the most important funnel is called as conversion funnel. Okay, now what is a conversion funnel? Basically, it is a path. Okay, basically your user or your customer would be at a different stage of user journey, right? And that is what we call as a customer conversion funnel, and it looks something like this. Okay, now what exactly is this? Basically, let's say I started my own brand. Okay, I started a clothing brand. Okay, when I start my clothing brand, the first thing I would want is reach out to as many people as possible. That is what we call as awareness. Awareness is where I want to reach out to the mass audience because I want them to know about my product or my brand. Okay, then some of them would be interested in my product. So not just my product, my company product as well. So interest stages where, not everyone would be interested in this particular category. So when I say awareness, I'm reaching out to people, each probably pan India level. Okay, but some of them would be someone who's very much interested in clothing in general. So there will be a narrower of audience which would come over there. Then next stage would be desire, where okay, they really liked my product and now they've started checking out my product. And lastly, there's something called as an action stage, where they'll take that action to purchase my product. Okay, so this conversion funnel is very important, because based on the conversion funnel we create our marketing strategies. Okay, our communication, our targeting, everything is based on this conversion funnel. I hope I'm clear what is a conversion funnel. This is like a funnel that you guys would have seen, probably if you come from a basic marketing background as well, you might have heard about this particular term called as a conversion funnel. Basically, you start with reaching out to a master audience, then some of them would be interested in your category in general. At a desire stage, they have started liking your product, and at an action stage, they have finally bought your product. Okay, now why it is important for you to know this conversion funnel is because at different stages of user journey, you run your ads on different platform and you use different communication. Okay, for example, we can do an example over here. Okay, so I'll open my Word doc again. So if a person is at an awareness stage, okay, what are the platform where I would want to show my advertisement would be YouTube and let's say Instagram. Okay, why? Because here, and again, so my wait 1 second, I'll just mention, this would be my platform. Okay, uh video would be my format. Okay, now why YouTube and Instagram? Because do you guys agree that YouTube and Instagram is where you'll see a lot of mass audience? Okay, everyone is there on YouTube, everyone is there on Instagram, right? So if I want to create awareness for my brand, that is the best platform to be there on, right? Because I will be able to reach out to the mass audience, and because people relate more to the video communication. Like if I show you text, so there's audio, there's text, and there's video, people relate more to video, and hence I can create a lot of video promotions over here, right? So I'll create some shorts, I'll create some reels, I'll create some stories and all of that, right? Now if a person is at an interest stage, what I can do, where can I take them? Okay, I can use more specific platform, like let's say Google search. Okay, at the interest and desire stage, basically why Google search is very important, because now see, if you might have, I'm not sure how many of you have done this, but if you see some really good brands ad on Instagram or YouTube, there's a good chance 70% or 50% of the people will go on Google and search about that brand. Okay, now if the person is searching about my brand on Google, I have to be there as well. Correct? I mean, this is like a very common trend that I've seen. I'm not sure you have personally experienced this or not, but as per the recent research that we did, we saw that if a customer come across a very different brand altogether on Instagram or YouTube, let's say they're scrolling on reels and they see some influencer mentioning some brand, the first thing that they'll do is they go on Google and find out their product and check out their brand. And hence you have to be there on Google, right? So basically, at every stage of conversion funnel, you will do marketing on different platform, and there will be a different communication altogether that you would be using across. This is like a part of your strategy. Okay, I hope this makes sense, guys. So again, you can call this conversion funnel. Now there are different terminologies here. We call this as awareness, interest, desire, action. We can also call this as upper funnel, middle funnel, and lower funnel. Upper funnel, where you're reaching out to people who are interested in the product. Okay, middle funnel, you're reaching out to people who are considering your brand, okay? And then in lower funnel, you're trying to show advertisement to those who are at the stage of buying your product. For example, they've added the product to the cart, but because of some, like, they're waiting for more discount, or they're waiting for more offer, and they didn't buy your product, so they are at the lower funnel, okay? Upper funnel, middle funnel, lower funnel, guys. I hope I'm clear with conversion funnel. So now when it comes to paid campaign, guys, one of the very important part that one should know is conversion rate optimization. Okay, what exactly is CRO? In short form, we call this a CRO. Okay, basically in conversion rate optimization, guys, you want, okay, as many people as possible to convert from your app or your website. Okay, so basically try to understand how does a user flow looks like. Okay, it starts with impression, then clicks, and then conversion. Okay, what do I mean by impression, clicks, and conversion? Okay, try to understand this metrics, guys. It's very important for you all to know. Okay, now reach is number of unique people who sees your advertisement. Okay, now imagine we have 10 people on the call, and all 10 of you have seen the ad. That means my reach is 10. Okay, but if I say, what is impression? Impression, number of time your ad has been shown to the customer. For example, okay, if I say my reach is 10 and my impression is 20, what I'm trying to say is my ad has been shown to 10 unique people and impression is 20. That means each person has seen my ad at least twice. Reach is unique people who have seen your ad. Impression is number of time a user has seen your ad, right? So let's say if just Priyanshi would see my ad, my reach would be 1. But if she sees my ad 2 times, that means my impression is 2. And that's where we get one more metric called as frequency. Now, what is frequency? So all those advertisement, guys, that you see on your social media or on YouTube, a brand sets a frequency over there. Frequency is nothing but I am controlling that you guys should see my ad how many times in a week or in a month or in a day. Okay, so a good frequency is 2 to 3 times a week. A user should ideally see your ad 2 to 3 times a week. That is like an ideal frequency. Okay, okay, these are some basic metric that you should know. Okay, then comes click. Now what do I mean by click? We all know what is click, but I'll just try to show it to you over here. Let's say if I want to buy a tote bag. Okay, can you see I'm seeing ads by so many brands over here right now? Okay, this is impression. Okay, so imagine, guys, I've just seen, okay, now what would be impression? Try to understand this. Right now, let's say I'm seeing ads of all this brand. All this brand would have got one reach and one impression. Okay, because I'm seeing their ad for the very first time for today. Okay, and all of them are like unique because I'm seeing it for the first time. Let's say if I refresh this page again and if I see ad of the same brand, now their reach would be only 1, but their impression would be 2 because I'm seeing their ad for the second time. Okay, what that is what we call as impression, number of time a user is seeing your ad. Okay, if I click on it, now if I click on this particular ad, this is what we call as click. Okay, number of time people have clicked on the ad. Okay, and what is conversion? Okay, now in case of Myntra, the conversion would be number of people who, like, if I buy this bag, that is called as conversion. So number of people who have done the final conversion. Okay, now see, guys, conversion as a concept varies a lot. Conversion brand to brand would vary a lot. Okay, what do I mean by that? For an e-commerce brand, what is conversion? Basically, how many people went on the website and bought the product. If it's an any e-commerce brand or any D2C brand who's selling any product online, for them, what is the conversion? That how many people went to the website and bought our product. Okay, but imagine if it's a real estate company or if it's an educational client, for them, what would be a conversion in digital marketing perspective? It would be how many people went on the website and gave their details. Why? Because would you buy a flat online? No. Would you buy a course online? Let's say a course of 5 lakh or 10 lakh? No, right? So for any educational brand or for any real estate brand or for any B2B business, from a digital marketing perspective, guys, the conversion is how many people went on the website and gave their details. Because all these products you can't buy online. And this lead is further shared to the sales team who would call and convert you guys further. I hope you are understanding. So conversion as a metric is different for each and every brand. Like let's say if see this, if I search for 2 BHK flat in Pune because I reside in Pune, I'm seeing one ad by this company called as Rohan Builders, okay? And if I click on it, right? If I say get details, can you see what they're asking? They're asking me to give me my details to them. Now, if I give my details to them, that is the conversion for them. For some brand, the conversion would be how many people went on the website and bought the product. For some brand, the conversion would be how many people have give their details. For some brand, it could be how many people have installed their app. So to find out your conversion rate, guys, this is your formula, okay? Number of conversions you have got divided by number of visitors into 100 because you want to convert into percentage. For example, right now I'll take an example, okay? For this tote bag, okay, we have got around, let's say, 10,000 clicks. Out of that, we have got 1,000 conversion. I mean, 1,000 people have bought the bag. Okay, what would be my conversion rate? Conversion rate would be basically your formula number of conversions. So our number of conversion is 1,000 divided by 10,000. We have to do in 200 because we want to convert this into percentage. I hope I'm clear. So this is where you can use Calci. If you are very good with numbers, you can just directly. And again, if you convert this into percentage, it will come around like almost 1% of people who have converted. Okay, ideally whenever you want to do a calculation, we always do it in Excel because all our numbers are usually put in an Excel and not a Word doc. But I hope I'm clear. How does this work? To calculate your conversion rate, guys, first take your clicks, then take your conversion count. Clicks 10,000, conversion 1,000. How do you use this in Excel? You take, now it's easy to calculate in Excel. You take your conversion divided by your clicks, okay, and then 10% people have converted. What do you think? Okay, your conversion rate percentage should be higher or lower? So you should always aim for a higher percentage. Okay, like 10% is still okay, but let's say out of 10,000, if 5,000 people would have converted, it would have been 50%. 50% of people have converted, right? So guys, this is some basic question that you would get asked in the interview, that a conversion rate, what is the formula to calculate a conversion rate? So you should know it is your conversion divided by clicks and into 100 because we want to convert this into percentage. Now, how can you improve your conversion rate, or what are the steps one can take to improve their conversion rate? Okay, um see, try to understand. You will have to improve your conversion rate, guys, and this happens very commonly whenever we run a paid campaign. We have to do a lot of A/B testing. Okay, when I say A/B testing is basically, okay, imagine. First thing, what is A/B testing? A/B testing is you are trying to test between two versions. Okay, let's say I will might have to A/B test between does a video perform better or an image ad performs better. That is like an A/B testing, or text performs better, right? I can A/B test between a tier 1 cities or a tier 2 cities. Okay, I can A/B test between remarketing, like showing ad to the audience who already know my business, or prospecting audience, basically who have heard about my business for the very first time, right? So in A/B testing, basically you do a lot of testing, like, because there are so many options, like, for which you can do some targeting for a brand, and you have to find the best one. So to find the best one, you have to do a lot of A/B testing. You can't be sure, like, let's say if you give me a brand today and you're like, ma'am, give me a strategy which will work for sure. I can't say that, guys, because brand to brand strategies differ. Okay, and hence we do a lot of A/B testing to find out what performs well for which brand, right? So the same thing, if you want to increase your conversion rate, guys, you'll have to do multiple tests. Okay, you'll have to test between different kind of content and its communication as well. So you'll have to do a lot of deeper level analysis to improve this conversion rate number. Okay, like for example, what all things we can A/B test with. Okay, so things to A/B test with, there are many things you can do an A/B testing with. You have to do an A/B testing with platform as well. That does Google perform better or Meta perform better, right? With the ad format, with ad content, with your targeting, with your budget, with your location, with your demographic, right? These are still lesser in number. With your website, because on website also brands create a different pages to find out which pages perform well, right? So there you can't, even after like years of experience, because if you give me a new brand or a new category altogether, I still won't be able to tell you ki this will perform well for this brand. I can give you some hypothesis, but until and unless I don't test out, I can't give you a short answer for that. Makes sense? So for any time when you want to increase your conversion rate, try to understand, you'll have to do a lot of A/B testing. You'll have to find out which works well for your brand, and you have to do a lot of deeper analysis. Now, what I've mentioned right now, it's just there in the same thing in the PPT. Whenever you want to, basically increase your conversion rate, there are a few things that you could do. Okay, first thing, your website speed, very important. Imagine your ad is really good, your website is also really good, but once a user clicks on your ad, your website is not loading only. How would the person convert? Ideally, a person wait for only 1 or 2 seconds for the website to load. Imagine your website is taking 10 seconds to load. Do you really think people will wait on your website? They'll just bounce back, and hence the person won't convert. How much time do you guys wait in general for the website to load? 1 second, 2 seconds? And if it takes a lot of time, don't you get frustrated and you just bounce back? So hence it is very important to have a good website speed. Imagine if your website speed is really good, it's very smooth, the person will for sure land on the website, and if everything is all good, they'll buy the product. But the main thing, if the person is not able to land on the website, they won't even convert, right? So this is like a basic thing that you have to fix if you're running any campaign and if you want to increase this conversion rate. Okay, then your landing page layout makes a very good difference. Imagine, guys, okay, a person came on your website but it is very cluttered, the person is not able to understand the website. Do you think that the person would convert? No, right? See, okay, I'll show you an example right now rather than talking theoretically on this. Okay, I'll we will do a test right now. Okay, I want to buy a health insurance, let's say. Okay, guys, and I'll open some websites, okay, to check. So I'm opening one website which is HDFC Ergo. This is all ADCA website because I'm checking under sponsored results. Okay, I'll check this website also, Care Health Insurance. Okay, we'll check this two website whenever you're buying an insurance. See, try to understand. I'm not sure you guys are in that age to buy an insurance or not, but you see, if I know personal experience has been that whenever I want to buy an insurance, if I just give randomly my details on all the website, trust me, they'll trouble me by calling me again and again, and they'll make my life hell. So I have to be very vigilant on which brand should I trust when it comes to giving my details. Okay, now why I have said HDFC are compared to Care, because the way they have structured their website. Okay, I'll tell you why. Yes, their website, this page is very long page, but it is required as well for a person who want to buy an insurance. They check all everything. Insurance is not like a 100 rupee thing that you're buying and you're testing out. Okay, it is a very important product that you're buying, and you would want to check each and every aspect. Okay, and that's what HDFC Ergo is trying to tell you over here on the page. They're telling you, imagine like why this website is really good. See, their brand color is red. They have mentioned that theme, that color, that font style is standard on the entire page. Okay, because it's a lengthy website, um they have not made it text heavy. They have used all those emojis and emoticons everywhere to make it less text heavier. Okay, for the person to understand it in better way. For example, why to choose them, what is the usual process, what are some other benefits, what are the trust, like how many people are claiming or buying for them, right? Again, why should, what is the entire process, like when they say 3 claims, right? How easy it is to claim, right? They have given an FAQ because they know a person who's buying an insurance, they will do a lot of research. A basic research detail need to be there on the page, right? Unlike care, where they have just told you why to choose them. Okay, there's no other detail given. What is the process to claim, how much time does it take, any FAQ, anything of that sort, right? And even if they have a longer page, they are very smart. See this, if you would see, after every part, okay, they have given a CTA. This is called as call to action button, and after every part they have given a CTA. Can you see? Now why is that so? Because they don't want the user to get distracted. Okay, so if I tap on online and I say okay, it will take me up to the form, so I won't even get deviated here and there. I'll tap on the button, it will take me to the top to give my details, right? So that's what I mean by a landing page layout. It needs to be very crisp, it need to be clear, it need to be marketable, right? They have make sure the font style, the font color, every part they have a CTA given, right? They're using all these pictures so that it shouldn't look text heavy. If it's a text heavy website, the person will feel very bored and they might not even check the website further, right? Like they have created such kind of section where you can, if you want to know more details, either you know it or see, imagine even you say that I don't want to know all this detail, I'm okay till here, so you might tap on buy online. So they're very smart. If you tap on buy online, they'll take you at the top and ask you to give your details, so you're not getting distracted here and there, right? I hope that makes sense. So it is very important to have a good landing page. In paid advertisement, it is very important because we don't want the customer to get diverted. You understood my analysis why I was more toward HDFC compared to care. See, the only, I mean, for care, if this would have been, see, insurance, real estate, a person is very cautious when it comes to giving the detail on a website because they know that brand will make their life hell by calling them again and again, will spam them from here and there. Okay, so the brand where I want to give my information also, I'll be very thoughtful about it. Okay, same goes with real estate as well. Real estate brand also have to give, like their website also has to be very crisp and clear. Like if I don't know, it's been a while I've checked some real estate brands web, let's check Kalpataru. If they have, like, see them, right? They are giving all the details over here. Inquire now. So it's a static landing page. By the way, can you see this pop-up has come again? This is what we call as a static landing page. Okay, it won't direct you to another page altogether. You just have to be in this page, and if you are interested, inquire, or else you go back. They won't allow you to go to any other pages of the website. But this is only okay when you're doing lead generation, like real estate, education, or insurance. But if it's an e-commerce brand, you have to take them to different pages, because I mean, in insurance and in e-commerce, there are different pages involved when it comes to buying the product. Okay, but that's what I meant by landing page layout. Again, your content matters a lot. SDFC Ergo's content was very, I mean, personally, I really like their content. I mean, if you, and they keep on changing, they don't make it like a very constant, how should I say, right now it's not popping up for me because I've seen their ad so many times. Let me just open their content once. Can you say, now they have changed this tagline because right now Diwali is going on, so they are making it customized as well. Okay, they are changing their content based on event as well, which no other brand I could see doing. Care Insurance didn't do that. Okay, now again, because there was a recent news on health insurance, you don't have to pay GST and all. They're saying 0% GST. So their copy is very interesting, even if you see in general. So content again plays a very important role. Follow trend, keep on changing your content based on events out there, right? It should be very relatable for them. Again, heading is very important in your content. What HDFC Ergo was trying to do over here, because it is Diwali, they have made it customized to Diwali out here. Celebrate Diwali worry free by securing your health with 4x coverage at no extra cost. Diwali aapki suraksha hamari. Again, uh, to make the content relatable, they are using Hindi over here, right? To make it more touch personalized. Again, the writing style, as I've said, it depends. You have to make sure you're following your brand communication style. If your brand communication style is very emotional or it's very cut straight, like you have to follow your brand guidelines, is what I'm trying to say. The font style, the font color, the communication. Okay, like health insurance is very personal. It's about taking care of the family. So SDFC Ergo gave that touch in Hindi, right? If you would have seen many Indian commercial, by the way, today, not today, yesterday, the legend of advertisement, Piyush, is it Pandey? I'm not sure about his surname, but the one who created all this communication for Fevicol, Asia Pens, and all, he is no more. But why those advertisements were so famous? Because they gave that touch, that human touch, that relatability factor out there, right? If you might still remember what was the tagline for Fevicol, what was the tagline for Asian Paints, right? आपका some घर related thing, Cadbury, कुछ मीठा हो जाए. Why? Because at least in India, people are very emotional. They relate a lot with the emotional touch, the emotional communication out there, right? So as a brand, if you're something on those lines, you have to use that kind of communication. Obviously, brand to brand, the communication style would differ, but your communication style should be in a way which can touch the customer. For example, nowadays Gen Zs and millennials are more into memes, entertainment content. You would see Swiggy, Zomato, their content is very in a funny way, or in a meme kind of a content that they create, right? I'm not sure, do you guys follow Swiggy, Zomato, Cred, all of this brand on Instagram? Check their content is very in a funny conversational connection way. Like they'll create those trending reels and put their brand in it. They'll create some trending memes because that's what their user like, right? The user is Gen Z focus, millennial focus, correct? Your content writing style, I mean, it should, what your customer like, your communication should be in the same style. Okay, and you should have a good form, as I've mentioned. I mean, it shouldn't be very lengthy, because imagine if SDFC Ergo would have asked 10 questions to me over here, I would have not taken efforts to give my details to them. They are making it simpler by just asking my name and mobile number, and when I say get code now, it might ask me how many people are dependent on me and 10 other things. But if the imagine, it is okay if I go next, and then they ask me the detail. But imagine on the on here only, if they ask me 10 question, I won't even take effort to start with the first question. Okay, I'll just bounce back that kaun itna info dega, like who will give so much information. So they are very careful. They ask me one question over here, I'm pretty sure when I say get code now, they'll ask me some further question next. But you can't give a very long form and ask them 10 question and make them like, ideally humans are usually nowadays more lazy to give their details. Usme bhi, if you give so many questions to ask, they won't even fill the form, right? So your contact form also needs to be very crisp. So basically, these are some of the factors that you have to check when it comes to improving your conversion rate. And the major problem, if your conversion rate is not good, is with respect to your website. If your website is not great, trust me, people won't convert. The speed, the format, the design, the communication style, these are the juncture where a person will decide, do they want to convert with your brand or not. So going toward the next part, which is your, how do you measure and track your conversion rate? And so there are two ways you can do that. There are two kind of metrics that we check whenever we want to track our conversion rate. Okay, one is called as micro metric, and second one is called as macro metric. Okay, micro metric are something which doesn't create the end impact, but it shows the user flow. Okay, what exactly do I mean by that? So when I talk about micro metric, let's say if it's an e-commerce brand, okay, you can check how many people have added the product to the cart. Okay, or check how many people have added the product to the wish list, or how many people have went to the payment page yet, right? You can check how many people have taken your subscription, or how many have created at least the account if they have not taken the subscription, right? So these are not those metrics which will grow your business, but at least it will show the user flow, that what is the steps that people have started taking across. Okay, and then you have something called as a macro metrics, which will show you the end result, like how many people have, like what is your total sales, or how many people have converted, or how much revenue you have got, or how many have signed up for this demo or for the webinar out there. right? The actual metric which will show you your revenue. Okay, so in simple term, micrometrics will show you that to help achieve your bigger goals, what are those small steps that the customers have taken on your page or on your app, whereas macrometrics will show you the actual goal that you wanted and how much business it has generated for you. Okay, so you have to check both of this metric to understand how well people are responding to your campaigns. Okay, and again, there's a list of macro key metrics that different. I mean, the metrics will keep on changing from brand to brand, but these are some of the metrics that you can check at a macro level as well. That how many people have came to the site, how many have shown the interest, how many have checked your blog, how many people have exited the page, right? But apart from this macro key metrics, the important one are total sales, conversion, and demo sign up. Total sales is applicable for e-commerce, conversion is applicable for both e-commerce and lead, and sign up is more towards lead generation kind of an activity. Okay, so here we end our first part for the paid campaign, which is what exactly is paid campaign and what is conversion rate. Okay, we have discussed two major pointers in this particular in this particular lesson one. So this was our lesson one of introduction to paid campaign, where I'll just summarize what we have covered so far. I have taken you through what exactly is paid campaign, what are different platforms where we can run ads, what is a conversion funnel, okay, conversion sales funnel, and how do we calculate conversion rate, and what are some metrics that we check. Okay, now when it comes to landing page creation, guys, landing page is nothing but what do you mean by landing page? Whenever a user sees your ad, where do you take them, on which page do you take them, is called as a landing page. Okay, now when I say that we would be discussing how to create the best landing page, you as a performance marketer, okay, if you are into performance marketing, ideally it is not your job to create the website. You'll have a website, the person who will create a website for you, there will be a website developer, but you are the one who will guide them and help them what does a good landing page looks like for performance marketing. Okay, so you should know how to, when I say that we would be discussing creating the best landing page from a strategy perspective, not from an execution perspective, because to execute, like to create the landing page, you'll have a web developer who do it for you. Okay, there's a separate department of website development people out there, but they don't know, right? They don't know what does good landing page looks like for a paid campaign. They wouldn't know that, right? You are the one who will guide them for that. Okay, so you are the, how should I say, you are the consultant, or you are the guiding person to that web developer. You will sit with that web developer and you will instruct them that, okay, this is what I want, this is how I want my website to look like. You'll set them some referral URL. Okay, so this is what we would be discussing, because landing page is very important. Like, see, you create a very good campaign, you do everything good, you find out good communication, good targeting, good video, but everything is on point. But once a user goes on your website, if that website is not great, trust me, the person won't convert, and all your effort would go to waste. It would be zero. Okay, people think landing page, what should we do into it? No, you as a performance marketer, you as a person who's into paid campaign, it is your job to guide your web developer in creating the best page, because that's where the user would land to, that's where they'll spend a lot of time. Okay, where do you spend a lot of time? While seeing the ad, or once you came on the page? You spend time when you once you land on the page, right? That's where you take a call that should I buy the product, or shouldn't I buy, or should I not buy the product, right? So before I jump into this topic, guys, again I'll take a very quick activity, and again I would want to know your perspective. So the first activity we took there, it was all about lead generation. Now I'll give you three e-commerce website. Okay, not that popular brand, but these are some mid-level brand, okay, mid-sized brand out there. Okay, and I want to understand which website did you like and why. Okay, but as a user, which website did you like? And like, let's say if you want to buy, if you're planning to buy, out of this three website, from which website would you buy any product? Okay, so these are all, I'm not giving you big brand name, because see, bigger brands, they have a good website, you can't find out the loopholes in them. Most of the time you can't find out the loopholes, and I'll tell you why. Okay, Inji, I mean, if I have to give you a ranking as a marketer, okay, not as a person who liked the product, I'm not even talking about the product over here. See, product is more business centric. We as a marketer don't have any opinion to give on product, that I like this product, I didn't like that product. We can't give that opinion. Our opinion should be more from marketing perspective. Okay, so as a marketer, first ranking would go to Maisha by Isha, second would go to Inji, third will go to Pair Patola. I'll come to it why. Okay, so first one, Inji, it is a very simple website, but the problem is it's a clothing brand. Okay, I am no one to comment on the product, but there is no model in the pictures that they have taken. Up as a human being, when it comes to clothing, you want to imagine that how we would look on the cloth. Like if I wear this particular top, how would I look into it? Hence, you have model in pictures. These people, if you see all the pictures that they have added, either it's hanging in the hanger or there's like mannequin over here, but there's no human being for us to imagine how the clothes would look like. And as an e-commerce brand or as a clothing, especially clothing brand, it is not um it is not good. Yes, the website is very clean, very simple, but the one who would land on the page, yes, they might like it for the simplicity, but one of the problem that they would face is that we can't imagine ourselves over here. Okay, second thing, because it is so simple, they have not given any testimonial, nothing of that sort. Like I would want to read how people experience has been. At least it's okay, they have made it a simple website, which is all good, not a problem, but somewhere they should mention that how people are feeling about the product, some review, something of that sort. Okay, and on homepage they don't have that. If I go to a product specific page as well, if I just see, I can't see any review, any review, any rating, nothing of that sort. So yes, the website should be simple, but not to this level of simple where I wouldn't even understand. Should I, like, because there are many people who buy product based on seeing the reviews and the ratings. You guys agree, right? Like you might like, you will buy those bestseller products that many people have purchased because they really had a good experience with it. There's nothing of that sort. Yes, you have to make a simple website, but not as simple website as this where there's no model for us to imagine ourselves on that cloth, or there is no review, there is no USP that they're mentioning, that why should I buy all these clothes that you guys are seeing is, I mean, again, no, I'm no one to comment on the product. This is something that you would see on the street as well. Then why one should buy from them? There should be some USP that they should mention, right? Correct. There should be some storyline to the brand that why one should buy from them. Could be they are sourcing from Jaipur, something could be the USP that they can talk about, right? It, nothing is there. It's only product and the pricing that I could see, nothing else apart from that. Then I'll go to Pair Patola. Why I have given third ranking to Pair Patola, guys? Okay, first thing, why Inji is on the second? Because it's simplicity. Okay, they're following the same, the logo, like if you see the logo is black and white, they're following the same color theme everywhere. Okay, even if you see the background picture, it is plain white, so they're following that color theme, color style, everything is followed as per the brand guideline. Opposite to that is Pair Patula. They are not following, like, look at their logo. Okay, like, as a professional, would I like this logo? No. Okay, okay, they have made a logo of purple, pink, or whatever it is. Are they following this brand color on their entire page? Not at all. Here it is black, here it is beige. I mean, it is a very cluttered website if I look it in that way, right? Second thing, okay, the main thing, when I came on the website, the first thing that is covering the major part of the website is this banner. I can't even read what they have wrote. This part is getting cut out, if you could see. Can you even read it? Don't you think this is such a negative drawback? The once the person came on the website, the first thing that they're seeing is your main banner, and that main banner is not looking appropriate. Why this shop now is in this way, God knows. Why this alignment? And this is the main banner. Like a brand, a customer would judge you by seeing your first poster, and if that first poster is not great, there's a good chance people would not even take that effort to scroll down and see. If any person is visiting this page, the first thing that they'll see is, okay, okay, they won't be bothered about the brand logo, colors. Chalo, I'll ignore all of that part. But this, the main banner that one could see, if that is getting cut out, don't you think I'll judge the brand? As a, like, these are the feedback that you have to give to a web developer as a marketer, that why are CTAs in this, in some different angle altogether, why this is not center aligned, okay, why this content is getting cut out, what is this, why this picture is coming up, like what should I understand out of this, right? Why are brand colors not followed on the entire page, right? Yes, okay, they have given some bestsellers over here, cool, makes sense. Meet our bestseller again. Why the bestseller thing is getting repeated, god knows. Okay, they are talking about their collection, okay, that is fine. New arrival, okay, that is fine. But again, no reviews, nothing of that sort, right? You are an e-commerce brand, you have to make sure would people see whenever they buy a product. If that is out, if the brand is not known, like let's say Parapatola is not a known website, what will bring that trust for Parapatola is their testimonial, their review, what people are talking about their brand, right? That's how I'll trust the brand, right? Otherwise, on what basis I should buy from them, right? For an e-commerce brand, testimonial review ratings plays a very important role, which is not reflected again for Pear Patola. And apart from that, as I said, person would judge them based on the way kind of graphics they have created. There's no alignment, there is no same color theme. Everything looks very messed up if I see it at one glance. Right? Now coming to Maisha by Isha, okay? They, okay, like starting with their logo, which is very simple. Now why they're putting this in red? Because it's offer, big offer, buy three get one. Red does attract a user, right? Hence they are putting it in red, so that and even if I scroll, this thing won't change, because they want people to keep on seeing this offer that they're giving over here, right? Now, yes, they have mentioned their bestseller. The good thing is this, okay, because their Instagram game is so good, they have made sure watch and shop. So now again, when you see people using the product and all of that, you get better feeling, you can imagine yourself over there, right? You want to buy a product, right? You would want to see yourself over there. So hence they have created a section of watch and shop, that see our product and then you think of buying it. Can you see they have tagged the product over here, that how this product would look like, how this would look like, and there are many other that they have added over here in the line. A very good feature that they have added over here for to build that trustness, right? Again, they have given a category, what all category do they have, right? Their collection, whatever it is, their tote bag thing, whatever it is that they have over here, and their testimonials, which can talk about their product. They also have a notification popping up what people are buying. Okay, so let's say if I check any of one product, right? Look at the details they have provided for that product. Like, why would you like this? What are some USPs, features, everything, size, everything that they have given, right? So even if you see each product, the description, the detailing that they have given is top notch, right? Who provides such kind of in-depth information? No one does that. I mean, there are obviously good brands who would do that, but this is what this is what the customer would like about this particular brand. What are some nitty-gritties one would check? Can you see they're showing a video over here of this particular bag? See this? Now, even if I'm scrolling, this video stays intact. So don't you think it's a very good feature that they have added? They might have done this for other product as well, to show us how does this product look like in a video way again. Now we'll just go and discuss some theory part of what does a good landing page looks like, because these are some nitty gritties that one should know. It is not your job to execute it, but yes, it is your job to guide. Okay, so I always, what do I do? Again, this is something that you guys can also do for every industry. Okay, because I keep on working on marketing and all. For every industry, whenever I'm working, whichever website I really liked, I bookmark it so that I can show it to my developer in future. That okay, let's say if I'm working for a real estate brand in future, I would have to show some reference to my web developer, right? So if I come across very good website, I make sure to bookmark it, because I want to show it to my developer as a reference. They have to, like, if I say, imagine all of this thing I would have just shown theoretically, you could have not visualized only what I'm speaking. But when I show you visually that okay, this is what I liked, you can imagine and you can implement the same thing, right? So I would say you guys to also do this in future. If you come across some really good website that you liked, okay, bookmark it so that you can use it for reference in future. we are not saying you have to copy paste what the brand is doing, but you take that as an inspiration and you give it your own touch to it. Okay. So let's discuss some theory now. Okay. Now, landing page, we all know what is a landing page. A destination, a website destination where you will take the user to whenever you're running a paid campaign. Now, as one very important thing I've mentioned, okay, if you are doing lead generation, guys, like let's say health insurance or real estate or anything of that sort, these people create a static landing page. Static landing page is nothing but the user can't go to any other page of the same brand, right? Like, Max, can you see this? If I tap over here, I can only be on this page only, I can't go anywhere else. And this is very important, because if you take them to a home page or a page where they can get distracted and they can go to 10 other pages, they'll forget to give their details. So for whenever you do lead generation, it is a thumb rule that you create a static landing page. Static landing page is like one page website. Okay. But if you are an e-commerce brand, let's say if I'm, as I mentioned, I want to, let's say if I search for Myntra, or even Myntra is running an ad right now, let's say, right? This is the ad that Myntra is running. It comes under sponsored result. If you see, Myntra will take me to their home page, because when it comes to e-commerce, a person would want to check other product. There's good chance they might buy, instead of buying one product, they might buy 10 other products out there. So for e-commerce, you can't create a static landing page, because I mean there's a multiple step involved. But whenever you do lead generation, please make sure to create a static landing page. A static landing page is nothing but a person won't go to any other pages on the website. They can only be on this page, and they have to give their detail and close the deal. Now, as I said, landing page, the sole purpose is to get that user's attention and make them take that instant action. Like, once a person goes on the website, they should feel, okay, this website is really good, this brand is really good. That trustworthiness needs to be there. Okay. Because if the website doesn't look good, no matter how good your product is, if the pictures are not taken properly, that to build trust, it will take a lot of time. Okay. Hence, if you know many brand, what they do, if they're starting their own brand, first they will try to sell themselves on aggregator platform like Amazon or Flipkart, and there they would want to become bestseller, and from there they create their own website. Why? Because they also know that, see, it is Indian consumer, or in general, everyone feels very dicey if they want to buy a product from a very new website. Like, if I give you a link right now and I tell you, okay, go buy a bag from this website, and you have never heard of that brand, it will take some time for you to trust them, right? Now, if your website is also shitty, trust me, that person won't even take that step to know about your brand. They'll just bounce back, right? So either what you can do, you can establish yourself on all this aggregator platform and then create a website. Or let's say you don't want to sell on aggregator platform and you have just created your website right now, make it a very good website. People should trust your website, because in India, usually people are very dicey if they see a new website, and should they buy, should they not buy. So how well your website is created, based on that, that trust factor would get created, and they would take that push. Okay. um Now, what are some of the things that you can do to make your landing page attractive? Okay. Your headline plays a very important role, as I've shown you for HDFC Ergo, when we saw that line, that Hindi touch given to it, because people will read it and then they'll feel connected to your content, right? Again, if it is not an e-commerce brand and you're creating a landing page, it shouldn't be very lengthy, it should be short and crisp. Okay. Design also matters a lot, like how Pinteresty, like if it's an e-commerce brand, if you would have seen that Maisha by Isha's website was very Pinteresty, right? They have taken a lot of inspiration from Pinterest, because that's what the categories into, bag, clothing, and all of that. So depend, like, your design matter, your UI and UX matters a lot, right? The color that you use, again, really changes the game. Okay. Now, what are the purpose of landing page? Ideally, you have to make the use case of a landing page is, you have to take your customer to the next action of your sales funnel, which is conversion, right? Now, there are different kind of landing pages that we have. When I say landing page, guys, I'm only talking about lead generation right now. I'm not talking about e-commerce, because for e-commerce this is not applicable. Okay. Now, in landing page, you can have a short form, you can have a mid length, or you have a long form. The HDFC Ergo one that we have seen was a long form landing page. The short form was the care insurance wala page that we saw, and mid length is something in between of that. Okay, so you can create any 3 version, depends on your brand or the category ideally. There's no rule that you should create a mid-length page or you should create a short length page. It depends on brand to brand, it varies from brand to brand. Okay, now in a landing page, it is very important to have a form. Okay, form where people will go and submit their details. Okay, now what does a good form looks like? Again, a good headline to it, uh, asking the detail like the name, address and number, a good call to action, like for HDFC or Go we could see a call to action of buy online and all of that. So have a good CTA, and if you want to put some pictures beside it, you can have that as well. But I mean, if you're doing lead generation and your website doesn't have a form, you can't do a lead generation, right? So the basic of your landing page for any lead generation activity is to have a form, and the form should be there at the top only. Okay, now again, people create the form in a very different way. For example, for this Kasturi, this thing, they have created the form at the top, right? Could you see? And they have done one more thing, because if the person will scroll and they don't want the person to get distracted, see this, they have created this I mean, this is very static, this is not moving. So if I tap over here, it will ask me to inquire now. If I say download the brochure, it will also ask me to give my details to them. So for a lead generation, you have to make sure you keep on reminding them that they have to give their details. Nowhere, wherever on the page they are, this should be static only, or your form shouldn't move at all. Let it be here only, so the person will remember that yes, they have to give their details, right? Like this particular website, even other brand would have done the same thing, I believe. I'm not sure how this Rowan thing I've done, but we can just check quickly. For them, I don't, yeah, they have given this request a callback. See, they have kept this constant, right? So the customer don't forget to give their details basically. I hope you're understanding. These are the features that you have to keep your eye on, and you have to guide your developer to do something on those lines. Now, whenever you create a landing page, guys, okay, I think I've already discussed this, but I'll reiterate on it again. A very good explain headline, very important. Detailed content, you can't just give one liner and skip it. No, the way HDFC Ergo has explained everything in detail, you have to give a detailed content. Based on that, the consumer will take a call. Okay, proof of authenticity, basically the testimonials, very important. I want to see what people are talking about your brand, what are they saying. Now in proof of authenticity as well, it is always recommended to have a video testimonial over text testimonial. See, text mein to anyone can write, right? Video testimonial feels more authentic in nature. Imagine there's a text testimonial which says a very great product, but imagine there's a video testimonial where the person is like recording himself and talking about the brand. Which feels more authentic? The video one, right? Obviously any form of testimonial looks good, but to create more trustworthiness, the video one is preferred. Okay, again, have a good sub headline, use some good picture, use some good call to action button. Okay, if you stick around to this, you can create a decent website. Okay, again, if you are creating a long form landing page which is like a very much in detail, there you'll have to put more details. Okay, like there you'll have to create multiple links, because it's a very long page, right? The speed needs to be very good. See, heavier the page, better should be the speed. What happens, your website speed would decrease if your website is very heavy. Okay, there are a lot of things added over there, so you have to make sure your website speed is not getting impacted because of the content that you have put on the landing page. So you have to make sure that is followed. Again, a good CTA, a good website design, unique content, right? Some customer pulse, like the USPs that you can mention over there. And follow the hierarchy. Okay, what is the hierarchy? Basically, see, testimonials usually comes at the end of the page, so that is the hierarchy. At the start, you just talk about your brand in one or two liner. Below that, you talk about some USP. Below that, you give more details about the product, and then give your testimonial. So this is like a standard hierarchy that everyone's follow. Okay, again, because it's a long website, you have to make sure it is easy to read. The way HDFC Ergo did, their website was a long one, I would say, right? So now people can get bored if it is not easy to read. Hence, They have made sure to divide it at every junction, putting that CTA, putting all these images. Why they have taken so much effort? Because it should be easy to read as well, no? Right? So when it comes to readability, you have to keep the font size of a heading big enough to read, right? Because can you see the heading one has a bigger font size? Can you see? That is what will show me that how each section is differentiated. So they are following that, right? Avoid overspacing and underspacing. So they have not given like a big space, or they have not given a very small space. If you see, the space is stagnant everywhere. Like this is the how should I say, the length that they have considered, right? So they have given a good spacing as well. Again, font size and spacing is wisely used. They have made sure when I see this box, I can understand which is a main headline, which is a sub headline, and which is like a normal explanation to it based on the font size and the style they have kept, right? So they are trying to follow their color theory, red and black, right, and white. They have followed it everywhere. So they are following their brand color, right? Again, text is also evenly distributed. It doesn't look cluttered. When I come on this page, I don't get that feeling of it's a very cluttered website. Not at all. There's equal amount of spacing given, right? Like see here also, because they don't see, why did they use this feature of a website? If they would have created, see, this toggle they have created to decrease the size length of the website. If they would have not created the toggle, this website would have become much more lengthier, right? Hence they created this toggle, if you could see, right? I hope you're understanding this. Similarly, they have created a toggle over here, see. Otherwise, ek ke niche ek they would have just mentioned, and this website would have become very very much lengthier. So they have found out that trick. Even for FAQ, like I can just expand what I want to read, right? So this also decrease the space a little bit. So they have been cautious on each and every part over here, right? Now when it comes to hierarchy of your website, see, there are some visual hierarchy that you should follow. And I mean, see, whenever you sit with your developer, make sure basically these are 5 checks that you would do. First one is the color and contrast of your website. Like check, is it syncing with your brand? Okay, the layout, how it is layered, the size of your text, the media placement, basically where have you put your picture, where have you put your video, and how symmetry is like, is it center aligned, is it left aligned, whether it is right aligned. So if you sit with your developer, check this 5 thing to understand how good your website would look like. So these are the 5 checks that you'll have to do for having a good visual hierarchy basically. Okay, and use some good media. Okay, when I say interactive media element, basically use some good pictures, use some good videos. As I said, otherwise, see, imagine if HDFC or Go would have not used all these pictures and all this icon. Imagine how the website would have looked like. Okay, the way the care insurance, like if I open one more website to show you, let's open Star Health and see how their website looks like. I'm not sure, but we can just see the website is taking a lot of time to load. Now there's a good chance a person can get frustrated. Now see this, see example of what happens when you don't put enough pictures. Can you see they have not added enough pictures? See, there's problem with their page only. Very sad. Now this is what frustrates the customer, and they wouldn't take the action, right? Like if I see this website, it is very text heavy, there is no icon, or probably it is taking so much time for them to load the website. I hope you are understanding. Now these are some frustration that the customer might have, and they won't check your page only, they'll just bounce back the way I did. Let's check another brand. Okay, this is now, see, this is, look at this page, this ends over here. This is a very short page. This is shorter than that care insurance, right? Doesn't look good at all. So all in all, what I wanted to say is, if you don't want your website to look bored and dull, use some good interactive elements like some icons, some pictures, some videos. Okay, this will make your website more engaging. It will make them feel more connected. Your website will feel more connected towards the towards the customers out there. Okay, like if I see this icon, and those icon also you have to select very smartly. Like random icon they have not created, if you could see. They have used it like very in a very proper way. If you could see what are the benefit, because they're talking about benefit, they have shown this growth, right? Here, because health insurance is all about family, they have put a picture specific to Diwali. See this cover, if they're talking about time, happy customer, there's another sign. So randomly also they have not selected any icon, they have been very thoughtful of their icon as well. Correct? So use good graphic. There are some principles that you can follow while creating your graphic. uh, Minimal image, you can't just put all the image at one place and keep it the way it is. No, you see, you don't have to do everything overdo. Like image, also use image wherever required. Okay, you can create some autoplay videos where the video can keep on playing itself. You can create some carousel cards are people can swipe basically. Okay, again, your image should be something which shouldn't distract. Again, proper color, short videos, mobile friendly. Because what happens, guys, if you use a lot of pictures and video, it will decrease the speed of your website. Okay, so you have to be cautious in that way as well. If you add a lot of elements like images and video, it impacts your website speed. So aisa nahi hai that you have to put a lot of pictures and images and then it impact your website speed and person won't even land on your page. That should not be the case. Only use all these elements wherever it is required. Okay, so ideally if you do all of this, for sure your website would be something where people can trust and rely on. Okay, see, your website should be something that people should trust. Once they go on the website, it shouldn't look a scammy website or a fishy website, right? So put your testimonial to build that trust factor, add some credential, add some authentication proof, use some good tagline which can make it memorable. People remember your brand tagline, they remember your brand mascot. Like I remember Parleji's mascot, I remember McDonald's mascot. So you can create such kind of mascots or icon that people can remember, or the tagline that people can remember, right? Make it look professional. It shouldn't look, how should I say, a cheap website, right? So it should look professional, well designed. Correct? So, and all this factor is something, when you see a website you will get that feeling. You shouldn't even know all these technicalities as a consumer. If you're someone who has eye to details, right, you can find all these loopholes and you can fix it. As I told you, when I gave you the link, you yourself could tell me why did you like this website and not the other one, because you as a customer, that is your personal opinion and you could give it. So the same personal opinion or your consumer opinion you need to share with your developer and get your website fixed. Okay, but apart from that, all the technicalities that I've discussed, you have to make sure you remember these technicalities and you can explain it in a similar way to your developer as well. I will give you a quick summary. So ideally, all in all, what we discuss when it comes to landing pages, guys, landing pages basically which will decide would your paid campaign would be successful or not. It would decide would people convert or not. Okay, so you have to make sure you create a good landing page. If you are creating a landing page for lead generation activity, it needs to be a static landing page, basically one page. If it's an e-commerce brand, you can take a person to your home page as well, because people would want to see other products. Second thing, when you create a landing page, you have to make sure the speed is really good. It is easy to scroll. Okay, I mean the UI and UX needs to be good. It should be mobile friendly as well, because most of the people who come on the website could be from mobile. So when you create a website, you have to think it from mobile friendliness as well, right? Then you have to look after how your form needs to be a shorter form. If you create a very big form for lead generation, person might not give their details, because again humans are lazy in general. So only ask important questions and get their details from there. Use images, icon, video to not make your website look text heavy. Follow a hierarchy. When I say hierarchy, at first you'll have a form, then you'll have your benefit, then you'll talk about your best seller, then you'll give your testimonial, and you might add some frequently asked questions as well, right? um your communication should be in a way that people can connect to. As I said, I mean, if you want to use some Hindi element to it, use it. If you think people will relate to it, use that Hindi element, build that trust factor. Again, these are all some basic thing that we check. Okay, we'll go towards the lesson number 3. We'll try to cover whatever we can for the day, and rest of the part we can take in tomorrow's lecture as well. No need to rush. So basically we would be discussing one of the principles overall which is applicable in digital marketing, okay, which we also call as a persuasion principle, okay. So we'll try to understand what exactly is persuasion principle. I'll cover the basics of it, guys. I don't think we'll be able to cover the entire principle for the day, but we can just cover the basic, and remaining part let's take it up in tomorrow's lecture, okay. So no need to rush. I don't want to rush unnecessarily with you guys. Now see what exactly this persuasion principle talks about is that, see, individuals are usually drawn towards influencer promoted products, right? Like, do you guys agree that nowadays brands are doing a lot of collaboration with influencer? Because we do see, like, if I see my favorite influencer using certain kind of product, I would trust it, and there's a good chance I would buy it, right? So um basically, if you if you do such kind of collabs, you would see your product might sell in a much more higher way compared to creating a normal video promotion, right? Imagine your favorite YouTuber could be, let's say, I don't know, Bhuvan Bum, Carrie Minati, Ashish Chanchlani, all those favorite YouTubers that people really like. Why brands are featuring them, right? Because see, the people who blindly follow them, if they see their influencer buying those product because they have that kind of trustworthiness with them, they would also buy that product, okay. And hence influencer marketing has grown so much, correct? I mean, influencers are getting paid like anything. Even personally, when now I run ads, okay, so let's say 2 years back when I used to run an ad, I used to run a normal video ad, okay, like a normal, could be a random person, and there would be a commercial that we would create. But from the last 2 years, whatever ads that we use or whatever ads we run are user generated content ads. Basically, I would collaborate with an influencer. I would ask that influencer to create a video for me talking about the product, and I'll use that video as my ad, because that will have a better CTR, that will have better interaction, that will have a better engagement, and there's a good chance more people will convert as well, right? Because when we talk about persuasion principle in general, guys, people are attracted to engaging offers, right? They are dependent lot on reviews. They, if they really like an influencer and they follow them and they blindly follow them, they'll do what they're doing, right? Because people are usually inspired by reviews based on some emotion and image building that influencer do. Hence the user generated contents are getting popular so much, right? So basically, sponsor funded influencer reviews raise, like let's say, imagine एक होता है that influencer is promoting that product organically, you'll obviously believe them. But imagine if that influencer mention, okay, this is a sponsored promotion that I'm doing. Would you believe them? Nowadays, again, the consumers are very smart. They won't believe those influencer who mention in their video, okay, it's a paid promotion, it's a paid collab that we are doing, because they will think, okay, just for money they are doing this. But imagine your favorite influencer is talking, hey, I really like this dhaba. Okay, I visited this dhaba few days back. I visited this restaurant few days back and I really liked them, right? You would want to go and check that out, correct? Because that shows authenticity. I hope you are able to understand what I'm trying to say over here. The reason influencer marketing, and trust me, influencer marketing will get popular day by day. As I told you 2 years back, my normal the ads that I used to run used to be a normal ad. Now 80% of my ads are on influencer based video that we have created, and trust me, they usually performs better than your normal videos, right? Hence in the market there are so many influencer marketing agency now. And see, we don't just blindly take an influencer, give them money and run an ad with them. We track what kind of business that influencer is able to bring on the table. Have you guys ever observed this? So on the YouTube channel where influencer says that, if you remember, there are many influencers in the YouTube video, they mention, okay, if you want to buy this product, if you buy this product through my code and my link, you will get 20% off. Have you ever seen this? There are many influencer who does this. I'm not sure how many you guys have you have checked that out. So what brand do is brand create those specific offer code and specific URL for those influencer. They give it to that influencer because that is the link and that is the code that they'll paste in the description. And anyone who use that code or anyone who use that particular link, the brand would track how much business they have got from that influencer. So to in next stage they'll think they would whether they should keep that influencer on board or they should fire them, right? So nowadays it is not that we'll blindly take an influencer on board and we'll ask them that okay, you run you create video, I just want awareness. No, the brand will check how much business they are getting on board with them. I hope it makes sense, guys. So influencer marketing will keep on growing, obviously. And influencer marketing, I mean, back in the days it was that we used to take some Bollywood stars and we used to take some cricket stars, some sports player. But now for influencer as well, brand takes that niche influencer who's known in that particular industry. For example, if I'm a finance brand, I'll take CA Rachna Ranade, I'll take Akshay Srivastav, I'll take Ankur Wariku, I'll take all other finance influencers that we have in the market. If it is fashion, I'll take, I don't know, Masum Minawala, Ranveer Alubadia, if it's a men related brand. So, brands are also picking those influencers only who are known in their industry. And not necessary nowadays, you have to pick big influencers, guys. You can take small influencers as well. So, there's this brand called as Zook. I'm not sure you have heard about this brand or not. When they started the influencer marketing journey, they couldn't afford big influencers. So what they did, so there are some influencers who are very popular in the region. For example, in Pune, there might be some influencers who are very popular. There would be some influencers who are very popular in Mumbai. There are influencers who are very popular in South. What this brand did, they collaborated with those micro influencers and multiple micro influencer, and it turned out very well for them. So not necessary you have to take a mega influencer, you can start with a micro influencer as well. I'll give you a website where you can check the rating card of this influencer. I think you should know about this. So there's this website called as Media Ant. Okay, my favorite website, guys. I'll talk about this and then I'll take we can stop for the day. I don't, because it's our first day, I don't want to bombard you with other part. We will discuss this persuasion principle in the upcoming next lecture as well. But before I close the session for the day, I just want to show you this website very quickly. So if you see this media and website, they have different kind of magazines, digital media and all, but I'll just talk about the influencer part here. If I go to in the influencer part, can you see they are, I can divide my influencer in so many ways. The starting with the location. Okay, like, do I want influencer which are more famous on reel, story or post? Category. Okay, platform, because there are some influencers who are famous on Instagram, there are some influencers who are famous on YouTube, right? Kind of influencer, are they macro, micro, mega or mid tier? Gender specific, their location, your budget. Let's say you have a budget of 2 lakh or under 10K, let's have budget of 10K. Which are the influencers whom I can take on board? So right now there's no one which is popping up. Let's take 10K to 50K if someone reflects. God knows why it's taking so much time, but anyways, it's not reflecting, some glitch. Let's make it clear. Okay, so let's say I want an influencer for let's take a category. Okay, automobile. These are all influencers which are very known in their automobile category in general. Now, let's say I want an influencer who's known in food. Okay, so you'll get all those food influencers. Sinful Foodie, Deepika, I don't know all of them, but this guy, Kunal Vijayakar, they all are kind of popular. Now, I want to understand the rate card. This one is very famous, right? Sivaj Bhatia. I can go over here and check how many followers does he have on Instagram, right? What are the average likes he gets? What is his engagement, right? If I scroll down, I'll understand how what kind of followers does he have. Like, does his target audience are like something that I want, right? And then if you take the premium version of this particular platform, it will also let you know the rate card, like how much they would charge in general. For some influencer, they will tell you the rate card over here itself. For example, I don't know, let's see. Rashamani. Okay, so it says on request. Basically, he will charge different for different brand. Hence, it is mentioned that on request he would tell you the charges. That at least here you can find out the influencer that you want. Let's say Prajakta Kohli. But can you see they're telling you the minimum spend? See this per story, how much she might charge. 11 lakh per reel, 22 lakh. Right? Obviously, it could be negotiable. I don't know. We have to go and talk to Prajakta Kohli. But then what is an average media spend you should have if you want to work with this particular influencer? It's mentioned over here as well. This guy 17 lakh, this girl 3 lakh 25. Samir Raina on request, he's not disclosing. This particular girl 6,500, she's a small influencer, right? So a very good tool whenever you want to do some research on your influencer. Okay, I'll give you the link over here and you guys can explore. Let's understand what are the 6 principles which are part of persuasion. So those 6 principles are basically reciprocity, scarcity, authority, commitment and consistency, liking, and social proof. Okay, so these are some 6 important principle of persuasion, and we'll go one by one by each of them. We'll just understand the basic of this principle. And then we'll go towards the next topic for the day. Okay, starting with reciprocity. So now when I talk about reciprocity, I mean reciprocation. Okay, you are trying to reciprocate, we know, right? I mean, if someone is helping you out, you will try to reciprocate the same thing with them. So reciprocation is again a very important effective principle, to kind of persuade your customer to buy your product, right? It is more of like a technique to make your customer feel indebted, basically. Okay, now how can you experiment reciprocity? um you know like there was one experiment that Randy Garner did, that he experimented to find out if sticky notes that we have, can sticky note convince customer to react to a marketing strategy, right? So you can create some handwritten sticky notes. Like what you can do, three thing, like you can write a handwritten sticky note, you can have a blank sticky note or no sticky note, and see how people react to it, right? So like an observation. And what ideally when he did this experiment, what he could observe was that there was a high amount of response rate for a handwritten sticky note compared to no sticky note and blank sticky notes. Okay, so again, the quality of answer which were given on the handwritten sticky notes was much better, right? Then the second principle of persuasion was scarcity. Again, it is a good marketing strategy which will target the need of people. You know that, like for example, during Diwali, right now there was Dhanteras, right? And that is the time where people buy a lot of gold and silver, and that is the time when the price also increase, because the people in the market know that okay, there's a lot of demand, and because there's a lot of demand and this is like an auspicious day, people will buy it even after the pricing is going so high. So again, this is a persuasion principle of scarcity, right? Customer again appreciate the product value in its absence, right? Like if you just, like, there was so much news in middle that silver price would be increasing, we have less silver, whatever it is. Like even if, like, right now if you announce something on those lines, people will have that um urgency to buy that product. Like there are many brands who create some limited stock edition, so people feel very special. Okay, if I have this limited stock edition, right? So again, that's what we mean with perception principle of scarcity, that customer would appreciate the product's value in its absence, basically, right? And obviously once they will lose the interest once they purchase it. But again, your point is, with this technique, you are trying or making, depending on understanding your customer's product need ideally. Okay, now how do you can do that? Okay, you can use all this kind of communication that you could see on my screen. You can target the customer indirectly using a statement like, let's say, hurry up, you will miss on this golden opportunity. Nowadays whenever you see any ad coming up, they put a countdown that the sale will end in this hour, this minute, it will end in this hour, this second. So what are they trying to do? They are trying to create a FOMO, right? Fear of missing out. That is also like a way, kind of part of your scarcity thing, that the sale will end soon, you go and buy it quickly, right? So such kind of communication really create that urgency and need for that product. So works wonder in marketing again, right? Then you have something called as authority. So here, um in authority, it is required that you influence the customer forcefully or voluntarily to make a purchase, right? So how you can show that authority by being highly emotional, right? You can create some certain kind of fear and submission, and probably could be, they'll listen and agree to your expert opinion, right? So you're trying to idealize the customer in a great strategy to kind of market your product. Okay. um um like, again, for this authority thing, let's take an example. Okay. I'm just trying to find out a good example that I couldn't remember right now, but like, allow me 2 minutes. um so again, like all the sale thing, like, nowadays people are focusing so much on health, right? Organic food, right? Don't you think that is like, they're trying to create that emotional context to it, that it will impact your health if you don't eat organic food and other things, and that's why we are seeing there's a lot of shift with how people are consuming their food, right? So again, that creates certain kind of fear in them, and like they think, okay, now let listen to what the expert is saying. Same thing happens in hospital, right? What doctor says, you will follow what they're saying, right? Because you have that fear that if you don't listen, you don't follow them, right, you might it might impact you in a way. So same, I mean, there are many products that are marketed in a way to um in an authoritative way and create that fear in their mind, right? And especially when it comes to health education, right? These are some topics where people are ready to spend money as well, right? Then you have commitment and consistency. But before I jump to commitment, now the next one is your commitment and consistency, right? Again, in commitment, you're trying to fulfill a commitment made by a seller which will lead to customers retention, like you say, right? There are brands who are very much committed to their customer out there, like by giving them some special offer, discount, new range. They listen what their customer is saying. And consistency is that if your customers are clicking or they're completing the fields and they're continuing to fill in their data, they're consistent with their action as well, right? So in for example of commitment would be, in 1987 there was Anthony Greenwald, and he studied that potential customers intention through an experiment, right? Now, like for voting, he saw that 86.7% of the surveyed people cast their vote, and 61.5% of unsolicited people cast their vote as well. So his observation in general was that people often feel bound when they have agreed or committed to do an action, right? Like for example, voting happens in that way only, right? Like, um, you ask people to come and vote, so give their feedback, right? Show commitment towards the nation, right? So again, it has been an observation that people will found bound when they have agreed or committed to something, right? I mean, there are many people who are right nowadays committed to sustainable living, and that's how they follow their life. Even if that products are expensive to buy, they will follow it because they have committed to one kind of way to live, right? Thrift shopping, you might have heard, nowadays people are getting into thrift shopping. Thrift shopping is basically you buy second-hand clothes or second-hand products. I'm in India, it's still going on, but I think if you go abroad and see this, it's very common for people to do thrift shopping. Like, now why are these people doing this? Because they're committed towards sustainable living, right? So one of the example out there. Then you have perception of liking. Your customers are kind of influenced by their liking for the product. Okay, like if I really like a product a lot, probably there's a good chance I won't look after the pricing, right? So because again, people will develop different perspective, they'll decide to purchase, and they'll get attracted to like-minded people as well, right? So you also know that there are times when you really like a product, no matter, there are times when the product could be expensive as well, but you would end up purchasing it, right? And if you don't end up purchasing it, I'm pretty sure, for some of you it might haunt you, right? That I didn't bought the product, I missed out on buying this particular product. It happens in general. Then a perception principle of social proof. So here we all know that, um, like if you're providing a sense of proof, like sense of proof really helps in building some trust and reliability, right? That's why testimonials, like why Amazon and why so many brand would ask you to give rating, to give feedback, because they know that people will come and read it, and based on that their buying decision changes a lot. Yes, I mean, recently I wanted to buy a cleaning robot, and I saw, like, obviously I could see rating, but I wanted to see what exactly people are facing. I read that, and that kind of decided, should I buy it or should I not buy it, right? So you have to create that proof, sense of proof, to build that trust and reliability on the product, right? Customer needs some social proof to act, right? Customer needs, want some clarity by exploring some relevant subjects as well, right? Now again, an example of social proof would be Robert Cladden. He investigated the factor which ideally influenced guests reusing hotel towel in Arizona, right? And the four factor to measure this outcome where he, I mean, you can encourage the towel reuse to address the environmental concern, okay? Mention that the hotel end of year gift for donation related to environment, or you can encourage the participation in the hotel's contribution initiative, or probably you can identify that most of the customer reuse their towel at least once during their stay, right? So again, like, to influence them, to give them some proof, right? So what did they observe? That most customer reuse the towel because other had done it before, right? Do you understand? So out of this four case, people, there were many people who would reuse the towel because they saw that other people are also doing it, right? So that this is an example of social proof. You follow, you see what other people are doing, and that gives you a confidence that would you want to do it or not. Hence, sustainable living, thrift shopping, all of this things are getting popular day by day as more people will adopt it, right? So environmental concern, 38% people opted. Donation for environment, 36 people of opted. Will you join a donation campaign, 46 people opted. But when it comes to customer reference, that most have reused this once, 48% of people had opted for it, right? So ideally, these are like some important principle of your perception theory. You also have a theory of cognitive dissonance, right? Now, what is cognitive dissonance? Okay, it is a feeling of discomfort, okay? Could be because of the behavior, could be because of your belief, and could be because of some conflicting attitudes, right? I mean, see, like, s- uh for example, let's say, why in India nowadays, okay, you would see this all this astrology apps and all of them are getting very popular, right? Because people have that feeling of discomfort. Now, it could be because of their belief, right? They believe in kundli, they believe in horoscope, and hence this all these apps are getting so popular. When something goes wrong in your life, you might go and check, you might would want to go to a pandit and show and ask them how things are going. And the reason, that's why all this astrological apps are getting so popular, right? There are so many apps, okay, I'm not sure you guys know or not, which is about puja online. Like, you can do puja in some popular temples in India, right? Because people have that belief, people have that, how should I say, could be their conflicting attitude, but usually when it comes to spiritual thing in India, it's all about the belief, right? Now, how can you use this cognitive dissonance in digital marketing? um, Again, it is an effective way in digital marketing for some indecisive customer, right? Who you, where you can use some graphic, you can use some perception technique, you can use your media as well. Basically, your customer tend to seek some consistency in their views and behavior when it comes to this, okay? Then you have a principle of reciprocal concession. Reciprocal concession is more about it is more about the reciprocity, right? Like, if you give some discount to drive your customer response, if you give some free gifts or surprises to make your customer feel very obliged, right? Your customer will feel connected when obliged, right? Nowadays, again, you would see all this skincare brand, all this makeup brand, they give so many giveaway, so many free gift, new pouch, 10 other things out there, right? Again, that is reciprocal concession, right? Now, where can you actually apply this reciprocal concession? Again, this is majorly used in sales negotiation, right? Like, seller will agree to do some price negotiation to create that customer obligation, right? Like, whenever you go and buy something, if that seller gives you a special offer, more discount further, you would get obliged to it, right? And again, seller can make customer feel obliged even after the payment. They might give you free after services, right? So again, in sale, you would see this reciprocal concession works a lot, right? um you can use some negotiation. Again, there are many brands who use this negotiation strategy, that to increase their sales and performance, to attract the offer to the customer. They create some campaign which are very specific to related to offers out there, right? I mean, I've done this personally whenever I run paid campaigns. So when we run a paid campaign for any e-commerce brand, we usually create two kind of campaign. One campaign where we are giving, let's say, up to 50% off, and then we have one campaign where we don't put, where we only push the products which has less discounting or no discount for that matter, because we know the target audience for both this kind of customers are completely way apart, right? Then you have power of empathy. Okay, we all know what is empathy. It is like an extensive understanding of users immediate concern. You say, right, I empathize with your feeling, I empathize with what you're going through it right now, right? Again, it is more essential than sympathy. Okay, it is more about doing some knowledge sharing, and how you can show the empathy to your customer, right? um like you can do this on your landing page on your website, that you create some awareness about immediate concerns, right? You can create some campaign based on your user need. You can advocate probably them with a logical problem solving approach. You can create some interactive ideas, you can create some user generated content, right? um now, uh, like when we say that you have to create awareness on users immediate concern, I mean, you understand what are their real life challenges before creating a landing page. Like think from the perspective to solve the problem within that particular time period, and use that kind of communication on your page, right? uh, when we talk creating campaign according to user need, basically think, okay, what pricing would they fit into, what kind of product would they like, what kind of customer they are, right? So the business model should be kind of adaptive to the user's problem, right? It should be very correct, it should be optimized, and it should be goal driven. Okay, when we talk about day to day life example, you can include some empathetic visual. Okay, where a common man is trying to address the problem and offer solution, like in video or in graphic or in picture, right? And you can provide a logical solution to the problem as well, give some practical approach that can be taken, and that can enhance the brand experience as well in general. For example, I'll give you, nowadays, how should I say, like I won't say this is empathetic way, but when we talk about providing a logical solution to a problem, so let's say someone, people want to buy electronics. Okay, I just saw this feature right now. uh I wanted to buy a fridge recently. Yes, I saw all the review, 10 other things, but I was still not convinced, right? So now Samsung added this feature that we will live show you the demo of that entire product, you don't have to come down. They're trying to solve this particular problem, right? This is what we call as logical solution to a problem, where they would take me and they'll take me through that entire product. How does it look like, what are some pros, what are some cons, right? So again, you're trying to give a logical solution to this particular problem, right? Endorse some interactive ideas, so you can create some interactive content which can help them, which can help the user to get engaged more, right? Create some poll, create some quiz, create some games for them, right? And then you can encourage some user generated content. Why, what is user generated content? Basically, to enhance your brand experience and customer experience, you can ask the customer to create some content for you, like as a testimonial and all, um that they can also turn into your influencer. There are many people who in their advertisement feature their customers in general, right? So you can encourage them to create some user generated content. Okay, I hope we are clear with all this principle. This were majorly the theory part of perception principle. There was nothing practical, but these are, how should I say, these are some basic principle one should be aware about, where you can apply not just in the paid campaign but overall your marketing journey. Okay, now, what exactly is dynamic ads? Okay, dynamic ads are something um that you guys tend to see. So for example, how should I say, these are ads that keeps on changing based on customers needs. Okay, as I've told you, like yesterday when we saw, you remember, I saw you that I've taken you to that remarketing ad, where I was seeing those same products that I just checked on the website, You remember? So that is a dynamic ad, right? Basically, this is a set of continuously changing customized advertisement. Basically, based on what are the last product that the customer has checked, the brand will create a customized ad for them. Okay, that is what we call as dynamic ad. The word dynamic means it keeps on changing based on customer to customer. Okay, and why dynamic ads are created? Because it help in increasing the conversion, like better conversion. It enhances the brand value. It shows some product personalization. Imagine you guys, like you just visited the website few minutes back and I show you the same product with some offer. It will create some personalization, right? And basically you're trying to do remarketing with this. Okay, again, if those who have, I'm not sure how many you guys observed this yesterday, but then today also I can show you what do I mean by dynamic ad. Now dynamic ads are being showcased on social as well, on website as well. I mean, there are different placement where you can see a dynamic ad. Right now I'll just open this very popular website where I see a lot of dynamic ads coming up, at least for me.
And with that, we have reached the end of this session on email marketing strategy full course for beginners. If you have any doubts, please let us know in the comment section below and our team of experts will be happy to help you as soon as possible. Until next time, thank you and keep learning. Stay tuned for more from Simplilearn.